Chapter 71. The short man gritted his teeth and walked towards Jiang Jinli and his group, feeling uneasy. He didn't want to make trouble, but the pleading of the crowd left him no choice. Since yesterday evening, there has been an atmosphere of anxiety in the short man's team, and everyone has their own little calculations in mind. Jiang Jinli's team is not only strong, but the mental state of its members also shows the richness of life. This phenomenon can't help but arouse the envy and jealousy of everyone. In this era where the strong are respected, the strong will naturally become the object of everyone's admiration and yearning. Seeing that Jiang Jinli's team is small, they have the idea of recommending themselves, eager to have the opportunity to be selected and join them. This is much better than staying in the short man's team and living a precarious life. Nowadays, food and water are becoming more and more difficult to find, and the pressure of survival is increasing day by day. In their team, only Su Lang can be regarded as a reliable person. If the status quo continues, once they encounter advanced mutant zombies, they will be doomed. They have long wanted to leave, but they have not met a stronger team to rely on. Now, this dream opportunity has finally come to them. The short man does not care about those who are not firm in mind and want to leave the team. After all, this team is uneven. Especially the few bad apples in the team, their departure is a blessing. However, the short man knows that Jiang Jinli is not an easy person to deal with. How can he easily take in these useless people? Even if he knows that there is no hope in his heart, the short man still needs to pretend to be open-minded and generous on the surface. So, the short man stood in front of Jiang Jinli and was about to speak, but a white-faced man next to him spoke first. "I don't know if you need new teammates. We are willing to join your team." The men behind the white-faced man heard the words and nodded in agreement, all with flattering smiles on their faces. After hearing the words, Jiang Jinli quickly glanced at the group of people, and without saying a word, she walked around them and wanted to leave. Seeing that she was about to leave, the white-faced man was bold enough to step forward and directly block Jiang Jinli's way. The white-faced man shuddered and his hair stood on end when he noticed that Jiang Jinli's face suddenly darkened. But in order to survive, he had no way out, so he could only take a deep breath and smile flatteringly. "Captain, if you agree to let us join, we are willing to do anything for you, as long as you can give us a bite of food." Then, he casually fiddled with his greasy hair and posed a pose that he thought was handsome. The words revealed an ambiguous meaning. Of course, as long as you need it, I will also do other things. This white-faced man boasts that he is the most handsome man in the team, and women often give him hints. Living in this end times, he will naturally not miss any opportunity to have fun. Therefore, most of the women in the team have a lover relationship with him. The white-faced man firmly believes that even the powerful Jiang Jinli is still a girl with a dream of love. As a veteran in the love field, he is confident that he can charm such a simple girl. If he can make Jiang Jinli devoted to him, then he can get all the precious resources he needs. Jiang Jinli's exquisite face made the white-faced man feel itchy and eager to make a move. If he could successfully conquer her, it would undoubtedly be a great satisfaction for his male self-esteem. Thinking of this, the white-faced man became more and more excited, so much so that his legs couldn't help but tremble. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli frowned, and his eyes swept coldly over the white-faced man's weak body and pale face, revealing deep contempt and disgust in his eyes. Obviously, this is a waste who indulges in excessive sexual desire, and even more a common man who is seeking his own death. The white-faced man noticed Jiang Jinli's scrutiny, but instead of restraining himself, he made more exaggerated gestures to attract her attention, and introduced himself. "Oh, by the way, my name is Li Shuai." There was a hint of unpleasant stickiness in his tone. "I don't know what you think. The strong should know how to grasp the present and enjoy life while they can. My skills." Before Li Shuai finished speaking, Mu Yuan could no longer bear it. He stepped forward with a sullen face and kicked Li Shuai out with a fierce kick. Li Shuai staggered and flew 4 or 5 meters away like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Shin Qingxi stared at the fallen Li Shuai indifferently, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The people around witnessed this scene and retreated in horror. They were confused by this angry man. How dare he move his foot when his captain hasn't spoken yet? If his captain really likes Li Shuai, this pretty boy, then this man will suffer. The short man observed silently, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. The reason why he dared to come today was, on the one hand, because he was forced by everyone, and on the other hand, because he intended to take this opportunity to get rid of Li Shuai, the black sheep. Li Shuai used his handsome face and sweet talk to make the relationship between men and women in the team chaotic. The short man's tolerance for Li Shuai has reached its limit, But he has no suitable reason to drive Li Shuai away, and most people in the team may not support him. Given that the team was established not long ago, the short man's prestige in the team is not enough to support him to forcibly expel Li Shuai. In addition, Li Shuai is always surrounded by a group of men and women, so the short man has never had the opportunity to deal with it privately. If Su Lang had not been sitting by his side, Li Shuai would probably have turned the tables long ago. Only by removing Li Shuai as an obstacle can he have the opportunity to reorganize the team and gradually grow stronger. Now, Li Shuai's death seems to be approaching. A rare ruthless look flashed in the short man's eyes. Su Lang crossed his arms, glanced at the expression of the short man next to him, and instantly saw through his intention to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. He only needs to be responsible for getting the short man's team on the right track. After the mission is completed, he will leave to find his lost brother. When Su Lang thought of his brother, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Li Shuai. When they saw Li Shuai being kicked away, several men and women immediately rushed out of the crowd and anxiously helped Li Shuai, who kept coughing up blood. At the edge of the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, stood a petite girl with a baby face. Her eyes were full of resentment, staring at Li Shuai closely. She was silently roaring in her heart. He dared to betray me. Recalling last night, she had just given everything to Li Shuai without reservation. However, today, Li Shuai's true face was exposed. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Li Shuai, who was spitting blood. A strong killing intent surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Dead man! Kill him! Kill him quickly!" Li Shuai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked provocatively at Mu Yuan's murderous eyes, and said sarcastically, "Why, are you afraid that I will steal your limelight after joining? You are a boring old man, just a martial artist who doesn't understand humor. You really deserve to be ignored." Su Mingxing and Zhou Lian, who also came forward, their faces gloomy, staring at this fool who didn't know how to live or die. In their hearts, Jiang Jinli is a sacred and inviolable existence. No one is worthy of approaching, let alone this self-righteous scumbag, which is simply infuriating. Seeing that the other two men were also anxious, Li Shuai laughed triumphantly and said disdainfully, "Ha ha ha. Look at the two of you. One is a big fool and the other is a sissy. No wonder you can't get promoted. Who would like men like you?" Li Shuai has fallen into the abyss of narcissism and is almost crazy. Seeing that Jiang Jinli has not spoken, Li Shuai mistakenly thought that she was still considering it. As long as she is still considering it, it means that there is still hope for her. After he joins the team, he must let Jiang Jinli kill these three men. While fantasizing, Li Shuai pretended to be weak and looked at Jiang Jinli with gentle eyes, trying to show the beauty of a beautiful man. But Jiang Jinli did not look at him, but whispered something to the short-haired woman with a cold face next to him. "Ah! What is this?" Before Li Shuai could react, he was suddenly surrounded by a mass of water that appeared out of nowhere, and the water flow instantly cut off his words. Su Mingxing was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes were full of murderous intent because of Li Shuai's sissy words. He had never seen such a stupid man, who was so eager to die in the apocalypse for so long. Just as Su Mingxing was about to take action, he saw Shen Qingxi had taken the first step. In desperation, he had to withdraw his attack and coldly watched Li Shuai struggling with all his strength in the water mass. When the women saw this strange water mass, they were immediately frightened and screamed, and fled from Li Shuai. "Li Shuai! What the hell is this? Everyone, smash it open." Li Shuai's friends who were drinking and eating together were still somewhat loyal. Seeing him struggling in the water, they immediately grabbed the objects at hand and hit the strange water mass in front of them violently, trying to break it. But the strange thing is that once the objects touch the water, they are also sucked into the water flow. Fear suddenly enveloped them, they opened their eyes wide, and wanted to shout for help, but they only drank a few mouthfuls of cold water. They waved their hands wildly in the water, trying to grasp a glimmer of life, but it seemed to be a waste of effort. With the piercing pain and the despair of being unable to breathe, their eyeballs gradually became bloodshot, filled with fear and unwillingness. At the last moment of his life, Li Shuai turned his eyes to Jiang Jinli with difficulty. Those eyes were full of begging, hoping that she would let him live. But when his eyes met Jiang Jinli's cold-blooded eyes, Li Shuai instantly realized that he had stepped into a desperate situation and was destined to die this time. Water began to invade their lungs mercilessly, and every breath was accompanied by violent coughing and choking. They felt their bodies getting heavier and heavier, and their consciousness gradually blurred. In the end, they had to give up the futile struggle and let their bodies float in the water until they completely lost their breath. They never thought that in such a hot and water-deficient Doomsday, they would end their lives by drowning. This is really ironic. Seeing that several people had been tortured to death, Shinjingsi removed the water ball, and 4 cold corpses fell to the ground. Then, she approached Muyuan and the other 2, and said in a cold tone, "Just kill them next time, there is no need to waste words." Su Mingxing looked at the wet corpse on the ground, but there was no water stain around it. He couldn't help but look at Shinjingsi with admiration. "Qingxi, you are very clever. This way of death is more cruel than direct killing." The people around witnessed this scene and just realized that there was a water-based superpower hidden in this team. Their eyes were instantly devoured by madness and greed, like zombies who had lost their minds, slowly approaching Shinjingsi. They had forgotten the opponent's strength and the horror just now, and only remembered that this woman was a mobile reservoir. As long as they caught her, they would have an endless source of water, which could not only quench their thirst, but also meet their needs for bathing. Now, in their eyes, Shinjingsi has turned into a tempting piece of fat meat. Jiang Jinli watched this group of crazy people who had lost their minds coldly, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. She said coldly, "Since they are seeking their own death, let them do it." Muyuan and the other 3 heard this, and quickly took out their weapons, ready to start a ruthless killing. Shinjingsi drew out the arrow calmly, with a disdainful expression on her face. Chapter 72. No! Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, the short man hurriedly squeezed out of the gap in the crowd, sweat dripping down his forehead. He stood in front of the crowd, and without hesitation, he gave the out-of-control crowd several loud slaps, and shouted in a rough voice, "Look at yourselves, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Do you really want to live?" In anger, the short man kicked at those people with all his strength, but because his legs were not long enough, he not only failed to hit them, but also staggered a few steps. He stabilized his body, turned to look at Su Lang, and shouted, "Throw them aside." Although Su Lang was irritable, he still did it, grabbed the collars of those people, and threw them aside roughly. At this time, everyone seemed to wake up suddenly from a dream. Their faces suddenly turned pale, and sweat soaked their vests. They curled up in a ball, shivering. The short man's legs were weak, and he staggered forward. When he faced Jiang Jinli, his hands couldn't stop shaking, and even his voice stammered, "Captain, I'm sorry. My team. I. Jiang Jinli looked at the short man, who lost his composure for a moment indifferently, then turned around with a group of people, and left without looking back. Only the chaotic scene, and a group of bewildered people were left. After watching them leave, the short man breathed a long sigh of relief, and then realized that his legs were so weak that he could hardly stand. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, saying that this group of people were useless, and thought, why not just change a group of people? However, he didn't expect that his idea would become a reality soon. Jiang Jinli just turned around, and took a few steps before she saw Xiaohua running towards her like a gust of wind. Seeing this, several people immediately stopped. Shinjingsi was a little confused and asked, "What's wrong with Xiaohua?" She noticed that Xiaohua was very irritable at the moment, and there was a fierce light flashing in her red eyes. The others also frowned and showed puzzled expressions. Xiaohua was usually in a stable mood. Although she was missing early this morning, she would always come back on time before the departure. In addition, it was powerful, and almost no one would worry about its safety. At this moment, something was obviously wrong. Xiaohua quickly ran to Jiang Jinli, barking at her, and jumping restlessly on the spot with her limbs. Woof! Woof! Jiang Jinli sensed that Xiaohua's thoughts were confused, so she reached out and gently touched its head, while silently soothing it with her mental power. She then asked, "Okay, don't worry, I'm here. Tell me, what did you see?" Xiaohua stared at Jiang Jinli's black eyes, and her mind suddenly felt clear, her heart gradually calmed down, and her body relaxed. Woof! Woof! It told Jiang Jinli what it wanted to convey, with a hint of grievance in its voice. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli's eyes quickly flashed a hint of coldness. She walked behind Xiaohua and found that her buttocks were covered with blood and 2 knife wounds were clearly visible. Damn! Who the hell did this? Su Mingxing was so angry that he swore. Xiaohua has always been strong. Who can hurt it? Shinjingsi asked Jiang Jinli, who was applying medicine to Xiaohua. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lian who were also surprised. Xiaohua had hardly been injured along the way, but this time it was obviously encountered a strong opponent. Jiang Jinli bandaged Xiaohua and did not answer everyone's questions for the time being. Instead, he walked up to Xiaohua and said in a gentle voice, "You are injured. It is not suitable for you to fight again for the time being. Go home and heal your wounds first." Leave the things here to me, I will handle them. Woof. Xihua's eyes lit up instantly. It can go to the space. It was revived directly from the humiliation of being beaten and injured, and excitedly urged Jiang Jinli non-stop. Jiang Jinli touched its head, and with a thought, he sent it directly into the space. What's going on? Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing stared at each other. How could it suddenly disappear? Could it be that Jiang Jinli's space can also hold living things? How is this possible? Mu Yuan and Xin Qingxi looked at each other, and both of them showed a hint of surprise in their expressions. They all felt incredible. Jiang Jinli didn't have time to explain so much. She faced the few people and said seriously, "No need to go forward. The city has been completely surrounded by the zombies. Let's go around. There are relatively fewer zombies over there." She thought for a moment and said, "There is no need to fight hard this time. The number of zombies is huge, and it is impossible to kill them all. If I fail to return to the team in time, you drive away first and I will find you." While Jiang Jinli was speaking, the roar of zombies had been faintly heard from all around, and the site was full of dense and surging zombies. The few people came back to their senses from the shock. Facing the zombies that were approaching step by step, they did not seem too nervous. After all, ordinary zombies did not pose a substantial threat to them. What they cared about was Jiang Jinli's words. "Jinli, where are you going?" "Captain, why don't you go with us?" "Yes, boss." Jiang Jinli looked into the distance. His eyes were sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "There is a fruit on the hill over there. I need to pick it, just in time to avenge Xiahua. She has always been puzzled by the abnormal gathering of zombies in the city, and now she finally understands that it was caused by the energy fruit." In the morning, Xiahua chased the zombies to a hilltop and accidentally found the fruit. Unexpectedly, 5 third-level zombies with sharp blades were guarding it. Xiahua was caught off guard and fell into siege. Fortunately, it was amazingly fast and ran fast, otherwise, its entire but would have been chopped off. When everyone heard about the fruit, they were happy, but they were worried when they thought that Jiang Jinli would go alone. "Jinli, I go with you." Mu Yuan volunteered directly. Jiang Jinli shook her head and refused. "No need, Dahu and Mingxing haven't awakened yet. I can only rest assured if you stay here." Mu Yuan knew that what she said made sense, and seeing her firm attitude, he stopped talking and nodded slightly to her. "Then I go first." Jiang Jinli looked into the distance, and was about to perform the teleportation technique, when he suddenly felt a delicate hand tightly grasping his arm. Jiang Jinli was startled and turned his head immediately. I saw Xin Qingxi pursing her lips tightly and staring at her stubbornly, as if her eyes were saying that if she didn't take her with her, she would cry on the spot. "You?" Jiang Jinli sighed softly, and although he felt helpless, he still gently hugged her waist, and the two disappeared instantly. "Oh! What's that expression? It's clearly a coquettish expression." Su Mingxing widened his eyes, looking incredible. I secretly wondered in my heart, how could Xin Qingxi, who was so cold and aloof just now, become so gentle and lovely in the blink of an eye? The speed at which she changed her face was really amazing. Mu Yuan couldn't help laughing, holding a machete, and said to the two, "Let's go, let's kill them." Their RV was still parked on the other side, so they had to kill them all the way. Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing also held their weapons tightly and rushed towards the zombies without hesitation. This wave of zombies was more turbulent, densely packed, as if there was no edge, and if you were not careful, you might be swallowed by its torrent. On the other side, why is it endless? What kind of shit luck is this? The short man roared angrily, while slashing the zombies. After seeing Jiang Jinli and his group leave, they also prepared to evacuate from another path. Unexpectedly, as soon as they took 2 steps, a dark wave of zombies suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone was terrified and screamed and turned around and ran back. By the time they reacted, they found themselves surrounded by zombies. They had escaped yesterday evening, but now it seemed that they would not be able to escape death. "Son of a bitch, I kill you!" The short man's eyes turned red with anger. He waved his weapon wildly, and slashed at the zombies around him. "Go!" Su Lang stood by the short man, and eagerly pulled him in one direction. But what should the teammates do? Su Lang, you can." The short man was extremely anxious. His ears were filled with the screams of his teammates, and the terrifying roars of the zombies, and he felt unprecedented desolation in his heart. This was clearly the rhythm of the annihilation of the whole army. "Shut up. I don't care whether they live or die. If you don't leave, you will die." While Su Lang scolded him, he controlled his supernatural power to disperse the zombies around him. He found a gap, grabbed the short man and ran away, and said coldly, I saved your life today, and we owe each other nothing in the future." The short man smiled bitterly when he heard this. He turned to look at his companions, who were being devoured by zombies, his heart full of despair. In this doomsday, perhaps ending life early is a kind of relief. After all, struggling to survive in this endless despair is too painful. The short man finally retracted his gaze, no longer looked at it, followed Su Lang's steps, and rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies. Mu Yuan and the other two were like a gust of wind and lightning, swiftly cutting off the zombie heads blocking the way. When facing the mutant zombies, they were even more tacit, covering each other, and digging out the crystal cores quickly and accurately. From time to time, the heart-wrenching screams of the survivors were heard around. Mu Yuan had no expression on his face, and he did not stop, but continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the air was torn apart by a sharp and fearful female voice, mixed with a strong crying tone. "Please, save me." They looked in the direction of the voice, and found that not far away, a girl was tightly surrounded by zombies. She was petite and weak, and her big eyes were full of tears, which made people feel pity. She waved her thin arms vigorously, and used the machete in her hand to resist helplessly. Obviously, if no one came to her aid, she would be doomed to die. However, Mu Yuan was not shaken by her gender and age, and continued to move forward with the two of them. "Don't leave. I don't want to die. Please save me." Seeing that they were indifferent, the girl's desperate cries echoed around. Su Mingxing had no intention of intervening, but when he accidentally caught a glimpse of the girl's tender face, a trace of surprise flashed through his heart. Because the girl looked really young, her baby face was full of fear, but her eyes revealed a strong desire to survive. Seeing that the zombies were approaching and the girl was in danger, Su Mingxing finally felt sorry for her. He hurriedly shouted to Mu Yuan, "Brother Mu Yuan, wait for me for a moment. I go and help her, and I be back soon." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards the girl. Su Mingxing thought to himself that the distance was not far anyway, and saving her was just a matter of a little effort. "Mingxing! Su Mingxing, come back to me. The flow of zombies here is too large. We may be dispersed." Seeing this, Mu Yuan shouted anxiously, and was immediately furious. Zhou Lianhu also shouted angrily, "You bastard, are you going to die?" Gradually, Su Mingxing's figure was covered by the zombies, and completely disappeared from the sight of the two. Mu Yuan cursed secretly, thinking that after this incident, he had to teach Su Mingxing a lesson to relieve his anger. The two had no choice but to rush to the girl's location without hesitation. But when they arrived, they only saw corpses all over the ground, but Su Mingxing and the girl were nowhere to be seen. Mu Yuan's heart sank. "It's bad. What should we do now?" Zhou Lianhu said, while anxiously searching around. But all he saw were the wriggling corpses and the rotten faces of the zombies. "Go to the roof." Mu Yuan spoke decisively, pointing to the RV not far away. Then, the two quickly ran towards the vehicle. Chapter 73. In the quiet forest on the outskirts of the town, Jiang Jinli stood beside a big tree. His cold eyes swept across the remains of 5 third-level zombies on the ground, and a contemptuous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the last zombie nearby fell down, Xinxingxi quickly retracted the long arrow. She jumped lightly from a low tree and landed steadily beside Jiang Jinli. She looked up at the colorful and extremely eye-catching fruit on the treetop, and a trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes, and she asked, "This fruit is colorful and very fancy. What kind of superpower do you think it is?" Jiang Jinli glanced at it casually. "I don't know. It should be a special superpower." Just as Jiang Jinli was about to pick it, Xinxingxi had already taken the lead. She was agile, like a clever cat, and quickly climbed to the treetop. The sun shines through the gaps in the treetops, casting mottled light and shadows, covering the red tree with a golden coat. Xinxingxi stands gracefully on the top of the tree, her clothes dancing in the wind. The leaves in full swing set off each other, forming a breathtaking beauty. She looked down at Jiang Jinli under the tree, a smile on her lips, with rare expectation and playfulness in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli leaned against the tree trunk beside him, holding his long sword with his arms, and also looked up at her. "I just feel that Xinxingxi at this moment looks particularly beautiful against the backdrop of the fiery red leaves. You know I can teleport. Why do you climb up? You don't mind the trouble. Why don't you come down quickly?" Jiang Jinli smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes slightly curved, and urged lazily in a tone. Xinxingxi chuckled and picked the fruit without saying anything. Before the tree disappeared, she jumped down lightly. Her body drew a graceful arc in the air, floating towards Jiang Jinli like a fallen leaf. Jiang Jinli was stunned by Xinxingxi's bold move, but she reacted very quickly. She immediately put down the knife in her hand, stepped forward, opened her hands, and steadily caught Shin Qingxi falling from the air. After helping her stand steadily, Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, with a tone of blame and concern. How can you be so bold? How can you do this? What if I don't catch you and get hurt? Seeing her like this, Shin Qingxi suddenly laughed. Her voice was filled with ease and joy. With you here, I have nothing to fear. Jiang Jinli was a little helpless about her childishness, and sighed, How old are you? 25 years old, 3 years older than you. Shin Qingxi answered seriously, with a smile in her eyes. Jiang Jinli raised her eyebrows, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Oh? So you know you are older than me. Shin Qingxi smiled again, her eyebrows raised, and the whole person looked particularly gentle. She first handed over the fruit in her hand, then playfully pinched Jiang Jinli's cheek with both hands, and smiled gently. Even if I am older than you, so what? You look as steady as an old cadre. In front of you, everyone has to ignore your age. Sometimes Shin Qingxi looked at Jiang Jinli, who was as serious as a little old man, and couldn't help wanting to tease her. Seeing her frowning and helpless look, she found it very interesting. She herself didn't know when she had this bad taste, but this feeling made her particularly happy. Shin Qingxi had no close friends in her life until she met Jiang Jinli. She understood herself, helped herself, and understood her thoughts, which made Shin Qingxi experience an unprecedented emotional experience. It is a great fortune to meet a mentor in life. Jiang Jinli was stunned for a moment. Shin Qingxi's action and words instantly evoked her memories of her sister, and her sister's familiar smile seemed to appear in front of her. She habitually gave Shin Qingxi a gentle smile, and the ice-like indifference instantly dissipated, and the dimples on her cheeks also emerged. When Jiang Jinli was serious, she looked both sharp and indifferent, like an iceberg, making it difficult for people to approach. But when she smiled, she instantly became delicate and moving, like a flower blooming in spring, warm and bright. These two completely different emotions intertwined and merged in her, giving Jiang Jinli an indescribable unique charm. Shin Qingxi was stunned by this scene. She secretly marveled at Jiang Jinli's beauty. Even though they were both women, she was deeply amazed by her smile. She couldn't help laughing and asked, Why are you laughing like this? Whenever my sister says I look like an old cadre, I will laugh like this. When she sees it, she will be very happy. Jiang Jinli tilted her head slightly and asked with a smile, Doesn't this trick work on you? Now in this world, besides my sister, only Shin Qingxi in front of me is worthy of Jiang Jinli's unreserved attitude. Maybe it's because of their eye contact. Jiang Jinli likes Shin Qingxi very much and thinks she is very kind. In front of her, Jiang Jinli didn't mind showing his true self. Shin Qingxi couldn't help but secretly complain when she heard this. Not only is it useless, it's so useful that she couldn't help but want to hold Jiang Jinli in her arms and knead it like a dough. Shin Qingxi smiled and shook her head, then looked around, quickly picked up the bow and arrow on the ground, and collected the remaining crystal cores. After confirming that there was nothing left around, she turned around and walked forward. Just after walking a few steps, she looked back and urged Jiang Jinli softly, Let's go, now is not the time to play, there are still corpses waiting for us over there, we have to leave quickly. Who is playing like a child? Isn't this playing tricks? Jiang Jinli looked at her back, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Picking up the knife, she quickly followed, put her arm around Shin Qingxi's waist, and performed the teleportation technique. The two disappeared instantly. The zombies roared like wild beasts ignited by blood. They attacked the RV in the middle of the road again and again. Mu Yuan, I still can't see clearly. What should I do? Zhou Lian, who stood on the roof of the car, looking at the horrifying sea of corpses below, and couldn't help feeling uneasy. The density of the corpses was incredible. Even a strong calf would be swallowed up in an instant by the heavy corpses. Not to mention, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in this vast sea of corpses. It was extremely difficult. Mu Yuan stared at the densely packed heads on the ground, frowning. In this situation, he thought to himself that Jiang Jinli was probably the only one who could find Su Mingxing's trace. Just as Mu Yuan was thinking, Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi suddenly appeared behind them. Why don't you leave? Jiang Jinli glanced at the two and asked directly. Oh! Captain, you're back just in time. Mingxing is missing. Although Zhou Lian, who was shocked by Jiang Jinli's sudden appearance, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to hesitate. He immediately reported the situation to Jiang Jinli briefly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinli's face suddenly darkened, revealing obvious displeasure. Seeing this, Zhou Lian, whose heart tightened, and he was about to plead for Su Mingxing. But then he thought, Maybe it would be good to let Su Mingxing suffer a little, so that he would remember it. Jiang Jinli remained silent. Her eyes penetrated the edge of the roof, looking down at the corpses surging like a tide below. She narrowed her eyes slightly, released her mental power instantly, and quickly locked a specific position in the corpses. Then, she turned around and briefly told a few people, "Get in the car first." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinli's figure had disappeared from the roof of the car. Seeing this, Shin Qingxi and the other two immediately jumped off the roof and quickly got into the car. Now that Jiang Jinli had gone to look for it in person, Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu were relieved, so they leaned on the seats to rest. This RV was extremely sturdy, and the zombies' power could not shake it at all, and no matter how the zombies outside shook it, it would be useless. At this time, Su Mingxing was in a very bad mood. Originally, it only took a slight pull to save the girl, but the situation became complicated due to many factors. At that time, Su Mingxing ran to the girl's side and tried to pull her out of danger. The girl was so frightened that her legs became weak, and she could not move. In the few seconds of delay, the zombies surged and dispersed them in an instant. When Su Mingxing tried to find Mu Yuan again, he found that he had already lost his direction. Now, the two were trapped on a high platform in a corner, surrounded by zombies. Su Mingxing held his weapon tightly, and waved it continuously, struggling to resist the zombies' attacks. He was full of regret. If he had known that this would be the result, he would definitely not bother to save people. What should I do? Woo woo woo. The girl standing next to Su Mingxing cried continuously, and could hardly speak. The girl's hands fell down due to fear. Facing the surging zombies below, her face was as pale as paper. Stop crying. Shut up. Su Mingxing's patience was gradually exhausted by the girl's continuous crying. He became more and more irritable, and finally couldn't help but shouted. The girl was frightened by his sudden roar, and quickly wiped away her tears, her eyes wandering between Su Mingxing and the group of corpses below. The weakness in her eyes had faded, replaced by an unknown light. Su Mingxing did not notice the girl's change. He pointed to a direction that seemed weaker, and said hurriedly, "We will break out from that direction. I will be responsible for opening the way, and you will be the rear guard." Then, Su Mingxing tightly grasped his weapon, ready to charge. However, before Su Mingxing could act, a sudden force suddenly attacked from behind, and he was caught off guard and was instantly pushed into the group of corpses. After rolling on the ground for a few times, Su Mingxing quickly got up with his agility. He waved the weapon in his hand with a sharp and powerful movement, and instantly chopped down the approaching zombie. He took the time to look up in the direction of the girl, with a complex and elusive expression. The girl had put away her weak appearance at this moment, with a crazy smile on her face, and shouted at Su Mingxing, "Since you saved me, you should be a good person to the end. Only if you lead the zombies away can I survive. Anyway, you saved me with no good intentions, and none of you men are good. Ha ha ha. All the men who play with my feelings deserve to die. Dead men, none of them are good. Dead men." The girl laughed crazily while talking. Her face was flushed with an abnormal blush due to her excitement. Seeing the zombies approaching Su Mingxing one after another, she saw an opportunity, decisively jumped off the high platform, swiftly rushed into the alley on the side, and quickly fled the scene. "Stupid man, if you want to save me, you must be prepared and aware of dying for me. I am right, ha ha." She bent her body, muttered something, her laughter became more and more crazy, and her steps accelerated, and she fled in a hurry. Suddenly, the girl's head hit a hard body, and she looked up in horror. I saw a first-level zombie opening its bloody mouth and staring at her. Ah! Help! Her screams echoed in the alley, filled with despair and fear. No! As the zombie's excited roars gradually increased, her voice was ruthlessly swallowed, and finally, everything slowly sank into darkness. Chapter 74. Su Mingxing vaguely caught the screams coming from afar, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Despite being backstabbed, his heart was unusually calm, because it didn't seem strange that such a thing happened in the end of the world. He could only blame himself for not being able to quickly adapt to the cruel rules of the end of the world. Fortunately, someone taught him a lesson. Looking around, Su Mingxing saw corpses everywhere, and despair was everywhere he could see. His hands were numb, and he wanted to identify the direction of the RV to survive, but the surroundings were in chaos, and everything in the distance was shrouded by the corpses, and difficult to identify. Fear began to spread quietly in his heart, and Su Mingxing shuddered when he thought of the pain of being torn apart by zombies. He finally got the approval of the boss, and he might die just a few days after joining the team. If the boss knew what he did, he would be furious, and I'm afraid he wouldn't even look at his own corpse. Facing danger, Su Mingxing was not impatient. Even when the person he rescued stabbed him in the back, it did not cause him to fluctuate emotionally. But when he thought of the boss looking at him with disgust, he couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes, and his heart was full of sorrow. Just as Su Mingxing was thinking about a lot of things, the wriggling corpses suddenly stopped, and the surroundings instantly became dead silent. Su Mingxing's eyes widened, and after reacting, he suddenly felt ecstasy in his heart. Then, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. Before Su Mingxing had time to call for help, he felt his collar being lifted up suddenly, and his eyes blurred. In a flash, he was already in another place. Then, a series of dizziness hit him, making him dizzy and seeing stars. He immediately realized that this was the boss's undisguised punishment. When he finally stabilized his body, before Su Mingxing could see the surrounding environment clearly, the hand behind his neck suddenly loosened, and his feet were unstable, and he staggered involuntarily. Just when he was about to fall, a pair of strong arms quickly caught Su Mingxing steadily, and helped him sit back in his seat safely. Then, Zhou Lian, whose joking voice came to his ears. "You kid, you are still alive. You are really capable." Su Mingxing was stunned for a moment, then his eyes gradually became clear, and he looked around and found that he was back in the RV. At this time, the vehicle was moving forward. Su Mingxing was so excited that he couldn't speak. His eyes fell on Zhou Lian, whose honest smile. His eyes were instantly wet, and then tears burst out. He suddenly stretched out his hand, hugged Zhou Lian tightly, and cried, "Brother Dahu." Zhou Lian was shocked by Su Mingxing's reaction. It was obvious that the situation was very critical at that time. Fortunately, the captain arrived in time. He patted Su Mingxing on the back and comforted him. "It's okay. This incident will be a lesson. Don't be stupid again in the future." Su Mingxing nodded repeatedly, wiped his tears, sat up straight, and then turned to Mu Yuan in the driver's seat, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Mu Yuan." Mu Yuan, who was serious and stern, was still quite scary. Mu Yuan glanced at him, and said coldly, "Why, you still know how to be afraid of me? I think you are quite courageous, right?" Su Mingxing bowed his head sincerely, and admitted his mistake. "Sorry, there will never be a next time." Mu Yuan turned to look at Jiang Jinli, who was silent in the back seat, and said to Su Mingxing, "You should say this to Jinli." Su Mingxing understood what Mu Yuan meant, and then turned to look at Jiang Jinli. His nose was filled with pain, but a warm current surged in his heart. "Boss, I was wrong." However, what responded to him was Jiang Jinli's extremely cold words. "If you really want to die, get out of my team and die. At that time, I will not interfere. My team does not need a kind person like you." She raised her eyelids, glanced at Su Mingxing coldly, and continued, "In this world where survival is paramount, your kindness is like a joke. Not only will no one appreciate it, but it will be regarded as weak and stupid." After Jiang Jinli finished speaking, he pulled the curtain, completely blocking Su Mingxing's sight. After hearing this, Su Mingxing's face turned pale in an instant, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Boss, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise that I will never do it again." But Jiang Jinli ignored him. Su Mingxing turned his head dully and looked at Zhou Lian, his eyes red, full of fear and anxiety. "Brother Dahu, does the boss not want me anymore? What should I do?" Seeing him so scared, Zhou Lian comforted him softly. "No, the captain is just angry. It will be fine when she calms down." Then, he leaned close to Su Mingxing's ear and added softly, "If he really didn't want you, he would have kicked you out of the car long ago." After hearing this, Su Mingxing's anxiety subsided a little. However, when he thought of Jiang Jinli's indifferent attitude, he began to feel uneasy again, and this anxiety continued until nightfall. They stayed overnight in a remote town. During dinner, Jiang Jinli still didn't even look at Su Mingxing, which made it hard for him to eat. After Jiang Jinli properly arranged the night duty, he went upstairs. Su Mingxing was extremely anxious and kept stamping his feet. He hurriedly grabbed Xinxingxi, who was about to go upstairs, and begged in a low voice, "Xingxi, can you help me say a few good words to the boss? If this goes on, I will feel very upset. It's really uncomfortable." Xinxingxi laughed inwardly, but replied calmly on the surface, "I dare not go to beg for mercy. What if she scolds me too?" Su Mingxing said anxiously, "She will scold you no matter who she scolds. Let's do this. I will take care of all the miscellaneous work in the team for the next month." He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and added, "In addition, I will give you 10 crystal cores I have saved." Xinxingxi glanced at him and pretended to agree reluctantly. "In that case, then okay." After that, under Su Mingxing's expectant gaze, Xinxingxi stepped onto the stairs. After entering the room, she sat directly on the chair beside the bed, with a smile on her lips, and her eyes were cast on Jiang Jinli. At this moment, Jiang Jinli was lazily lying on the bed, absorbing the energy of the crystal core. When she noticed Shen Qingxi's expression, she immediately understood the other party's intention. So, Jiang Jinli explained, "I'm not angry, I just want him to remember it. To survive in the end of the world, we can only be ruthless. In this world today, the world is cold and indifferent, and it is difficult to distinguish between people and ghosts. Without the ability to recognize people, you can't be a good person." Shen Qingxi nodded and agreed with Jiang Jinli's words. Then, Jiang Jinli handed a box to Shen Qingxi and said softly, "Give this to him." Shen Qingxi took the box, opened it, and saw a bright red fruit with a fragrant aroma inside. She looked at Jiang Jinli tenderly, and was about to speak, but noticed Jiang Jinli's slightly pale face, so she swallowed the words back. She stood up and said to Jiang Jinli softly, "You look a little tired, go to bed early tonight." Then, she added in a softer voice, "Be good." Jiang Jinli nodded and said softly, "Okay." Seeing her agree, Shen Qingxi left the room with peace of mind, gently closed the door, and then walked downstairs slowly. Su Mingxing paced back and forth anxiously downstairs. When he saw Shen Qingxi coming down, he eagerly went to greet her. "What's going on?" Shen Qingxi sat down on the sofa and deliberately kept it a secret. "You also know her character. No one can convince her. As for her attitude towards you, it depends on your performance." After hearing this, Su Mingxing immediately sat down on the sofa in frustration like an eggplant hit by frost, with a look of despair on his face. Seeing this, Shen Qingxi decided not to tease him anymore, so she took out the box and handed it to him. "But she asked me to give this to you." Su Mingxing took the box, opened it, and his eyes lit up immediately, and he jumped up excitedly, cheering, "Fruit! Long live the boss!" "Thank you, boss." He was smiling, but when he stared at the fruit in his hand, his smile gradually faded, and his eyes unconsciously turned red. With a mixture of warmth and bitterness in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. How could he have met the boss? He secretly swore that from now on, he would never be soft-hearted to anyone again. Only by constantly strengthening himself can he repay the boss's deep kindness. Shen Qingxi stood up and prepared to go upstairs. Before leaving, she said to Su Mingxing, "You should be ready to wake up tonight. Mu Yuan and Da Hu will keep watch." Su Mingxing gathered his mind, wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, looked at Shen Qingxi's back, and said firmly, "Okay." Before resting, Jiang Jinli had an idea and wanted to visit Xiaohua's condition. Thinking of this, she quickly disappeared from the bed. Stepping into this space again, Jiang Jinli's vision suddenly became clear, and her mood became brighter, and she felt extremely comfortable. In front of her was a dazzling golden wheat field, like a golden ocean, surrounded by colorful fruit trees and vegetable fields, beautiful as a painting. This rich scene made her feel relaxed and happy, and her heart was filled with tranquility and satisfaction. This place is undoubtedly a paradise away from the hustle and bustle. Jiang Jinli has no plans to harvest these grains at present, because the scene in front of her is quite pleasing to the eye. As for future arrangements, we will make detailed plans after the base is established. After all, the crops here are naturally fresh, so there is no need to rush to pick them. Moreover, harvesting is simple, and does not require mechanical assistance, which saves time and effort. Jiang Jinli looked around, and did not see Xiaohua, so she called out, "Xiaohua." At first, everything was quiet. But soon, a slight rustling sound came from the orchard in the distance. In an instant, a big black dog suddenly rushed out of the forest, and rushed straight towards Jiang Jinli. Xiaohua squatted in front of her, looked up, her eyes were bright and excited. Jiang Jinli gently brushed away the fallen leaves on Xiaohua's head, and then carefully checked its wounds, and found that every part had scabbed and healed. The energy in the space really has an extraordinary effect on healing. She looked at Xiaohua and whispered, "Your injury has healed. Come with us tomorrow morning." After hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes widened, and her huge body immediately showed a coquettish and cute appearance. This scene was quite funny. Obviously, it was still not satisfied and wanted to stay in this comfortable place for a while longer. But Jiang Jinli was firm, and did not allow any room for negotiation. "Not now. When you become strong enough, so strong that nothing can hurt you, you can stay here as long as you want. The environment here is too comfortable, which can easily make people feel lazy." Jiang Jinli is no exception. But she knows that she is not strong enough, so she can't let herself indulge in comfort. When the future is settled, she will enjoy everything that belongs to her. Thinking of this, she left the space and returned to bed in an instant. In about 2 days, the group will arrive in Jincheng. I hope to find my sister in the base. Chapter 75. The sun is like a furnace, scorching the earth mercilessly. The current temperature has soared to over 55 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the temperature has not continued to rise, and it seems to have reached the limit of this high temperature weather. But no one can predict how high the next round of high temperatures will reach. If the temperature reaches a new high, the creatures on the earth may face the crisis of extinction. In this scorching sun, a motorhome is speeding on the road. Inside the car, Su Mingxing's eyes were shining with excitement. He stared at the flame in his hand and excitedly shouted to Zhou Lianhu and Mu Yuan, "Look at the fire in my hand. It's so cool." Mu Yuan was sweating profusely due to the high temperature. He pushed Su Mingxing irritably and complained, "You guy, stay away from me. It's so hot, and you're still playing with fire. It's really killing me." Since Su Mingxing woke up last night, he was like a walking furnace. Not only could he control the flame, but his body temperature was also abnormally hot, which made Mu Yuan feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted with him. "Don't be like this, you get used to it." Su Mingxing didn't care at all and continued to approach Mu Yuan with a playful smile. Zhou Lianhu, who was driving, couldn't help laughing and said to Su Mingxing, "Although you may not be very popular now, you will definitely become our favorite in winter." Su Mingxing replied proudly, "Of course, you will all beg me to get close to you for warmth." Noticing that Zhou Lianhu's smile was particularly bright today, Su Mingxing asked curiously, "Brother Dahu, why are you so happy today? Is there something good?" Zhou Lianhu looked forward. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Because we are almost at the Jincheng base. If my wife is still alive, she is likely to be there." Su Mingxing instantly understood Zhou Lianhu's feelings. He already knew the situation of Zhou Lianhu's wife during their last conversation. He quickly comforted her. "Sister-in-law must be there. The Jincheng base was established by the military, and most survivors will choose to go there." Then, he asked with concern, "Brother Dahu, what does sister-in-law look like? If she arrives at the base and finds that you are not there, she will definitely be very worried." Zhou Lianhu carefully took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Su Mingxing. This is the only photo of Zhou Lianhu's wife, which he has always kept close to him. Zhou Lianhu said shyly, "She is very beautiful, and I often feel that I am not worthy of her." Su Mingxing took the photo, looked at it carefully, and sincerely admired the gentle and intellectual woman in the photo. "Sister-in-law is so beautiful." He immediately refuted Zhou Lianhu's words. "Who said I am not worthy? Brother Dahu, you are also very handsome." After speaking, he handed the photo to Jiang Jinli behind him, and looked at her with a silly smile. In the morning, Su Mingxing tried his best to get Jiang Jinli's forgiveness. At that moment, he felt relieved and his body seemed to be much lighter. This experience made Su Mingxing reflect deeply, and he never dared to act rashly again, so as not to anger her again. After all, Jiang Jinli's cold eyes were enough to make people feel cold and unbearable. Taking the photo, Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi looked at it carefully, and found that Zhou Lianhu's wife was indeed outstanding. However, Jiang Jinli was a little worried. In this chaotic era, beauty is sometimes not a good thing. If single women lack shelter, they can only rely on their own strength and struggle hard in difficult situations, or choose to rely on others for self-protection out of helplessness. Hopefully, Zhou Lianhu's wife belongs to the former. Originally, Jiang Jinli wanted to remind Zhou Lianhu a few words, but seeing that his face was full of longing for his wife, he finally swallowed his words back. She handed the photo back and asked, "How did you meet?" Zhou Lianhu took the photo, gently put it back in his pocket, and replied, "We met through a blind date. When we got married, I asked her why she chose me, who worked on the construction site. She smiled and said, because I was honest and reliable, and suitable to live together." Recalling that time, Zhou Lianhu couldn't help but smile gently. In the past few years of marriage, the two have always respected each other, and got along harmoniously. Occasional disputes can always be quickly resolved because of Zhou Lianhu's tolerance. However, the only thing that made Zhou Lianhu unhappy was that he had a snobbish mother-in-law. She always had a prejudice against him, and even often encouraged his wife to divorce him. What was even more excessive was that his mother-in-law always found various excuses to ask his wife to go back to her parents' home. Until the eve of the end of the world, she used illness as an excuse to call his wife back to her parents' home again, forcing them to temporarily separate. After hearing this, Su Mingxing retorted disapprovingly, "What's wrong with working on the construction site? In my opinion, it is her blessing to marry you." He firmly believed that a man like Zhou Lianhu who was sincere and honest, and deeply loved his wife was rare, and those who looked down on him were obviously short-sighted. Furthermore, in this Doomsday, Zhou Lianhu is lucky to follow their boss, and the future is full of infinite possibilities. Those who marry him will only become more and more blessed. Zhou Lianhu just smiled, and did not respond. Then, Su Mingxing turned to Mu Yuan, who was concentrating on studying the map, and asked, "Brother Mu Yuan, can we reach Jincheng before tonight?" Mu Yuan raised his head, looked forward, and replied, "If we speed up, it should be possible." Su Mingxing knew that the main purpose of their entering the base was to find people. Whether it was the boss's sister or brother Dahu's wife, he hoped to find them together. Once they successfully found these two people, they could start to build their own base with peace of mind. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately suggested to Jiang Jinli, "Boss, should our team have a resounding name?" Jiang Jinli raised his eyebrows when he heard this name. Su Mingxing nodded repeatedly and said happily, "Yes, if we can make a name for ourselves in the future, others will be able to associate us with the name of our team and even be frightened by it. How impressive it would be." Mu Yuan responded first, "It sounds good. You finally have a decent suggestion." Shen Qingxi and Zhou Lianhu also showed great interest. Jiang Jinli remained calm as always and said softly, "Since you have this idea, you must have a specific idea in your mind. Why not tell me about it?" She knew that even without a specific name, her team would become a synonym for fear in the future. However, it is completely feasible to give it a representative name. Su Mingxing suggested with a smile, "Then I will just randomly suggest a few. Everyone listen and give some suggestions." He threw out many candidate names in one breath. For example, those with a sense of power, such as Iron Blood, Lone Wolf, Tiger, Cheetah, Ghost. After a pause, he drank a sip of water and added some more. Of course, it can also be gentle with hope, such as Dawn, Light, Hope, Morning Light. After speaking in one breath, he took a long breath and looked at everyone expectantly. "What do you think?" Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu were stunned and surprised by Su Mingxing's rich vocabulary. Shen Qingxi said bluntly, "These names sound a bit second-year. Are there any simpler and more straightforward ones?" After being said by Shen Qingxi, Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu also nodded, thinking that these names were indeed a bit exaggerated. The eyes of several people gathered on Su Mingxing again, expecting him to come up with more outstanding suggestions. Su Mingxing felt the gaze and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I've almost used up all the vocabulary in my head. Why don't we all use our brains together and brainstorm?" So, the four of them began to discuss at once. However, it was not easy to choose a name that satisfied everyone, because it was difficult to satisfy everyone. After discussing for a while, there was still no result. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Jinli, who was concentrating on watching the show. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli said helplessly, "Don't you have any ideas? Can you only rely on me?" Su Mingxing quickly took over the conversation and complimented him at the right time. "Of course, boss, every word you say is a pearl." Shen Qingxi also suggested quietly, "If there is really no other choice, just pick one at random." "That's right, Captain, as long as it's your choice, we can accept it." Zhou Lianhu also agreed with a smile. Seeing that everyone seemed to rely on her, Jiang Jinli had to agree. "Okay, let me think about it. If you want to choose a name, choose a simple and representative name." Then, she frowned and fell into deep thought. At the same time, others looked at her expectantly. After a moment, Jiang Jinli relaxed her brows and slowly said 4 words to everyone. 10-man team. Everyone was stunned when this was said. Su Mingxing asked in confusion, 10 people? But boss, including Qiluo, we only have 6 people now. Jiang Jinli explained, including me, our team will expand to 10 people in the future, and the number will be fixed. I will not increase it. She further explained the deep meaning behind this name. First of all, this name is simple and direct. Secondly, Shirin can also be called Shirin, which fits her experience of picking up teammates along the way. In addition, Shirin is homophonic with Shirin, which sounds quite intimidating. After Jiang Jinli shared her thoughts with everyone, she immediately asked everyone, "What do you think of this name?" After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Shen Qingxi was the first to agree. "The name is short and powerful. I like it very much." Mu Yuan followed up and said, "It is very representative and fits our team." Zhou Lianhu was also very satisfied. Moreover, it also has a sense of mystery. Su Mingxing laughed excitedly. "You said everything I wanted to say. In short, the name of Shirin Jiantuan is the most appropriate." Finally, everyone decided in unison. "Then call it Shirin Jiantuan." As soon as the voice fell, laughter rang out in the carriage. Chapter 76. After a long drive, we finally arrived in Jincheng at night. Compared with other desolate and dilapidated towns, Jincheng is particularly clean and tidy. Some streets have been completely cleared, showing a complete road, and the traces of burning are scattered on both sides of the road, which are the remains of zombie corpses and collapsed wooden buildings. Some areas are still emitting wisps of smoke, and it is obvious that someone has done cleaning work during the day. It is not difficult to see that the Jincheng base has gradually got on track and is expanding its defense line to the entire city. The number of survivors has increased significantly. Many vehicles have been encountered along the way, and the empty houses nearby have also been occupied by other people. Jiang Jinli and his party also cleared a building on the high ground and prepared to rest there for a night before entering the base tomorrow morning. Jiang Jinli has absorbed a large number of crystal cores, and her ability level has climbed to the peak of the 4th level. She plans to impact the 5th level tonight. This move is intended to ensure that once she enters the base, she will have enough strength and confidence to calmly deal with various emergencies. So, Jiang Jinli greeted a few people and walked into the dark street alone. She decided to use the method of controlling a large number of zombies to further hone her supernatural powers. Seeing this, Mu Yuan also walked into the house and began to prepare dinner. Except for him and Jiang Jinli, the food cooked by others can be called dark cuisine, which is really a great waste of ingredients. Seeing that he was going to prepare to cook, Su Mingxing ran over happily to help. Xiaohua squatted on the doorstep, chewing the raw meat in the basin, but her eyes followed the direction where Jiang Jinli left. After more than an hour passed quietly, Jiang Jinli slowly walked back. She looked leisurely, as if she had just taken a relaxing walk. However, her pale complexion was difficult to hide, revealing the fact that her mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Xin Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward, frowning, full of worry. "Look at your face. Why are you working so hard?" In her opinion, no one should be able to surpass Jiang Jinli's ability level at present. Jiang Jinli looked at her and said seriously, "You know, I can't slack off at all. Only by becoming stronger can I support this team." After speaking, she smiled lightly and said indifferently, "Don't worry, although I look weak, it's actually okay. I just need to rest for a night, and I will recover. Let's go. The smell of food is wafting out. What delicious food has Mu Yuan made?" After speaking, she took Xin Qingxi's hand and walked towards the building together. Xin Qingxi turned her head and looked at her nonchalant face, and a wave of pity surged in her heart. She was still young, but she always thought more than anyone else. When asked by Jiang Jinli, Xin Qingxi replied, "Mu Yuan made chicken soup, especially for you to nourish your body." Jiang Jinli nodded, without saying anything more, and the two of them walked into the house silently. As soon as they saw her enter the door, the 3 men in the house stood up from the sofa at the same time. "The boss is back, we can eat." Su Mingxing ran to the dining table and sat down, staring at Jiang Jinli with sparkling eyes. "Everyone eat." After Jiang Jinli sat down, Xin Qingxi immediately served her a bowl of hot chicken soup. She took a bite and found it very delicious. She couldn't help but admire that the flavor of the ingredients in the space warehouse was far better than reality, and contained a trace of subtle energy. Long-term consumption would definitely nourish the body. "It's delicious." Mu Yuan's cooking skills are comparable to those of a chef. Zhou Lian, who praised sincerely. Su Mingxing nodded in agreement while chewing the chicken. "Brother Mu Yuan, if you have a chance in the future, you must teach me a few tricks. I also want to learn how to make such delicious dishes." Mu Yuan glanced at him and smiled. "When we have a stable base in the future and abundant ingredients, you can slowly toss it." Su Mingxing smiled and knew in his heart that his cooking skills were indeed poor. Everyone finished dinner warmly. After dinner, Jiang Jinli was urged by everyone to rest because her bloodless face made everyone feel distressed. They were more looking forward to seeing Jiang Jinli return to her former steady and calm appearance with a rosy face. "Boss, go and have some rest. We will be on guard tonight, and we promise that you will not be disturbed." Su Mingxing patted his chest and promised. Jiang Jinli didn't want to rest so early, but Xin Qingxi pulled her upstairs directly. Xin Qingxi gently pressed Jiang Jinli's shoulders, guided her to lie on the bed, and said seriously, "Be obedient." Jiang Jinli smiled, "Okay." Xin Qingxi then let go of her hand and told her, "Have a good rest. I will be guarding outside, and call me at any time if you need anything." After that, she turned and left the room. Jiang Jinli watched her back disappear, then retracted his gaze, and lay on the bed with his whole body relaxed, holding the crystal core tightly with both hands, closing his eyes and concentrating, quietly absorbing the energy it contained. Fortunately, she had encountered many second-level zombies on that street before, and now she has accumulated hundreds of crystal cores in her hands. She firmly believes that she will be able to successfully break through to the 5th level realm tonight. She is full of expectations for the 5th level ability that she is about to obtain. Shin Qingxi lay quietly on the balcony lounge chair in the next room, staring at the bright full moon in the night sky, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a subtle sound broke the silence, which was faintly coming from the street downstairs. Shin Qingxi's face suddenly became solemn. She quickly sat up, grabbed the bow and arrow beside her, and then walked down the stairs lightly and silently. Seeing that it was still early, Mu Yuan led Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing to exercise nearby, and Xiaohua happened to be away from the house. In this short gap, someone actually sneaked in here. At the same time, on the road downstairs, 2 teams of people were moving forward cautiously. At the same time, he remained highly alert and closely observed the surrounding environment. One of them whispered, "Sun Ba, this area is too quiet. Could it have been occupied by someone else?" Sun Ba held a weapon, glanced at Zhang Yi beside him, and replied disdainfully, "So what? This area has the least zombies, and I don't want to change places again. Besides, the number of our 2 teams combined is as many as dozens. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhang Yi heard this, and did not want to argue with this reckless man, but secretly thought in his heart, a large number of people does not mean strong strength. In the 2 teams, there are actually few who can really fight. If Sun Ba was not a superpower, he would not cooperate with such a rough man. However, he can enter the base tomorrow, and then he will not have to work with Sun Ba anymore. Okay, no need to look for it. I think the building in front is pretty good. Sun Ba stared at a small building in the distance, turned around and announced to everyone, "Tonight, we will choose to spend the night there. Everyone hurry over." Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace. Zhang Yi walked and looked around, feeling a little uneasy. It was strangely quiet around, and there was no trace of zombies. I think this place has been thoroughly cleaned up, and there may even be people living here. Realizing that he might have stepped into someone else's territory, Zhang Yi suddenly wanted to retreat, thinking that he should not be so rash to disturb. In contrast, Sun Ba seemed careless, and didn't care about the abnormalities around him. Just as he was walking forward with his head held high, suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the front. The arrow cut through the air, and accurately nailed on the ground at Sun Ba's feet. The tail of the arrow trembled, only a millimeter away from his toes. Sun Ba was shocked, cold sweat dripped down, and angrily warned everyone, "Everyone be careful, someone shot a hidden arrow." Others were awakened by his roar, and hurriedly drew their weapons, and looked around vigilantly. "It seems that this is an open arrow." A cold female voice came into everyone's ears. They looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a short-haired woman, with a stern face and heroic appearance standing in the open space in front of the building they were about to enter. She held a bow and arrow and looked at them coldly, with a firmness in her eyes that could not be violated, as if anyone dared to take another step, she would release the arrow in her hand without hesitation. Shin Qingxi quickly glanced at everyone and ordered in a cold tone, "Leave here immediately." Zhang Yi mustered up his courage, stepped forward, and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Obviously, this woman is not a good person. Her icy eyes revealed a sense of sharpness that only people who have experienced life and death struggles can have. Zhang Yi quickly apologized, "I'm very sorry. We didn't realize that there were people living in this building. We will move to another place immediately." After that, he tried to pull Sun Ba away with him. But Sun Ba refused to give in easily. How could he be willing to leave like this, especially in front of a woman? He suddenly shook off Zhang Yi's hand, looked at Shin Qingxi with a squint, and couldn't help but have evil thoughts in his heart. So he asked maliciously, "Why, are you the only one living in this building? That's too dangerous. How about letting us live in too? In this way, we can not only protect you, but also let you join our team." Shin Qingxi didn't want to waste words with him. If these idiots woke up Jiang Jinli, they would be dead. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but she still repeated the order in a cold voice, "Leave here immediately." Zhang Yi noticed Shin Qingxi's anger and hurriedly shouted to his companions, "What are you looking at? Let's go!" Then, he anxiously said to Sun Ba, "Sun Ba, go quickly, she is not easy to mess with." But Sun Ba replied impatiently, "If you want to go, go, you coward. You are a superpower. It's really embarrassing. You have been timid all the way, and now you are at the Jinqing base. You are still so cautious." After that, he turned to look at Shin Qingxi and smiled evilly, "I say, you, a little girl, don't be so cold, follow me." Before he finished speaking, a sharp arrow shot out with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for Sun Ba's head. Sun Ba was terrified. The arrow was too fast, and even if he used his superpowers, he would not have time to dodge it, unless the woman was also a superpower. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate to pull a stunned teammate beside him in front of him as a cover. With a dull sound, the arrow suddenly pierced through the teammate's head. But the long arrow's momentum did not decrease, and it went straight through the back of his head and headed straight for Sun Ba's face. Sun Ba's pupils shrank suddenly, he squatted down suddenly, and rolled forward several times before he barely escaped. But the man behind him was miserable. After a scream, the man's head was also pierced by the arrow, and then his body fell straight to the ground, and the arrow stopped. "Captain, hurry up! Everyone run! This woman is too dangerous, hurry up!" The others were frightened and panicked, and fled in all directions. Sun Ba's heart was beating wildly. This woman was so cruel, obviously wanting to take their lives. He glared at Shinjingzi fiercely, his eyes full of resentment and viciousness. Shinjingzi didn't care at all. She raised her arm and pulled the bow again. Her face was extremely cold and her tone was cold. "If you don't get out, you will all die." Chapter 77. Zhang Yi was ready to run away, but he saw Sun Ba still standing there, so he quickly pulled him up and shouted, "Go! Her ability level is far higher than ours. Are you going to die?" In any case, the two of them knew each other, and Zhang Yi didn't want to see Sun Ba lose his life because of stupidity. Sun Ba finally recovered from his shock. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he realized that he was no match for this cold woman. When he turned around and left, he didn't forget to stare at Shinjingzi with his red eyes, as if he wanted to engrave her appearance in his heart. Shinjingzi witnessed Sun Ba's impotent rage, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. After a while, everyone fled, leaving only two corpses with eyes wide open. Seeing this, Shinjingzi put away her bow and arrow and turned back to the building. Confirming that Jiang Jinli was still sleeping and not disturbed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Mu Yuan and others returned, they suddenly found two corpses outside the door. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It was really seamless. They just left for a while, and someone came to die. After that, several people took turns to watch the night. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, everyone quickly gathered downstairs after dinner, waiting for Jiang Jinli to appear. When Jiang Jinli slowly walked down the stairs, everyone was stunned involuntarily. At this moment, she exuded a sharper temperament, like a sword about to be unsheathed, with a sharp edge, making people dare not look directly at it. Su Mingxing's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly with surprise on his face, "Boss, are you promoted?" Jiang Jinli nodded in response. She felt that her mental power was extremely abundant, as if she had an endless source of energy. Level 5 ability. So cool! Su Mingxing was very excited. He was sincerely proud of Jiang Jinli's leap in strength. Shinjingzi and the other three were also impressed. Jiang Jinli was now beyond compare. Jiang Jinli put all the items in the house into the space, and then said to everyone, "Let's go to the base." The road signs along the way clearly guided the location of the base. It was not difficult to find it. Everyone packed up and left the building. When they reached the side of the road, Jiang Jinli's eyes casually swept over the two bodies, but there was no surprise on her face. Everything around her was within her expectations and control, and what happened last night was no exception. Shinjingzi's unique way of guarding made her feel warm. Afterwards, everyone got in the car and drove to the road to the base. On the roadside, in a tall building, Zhang Yi watched the vehicle go away, then turned to Sun Ba, who was full of resentment, and said, "You should give up now. They have their own team, and everyone is strong. You'd better not go and die." Sun Ba was silent, and his anger reached its peak. He roared loudly, and threw the objects around him wantonly, making a mess on the ground. Zhang Yi saw this and advised again, "I think they are also going to the base. We will meet again in the future. You have such a bad temper. Sooner or later, you will pay the price of your life. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, Zhang Yi no longer paid attention to Sun Ba and turned away. At this time, on a street in the center of the city, a military vehicle was parked quietly. Next to it, 5 or 6 people were busy using tools to clear the blockage in the middle of the road. Their busy figures were elongated in the sunlight. Sweat soaked their clothes, their lips were dry due to lack of water, and their bodies were covered with dust, looking miserable. From time to time, they wiped the sweat off their faces with their dusty hands. This action made their faces, which were already mottled by dust, even more colorful. One of them couldn't help complaining, "This damn weather is so hot. We can't even drink saliva. If this goes on, we will die of thirst sooner or later." Qin Yong stopped the work in his hands, his eyes were dim, and he sighed, "Hurry up and work, this road must be cleaned up in the morning, this is our task." The man was indignant. What a bullshit task. Why do we have to do all these dirty and tiring work? And they said, we won't have food if we don't finish it. Qin Yong was upset by his noise and scolded, "What's the point of you complaining here? If you have the guts, go to Mao Hung and talk to him. Go talk to him about human rights and preach. Go and do it." After saying that, he dropped the shovel in his hand, lifted the man's collar, and said angrily, "Why don't you think about the captain? He has a harder life than us, and we are lucky to be alive now." After hearing this, the man's eyes turned red, and he growled, "It's better to die than to live in such a miserable way." Qin Yong was angry at him for not fighting, and pushed him to the ground, angrily scolding, "Coward! The captain endured humiliation for us, and you are just this bad?" As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yong immediately rushed forward to beat him. Seeing this, several other people hurried forward to dissuade him, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Just at this moment, the sound of a car engine came from the front. The people twisted on the ground looked up, and saw a large RV parked not far away, with 3 men sitting in the front row. Qin Yong recognized one of them as Mu Yuan at a glance, and was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up quickly, and ran towards the RV. He ran and shouted excitedly to the back seat, "Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang, you are finally here, so great!" After shouting, he wiped his face randomly, and did not forget to tidy up his messy hair, and pat the dust on his body. Mu Yuan nodded to him. Hearing the voice, Jiang genially raised his eyes, and looked at the haggard but smiling boy in front of the car, and greeted, "It's you, your captain, how are you recently?" Qin Yong saw that Jiang genially still remembered him, and his heart surged with deeper joy. However, when she asked about Chunny Zhong, Qin Yong couldn't help but flash a gloomy look in his eyes. But he still responded with a smile. "The captain is very good, he still mentions you from time to time. If he knew you were here, he would definitely be very happy." Then, he warmly invited, "Let's go into the base, I will lead the way for you." The captain happened to be away today. After that, he immediately turned around and strode towards the truck. "Daong, who are they? Why do you need to lead the way in person?" As soon as Qin Yong approached the vehicle, one of them pulled him and whispered. Qin Yong grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and answered proudly, "They are very powerful, even their captain saved me." He then leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, "Their entire team is basically superpowered, we can't neglect them." The man was shocked when he heard this. This team was so arrogant. You know, the number of superpowered people recruited in their current base is still very small. Then he sighed again, worrying in his heart. What's the point of thinking about these things? Won't these superpowers eventually join Mao Heng's camp? While he was thinking, Qin Yong had already gotten into the car, and at the same time, he did not forget to say to several people, "Then I leave first. You guys do your own work here. As for my share, I leave it to tomorrow to deal with it myself." Several people immediately responded, "We are all brothers. Why are you being polite? We will handle it. You can take them away quickly." Qin Yong nodded, then turned around and shouted to the RV, "Captain Jiang, let's go." After that, he drove forward, and Mu Yuan drove the car closely behind. The vehicle meandered through several streets. With every step closer to the base, the guard posts with guns became more and more dense. The guard soldiers stood on a high place. Their eyes swept over the 2 cars driving side by side below, and curiosity flashed in their eyes. After all, this was the first time they saw a military vehicle leading other vehicles into the base. Who is in the car? Soon, the 2 cars stopped steadily in front of the base gate, one in front and one behind. Qin Yong got out of the car first, walked quickly to the RV, and said to everyone, "Everyone, we are here." Jiang genially got out of the car and looked around. He saw that the base framework was large and solid, and people were constantly shuttling inside, a busy scene. At this moment, the gate of the base was crowded with people, and many survivors lined up in a long line, anxiously waiting to enter this safe haven. This is the most lively scene Jiang genially has seen since the end of the world. "This is the base, it looks quite real," Su Mingxing commented on the side. Zhou Lianhu seemed particularly excited. He looked up at the base from time to time, his eyes full of anxiety. Qin Yong noticed the 2 new faces, and guessed that they might be Jiang Jinli's newly recruited teammates. He then smiled and stepped forward to introduce. Now the base has been put on the right track, and all work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Then, he turned to Jiang Jinli and said respectfully, "Captain Jiang, please follow me, I will take you to see our captain." Jiang Jinli nodded in agreement, and then put the RV into the space in front of everyone. Xiaohua, who was inconvenient to bring into the base, was also properly placed. She speculated that hot weapons might not be allowed inside the base. So she put away the guns in everyone's hands one by one, and only kept their own close combat weapons. As soon as Jiang Jinli and his group appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of most people at the gate of the base. Compared with the people around them who were dehydrated, peeling, and exhausted, Jiang Jinli and others had ruddy complexions and were full of energy, as if they were on vacation in the Doomsday, which was incredible. At this time, another car disappeared out of thin air, which amazed the people around and made exclamations. Qin Yong was also stunned. He originally knew nothing about Jiang Jinli's ability type, but he only knew that she was extraordinary. Now it seems that she is actually a high-level space ability user. He knew this because there was also a space ability user in the base, but his ability was far different from that of Jiang Jinli. The first-level space ability user had limited space ability, and could only load a few boxes of supplies to make the space reach saturation. But Jiang Jinli could easily accommodate a whole large car, which undoubtedly showed that her ability level was far beyond that of ordinary people. Facing Qin Yong's surprise, Jiang Jinli said calmly, "Let's go lead the way." She didn't think there was anything wrong with exposing her spatial ability, because she was confident enough that anyone who dared to provoke her would die under her knife. Hiddenness was not her style. Chapter 78. Hey! Let's go! Qin Yong reacted quickly, nodded immediately, and walked forward quickly. At the same time, he commanded several soldiers to disperse the crowd and open a passage for the team. The people who witnessed Jiang Jinli's display of space ability consciously made way. In this era, people with superpowers have a prominent status, and they have almost unimpeded access in the base. But the person standing in the front grumbled dissatisfiedly. Why do they cut in line? We who came earlier haven't entered yet. Yes, isn't this a special treatment? Qin Yong glared at the leading people with an unhappy face. Obviously, they didn't see Captain Zhang's space ability, so they had the courage to be so presumptuous. Be quiet! Qin Yong shouted sharply. This is the rule of the base. People with superpowers can skip the queue. You have to recognize the current situation. This is not the civilized society of the past. Qin Yong's personality is not as tolerant and easy to talk to as Qin Zhang. He finds the ignorance of this group of people unbearable. This group of people seem to have not yet adapted to the survival rule of the Doomsday world, where the strong are respected. Everyone was shocked by his momentum, and no one spoke for a while. After a while, the surroundings returned to peace. After all, no one dared to easily anger the soldiers and superpowers in the base. Qin Yong continued to move forward with Jiang Jinli and others. Unexpectedly, the staff at the registration office today had been replaced by Mao Heng's men. Seeing this scene, Qin Yong's face suddenly changed and looked extremely ugly. At the gate, a man was registering with his head down. Suddenly, he felt the unusual tranquility around him, and couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. At this time, Qin Yong's tense and livid face came into view. Seeing this, the man leaned lazily on his seat, with a mocking smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Qin Yong? Why don't you continue to clean the road? Your behavior is considered absenteeism. Be careful that you won't have food to eat when the time comes. Don't keep complaining. Qin Yong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and was about to enter the door. Unexpectedly, the registrar stated the rules of the base in a businesslike manner. If the person behind you wants to enter the base, he must first fill out the registration form, and go to the tent for an undressing inspection. Only after passing the inspection can he be allowed to enter, and we will arrange accommodation and work for him at that time. In addition, cold weapons are allowed in the base, but guns are strictly prohibited. Anyone carrying a gun must hand it over to the base for unified custody, and can only take it back when going out. Hearing this, Jiang Jinli frowned slightly. Qin Yong then explained to the registrant, they just came to see our captain for something, and they will not stay at the base. The registrant glanced at Jiang Jinli, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still insisted on the principle. No matter what the purpose is, as long as you want to enter the base, you must fill out the form information. If you don't want to take off your clothes for inspection, that's fine, but you must be a superpower. Since experiments have proved that superpowers are immune to the zombie virus, and will not be infected even if they are scratched, superpowers do not need to be inspected. Qin Yong's face turned red, and his voice rose a few points. This is our captain's guest. Doesn't the captain even have this little right? The registrant sneered and didn't take it seriously. Rights? What rights can Qin Zhang have? Now, the entire base is under the jurisdiction of the base chief. If you say that, Be careful or I will sue you for inciting rebellion. Qin Yong angrily retorted. Be more respectful, our captain is still the captain of the base. The registrant crossed his arms, looked disdainful, and refused to give in. Qin Yong turned around helplessly, and when he faced Jiang Jinli, his face was full of embarrassment and anger. He felt very ashamed that he could not even bring his benefactor into the base smoothly. Captain Jiang, I'm sorry, I... Qin Yong's face turned red, and he spoke incoherently. Jiang Jinli comforted him. It's okay, just follow the rules. She knew that the base did not belong to Qin Yizhong, and as long as it did not touch her bottom line, she didn't mind abiding by these rules. At this moment, she was eager to find her sister, and didn't want to waste time here. Jiang Jinli walked to the table, picked up a form, turned to Shin Qingxi and others and said, fill it out truthfully. Several people nodded in agreement, and then stepped forward to fill out the form. Jiang Jinli found that the form was designed quite simply, with columns such as name, age, and personal skills clearly listed. There was also a special option for superpowers next to it, which covered various basic superpowers in detail. Obviously, this base commander knew a lot about superpowers. Jiang Jinli filled in the space superpower without hesitation. She knew that sometimes showing superpowers could not only deter those who didn't know what was good for them, but also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Her purpose was just to confirm whether her sister was in the base. If not, she had no interest in staying here any longer. After everyone had completed the form, Jiang Jinli directly asked the registration staff, can we go in? The registrant picked up the form and said as he read it, wait, you have to take off your clothes. His voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened. He carefully examined the contents on the form. Space, thunder, fire, and even water ability users. He immediately stood up, his attitude changed 180 degrees, and he said respectfully, I am very sorry, I didn't know you were psychics, I offended you just now. Please forgive me. This team actually gathered 4 psychics, and the total number of psychics in the entire base is only a dozen. You can imagine how rare psychics are. If the base commander knew his attitude just now, he would definitely punish himself severely. After all, the base commander's desire for psychics is something that everyone in the base knows. The registrant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a flattering smile, everyone, there is no need to undergo further inspection. Please follow me into the base. The base commander welcomes people with special abilities very much. He will definitely come to receive everyone in person. He turned to look at Shin Qingxi, with a trace of greed in his eyes. What does a water-based ability person mean in a high-temperature environment? It goes without saying. He stared at Shin Qingxi closely, as if he could quench his thirst by looking at her one more time. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli quickly stepped forward and blocked his sight. His face turned cold, revealing obvious displeasure. The registrant immediately realized his own gaffe and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Then, he looked at everyone and said sincerely, then please follow me into the base to rest. I will. Jiang Jinli interrupted him directly and said firmly, don't alarm your base commander. I have some private matters with Captain Qin. I will leave after the discussion. She locked her eyes on him, with a look that was hard to fathom. It should be okay not to visit your base commander, right? The registrant stared at Jiang Jinli's deep black eyes, and a chill rose in his heart. He hurriedly replied, of course, it's okay. Captain Qin's reception is also meticulous and thoughtful. Please feel free to do as you please. Jiang Jinli glanced at Qin Yong and motioned him to lead the way. Qin Yong nodded, looking at the registrant's appearance at the moment, feeling quite happy. He snorted coldly, then walked towards the inside of the base with his head held high. The registrant slumped in a chair, his face full of confusion. He really didn't understand why Jiang Jinli, a person with spatial ability, had such a frightening look in her eyes. Jiang Jinli walked on the road of the base, taking in the surrounding scenery. On the outermost side were rows of simple bungalows, as well as some tents and small houses built with simple materials. In an open area in the distance, the noise of construction and the sound of knocking continued. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and the sour smell of long unwashed people. These two smells intertwined to form a smell that was hard to ignore and directly irritated people's nasal cavity. The survivors were in groups. They looked haggard, their skin was sallow, and their lips were chapped. Their lives were obviously extremely difficult. When they passed by Jiang Jinli and his group, everyone cast curious eyes. As Jiang Jinli went deeper into the base, the buildings gradually became taller, and the crowd became sparse. At the same time, the security and sanitation conditions also improved significantly. Obviously, this is the residence of the manager. As Qin Yong walked, he introduced to Jiang Jinli and the others. That is the mission acceptance area, including the construction inside the base and the mission of searching outside. He pointed to the adjacent area and said, after completing the mission, you can exchange food and various daily necessities there with the card. He turned his head and smiled at Jiang Jinli. These places are still in the initial stage. So many aspects are not perfect yet, which is exactly the focus of our captain's current work. Jiang Jinli nodded to show his understanding. Qin Yong continued to move forward, pointing to the tallest building and said, the whole building belongs to the base commander. It is the residence of himself and his family. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Jiang Jinli glanced at the tall building and was quite disdainful of Mao Heng's special behavior. His ambition was obvious. Su Mingqing was observing all the way. From the expressions of the survivors, he keenly sensed that entering the base did not mean a turnaround. After listening to Qin Yong's introduction, Su Mingqing also looked up at the towering building. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but sneer. He lives alone in such a huge building. Does he think he is living in the feudal emperor era? Chapter 79. Hearing this, Qin Yong immediately looked around nervously. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and responded, you are right. Mao Heng is now ambitious and wants to be a local emperor. Not only that, his temper is getting more and more violent. He will kill people if he is dissatisfied. He paused for a moment and continued, because his superpowers are very strong, no matter how excessive his behavior is, no one dares to disobey him. Although Qin Yong was surprised that Jiang Jinli and his group were all superpowers, he also knew that low-level superpowers were almost useless in front of high-level superpowers like Mao Heng. It is said that Mao Heng's superpower level is close to the 4th level, and Qin Yong does not think Jiang Jinli has the ability to defeat him. After all, although Jiang Jinli's space superpower is strong, its main function is to store items, and it is difficult to make achievements in combat. Thinking of this, Qin Yong sighed, said no more, and continued to lead everyone forward. When Su Mingqing was in the car, he had a general understanding of the situation of the base. Now, after hearing what Qin Yong said, he looked disdainful and thought to himself, who in the world can compare to his boss? As long as the boss is willing, the entire base can be taken over, not to mention a Mao Heng. Afterwards, Qin Yong led them to a remote house and said to them, this is it, the captain is on the 2nd floor, everyone follow me. When Su Mingqing was about to go in, he turned around inadvertently, and found Zhou Lianhu standing still, staring at the building in the distance. So he went back and asked, Brother Dahu, what's wrong, is there anything? Zhou Lianhu excitedly pointed to the tall building in the distance. Mingqing, look, the back of the person who just walked in looks very much like my wife. Do you think that could be her? Since entering the base, Zhou Lianhu has been searching for familiar faces, but to no avail. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. He planned to check the registration book carefully after meeting Captain Chen later. However, the female back figure that he had just caught inadvertently made Zhou Lianhu's heart surge, and he could not restrain himself. After hearing this, Su Mingqing immediately smiled with joy. But when he saw the building Zhou Lianhu pointed to, his expression gradually turned helpless. Brother Dahu, you have to see clearly, that is the base commander's building. How could your wife be there? He patted Zhou Lianhu's shoulder to comfort him. I know you are anxious, but since we have arrived at the base, it doesn't matter if we spend a few minutes. Let's go in and ask Captain Chen, and everything will be clear. If sister-in-law is really here, you will see her soon. Zhou Lianhu came back to his senses, scratched his head, smiled and said, yes, you see, I am so anxious that I am confused. Su Mingqing hooked his shoulder, and the two walked into the building together. He joked, I know you are thinking about sister-in-law in your heart, so it is reasonable to recognize the wrong person. At the same time, in the opposite building, a thin woman withdrew her prying eyes after seeing the two people enter the building. She paced anxiously on the spot, her face twisted and her emotions agitated, and suddenly she burst into laughter. It's here. It's finally here. I can finally get revenge. She whispered, her voice full of hatred. Die, I will make you pay the price. Sister, brother-in-law, avenge me. She shouted and rushed downstairs, and the whole person fell into a state of madness. Qin Yong led a few people upstairs, stopped in front of a door, turned to Jiang Jinli and said, the captain is inside. Then, he gently pushed the door open, and Jiang Jinli and his group walked in. This is a compact office. Inside, Qin Yizhang was buried in front of his desk, writing and sketching attentively. His square face was covered with blue stubble, and the deep shadows under his eyes added a bit of haggardness. His skin was tanned by the sun, and his resolute outline revealed an unconcealable fatigue. But despite this, his back was still straight, and the light in his eyes was as firm as before, without the slightest wavering. Chenny Jiang was buried in the busy affairs at hand, and was a little impatient with the sudden sound of the door opening. I said there is no need to come here to deliver water. Just wait for Xiaoyong to come back and give it to him. The base is extremely short of water resources, and can only rely on backup water storage and bottled water found outside to maintain daily needs. As the high temperature continued, the river had completely dried up, which greatly increased the difficulty of finding water sources. The amount of water allocated to each person can only meet basic survival needs, but in this hot weather, this water is obviously not enough. Knowing Qin Yong's hard work outside, Chenny Jiang wanted to leave the water for him. Captain. Qin Yong stepped in front of Chenny Jiang, and when he heard this, a warm current surged in his heart, and his nose was slightly sour. Chenny Jiang heard the voice, looked up, and found that it was Qin Yong, and couldn't help laughing. Why are you here, kid? Didn't you go outside? Come back. At this time, Chenny Jiang noticed that there were still a few people standing at the door. When his eyes met Jiang Jinli's calm eyes, he was stunned for a moment. Captain, stop being in a daze. Captain Jiang is here. Qin Yong reminded with a smile. Chenny Jiang came back to his senses, pushed his chair away, and walked forward with big strides. A happy smile bloomed on his face, and he shouted excitedly, "Oh! Captain Jiang, you are finally here. Warm welcome." He then laughed heartily, and his originally rough and resolute face instantly became particularly friendly. Standing in front of Jiang Jinli, Chenny Jiang was a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to speak for a while. Finally, he stood at attention and saluted Jiang Jinli with a standard military salute. Looking at the lifesaver in front of him, Chenny Jiang's heart was full of respect, and Jiang Jinli's arrival made him overjoyed. Captain Jiang, please take a seat. It's really rude that I didn't go to greet you in person, Chenny Jiang said as he led Jiang Jinli into the reception room, while carefully wiping the slightly old sofa. His words were full of enthusiasm. On the side, Qin Yong looked at Chenny Jiang's busy and slightly flustered back, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He hadn't seen the captain show such a humane side for a long time. Jiang Jinli saw Chenny Jiang busy all the time, so he said, "Captain Qin, you are too polite. I have to trouble you to come here." Chenny Jiang stood up and responded with a smile, "Captain Jiang, I can't bear your words. It is a great honor for me that you are willing to come here." Then, he turned to Qin Yong on the side and ordered, "Why are you still standing? Go and prepare the food. Don't save this time. Take the best for my share." Qin Yong heard the words and immediately ran out. "Okay, I go right away." Seeing Jiang Jinli was about to refuse, Chenny Jiang said seriously, "Don't refuse. This is the best hospitality I can offer at the moment. It's really unacceptable if you can't even have a meal." Seeing this, Jiang Jinli no longer insisted. Afterwards, several people sat down on the sofa one after another. Chenny Jiang sat opposite. His eyes fell on the two new faces, and asked curiously, "Captain Jiang, are these two new teammates?" Hearing this, Zhou Lianhu smiled at Chenny Jiang. Su Mingqing immediately seized this opportunity to show his loyalty, sat upright, and introduced himself. "Captain Qin, hello. My name is Su Mingqing, the boss's #1 little brother, and her loyal follower." After hearing his introduction, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but touch his forehead lightly, looking a little helpless. Chenny Jiang looked at the enthusiastic young man and smiled and responded, "Hello, it is indeed a rare opportunity to follow Captain Jiang." Su Mingqing was in high spirits and said proudly, "Of course." Jiang Jinli turned to Chenny Jiang and went straight to the point. "Captain Qin, may I ask what is the current population of the base?" Chenny Jiang's face became solemn when he heard this. He frowned slightly and replied after thinking for a moment, "The base is currently medium-sized, and the population is growing steadily every day. It is estimated that it has exceeded 5,000 people." Jiang Jinli felt relieved when she heard this. It seems that it should not be difficult to find someone. She then said, "Captain Qin, you should have guessed the purpose of my coming here." After hearing this, Chenny Jiang nodded immediately. In fact, this is not difficult to guess. Usually, those who come to the base, but have no intention of joining usually have only one purpose, to find someone. Chenny Jiang responded immediately, "Of course, Captain Jiang must be looking for his lost relatives. Don't worry, as long as the person is in the base, we will definitely help you find him. Because everyone here has been registered, but..." He hesitated a little, and finally revealed his worries. "Captain Jiang, you also know that there are people going out to search for supplies every day, So the mortality rate is indeed high. Jiang Jinli looked firm and said in an affirmative tone, "She will definitely not be in trouble." Chapter 80. Seeing her firm attitude, Qin Zhang guessed that the other party might be a powerful person like Jiang Jinli. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then there's no problem. I arrange it right away. However, it may take some time." He further explained, "Since many people are out searching for supplies, it's a bit difficult to count the personnel." Then, Qin Zhang suggested to Jiang Jinli, "Captain Jiang, if you don't mind, you can stay at the base for one night. No matter what the result is, there will be an answer tomorrow." After that, Qin Zhang looked at her expectantly. Jiang Jinli thought for a moment and responded, "Yes, but don't worry too much, just arrange a few empty rooms for me." Qin Zhang seemed a little puzzled. There are many empty rooms, but Captain Jiang, doing this is too neglectful. Jiang Jinli responded firmly, "That's enough." Seeing this, Qin Zhang no longer insisted and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then follow Captain Jiang's words." He stood up, walked to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and then asked, "What is the name of the person Captain Jiang is looking for?" Jiang Jinli's eyes softened instantly. "Her name is Jiang Shuman. She is my sister, 28 years old." Shin Qingxi watched quietly from the side. When Jiang Jinli mentioned her sister, she exuded a gentle atmosphere, and the deep friendship between the two sisters was evident. Lieutenant General Chen Yi wrote down the name, handed it to Jiang Jinli for confirmation, and promised, "Captain Jiang, please rest assured. If your sister has been to the base, or is in the base now, we will be able to get news about her." Jiang Jinli nodded slightly, then a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and continued, "In addition, there are two more people, namely Song Chungjing and Xia Qianqian. Please pay attention to them." After seeing Qin Zhang remember them all, Jiang Jinli turned to Zhou Lianhu and called, "Da Hu! Hey!" Zhou Lianhu responded quickly, and then looked at Qin Zhang excitedly. "Captain Chen, I also want to find someone." Qin Zhang smiled and nodded, "Of course. What is the other party's name?" "Her name is Tong Qiushui, and she is 26 years old this year." Zhou Lianhu answered without hesitation. Qin Zhang's smile suddenly froze, and the movement of his hands also stopped. He raised his head, frowned slightly, and his expression was a little strange. He asked Zhou Lianhu, "She? Who is she to you?" "She is my wife." Zhou Lianhu answered directly and firmly. Qin Zhang was shocked when he heard this and cried out, "What? Wife?" Jiang Jinli saw this scene, frowned slightly, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Zhou Lianhu noticed that Qin Zhang's expression was different, and his heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, "Captain Chen, what's wrong? Is my wife in trouble?" Qin Zhang quickly adjusted his mood, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, forced a smile, and comforted, No, your wife is fine. I just thought of something else, so I lost my composure. I'm really sorry." His smile seemed quite forced. Afterwards, Qin Zhang said firmly, "Please rest assured, I will notify you immediately if there is any news about your wife." Although Zhou Lianhu had doubts, he did not delve into it, and only said, "Then I trouble Captain Chen." Qin Zhang waved his hand, his expression became serious. "Your captain once saved my life. What's this little thing? Please wait a moment. I will go down and arrange for someone to investigate this matter, and I will be back soon." After that, Qin Zhang stood up, nodded to everyone and left. Su Mingxing looked at his back, and then quickly followed him out. "Captain Chen, please wait a moment." Qin Zhang was originally looking sad, sighing, and was about to go down the stairs. When he heard Su Mingxing's call, he immediately put on a smile and turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's your captain. Is there anything else?" Su Mingxing stepped forward quickly and shook his head. "It's like this, Captain Chen. There are two people. I hope you can also help me pay attention to them. They are my parents. Their names are..." Wang Daping had just returned from searching for supplies outside. Today he had a lot of harvest, and several boxes of mineral water, and a lot of food made him feel particularly happy. Just as he was about to drive into the base, he was unexpectedly stopped by the registration staff. He was slightly unhappy, and was about to get angry, but he saw the man waving the form in his hand excitedly, and said loudly, "Captain Wang, good news. 4 superpowers have just joined us, and one of them is a water superpower." Wang Daping was originally leaning lazily on his seat. Hearing this, he immediately sat up straight, jumped off the car quickly, snatched the form from the registrant's hand, and checked it carefully. When his eyes touched Jiang Jinli's name, his heart trembled. It's them. After all, Qin Zhang has mentioned this Captain Jiang a lot recently. It turns out that she is actually a space ability user. However, what really aroused Wang Daping's strong interest was the Thunder-type ability user named Mu Yuan. Although he had failed to recruit Mu Yuan before, he took the initiative to come to the base this time. Wang Daping secretly made up his mind that he must go all out this time to win Mu Yuan and let him serve the base. Then, his eyes fell on Shen Qingxi's name, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel excited. That woman was a rare water-type ability user. For such a long time, no water-type ability user had been seen. If the base can have a stable water source, then this hot weather will no longer be a problem. From then on, they no longer have to worry about the water source problem, nor do they have to worry about dying from lack of water one day. This woman named Shen Qingxi is simply a priceless treasure. Wang Daping stared at the registrant and asked anxiously, "Where are they now? Have they reported the situation to the base commander?" The registrant stammered, They were taken away by Qin Yizhong's people." "What?" Wang Daping was furious and grabbed his collar and shouted, "You fool! Who is Qin Yizhong? What qualifications does he have to take them away?" The registrant wanted to mention the unfathomable Captain Jiang, but seeing Wang Daping's angry face, he finally chose to bow his head and remain silent. Wang Daping pushed the registrant away and hurried back to the car, muttering to himself, "Qin Yizhong clearly wants to expand his power, has bad intentions, and is preparing to rebel. No, I must go to the captain immediately." After that, he started the car and rushed deep into the base. Wang Daping first parked the vehicle steadily in front of the warehouse door. After all the materials were registered, he turned around quickly and ran towards the tallest building in the base. Wang Daping climbed to the top floor without stopping and pushed the door open. Just as he was about to report, he was surprised to find that the base director was not in the room. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. After all, the base director never needs to do everything himself. Every day, someone will present the collected crystal cores. His daily life is either immersed in the practice of improving his own superpowers, or lying in the gentle land of women to enjoy life. But now, the base director is not in the room, so where can he go? Wang Daping frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly ran downstairs. He stepped into the ground floor. After passing through a narrow door, he stepped into a dim and long corridor. After a while, the end of the corridor appeared, and the vision suddenly widened, and a huge steel door came into view. He realized that the base commander must be on the other side of this door. So Wang Daping stopped, leaned quietly against the door, and patiently waited for Mao Heng to appear. Behind the door was a newly built laboratory, and its equipment was still being improved. Wang Daping's daily tasks were heavy. He had to collect daily necessities, and prepare various preparations for the experiment. There seemed to be a professor of genetics imprisoned in the laboratory. This person was mysterious, slightly neurotic, and a little crazy. He mainly assisted Mao Heng in various experiments, and Mao Heng's rapid improvement in superpowers was largely due to the assistance of this professor. At this moment, in the laboratory, Mao Heng held the improved second-order crystal core in his hand, his face filled with excitement. He laughed wildly and said, "I can clearly feel the energy inside. This experiment is really successful." Then, he turned around and looked at the man in a white coat in the corner, who was concentrating on cutting unknown pieces of meat, and exclaimed sincerely, "Professor Liu, you are really extraordinary. I really admire you. You know, the highest level crystal core that can be found in the outside world is only the third order, and the number is extremely rare. Mao Heng usually absorbs the first order crystal core, but the upgrade speed is extremely slow, and he really can't wait. Now, the energy contained in this improved second order crystal core is comparable to that of the third order. If this crystal core can be mass-produced, why worry about not being able to quickly advance to a higher level? By then, he will surely become an unrivaled strongman in the Doomsday world." Just at this moment, a hoarse and low voice broke the silence of the laboratory. "You should understand that the production of this crystal core is extremely difficult. It took me many days to successfully transform two, and the experimental equipment is not yet perfect. So don't dream." The man was busy putting the cut tissue slices under the microscope for observation, and he didn't even raise his head, and continued to ask, "How long do you plan to lock me up?" Mao Heng looked at him with a somewhat unhappy face. "Professor Liu, you work for me, have food and drink. Why do you insist on leaving? It's not impossible to leave if you want to. When I advance to a higher level, I will naturally let you go free. Now, you should stay with peace of mind." Ha ha! After speaking, he laughed a few times, then turned and left the laboratory. Lu Qian raised his head from under the microscope, squinted his eyes, and stared at Mao Heng's departing back. His dry face twitched slightly with anger, and he whispered to himself, "Arrogant idiot." Chapter 81. Mao Hung pushed open the heavy door of the laboratory with force. As soon as he took a step, he saw Wang Daping squatting outside the threshold waiting. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" When Wang Daping saw Mao Hung coming out, he stood up quickly and handed over the things in his hand without saying much. Mao Hung took the paper and laughed out loud, revealing his undisguised ambition. His rough face was filled with irrepressible pride, and he grinned and said, "God really helps me." Then he took a big step forward and turned back to urge Wang Daping, "Go, take me to see them. Especially the water ability user. No matter what, we must keep her." Wang Daping had a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and he complained, "Base commander, they have been taken away by Qin Zhang's people." Mao Hung stopped when he heard this. His face suddenly darkened, and he was thinking about Qin Zhang's intentions in his heart. He cursed inwardly, "How dare you snatch people from me?" It seems that Qin Zhang is tired of living. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Then, Mao Hung walked towards Qin Zhang's residence without hesitation. Qin Zhang stood beside the simple dining table, his eyes fell on Jiang Jinli and others, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "Everyone, I'm really sorry, I can only provide these not-so-good food at present. Please make do with it for the time being." He felt a sour feeling in his heart. The food on the table was indeed not satisfactory, but this was the limit of what he could provide. Jiang Jinli quickly glanced at the food on the table and responded calmly, "Captain Chen is polite. In this difficult period, it is very rare to have these." Although she said so, she did not reach out to touch the dry and hard-eaten meat and pickles. Instead, she picked up a can, opened it, and ate it in small bites. At the same time, Xinqingxi quickly grabbed the last can and glanced at Mu Yuan, who tried to snatch it. Mu Yuan smiled helplessly, but also cooperated and started to eat other dry food. Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing's taste buds had been spoiled by Jiang Jinli, and the mutant animal meat on the table was really hard to eat. The two hesitated for a while. In the end, each of them picked up a piece of dried meat and reluctantly put it in their mouths to chew. The taste of this dried meat was extremely dry, hard and rough, mixed with bitterness and strong fishy smell, making it difficult to swallow. They sighed again, following Jiang Jinli. "People are in heaven." Qin Zhang looked at them, with a bitter tone, sighed, and explained, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, because there is no extra water to cook food, so we can only eat these dry food to fill our stomachs." Jiang Jinli nodded to show her understanding. Then, she looked up at Qin Zhang and asked, "How much do you know about the current Doomsday situation? Have you contacted other bases?" Qin Zhang's face was stern when he heard it, and he answered seriously, "I know very little about the situation of other bases. The situation outside is very serious. The evolution speed of animals, plants and zombies is amazing. Our exploration process is hindered and progress is very slow. It will probably take months or even years to rebuild the communication network between humans." He paused, his face looked even more worried, and the problem is, according to the evolution speed of animals and plants, how many humans will be left in a few years? This is really hard to predict. Jiang Jinli naturally understood this situation, but she did not intend to be a savior. Then, she threw several questions to Qin Zhang in succession, and Qin Zhang answered all the questions. Just as the few people were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then a rough and smiling voice came, "Dear guests, please come to the base. I am sorry that I failed to greet you in time." Before the voice fell, Mao Hung and Wang Daping had already strode into the room. Mao Hung walked to the dining table, glanced at the food on the table, and sneered at Qin Zhang, who had a dark face. "Qin Zhang, are you going to use these shabby things to entertain guests? This is too ignorant of the limits." Mao Hung turned his eyes to the people at the table and said with a smile, "I wonder if you are willing to honor me and move to my residence, so that I, Mao Hung, can personally host a banquet for you." Mao Heng's eyes wandered around the few people, and finally stopped at Xinqingxi. He thought to himself that Xinqingxi not only possessed rare water-related abilities, but also had a stunning appearance. This thought caused ripples in Mao Heng's heart, and a glimmer of greed flashed across his eyes. Jiang Jinli finished the last bite of food in a leisurely manner, took the water handed over by Xinqingxi, took a sip, wiped the corner of her mouth elegantly, and then stood up slowly. She turned around and faced the base commander Mao Hung, who gave Qin Zhang a headache. Jiang Jinli quietly examined Mao Hung for a moment, and then asked in a calm tone, "It seems that there is no clear rule here that people entering the base must greet the base commander, right?" Mao Heng's smile froze. Of course not. He turned to look at Jiang Jinli carefully, and after a little hesitation, he asked, "This girl, is it Captain Jiang?" "Yes," Jiang Jinli replied lazily, and then walked to the sofa and sat down. She had no interest in Mao Heng. Xin Xingzi and others also left the table and sat down. Mao Heng saw that Jiang Jinli was leading everyone at such a young age, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. But then he thought, she is a high-level space ability user, and her space must have rich food. In this era where resources are king, the resources she controls have undoubtedly become a huge advantage. Therefore, it is reasonable for everyone to choose her as the captain. After figuring this out, Mao Heng walked forward with a smile and said jokingly, "Captain Jiang, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. You can't judge a person by his appearance." He continued, "However, it seems inappropriate for you to stay with Captain Shen. Why don't you go to my place and let me?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Jinli interrupted Mao Heng and said directly, "We have something to ask Captain Shen. We will leave tomorrow, and will never use any resources of the base tonight." She raised her eyebrows slightly, and turned her eyes to Mao Heng. "Therefore, there is no need to bother the base commander anymore." Hearing that they were about to leave tomorrow, Mao Heng's smile faded instantly. He strode to the opposite side of Jiang Jinli, sat down directly, and asked, "You are actually leaving, why? Now there are many dangers outside. Only staying in the base can you have a chance of survival." Mao Heng glanced around at the others and directly stated his intention. "As the base commander, I sincerely invite you to stay. As for the resources and treatment, I will definitely satisfy you." He didn't mind making a promise. "If you are willing to follow me, you will be second only to me when the base grows stronger. As long as we work together, this world will eventually belong to us." After saying these passionate words, Mao Heng looked at Jiang Jinli and his group with expectation. However, the 5 people on the opposite side were indifferent, especially the fire-type mutant named Su Mingxing, who even leisurely ate melon seeds. Mao Heng's mouth twitched slightly. Jiang Jinli didn't want to talk more and directly refused. "No need. We have important things to do, so it's inconvenient to stay here for a long time." Seeing that she was unmoved, Mao Heng suddenly became excited. He frowned and asked Jiang Jinli loudly, "As a captain, how can you be so selfish and domineering? Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider the future of your teammates, right? Why do you make decisions for them? How do you know what they think?" His roar echoed in the air for a long time, and then the surroundings were shrouded in silence. Mu Yuan and the other 4 suddenly changed their expressions, becoming extremely gloomy. They stared at Mao Heng with hostility, and their weapons were tightened. Seeing this, Wang Daping's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he almost pulled out the gun behind him. Chinny Zhong witnessed this tense scene from the side, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, Jiang Jinli chuckled, and this laughter was particularly crisp in the silence around them. Then Jiang Jinli slowly said, "I don't need to know what they think. Once you join my team, it means you lose your freedom. If you want to leave, you can only be carried out as a corpse." Her expression suddenly became sharp, and she asked directly, "I am so selfish and unreasonable. What objection do you have to this, base commander?" Her tone revealed a majesty that did not allow any rebuttal. Chapter 82. Mao Heng stared at Jiang Jinli's eyes, his emotions changing unpredictably, and cursed in his heart. "She is simply a little girl who is even more arrogant than me." But in a moment, Mao Heng suddenly laughed out loud, and his tone became humble. "Of course, I have no objection. I am really sorry. I am indeed a little irritable, and I didn't control my temper just now. I sincerely apologize to you." He changed the subject and generously proposed, "In this case, I can't force it. If you need anything now, just tell me. I am willing to do my best to be a good host." Jiang Jinli leaned on the sofa, curled the corners of her mouth, and glanced at Mao Heng. She keenly noticed that although Mao Heng pretended to be calm on the surface, his inner anger was almost boiling and almost difficult to suppress. A touch of contempt passed through Jiang Jinli's eyes. Jiang Jinli declined Mao Heng's proposal again, saying, "Captain Chen is here, that's enough. There's no need to bother the base commander." Mao Heng didn't even smile this time. He stared at Jiang Jinli, with a fierce light in his eyes. Obviously, Jiang Jinli had chosen to stand on Chinny Zhong's side. Jiang Jinli looked back with the same sharp eyes. Their eyes met in the air, and there was an unspoken sense of tension around them. In the end, Mao Heng was the first to shift his sight. He was not a reckless person. He would not act easily without full confidence. Then Mao Heng put on a smile again and said, "Since Captain Jiang insists so much, let Captain Chen entertain you. After all, he is the best at entertaining guests." Then, he turned to Jiang Jinli and made a suggestion. Captain Jiang, let's make a deal. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Jiang Jinli responded, I'd like to hear more about it. Mao Heng then said, at present, our base is facing the dilemma of water shortage. I propose to use crystal cores in exchange for your water resources. What do you think, Captain Jiang? After speaking, Mao Heng cast his eyes on Xinqingxi, believing that she would be interested in his proposal. After all, crystal cores are good things. However, Xinqingxi remained silent, looking straight ahead, and seemed to follow Jiang Jinli's decision completely, which made Mao Heng very angry. Jiang Jinli glanced at him lightly. Okay, I wonder how you plan to exchange. Mao Heng raised his rough eyebrows and proposed the exchange conditions. Take 10 liters of water as the basis, and exchange 5 first-level crystal cores for every 10 liters. How about it? He was full of confidence and thought that this was already an extremely generous condition. After all, the mutant zombies today are not easy to deal with. However, Jiang Jinli's answer almost made him lose control and run away. 25 for 10 liters, no bargaining. Mao Heng's face darkened instantly. This price was far beyond his expectations. He was dissatisfied. He shouted in a rough voice, Captain Jiang, your price is too outrageous. Chenny Zhang witnessed Mao Heng's embarrassing situation, and was secretly delighted. On weekdays, most of the crystal cores handed in by the base were collected by Mao Heng. His inventory was quite considerable. This time, Mao Heng was afraid that he would have to pay a considerable price. Jiang Jinli seemed unusually calm. She responded indifferently. In a high-temperature environment, the preciousness of water resources is self-evident. In contrast, crystal cores can be found everywhere, but water can sustain life. Therefore, I don't think my asking price is too high. Then, she gently put her arm around Xinqingxi's shoulders and said in a gentle voice, What's more, she is the treasure of our team. It is a hard work for her to gather a lot of water. If the compensation is not in place, I can't bear to let her do it. Xinqingxi was embarrassed by Jiang Jinli's actions. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help laughing when she heard her words. In fact, for her, using supernatural powers to gather water is not only harmless, but can help her level up faster and make her condensed water elements more handy. After hearing this, Mao Heng felt that Jiang Jinli's words made sense. He didn't know much about water-based ability users, so he could only reluctantly accept this condition. Okay then. Mao Heng agreed, then stood up, turned to Xinqingxi, and said, Then please ask Miss Shen to follow me. There is a large water storage tank in our base, and you just need to fill it up. After saying that, Mao Heng walked towards the door. He knew that the number of crystal cores was limited, and such a small amount of water was nothing compared to the huge demand of the base. Therefore, the only solution was to leave this mobile reservoir at the base. When this thought flashed through his mind, Mao Heng's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of determination and murderous intent. Jiang Jinli cast a look at Mu Yuan, who immediately understood and led Xinqingxi to follow Mao Heng's steps. After everyone left, Su Mingxing spoke up, Boss, Mao Heng doesn't look like a good person. And he has a bad temper, we have to be careful of him. He didn't care about Chenny Zhang's presence and directly expressed his thoughts. After all, everyone knows that Mao Heng and Chenny Zhang have a tense relationship. Jiang Jinli calmly replied, As long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, we will be fine. If he wants to die, I don't mind sending him off. Then, she turned to Chenny Zhang, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and asked, Captain Chen, do you have something to say? Chenny Zhang hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Mao Heng's strength is extraordinary, and he has reached the level of a 4th-level ability user. Moreover, he recruited many superpowers, so he can be so rampant in the base. He paused and continued, My power is severely suppressed, and I can hardly resist. If you have a conflict with him, I am really worried. Chenny Zhang was shocked to realize that in addition to her and Mu Yuan, Jiang Jinli's team actually had fire and water ability users, which really shocked him. If he had known that there were water ability users in Jiang Jinli's team, he would not have brought everyone to Mao Heng so rashly. After all, if only Jiang Jinli and Mu Yuan had superpowers, Mao Heng might not act rashly. However, the existence of water-based ability users completely changed the situation, and Mao Heng would most likely force them to stay. A conflict would be inevitable. Jiang Jinli was not surprised to hear that Mao Heng was a 4th-level ability user, because when she first met Mao Heng, she saw through his true strength at a glance. In Jiang Jinli's eyes, Mao Heng was just a pseudo-4th level who was not worthy of the name, and his realm was erratic, just like his temper, ups and downs. But she was indeed curious about Mao Heng's rapid upgrade speed, which obviously hid an unusual secret behind it. It's just the 4th level, what's there to be afraid of? Su Mingxing took over the conversation with a bit of contempt in his tone. In his heart, no one can compare to their boss. Seeing Jiang Jinli so calm, Su Mingxing also relaxed his mind. Then, he put his hand on Zhou Lianhu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boss, since there is nothing for us two to do, let's go downstairs for a walk first. You and Captain Chen can chat first." "Go, don't cause trouble," Jiang Jinli urged. Zhou Lianhu patted his chest and assured, "Captain, don't worry, I'm here, I will definitely take good care of him." After that, the two of them walked out of the door, with their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed. Jiang Jinli turned her eyes to Qin Zhang and continued to ask, "Captain Chen is so depressed here, why don't you consider leaving here?" Qin Zhang sat down beside her, with deep helplessness on his face. Despite this, he still confided his worries and considerations to Jiang Jinli. After listening to Qin Zhang's narration, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but ask again, "According to what you said, at least half of this base belongs to you. Are you really willing to submit to Mao Heng for a long time and let him be arbitrary?" Qin Zhang smiled bitterly and responded, "He is too powerful, how can I compete with him? What's more, I have many brothers to take care of, which makes me have to be more cautious in my actions and dare not take risks easily." Jiang Jinli's words were sharp and direct. "You chose to give up without trying, which completely lost the ambition and aspirations that a man should have." Qin Zhang had many concerns and worries, and he didn't even have the courage to fight for it. If he continued like this, he would be harmed by Mao Heng sooner or later. Jiang Jinli did not continue the topic. Although it was easy to help Qin Zhang, she did not want to intervene. She knew that everyone had their own destiny, and did not want to interfere easily. Then, Jiang Jinli changed the subject and asked, "What about the second in command of the base?" Qin Zhang was originally ashamed of Jiang Jinli's words, but seeing that she cleverly changed the subject, he quickly adjusted his mood and replied, "His name is Tian Xiong, and he is the deputy head of the base. This position sounds very important, but in fact, like me, I have no real power. He is just a cover that Mao Heng puts in front of outsiders. There is no threat, so don't take it to heart." Qin Zhang knew that Jiang Jinli asked about Tian Xiong, in fact, to find out whether Lu Ping was doing her duty, so he took the initiative to mention this matter. That Lu Ping, who shouts for revenge all day long, has become a little crazy. But Tian Xiong did not pay much attention to it, but because of his wife's feelings, he has been supporting the mother and son. Qin Zhang solemnly promised, "Captain Jiang, please rest assured that I will never let them disturb you. Besides, Tian Xiong is timid and afraid of trouble. After learning that you are superpowers, he dare not act rashly." Jiang Jinli nodded in response, and then she looked at Qin Zhang with sharp eyes, and suddenly asked, "Tong Qiushui is obviously in this base. Why don't you tell the truth?" Hearing this, Qin Zhang looked at Jiang Jinli with surprise. The sudden change of the topic really caught him off guard. But Qin Zhang subconsciously denied, No, there is no woman named Tong Qiushui in the base." However, under Jiang Jinli's eyes that seemed to see through everything, his lies seemed pale and powerless, and there was no place to hide. Qin Zhang took a deep breath and finally confessed to Jiang Jinli, "Yes, she is indeed here. The reason why I concealed it was entirely to protect the feelings of your teammates. After all, this is a great insult to any man." Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, and seemed to have an answer in her mind. Then, she listened to Qin Zhang slowly speaking. Chapter 83. On a quiet path in the base, Shin Qingxi was blocked by Mao Heng, and an impatient look clearly appeared on her face. Mu Yuan stood beside her and asked Mao Heng bluntly, "Base Commander, what are you doing? Do you want to take back those crystal cores?" Shin Qingxi had just completed the water storage task. Although Mao Heng looked reluctant, he still delivered hundreds of crystal cores. Although she felt a little tired, Shin Qingxi's water control ability improved, and the sudden large number of crystal cores made her feel quite happy. However, just as the two were about to leave, Mao Heng suddenly blocked their way, which made Shin Qingxi feel irritated. She just wanted to leave here quickly. Facing Mu Yuan's questioning, Mao Heng hurriedly denied, "How is it possible? Of course not. I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. I actually want to discuss something with you." In Jiang Jinli's team, Mao Heng valued Mu Yuan's thunder ability, and Shin Qingxi's water ability the most. He didn't care much about other members. He secretly made up his mind to win these two, especially Shin Qingxi. He believed that with her joining, the prosperity of the base would be just around the corner. He had never had the opportunity to talk to the two alone before, but now, this opportunity finally came. So Mao Hung bluntly expressed his thoughts to the two. I wonder if you are interested in joining my base. Instead of following a little girl, it's better to follow me. I promise that in my territory, you will enjoy unique privileges and have certain powers. This kind of treatment is better than staying in the current small team, right? I hope you two will think about it carefully. Shin Qingxi and Mu Yuan's faces immediately darkened when they heard this. Mu Yuan's calm and cold black eyes looked directly at Mao Hung, and his words were chilling. I think we have made it very clear in Captain Chen's room before. Hey! That's not what you think. Mao Hung responded indifferently. Shin Qingxi really didn't want to waste words with him, and refused directly. Sorry, we are not interested in joining. After that, she planned to bypass Mao Hung and leave. But Mao Hung blocked her way again. His eyes revealed fanaticism and greed. He said to Shin Qingxi, Miss Shin, I wonder if Mao can talk to you alone for a few words? Before Shin Qingxi had time to speak, Mu Yuan had already refused again. I'm afraid this won't work. I'm very shy. If the base commander has anything to say, just say it here. Mao Hung frowned, looking unhappy, but he didn't insist. He turned to Shin Qingxi and expressed his intention bluntly. How about staying with me and being my woman? Only I am worthy of you, your ability should not be buried, and only I can give you a platform for development. After speaking, he suddenly laughed out loud. When the time comes, the two of us will join hands to control this base together. How free and easy it will be. It will definitely be as happy as a god. Although Mao Hung was surrounded by 3 women, they were just vases with gorgeous appearance but empty inside. Compared with Shin Qingxi in front of them, they were instantly eclipsed and insignificant. Only Shin Qingxi, in terms of both appearance and ability, can be compared with herself, and can be called a match made in heaven. Hearing this, Shin Qingxi frowned slightly, clenched her fists, and a trace of anger appeared on her cold face. She said coldly, As the base commander, please respect yourself. She thought that Mao Hung might have lost his mind, arrogant and ignorant, and knew nothing about the severe situation in the outside world. If he could step out of this comfort zone and experience the outside world in person, he might not make such arrogant remarks again. Mao Hung saw Shin Qingxi's pretty face blushing because of anger, and felt that she was more and more charming, and his heartbeat began to accelerate involuntarily. What a woman with personality! When Mu Yuan saw this, his deep eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. He tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, and asked in a cold tone, Why? Do you still want to learn from bandits, and play the trick of robbery? Mu Yuan's ability has been promoted to the 3rd level. He knows the huge gap between himself and Mao Hung in ability, and he knows nothing about Mao Heng's specific ability type. However, if a conflict of force really occurs, Mu Yuan is not afraid at all. Even if the outcome may be a lose-lose situation, he will never let Mao Hung have an easy time and vow to make him pay the price for his behavior. After hearing this, Mao Hung was stunned at first, but then he quickly regained his composure. Although he has a bad temper, he is not stupid. This base was established in the name of the military, and is a symbol of absorbing survivors. If you really take the means of robbery, it is no different from bandits. Moreover, compared to forcing, he prefers women to throw themselves into his arms. After realizing this, Mao Hung immediately stepped back, made way, and said, You two have misunderstood. What I said just now was just my suggestion. I hope Miss Shin can consider it carefully. Then I won't bother you. Please go ahead. Shin Qingxi didn't even bother to look at him, and walked forward directly. She knew that she was no match for Mao Hung, otherwise she would have shot his head off long ago. She was eager to become as strong as Jiang Jinli. Mao Hung looked at the backs of the 2 people going away, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. At this time, Wang Dapeng came forward and asked Mao Hung, Base Commander, are you going to let them go like this? No. A greedy look appeared on Mao Heng's rough face. It doesn't matter if the other few people are here, but Shin Qingxi must stay. He thought to himself, since the other party is so ungrateful, don't blame him for being cruel. Ruthless. Jiang Jinli's team only had 5 people. Mao Hung didn't take it seriously. Among them, only Mu Yuan had some fighting power, but this was far from enough to pose a substantial threat. He had both guns and manpower, so it was not difficult to deal with him. The problem was how to deal with them quietly. After all, it was not appropriate to kill people in the base, so he had to find a hidden place. Wang Dapeng frowned and said worriedly, But no matter how we persuaded them, they were indifferent. How can we keep them? Mao Hung decisively ordered, First send people to secretly monitor them, and I will carefully plan the specific countermeasures later. Wang Dapeng took the order and left. He did not think Mao Hung was wrong. In this chaotic era, cruelty and ruthlessness are the norm, and those who do not know what is good for them should suffer the consequences. Based on Mu Yuan's attitude just now, there is no need to recruit him anymore, because doing so will not work at all. Obviously, the gentle approach does not work, and tougher measures are needed. Wang Daping really couldn't understand. Why would they rather follow a young woman than Mao Heng? In his opinion, women in the world should rely on men to survive like daughter. In this doomsday world, Wang Daping even believes that everything should be dominated by men, and women are not qualified to participate in it. And in this world dominated by men, Mao Heng, who has the power of gold, is undoubtedly the most powerful existence. Wang Daping has an almost fanatical admiration for Mao Heng. He firmly believes that only a strong man like Mao Heng can stand firm in the cruel environment of the Doomsday and eventually become the ruler. Chapter 84. On the streets of the base, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu were wandering aimlessly. At this moment, the streets were bustling with people. The survivors were walking around, but everyone's face was full of haggardness. Their steps seemed mechanical and sluggish, and their lips were pale due to chapped skin. Obviously, they were all in a state of severe malnutrition. Su Mingxing glanced around, with mixed feelings in his heart, and sighed to Zhou Lianhu next to him. Brother Dahu, I feel that I must have accumulated a lot of virtue in my previous life to meet the boss in the Doomsday. They have become accustomed to following Jiang Jinli, and immersing themselves in the superior life she provides. So much so that they often forget that they are in the dark Doomsday. However, whenever they witness the plight of other survivors, their hearts are filled with endless gratitude and gratitude. The despair brought by hunger and thirst is really unbearable. Zhou Lianhu also nodded repeatedly. He felt that the captain's kindness to him could not be expressed in 1 or 2 words. Don't miss it if you pass by. Hey, young man. You can exchange a piece of bread for a big piece of gold jewelry. Come and have a look. At this time, a loud shout came from not far away from the two of them. Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the roadside in the distance was full of stalls. The stall owners were busy selling all kinds of exquisite gold jewelry, and gemstones, and jade. There were various paper cards interspersed between the stalls, with prices clearly marked on them, indicating that only a small amount of food and water were needed to exchange. However, in the current environment, who has extra water resources to exchange for these items that have no practical use? The shouts of the stall owners seemed particularly powerless and futile in this situation. Before the end of the world, luxury items that were considered priceless have now become the cheapest waste. In the face of survival, their value is gone, even less than a piece of bread. In the bustling crowd, a thin middle-aged man stared at Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu with shining eyes. He kept waving his hands, trying to attract the attention of the two, shouting loudly, "Hey! Come and see!" The two men were neat and tidy, with ruddy faces, and obviously lived a rich life with abundant supplies. Such an image was particularly eye-catching in this environment, attracting the envious eyes of the survivors, but no one dared to easily step forward and provoke. After all, the rules in the base were strict. Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu turned a blind eye to this, retracted their eyes, and continued to move forward. On the way, the two glanced at the hungry survivors around them from time to time, with complex emotions intertwined in their hearts. Every day, they can taste fresh fruits and vegetables, which makes the Doomsday life stable and worry-free, away from despair and haze. Now, the days of this group of survivors gradually seemed less real in the eyes of the two, and even mixed with a trace of indescribable trance. At this moment, Zhou Lianhu suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief, staring ahead. Seeing this, Su Mingxing was startled, and then asked in confusion, "Brother Dahu, what's wrong?" He looked forward along Zhou Lianhu's gaze, only to see a group of black, constantly moving heads surging in front of him, but he didn't find anything special. Zhou Lianhu suddenly came back to his senses, and excitedly held Su Mingxing's shoulders, shaking him and shouting loudly, "Mingxing, it's her, my wife. I just saw my wife walking by. This time I'm definitely not mistaken." Su Mingxing was almost shaken to pieces by him. Hearing this, he hurriedly urged, "Why are you still standing there? Go after her." Before he finished speaking, he pulled Zhou Lianhu, and the two of them ran forward quickly. Zhou Lianhu looked excited, and his eyes kept searching ahead eagerly. Finally, his sight stopped on a person with an elegant back. He quickly turned to Su Mingxing and confirmed excitedly, "It's her." Seeing that Zhou Lianhu was about to fulfill his wish, Su Mingxing was also sincerely happy for him, and hurriedly urged, "Go over and call her." The two quickly approached the woman's back. Zhou Lianhu saw that his wife was safe and sound, and his heart was filled with indescribable joy. His eyes couldn't help but moisten. But just a few steps away from his wife, Zhou Lianhu suddenly felt an inexplicable timidity. His lips trembled slightly, his whole body tensed, and he didn't know how to speak. Witnessing this scene, Su Mingxing felt helpless about Zhou Lianhu's hesitation, so he shouted loudly to the woman's back, "Sister-in-law." The woman stopped and turned around to look back, only to see a sunny and handsome young man smiling warmly at her. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. However, when the woman's eyes turned to Zhou Lianhu on the side, her pupils suddenly contracted. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her body became stiff, as if she was frozen. Despite this, she subconsciously called out the name hidden deep in her heart, "Hu." Zhou Lianhu smiled with tears in his eyes, and responded, "Hey! It's me, Qiu Shui, it's really you. I'm so happy." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward and hugged the slightly stiff body tightly. The patrol guard in the distance accidentally glimpsed a pair of figures hugging each other, but didn't care at first. But when he saw the woman's face clearly, his face suddenly changed, and then he ran towards Wang Daping. Zhou Lianhu hugged Tong Qiushui tightly, with rare tenderness in his eyes, and whispered, "Why are you so thin? You must have suffered a lot? After the Doomsday, I rushed to your house to find you, but found that you and your mother were gone. Before, downstairs of the base director, I almost recognized the wrong person, but your clothes are different styles." Zhou Lianhu continued, his voice choked, "I thought you had an accident, thank God, you are still alive." But strangely, the woman in his arms not only did not respond, but her body suddenly trembled. Zhou Lianhu was startled and quickly let go of his arms. Tong Qiushui's face was as pale as paper, her expression showed pain, and tears gradually appeared in the corners of her eyes. Zhou Lianhu was extremely anxious. He held Tong Qiushui's hand tightly and asked, "Qiushui, what's wrong with you? Why are you shaking so much? Are you sick?" Tong Qiushui shook her head and closed her lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Lianhu was at a loss when he saw this. He thought to himself that this might be because she was too excited to see him. He felt very distressed, and slowly stretched out his hand to gently wipe away Tong Qiushui's tears. He gently comforted her, "Don't cry. Now I have a very strong captain who treats me very well. I will follow her and become strong together. In the future, if you follow me, I will definitely protect you, and never let you suffer any grievances again." But at this moment, Zhou Lianhu was surprised to find that Tong Qiushui suddenly turned her head and avoided his outstretched hand. Then, Tong Qiushui's body trembled, and she took a step back suddenly, crying in her voice, and shouted loudly, "Go away. Just pretend that you have never seen me. Just pretend that I am dead. Go." After that, Tong Qiushui turned around and wanted to leave. Zhou Lianhu was full of confusion. Seeing that she was so emotional, how could he let her leave like this? So, Zhou Lianhu hurriedly stretched out his hand and held Tong Qiushui tightly. Regardless of her struggle and resistance, he asked in confusion, "Qiushui, what's wrong with you? Don't be like this, I'm really worried about you. If there is anything you can tell me, I will help you solve it, okay?" Tong Qiushui became more and more frightened, and her eyes swept around, looking extremely flustered. She kept pushing Zhou Lianhu away, her voice mixed with a hint of despair. "Go away, please, let me go quickly, don't touch me anymore." Su Mingxing was originally quietly observing Zhou Lianhu's rare tenderness. But the warm atmosphere of the reunion was suddenly shrouded by a layer of weird atmosphere. The smile on his face gradually faded, his brows knitted, and he felt something was wrong. Just as Su Mingxing's face was solemn, and he was lost in thought, a sharp and harsh rebuke suddenly sounded from behind. "Which shameless hooligan is entangled with my daughter? Are you looking for death? Let go!" As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged woman walked over quickly. She was over 50 years old, thin, with prominent cheekbones, and a stern and mean temperament in her face. The corners of her mouth always drooped unconsciously, as if she was ready to spit out bad words at any time. The woman stepped forward quickly and decisively separated the two people. Then, she pushed Zhou Lianhu aside with all her strength. After seeing Zhou Lianhu's appearance clearly, the woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she said in a sarcastic tone, TSK, it turns out to be you. You are still alive. You are really lucky." Zhou Lianhu's eyes were full of complex emotions. He almost blurted out, "Mother-in-law." The woman was shocked when she heard the words. She looked around and saw people casting curious eyes from time to time. She immediately interrupted sternly, "Shut up. Who is your mother-in-law? You dirty rascal, how dare you make random connections?" After saying that, she wanted to pull up Tong Qiushui, who was still sobbing, eager to escape from this embarrassing place. After hearing this, Zhou Lianhu's face suddenly changed, and pain and confusion were intertwined in his eyes. He held the two men's arms tightly, firmly holding on, his voice revealing despair. "Don't leave yet, what happened? Tell me." The woman saw Zhou Lianhu pestering her endlessly, so she decided to make things clear all at once. She looked disdainful, with a sarcastic smile on her lips, and said to Zhou Lianhu, "Humph, don't you want to know what happened? Sure, follow me, I will make you understand thoroughly." After that, the woman pulled Tong Qiushui forward, Zhou Lianhu followed closely behind, and Su Mingxing followed him, also worried. Several people walked to a corner where no one would disturb them. Tong Qiushui looked at her mother with tears in her eyes, shaking her head constantly, and her voice was full of pleading. "Mom, don't say it, please." The woman looked at her daughter, and a surge of indignation surged in her heart. She said coldly, "Things have come to this point, how can you not make it clear? Lest this scoundrel continue to entangle you. I think he is clearly." Before the woman finished speaking, Su Mingxing, who was standing beside her, could no longer bear it, and was furious. He interrupted loudly, "Shut up. How can you be so mean? Your words are as smelly and ugly as spraying feces. What do you mean by scoundrel? Brother Dahu is your son-in-law. Show me some respect." Su Mingxing was deeply angry at the woman's attitude. He couldn't understand how Brother Dahu had endured all these years. When the woman heard this, she immediately retorted in a sharp tone, "Humph! Who is he? Since the beginning of the apocalypse, he has nothing to do with my daughter. Now my daughter is—" She paused suddenly, and turned around to see Tong Qiushui tightly clutching her clothes, shaking her head repeatedly, with a pleading look on her face. But the woman was not moved at all. She looked directly at Zhou Lianhu, and told the truth that made Zhou Lianhu completely despair. She is now the third wife of the base commander. That is a high position, a height that a useless man like you can never reach. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. Tong Qiushui dropped her arms weakly, and her heart was tortured by guilt and shame, and almost collapsed. Chapter 85. Su Mingxing was surprised and shocked by the sudden news. His respect for Tong Qiushui also collapsed in an instant. He couldn't believe that this weak-looking woman would betray Zhou Lianhu. All this was full of irony for him. Su Mingxing looked at Zhou Lianhu worriedly. His slightly trembling back showed that he must be in a bad mood. Zhou Lianhu's face turned pale as paper when he heard it, as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue. He stared at Tong Qiushui in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Qiushui, she is joking, right? Don't tease me, how could it be?" Before he finished speaking, he was choked with sobs. The woman continued to mock him smugly. "Why don't you take a piss and look at your own moral character? The base commander is powerful. Can you compare with him? I advise you to be sensible and stop pestering my daughter, otherwise, I will let my son-in-law kill you." Zhou Lianhu did not respond, but stared at Tong Qiushui, as if only she spoke in person, Zhou Lianhu would give up. Tong Qiushui felt ashamed and embarrassed under his gaze. But when she thought of the peaceful days in the base, she still hardened her heart. She raised her head, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked directly at Zhou Lianhu, saying word by word, "My mother is right, I am a woman of Maoheng now. I am sorry for you, you can call me shameless, call me a slut, as long as you can vent your anger. In this doomsday, I really have no choice." Zhou Lianhu heard her admit it in person, and the emotions of shock, anger and betrayal intertwined, making his eyes instantly bloodshot, and his emotions difficult to control. He stepped forward, grabbed Tong Qiushui's wrist, and asked angrily, "Why did you betray me? Why didn't you wait for me? Why? Did that bastard Maoheng force you?" Zhou Lianhu looked angry, like an enraged bloodthirsty tiger. His tall body and angry facial features made him look extremely irritable. The woman couldn't help but feel a little scared when she saw him like this, but she mustered up her courage and warned again, "What do you want to do? You hooligan, do you want to hit someone? This is my son-in-law's territory, you'd better behave yourself." Due to the improvement of her daughter's status, the woman's life in the base became comfortable. Every day, someone would deliver food and water to her door on time, and she didn't want all this to be ruined by this rude man. Zhou Lianhu was upset at the moment, and suddenly turned around and shouted at the woman, "Shut up! Otherwise I will smash your head." Seeing that the woman was frightened and pale, her legs trembled, and she stopped talking, Zhou Lianhu looked at Tong Qiushui again. However, Tong Qiushui's words completely shattered his remaining hope. "No," I volunteered. She mustered up her courage and met Zhou Lianhu's angry eyes again, explaining, "I can't survive alone with my mother. I have no other choice but to rely on him to survive. She suddenly burst into tears. What did I do wrong? I just want to live a normal life without fear. How can you ask me to wait for you? During this time, you don't know whether you are alive or dead. Even if you are still alive, you only have brute force. What can you use to protect me? So I am not wrong. She cried and vented to Zhou Lianhu, as if only in this way could she slightly relieve the heavy guilt in her heart. Zhou Lianhu let go of her hand, shook his head repeatedly, and choked up in his tone. You can rely on your own strength to survive. Why sell yourself? You should know that this is no different from a toy. Tong Qiushui laughed bitterly. I am a woman with no power. How can you ask me to work hard? I work hard every day, but I can only get a little food to survive. But I follow Mao Heng. Not only can I eat and drink enough, but I can also get respect from everyone. Tell me, what should I choose? Zhou Lianhu stared at her painfully, his face full of disappointment. He didn't understand why his wife became so strange in such a short time. Under Chen Yizhang's careful construction, this base provides ordinary people with hope of survival. As long as they are willing to take on the task, they will never face the dilemma of starving to death. Even if they don't want to go out, there are job opportunities inside the base, and the current base environment is safe and secure, so it is not a problem to support themselves. Zhou Lianhu also disagreed with Tong Qiushui's view. He firmly believed that as long as women were strong enough, they would be able to survive independently. He observed that there were many women living alone in the base. They could all be self-sufficient through their own efforts, so why couldn't Tong Qiushui do it? Besides, with such a strong captain as a role model, Zhou Lianhu didn't think that women had to rely on men to survive. Tong Qiushui knew that she had no way out, and she had to break off with the past completely. Otherwise, given Mao Heng's brutal character, once he knew that she had any relationship with other men, she might lose her life. So Tong Qiushui took a deep breath, hardened her heart, and said resolutely, Now, there is no relationship between us. We will be well in the future and part ways from now on. I hope you won't bother me again. Zhou Lianhu felt heartbroken when he heard this. This was his wife, who he had carefully cared for. They had spent several years of married life together, and he worked hard just to give her a beautiful and comfortable home. Tong Qiushui was also so considerate, which made Zhou Lianhu feel unprecedented happiness and motivation. However, in this doomsday, the feelings he thought were indestructible turned out to be so fragile and ridiculous. How ironic. Zhou Lianhu's nose was sour, and tears came out involuntarily. He tried to speak, but could only make intermittent and choked sounds. Su Mingxing witnessed this absurd scene and felt mixed emotions. He stared at Zhou Lianhu, who was usually as reliable as a brother, but at this moment, he showed such deep pain, which made Su Mingxing feel sad. But Su Mingxing knew that Zhou Lianhu could only survive such a thing. At the same time, he felt chilled by Tong Qiushui's cruelty and determination. Seeing this, the woman immediately took Tong Qiushui's hand and prepared to leave, and issued a stern warning. Remember, if you meet at the base in the future, you must respectfully call her the third lady, and never mention your past relationship again. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the base. After saying that, the two turned and left. Zhou Lianhu stared at the back of the resolutely leaving, his heart full of reluctance. He choked and begged humbly, Qiushui, don't go. I don't blame you, come back, okay? I am willing to forgive everything you have done. Tong Qiushui's footsteps paused slightly. A glimmer of hope flashed across Zhou Lianhu's eyes immediately. But then, Tong Qiushui's words were like ice water in the cold wind, completely extinguishing Zhou Lianhu's remaining hope. I'm sorry. Tong Qiushui didn't look back, and after saying that, she quickly walked forward and left without hesitation. Zhou Lianhu stood there in silence, following the figure that was gradually moving away with empty eyes, as if his heart was empty. Su Mingxing approached cautiously, his eyes full of worry, and whispered, Brother Dahu. Zhou Lianhu wiped the tears from his face, looked at him, and forced a smile. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Su Mingxing saw him forcing a smile, and his heart was mixed with emotions, and he was about to speak to comfort him. Zhou Lianhu spoke first. You go back first. It's not convenient for me to see the captain in my current state. I want to walk around by myself and adjust my mood. I will be back soon. After that, he patted Su Mingxing on the shoulder and walked forward alone. Since they were just out for a stroll, they did not carry any weapons. Although the security inside the base was good, Su Mingxing couldn't help but feel a little worried considering Zhou Lianhu's current emotional state. So he decided to keep a certain distance and quietly follow Zhou Lianhu. Although Su Mingxing had never experienced love and marriage, he could still imagine the heart-wrenching pain brought by being betrayed by a beloved woman. He believed that in this doomsday, it was better not to touch something as ethereal as love. Following the boss's footsteps and enjoying freedom was the life that Su Mingxing wanted. Seeing Zhou Lianhu turn into a remote alley, Su Mingxing quickly followed him. But when he hurried to the alley, he was surprised to find that Zhou Lianhu's figure suddenly disappeared. Su Mingxing was confused and couldn't help shouting, "Brother Dahu, where are you?" However, there was only silence around him, and the only response to him was the empty echo. Su Mingxing's uneasiness gradually intensified. He shouted anxiously while searching carefully around. However, after searching for a while, he still couldn't find Zhou Lianhu, and this uneasiness quickly escalated into panic. Realizing that searching alone would only waste time, Su Mingxing made a prompt decision and decided to return to the base to find other people to help. Then, he turned around and ran back quickly. When he arrived at the square, he happened to run into Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi coming towards him. Their appearance was like the arrival of a savior, and Su Mingxing immediately quickened his pace and ran towards them. When Mu Yuan saw Su Mingxing, he said with a tone of reproach, "We have been looking for you for a long time. It is almost dark. Why are you still wandering around outside?" Su Mingxing stood in front of the two people with an anxious look on his face and shouted hurriedly, "Hurry, we must find Brother Dahu as soon as possible. He is missing." Chapter 86. Hearing this, Shin Qingxi asked in confusion, "Why did he disappear? What happened?" Although Mao Heng was arrogant, the base had strict discipline, and Zhou Lianhu was extraordinary. According to common sense, no accidents should happen. Su Mingxing had no time to say more. He walked quickly and briefly explained the situation to the two. The two heard about Tong Qiushui's actions and felt complicated. It is not difficult to guess that Zhou Lianhu must be in a very bad mood at the moment. However, as an adult, Zhou Lianhu would never disappear for no reason. What's more, they just arrived and didn't make any enemies. Who would dare to attack him? What's the motive? The three of them didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately split up to start searching. Just at this time, Zhou Lianhu slowly opened his eyes. Originally, he planned to relieve the depression in his heart by taking a walk. After all, who can easily let go of such a change? After calming down a little, he began to try to understand Tong Qiushui's decision. Although he was deeply tormented, Zhou Lianhu decided not to dwell on the past. In this doomsday world, despair follows him everywhere. Although Tong Qiushui's choice made Zhou Lianhu heartbroken, it was not to be blamed. After all, he came too late. Perhaps, the wife who had been with him through thick and thin and cared for him in every possible way was no longer alive at the moment of the doomsday. Whether it was self-deception or self-consolation, Zhou Lianhu only hoped that the sincere feelings he had given would have a good beginning and a good end. After thinking it through, he prepared to return. Zhou Lianhu knew that he had no time to indulge in sadness and decadence. Because he had not yet repaid the captain's kindness, he made up his mind to serve the captain wholeheartedly in the future. However, just as he turned around to leave, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. He was caught off guard and was hit by the people behind him, and he immediately lost consciousness. Zhou Lianhu struggled to sit up slowly from the ground, stroking the back of his neck with his hand, and the pain made him hiss. He cursed in his heart, "Which bastard is so cruel? Oh, you woke up quickly." A mocking voice sounded in front. Zhou Lianhu quickly looked around and found himself in a remote garbage dump. In front, a group of soldiers holding sticks were confronting him. One of them, Zhou Lianhu recognized at a glance, was a subordinate following Mao Heng. Zhou Lianhu shook off the dust on his body, stood up, and looked straight at the people in front of him, with a chill in his tone that could not be ignored. "Oh, I really didn't expect that in such a regular base, such a ridiculous thing as kidnapping would happen." The soldiers around him were all embarrassed when they heard this. After all, it was the first time for them to carry out such a rogue mission. But as Wang Daping's men, they had no choice but to obey orders. Wang Daping raised a scornful smile. "So what? In my territory, I can do whatever I want and touch anyone I want." His face suddenly darkened, and he turned to glare at Zhou Lianhu, and shouted coldly, "Especially you, a shameless rogue, dared to be rude to the base commander's woman. You are simply courting death." At that time, when Wang Daping learned that the third wife was hugged by a man, he was furious. He never expected that the honest-looking strongman next to Jiang Jinli was actually a lecherous and daring person. It really fits the old saying, "Don't judge a person by his appearance." Wang Daping naturally didn't dare to act rashly against Mu Yuan and others. After all, the superpowers could easily take his life. But Zhou Lianhu was an exception, because he was just an ordinary person. Therefore, Wang Daping chose to bring Zhou Lianhu to this remote place, intending to teach him a profound lesson. As long as the strongman's life was not harmed, Wang Daping would have no scruples. In Wang Daping's view, Zhou Lianhu was just a new errand boy in Jiang Jinli's team, and he was insignificant at all. He was sure that Jiang Jinli would not become an enemy of the entire base for an ordinary member. Hearing this, Zhou Lianhu was furious, his face was ashen, and he angrily hit back. Don't think everyone is as dirty as you. She is my wife, who was married in a formal ceremony. I didn't know that Mao Heng had such a loyal lackey like you. Wang Daping saw that Zhou Lianhu dared to call Mao Heng by his name, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He sneered, "You are really talking nonsense. I think you are crazy about women." Whether what Zhou Lianhu said was true or false, Wang Daping didn't care. For him, no matter what Tang Qiushui's past was, she was Mao Heng's woman now, and Zhou Lianhu had no right to get involved. So Wang Daping didn't want to waste any more words, and directly issued orders to others. Go! Beat her hard. If something happens, I will take the responsibility. Although they were unwilling, the other soldiers did not dare to disobey orders. He thought that he only needed to make a gesture, and then he picked up the stick and rushed towards Zhou Lianhu. Seeing Wang Daping's arrogance, Zhou Lianhu no longer tolerated it. He roared and clenched his fists to meet him. He was extremely powerful, and his boxing skills were sharp. In less than a minute, he knocked everyone to the ground. Wang Daping stared at the soldiers lying on the ground and cursed them in his heart. He turned his unkind eyes to Zhou Lianhu and provoked him again. I didn't expect that you still have some skills. No wonder you are so arrogant. Wang Daping clenched the weapon in his hand and showed cruelty. Even if that woman is really your wife, what can she do? Didn't she go to the arms of the base commander? She is just a toy at the mercy of others. As a man, do you feel humiliated? Ha ha! Although Zhou Lianhu had decided to let go and no longer linger, he could never tolerate this bastard insulting Tang Qiushui like this. Rage burned in Zhou Lianhu's chest, and he shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Seeing Zhou Lianhu's anger, Wang Daping not only did not restrain himself, but became more arrogant and provocative. Finally, Zhou Lianhu could no longer bear it, and he punched Wang Daping. Wang Daping sneered. It was just in time. He was not as vulnerable as those trash on the ground. He was determined to break every bone of Zhou Lianhu with his own hands, so he held the iron rod tightly, and went forward without hesitation. However, reality gave Wang Daping a loud slap in the face. In just one round, he was thrown to the ground by Zhou Lianhu. Wang Daping's face twitched in pain, and his expression looked ferocious. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated in such a humiliating way. Looking for death, Wang Daping roared, quickly got up, and rushed towards Zhou Lianhu again. But at this time, Zhou Lianhu's strength was no longer what it used to be under Mu Yuan's guidance. Every punch he made was heavy and powerful, and every move was extremely accurate. Not long after, Wang Daping was knocked to the ground again, in a miserable state, with a bruised face and swollen nose, and lying on the ground unable to move. No! How could it be? Wang Daping's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes revealed strong unwillingness and anger, as if burning like a flame, almost making his eye sockets burst. His body was also shaking violently because of anger, and he could not control himself. Wang Daping could not accept that he could not even beat an ordinary strongman. This sense of humiliation was like a sharp knife, deeply hurting his self-esteem. Wang Daping felt extremely insulted, and asked himself in his heart, how could such a weak person like me be qualified to follow the base commander? Zhou Lianhu stopped when he saw that everyone had fallen to the ground. Although he was extremely eager to get rid of Wang Daping, he also knew that he should not act impulsively. Wang Daping was Mao Heng's confidant, and they were now in someone else's territory. Without knowing the captain's plan, he didn't want to cause trouble for the captain. Thinking of this, Zhou Lianhu glanced at Wang Daping on the ground with a cold look. Then he turned around and left resolutely. Wang Daping saw that Zhou Lianhu was not injured, but left in a chic manner. His face was instantly distorted by anger, and his heart was filled with resentment. He suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at Zhou Lianhu's back, and roared hysterically, like an out-of-control beast, "How could I lose? This is absolutely impossible. You shouldn't live in this world, you deserve to die. Captain Wang, don't. Calm down." The soldiers around were so scared that they screamed. Don't do that. Zhou Lianhu's team was full of superpowers. If he was killed, it would definitely cause trouble. By then, the base might fall into chaos. However, it was too late. With 2 dull gunshots, everything settled down, and the surroundings were shrouded in dead silence. Even though the guns were equipped with silencers, the soldiers still felt that the gunshots were as deafening as thunder and struck deep into their hearts. It's over, it's over. It's over. What can we do? The soldiers around saw Zhou Lianhu fall in a pool of blood. They were weak and powerless, and their lips couldn't help trembling. They looked at the distraught Wang Daping in horror, their voices trembling with fear, and they almost screamed, "Captain Wang! He's dead, we're in big trouble now." Wang Daping suddenly came to his senses, his face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He asked himself repeatedly in his heart, why did he pull the trigger? How could he become so impulsive and reckless? He suddenly realized that a big disaster had already happened. Mao Heng's deployment was not yet complete, and this sudden accident came unexpectedly. Wang Daping knew in his heart that this action brought Mao Heng immeasurable trouble. Listen, there are footsteps approaching, hurry. We must leave here immediately, and go to the base commander to discuss countermeasures. The sound from afar made everyone panic, and they quickly pulled up Wang Daping who was lying on the ground and fled in panic to the distance. Soon, Mu Yuan and the other three finally arrived at the garbage dump because of the strange sound. When they saw the figure lying on the ground, covered in blood, their eyes instantly turned red. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they called out in grief, "Brother Dahu! Dahu! Who the hell did this?" Chapter 87. At this moment, in the base commander's office, Mao Heng frowned, his eyes fell sharply on the man in front of him, who was bowing his head. His tone revealed impatience. Why are you hesitating? If you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't have time to waste here with you. Beside Mao Heng's desk, stood a middle-aged man of medium build and slightly fat. He was Tian Xiong. Seeing Mao Heng's fierce look, Tian Xiong had to muster up the courage to tell the purpose of his visit. I mainly want to know about the situation of the team led by Jiang Jinli, who arrived at the base today. He added more cautiously, it's mainly because my sister-in-law's husband was killed by Jiang Jinli, and she keeps talking about revenge all day long. You know, I can't just sit there and watch, so I came here to inquire about the situation. Mao Heng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had a little memory of the mentally unstable Lu Ping. It turned out that Jiang Jinli forced her to be like that. It seemed so. Jiang Jinli can sit on the captain's position, and he has ruthless means that cannot be underestimated. Mao Heng said with disdain, they are all superpowers. Do I have to kill all of them for one of your relatives? Even if he really did it, it would be for Shinqingxi, not to avenge the Tian Xiong family, who had no use value. In today's world, those who lack strength can only be slaughtered. The reason why Mao Heng gave Tian Xiong the title of Deputy Base Chief is to attract more survivors to join his camp. After all, it is far more reassuring for survivors to have multiple people jointly manage the base than a single dictatorship. After he successfully formed his own special ability team, Tian Xiong's remaining value was gone. Tian Xiong's face changed after hearing this. He originally just wanted to perfunctorily deal with Lu Ping's entanglement, but he never expected that the other party's strength was so strong, so he naturally didn't want to cause trouble for himself. So Tian Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said quickly, no need. If you don't have any other instructions, then I take my leave first. After that, Tian Xiong slowly retreated. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he bumped into Wang Daping who hurried in. Tian Xiong was about to apologize, but was surprised to find that Wang Daping, who was usually arrogant, was pale at this moment, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Wang Daping ignored Tian Xiong, but walked quickly towards Mao Heng. Although Tian Xiong felt puzzled, he didn't stay too long and turned away. Mao Heng looked at Wang Daping, and saw that he looked flustered and had beads of sweat on his face. He was obviously very frightened. He asked in confusion, what happened? Wang Daping's voice trembled and he stammered, Base Commander, I seem to have killed a guy named Zhou Lianhu. What? Mao Heng stood up suddenly, slammed the table hard, and shouted angrily, who told you to do it now? Wang Daping looked bitter and explained quickly, I really didn't mean it. I was so angry at the time that I lost control of my emotions. Base Commander, what should I do now? Then, he asked anxiously, if they know it was me, will they come to seek revenge on me? Mao Heng glared at him, and said coldly, it depends on the situation. If it's just a small character, it's okay to compensate for some supplies. If not, then we can only pay with our lives. Wang Daping thought of Mu Yuan's thunderous strength, his legs couldn't help but go weak, and he hurriedly asked Mao Heng for help. Captain, no, don't hand me over, I really don't want to die. Please, you must save me. In a hurry, Wang Daping blurted out the name he used to call Mao Heng. Mao Hung stared at him. He couldn't help but recall Wang Daping's years of loyalty, and his heart was inevitably moved. Now it seems that the only way is to make up his mind, and do it once, and for all. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Mao Hung made a quick decision: gather our personal soldiers immediately and prepare weapons. He paused for a moment and added, also, call all the superpowers, I need to hold an emergency meeting. Wang Daping was deeply moved by Mao Heng's arrangement, and his emotions became a little more stable. He then took the order and left. Mao Hung walked to the window and stared at the base below. Night had fallen, and the base looked a little lifeless under the moonlight. He knew that Jiang Jinli must be collecting Zhou Lianhu's body now, and it would take until tomorrow morning for her to react. Mao Hung thought to himself that it was not a wise move to take action in the base. He did not want to see his hard work destroyed. So, a hidden place emerged in his mind, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. Captain Jiang, this is it. The conditions of this room are really simple, and I'm afraid it's not suitable for living. Let's go to another place. After Qin Zhang glanced around the empty room, he proposed to Jiang Jinli. Earlier, he told Jiang Jinli in detail about the third wife, but she did not say a word, and her emotions were not the slightest bit upset. Qin Zhang couldn't guess what Jiang Jinli was thinking. Seeing that she wanted to rest, Qin Zhang led her to this simple empty room. However, there was nothing in the room except the four walls, so it was obviously uninhabitable. Jiang Jinli looked around and found that this was a 3-bedroom rough house. Although it was simple, the space layout was acceptable. After listening to Qin Zhang's proposal, she shook her head gently and declined politely. No need to bother, this is enough. After that, she walked into the house, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then, the empty room seemed to be cast by magic, and was instantly filled with all kinds of modern furniture, which looked particularly exquisite and amazing. Qin Zhang stood at the door and witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but take a breath and said in amazement, this. At this moment, he suddenly realized why Jiang Jinli insisted on choosing an empty room. Compared to this room, the other residences in the entire base seemed eclipsed, as simple as slums. Just as he was immersed in this surprise, Qin Yong stumbled over, looking panicked, and shouted loudly, Captain, something happened. Before Qin Zhang had time to ask, he saw Su Mingxing, pale, running quickly after Qin Yong. His clothes were stained with blood, and he cried out anxiously, Boss! Boss! It's bad, something happened to Brother Dahu. Su Mingxing rushed to Jiang Jinli in a hurry, with tears in his eyes. His expression was extremely panicked, and his speech became upside down. Blood, boss, gun, a lot of blood. Brother Dahu may not be able to die soon. Jiang Jinli frowned, and saw that his hands were covered with blood. From his intermittent words, he vaguely inferred that the situation was critical. She held Su Mingxing's shoulders, looked him straight in the eyes, and said calmly, Don't worry, look into my eyes, and tell me what happened. Where is Dahu now? She used her mental power to slowly calm Su Mingxing's emotions. Su Mingxing looked at her, and Jiang Jinli's black eyes were like a quiet lake, calm and resolute, which made people feel at ease. Su Mingxing, who was originally anxious, gradually calmed down. After a while, he sorted out his thoughts and succinctly recounted the incident. After listening, Jiang Jinli took Su Mingxing to the medical center of the base without any hesitation. Qin Zhang followed closely behind, and he had learned about the situation from Qin Yong. Then he said anxiously, I am deeply sorry that this happened in my base. Jiang Jinli said nothing. Her face was gloomy, and her cold eyes revealed her inner displeasure. Seeing this, Qin Zhang did not speak again. The clinic was only 1 or 2 minutes away from the residence, and they arrived quickly. This so-called clinic was actually a very simple small bungalow, and at the moment, it was busy inside. As soon as Jiang Jinli stepped into the door, she saw Zhou Lianhu lying weakly on the bed, with his upper body naked and bloodstains on his back. Shin Qingxi stood quietly beside him. Mu Yuan was talking to several medical staff with an angry look on his face, while the medical staff looked embarrassed and helpless. As soon as Qin Zhang entered the room, the doctors immediately came forward and said anxiously, Captain Chen, the sanitary conditions here are really too poor, and there is a serious shortage of medical equipment and medicines. What's more difficult is that the bullet in Zhou Lianhu's body is located in a vital part. Once surgery is performed, it may accelerate his death. The doctor concluded solemnly. So, the current situation is indeed difficult to treat, and we really can't help. Qin Zhang felt extremely heavy after hearing this, considering that there are no healing psychics in the base. If even the professional team is helpless, Qin Zhang can't help but fall into confusion. He really doesn't know what to do next. Chuni Zhang's heart is filled with deep guilt for such a situation in the base under his jurisdiction. Mu Yuan and Shen Qingxi saw Jiang Jinli coming and hurried forward. The two of them couldn't hide their uneasiness and anxiety. Shen Qingxi said worriedly, "Jinli Dahu." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinli had patted her back and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Shen Qingxi stared into her eyes, and the worry in her heart seemed to dissipate instantly at this moment. Then Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to everyone and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, get out." When this was said, everyone was stunned, and they secretly wondered in their hearts, are they going to give up treatment? Chuni Zhang held a different view. He knew that Jiang Jinli must have a plan to treat him, so he hurriedly urged everyone, "Hurry! Everyone follow the instructions, and leave the room immediately." As he spoke, he led everyone out in an orderly manner and closed the door. After a while, only Jiang Jinli and a few others were left in the room. Chapter 88. After seeing that the surroundings had finally quieted down, Jiang Jinli walked to the bedside and began to carefully examine the wound on Zhou Lianhu's back. Although the wound was covered with hemostatic powder, blood was still slowly oozing out. 2 fatal bullets were deeply embedded in his spine. The situation was very critical, and it was very likely that his internal organs had been injured. Considering the current simple medical conditions, it was extremely difficult to safely remove the bullets. "Captain, I'm sorry." Zhou Lianhu's voice was thin and trembling, full of apology. He lay weakly on the bed, his eyelids were heavy and difficult to open, his breath was weak, and his face looked extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. Zhou Lianhu felt deeply guilty, and thought that he had failed Jiang Jinli's careful cultivation. But Jiang Jinli responded calmly, "You are not sorry for me. As long as I am here, you will never be in trouble." She then asked, "Who is it?" "During the day, the person standing next to Mao Heng." Zhou Lianhu answered weakly. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Jiang Jinli's eyes. "Wang Daping." She patted Zhou Lianhu's back and comforted him. "Don't worry, take a nap first, and your injury will heal when you wake up." After hearing this, Zhou Lianhu couldn't help but shed tears. Can he really wake up again? He was afraid that this sleep would be a farewell forever. He was full of reluctance. But with Jiang Jinli's spiritual comfort, he finally fell asleep slowly. Shen Qingxi and the other two stood quietly by the side, with solemn expressions, their eyes full of eager expectations for Jiang Jinli. Seeing that Zhou Lianhu had fallen asleep peacefully, Jiang Jinli immediately sat down beside the bed. She took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space and gently sprinkled it on Zhou Lianhu's back. The blood was immediately washed away by the spiritual spring water, revealing his smooth and strong back. What was even more amazing was that the blood stopped flowing in an instant. The 3 people saw this, and a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. Jiang Jinli quickly focused her thoughts, and used her mental power to accurately detect the flight path of the bullet. She was shocked to find that the bullet narrowly bypassed the vital organs. If not, Zhou Lianhu would probably not be able to escape and would die on the spot. Then, she put her hand on Zhou Lianhu's back and began to mobilize the power of space. The scene that happened next. It was unbelievable for several people. I saw that the bullet slowly withdrew from the wound by itself. After a while, the 2 bullets slid down Zhou Lianhu's back and finally fell to the ground with a clang. This scene made the 3 people present dumbfounded and shocked. This is exactly a new type of spatial ability that Jiang Jinli has recently developed, spatial compression. As the name suggests, she can use the power of space to accurately compress the designated place and squeeze the bullet out of the flesh. For her, it is just an easy thing. "Oh my god!" Su Mingxing couldn't help but screamed, his eyes were round and his mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow a whole egg. Shen Qingxi and Mu Yuan were immersed in the shock of Jiang Jinli's magical ability, but they were suddenly interrupted by Su Mingxing's exclamation, and both of them were shocked. Then they rolled their eyes at him at the same time and tacitly made a gesture of silence. Su Mingxing quickly came back to his senses, nodded excitedly, pursed his lips, and his whole face flushed with excitement. Jiang Jinli confirmed that the bullet had been successfully removed, and then she withdrew her hand. But seeing that the wound was quite deep, it would probably take a day or 2 to heal it with spiritual spring water alone. She thought this method was too slow. After a little thought, Jiang Jinli took out a brand new knife from the space. Without hesitation, she gently scratched her fingertips, and blood slowly oozed out. "Jinli. Boss?" The 3 people witnessed Jiang Jinli's self-injury, and they felt distressed, puzzled and surprised. However, everything that happened afterward shocked them again. Jiang Jinli extended her index finger to the bullet holes, on Zhou Lianhu's back and dripped a drop of blood on each bullet hole. Something magical happened. The wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, Zhou Lianhu's back returned to its original state and was as smooth as new. As if he had never been injured. Fuck. Su Mingxing directly swore this time. He walked forward quickly and touched Zhou Lianhu's back with his fingers. It was smooth and flat without a single scar. Su Mingxing's hands were shaking with excitement, and his eyes were full of awe and admiration for Jiang Jinli. Boss, you are simply a god descending to earth. It's really amazing. After that, he stood up and began to pace back and forth in the room, trying to calm his agitated emotions. Su Mingxing did not show any curiosity. He would not delve into why Jiang Jinli's blood had such magical powers. Because, in his opinion, Jiang Jinli always seemed to have amazing miracles. He only knew that his admiration for Jiang Jinli was deepening day by day. Xin Qingxi recovered from the shock, quickly walked forward, picked up Jiang Jinli's finger and carefully examined it, only to see that the tiny wound had quietly healed. Jiang Jinli gently held her hand, with a faint smile on her lips. It's okay. As her supernatural powers improved, Jiang Jinli's body became more and more extraordinary, and the healing power of her blood became stronger and stronger. With just a drop of her blood, no matter whether it was a chronic disease or a serious injury, as long as there was still a breath left, she could bring the person back to life. As long as Jiang Jinli didn't want to, no one could take the life of the people around her. Finally, Jiang Jinli stood up, handed Mu Yuan a piece of clothing, and simply ordered, "Put it on him and carry him out." Mu Yuan walked to the bedside as he said, turned Zhou Lianhu over lightly, and dressed him neatly. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lianhu was snoring like thunder. Seeing this scene, several people couldn't help but smile at each other, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Then, Mu Yuan carried Zhou Lianhu effortlessly. Although he was not as strong as Zhou Lianhu, the two were of similar height. With Mu Yuan's special ability, carrying a strong man on his back was not a burden for him. Pushing the door open, several people walked out. When the crowd waiting outside saw them appear, the noisy discussion suddenly subsided. Everyone's eyes were all cast on Jiang Jinli and his group. Seeing Zhou Lianhu breathing evenly and snoring on Mu Yuan's back, everyone was amazed. What else is there to not understand? Obviously, Zhou Lianhu has been successfully rescued. The three doctors at the scene looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Zhou Lianhu could recover so quickly with such serious injuries. This is undoubtedly a miracle in the medical field. They walked towards Jiang Jinli with excitement, and exclaimed, "Oh! I didn't expect that Captain Jiang is actually a hidden genius doctor. It really makes us admire." Yes, Dr. Jiang. Can you give us some advice and answer some medical questions?" Jiang Jinli was speechless when she heard this. She thought that even if she was mistaken for having healing abilities, it was much more reasonable than the outrageous title of Dr. Jiang. Xin Qingxi was watching Jiang Jinli's expression. Seeing her speechless appearance, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Su Mingxing couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that such a title was somehow appropriate for Jiang Jinli. Qinny Zhang was not as naive as others. He just felt that Jiang Jinli's ability was strange and unfathomable, which was really frightening. He stepped forward, pushed aside the crowd, and asked Jiang Jinli carefully, "I don't know who did it." Qinny Zhang had already guessed that the only people who dared to be so lawless in the base were probably Mao Heng's people. Jiang Jinli glanced at him, and said coldly, "Wang Daping." Qinny Zhang was shocked. It was him. Jiang Jinli's face became colder and colder. She slowly said, "Mao Heng has not expressed anything for so long. It is obvious that he wants to protect him." As soon as she finished speaking, her tone suddenly dropped to the freezing point. She said coldly, "But I will make him pay the price for hurting my people. Wang Daping, he must pay with his life. As for Mao Heng, I will not let him go either." Jiang Jinli glanced around and told Qinny Zhang, "The news that Dahu is not dead must be kept secret tonight. Mao Heng's people must not know it. Captain Chen, can you do it?" Qinny Zhang said firmly, "Absolutely no problem. Now this place is under my control, and the news will not be leaked. Besides, Mao Heng must have no time to care about other things now, let alone come here." These doctors were rescued by Qinny Zhang from outside, and were secretly under his command. In addition, there were his personal soldiers nearby, so there was no risk of the news leaking out. Only when you get close can you see that Zhou Lianhu is sleeping, and from a distance, he is just a corpse on his back. Jiang Jinli nodded slightly when she heard this. The reason why she didn't want Mao Heng to know was that she was worried that Mao Heng would choose to retreat after knowing it, which would be too boring. Before leaving, Jiang Jinli cast a glance at Chinny Zhang and said meaningfully, "Captain Chen, I hope you can seize the opportunity tomorrow." After that, she left with a few people. Chinny Zhang watched the group go farther and farther away, and Jiang Jinli's last words still echoed in his ears, which made him sweat on his forehead. Qin Yong, who was standing by, also heard Jiang Jinli's words. He was very anxious and asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" Chinny Zhang lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and suddenly raised his head, revealing a resolute look in his eyes. He ordered in a low but powerful voice, "Gather everyone immediately and prepare guns and ammunition. Tomorrow, prepare for battle." Qin Yong was very excited. He had been looking forward to the captain saying this for a long time. He immediately responded, "Yes." Then, he quickly left the scene. Chinny Zhang turned his eyes to the tall building in the distance. The meaning of Jiang Jinli's last sentence undoubtedly provided him with an opportunity to rise to the top. He must seize it firmly. If he still thinks that Jiang Jinli is not Mao Heng's opponent, it would be too stupid. Chinny Zhang guessed that with Jiang Jinli's ability, Mao Heng could be killed easily. It's just that Jiang Jinli is usually too lazy to do it, unless someone touches her bottom line. And Zhou Lianhu's shooting has undoubtedly become the spark that ignites the fuse. In this way, Mao Heng's comfortable days are probably about to come to an end. Chapter 89. The noisy medical center gradually fell silent, and the crowd gradually dispersed, and the base returned to its former tranquility. In a simple single room, a woman was gently waving a fan, trying to dispel the unbearable heat brought by the high temperature. The sultry night made the woman toss and turn, and the constant loss of sweat made her feel dry and difficult to fall asleep. Being able to have such an independent single room was actually a special treatment, specially arranged for the woman by Mao Heng. You know, in the current base, most survivors choose to live together, sometimes more than a dozen people squeezed into the same space. Therefore, being able to enjoy such a private and comfortable independent residence is undoubtedly an enviable privilege. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door broke the tranquility in the room. The woman quickly put down the fan in her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and walked quickly to the door. Opening the door, the woman was surprised to find her daughter. Then, she asked loudly in a sharp tone, "It's so late, why don't you stay in the base commander's room, but come here instead? Have you fallen out of favor so quickly?" Tong Qiushui stepped into the room and faced her mother's words. Her heart was full of shame, but she still tried to explain, "I don't know what he was busy with tonight, and he didn't go back to his room to rest." Then, she asked nervously, "Mom, I feel that the atmosphere is not right tonight. Many soldiers are gathering. Did something happen?" The frequent figures of soldiers on the way made her feel uneasy. If the base fell into chaos, or Mao Heng lost power, how could she survive? After closing the door, the woman sat on the chair. She didn't care about other things in the base. As long as her daughter continued to be favored, her life would be guaranteed. However, thinking of the chaotic scene she had seen before, she said disdainfully, "I don't know about other things in the base. But that Zhou Lianhu seems to have been shot to death." "What?" Tong Qiushui's face suddenly turned pale when she heard the news. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, and she was staggering, almost unable to stand. She hurried to the woman and asked in a trembling voice, "Mom, are you lying to me? How could he? Dahu die? What happened?" Seeing her daughter crying, the woman was immediately furious and severely blamed. "What's your attitude? If the base commander sees you crying for another man, we will all be in trouble." She continued, "Who knows if he offended some military lord? I think he deserves it." Tong Qiushui collapsed on the ground, tears pouring down, sobbing non-stop. The woman scolded him sternly again. "It's dead, that waste is not worth your sadness. Only by following the base commander can we find a ray of hope in the Doomsday. Wake up!" Tong Qiushui shook her head repeatedly and sobbed. "He shouldn't have died like this. Dahu has always been sincere to me, and has never treated me badly. It's me. I'm sorry for Dahu. I just betrayed him, and then he was hurt. How desperate he must have been at that time." Tong Qiushui was full of thoughts, and the guilt surged like a flood, completely drowning her. The woman looked at her painful face, and her heart finally softened. She gently helped her sit up, and comforted her gently. "What's the use of him being good to you? Now is a cruel era. A man who can't protect you from the wind and rain is not worth lingering on. You are not wrong. Only in this way can we live better." Tong Qiushui just shed tears silently. No words responded. She knew very well that these selfish words were nothing more than a cover for her inner cowardice and hypocrisy. After Mu Yuan put Zhou Lianhu on the bed, he left the room. He sat back on the sofa in the living room and waited for Jiang Jinli to speak. Boss, we can't let Brother Daha suffer in vain. Those guys are just a group of arrogant and rude soldiers. When are we going to kill them and avenge Brother Dahu? Su Mingxing sat aside, his eyes swept across Zhou Lianhu, who was sleeping in the room, and he complained to Jiang Jinli indignantly. Jiang Jinli leaned lightly on the sofa. Her expression was as indifferent as water. She looked around the three people and said calmly, "They will not survive tomorrow." Mu Yuan continued, "But people like Mao Han will definitely not give up." Jiang Jinli glanced at him, her tone full of contempt. "Of course, I have said before that I will deal with Mao Han as well." "Wow! The boss is awesome." Su Mingxing cheered. Jiang Jinli's decisiveness and neatness made him feel refreshed. Jiang Jinli continued, "Besides, even if we don't do it, Mao Han will never let us go. Especially Qingxi, who has become his prey." Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and his tone was cold. "Anyone who dares to come at me will have only one end, that is death. For those who are arrogant, ignorant of the world, and dare to provoke her, Jiang Jinli will never show mercy, and will definitely send them to hell personally." Shin Qingxi heard the words. The corner of her mouth curled up a smile, and a warm current surged in her heart. Su Mingxing asked anxiously, "Boss, when do you think Mao Heng is going to attack? Will he choose to attack in the middle of the night?" Jiang Jinli stared at the moonlight outside the window with a cold expression. "It shouldn't be tonight. He needs time to prepare and arrange. Besides, he won't do it in the base where there are many people and eyes. He may force us to leave the base tomorrow morning. After all, the construction of the base is not easy, and Mao Han will never destroy his base easily. In addition, considering that the base is still in its early stages of development, Mao Han will not rashly label himself as cruel and bloodthirsty in front of the survivors." Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli arranged, "We will take turns to keep watch tonight. Don't worry about the surveillance downstairs. Just wait until dawn." Several people nodded in agreement. A night passed, and nothing happened. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight penetrated the glass and gently sprinkled on Zhou Lianhu, and he slowly opened his eyes. When he sat up, he stretched unconsciously, feeling unprecedented comfort, as if this sleep was extremely deep and satisfying. He looked around. Zhou Lianhu's eyes were slightly confused. His brain had not completely gotten rid of the shackles of dreams, and for a moment, he didn't know where he was. But soon, his thoughts returned. He regained consciousness. Zhou Lianhu quickly examined his own condition, gently brushed his back with his fingers, and was surprised to find that the wound had healed. Moreover, an unprecedented abundant energy surged in his body. He was more vigorous than before the injury. His pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. Then, the gate of memory quietly opened, and the words of the captain before he fainted last night clearly emerged in his mind, making Zhou Lianhu's eyes moist. The captain seemed to have a kind of magic power. Everything she said could come true, even resurrecting a person who should have died. Zhou Lianhu's gratitude and admiration for Jiang Jinli were so deep that it was hard to express it in words. It was not an exaggeration to regard her as his reborn parents. At this time, Su Mingxing's voice penetrated the silence of the room. "Brother Dahu, get up and have breakfast. We have to fight later." He rushed in while speaking, walked straight to the bed and sat down, looking at Zhou Lianhu with a bright smile. Zhou Lianhu was extremely glad to see Su Mingxing's smiling face again. "Mingxing, I made you worry." Su Mingxing waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, we are all brothers, don't be polite. I'm glad you're okay. Don't make me so nervous in the future. My little heart can't stand it." Zhou Lianhu's face sank, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, "There will be no next time, never." At that time, he did not realize that Wang Daping was carrying a gun, and with his back to the north, Wang Daping shot so fast that he was caught off guard and had no time to react. Who could have predicted that a person with no grudges would suddenly commit a crime? What's more, Wang Daping was a soldier, and this behavior was really outrageous. But this experience also made Zhou Lianhu deeply understand the complexity of human nature in the end times. "Okay, don't be so serious. Villains are always hard to guard against, and the boss will not blame you for this." Su Mingxing comforted him. "Let's go. Brother Mu Yuan has already cooked the porridge. Go wash up quickly, and after eating, we will go to seek justice for you." After saying that, he quickly pulled Zhou Lianhu up from the bed, and the two walked out of the room together. Walking out of the room, Zhou Lianhu found that Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi were sitting opposite each other, drinking porridge leisurely at the dining table. Jiang Jinli had finished her meal, and was sitting comfortably on the sofa, eating snacks. When they saw Zhou Lianhu, they all smiled gently at him. A warm current quietly flowed into Zhou Lianhu's heart, and a sour feeling rose at the tip of his nose. He walked firmly, and walked straight towards Jiang Jinli without any hesitation. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, Zhou Lianhu suddenly knelt down, revealing an unprecedented piety and solemnity in his posture. Jiang Jinli stopped peeling the candy, and her eyes as dark as the night stared at Zhou Lianhu quietly. At the same time, Mu Yuan and the other three also put down their work. Their expressions became serious, and they witnessed this solemn scene together. Zhou Lianhu's eyes were red, and his voice was trembling as he said, "De Hu is a rough man, and he doesn't know how to speak sweet words. But I swear, from now on, I will be the captain's sharp blade. I will cut off all obstacles for the captain, swear to be loyal to him until death, and never betray him." He added solemnly, "Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate." His oath was resounding, sonorous and powerful, like a piece of gold and stone. Then, Zhou Lianhu bowed his head deeply, touched the ground with his forehead, and kowtowed to Jiang Jinli 3 times in a row, each of which was full of his determination and loyalty. These 3 kowtows echoed in the room, shaking everyone's heart. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli stood up and helped Zhou Lianhu up. She looked into his eyes with a calm and deep gaze. After a moment, she slowly said, "I will remember your loyalty in my heart and will never let you down." Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, thinking in her heart, and felt that she should show her loyalty no matter what. So, she directly handed the unopened candy in her hand to Zhou Lianhu. This scene happened to be witnessed by 3 people, and they all felt that Jiang Jinli's action revealed a bit of inexplicable cuteness. Xin Qingxi was even more so, and a gentle smile bloomed on her face involuntarily. Zhou Lianhu held the candy tightly, put it carefully into his pocket, and then showed Jiang Jinli a simple smile. He knew very well that the meaning of this candy was far beyond the material measurement. It symbolized Jiang Jinli's silent trust and acceptance of him. In the team, Jiang Jinli's love for sweets has long been no secret, and she shared her favorite candy with him, which was undoubtedly a deep recognition of herself. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli patted Zhou Lianhu on the shoulder and said, "Go wash up and eat first, and then deal with those who should be killed." "Yes, Captain," Zhou Lianhu replied with a smile. As the conversation ended, the originally solemn atmosphere gradually dissipated. Mu Yuan and Xin Qingxi retracted their gazes and continued to lower their heads to taste the porridge. Su Mingxing approached with a smile, put his arm around Zhou Lianhu's shoulders, led him to the washroom, and said happily, "Let's go, brother Dahu." Jiang Jinli walked to the window and glanced at the soldiers standing guard at the door downstairs. Although there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, the depths of her eyes revealed a piercing coldness. In her eyes, the crowd below were nothing more than corpses that were about to fall. Chapter 90. After finishing their meal, several people prepared to go downstairs. Since the other party had blocked the door and looked eager to die, it seemed inhumane not to satisfy their wishes. When the group walked down the stairs, a soldier with a gun blocked their way. He said in a businesslike tone, the base commander learned that his personal soldiers had caused trouble, so he wanted to apologize to Captain Jiang in person and had detained the culprit. "I hope Captain Jiang can deal with it personally." The soldier's eyes swept through the crowd and froze when he touched Zhou Lianhu. Didn't the base commander say that the strong man was beaten to death by Captain Wang because he was restless? So this group of people rebelled? So they had to kill them all? But now, Zhou Lianhu was standing here in good condition? What's going on? Although he was confused, the soldier still chose to act according to the original plan. Unconditional obedience to orders had penetrated into his bones, making him completely lose the ability to think, and even dare not have personal opinions. These soldiers are like machines that only obey orders, without their own thoughts. Jiang Jinli smiled coldly after hearing this. "That's really troublesome to the base commander. Please lead the way." The soldier collected his thoughts and mechanically replied, "This kind of thing is not suitable to be handled in a base with many people and eyes, so the base commander is waiting for you outside." Jiang Jinli glanced at him and said calmly, "It's okay, let's go." "Then please follow me." After the soldier responded, he immediately led the way. The other guards on both sides held their guns tightly, and stared at Jiang Jinli and others vigilantly, as if they would shoot immediately if they made the slightest move. Jiang Jinli held a contemptuous attitude towards guns, and had no fear in her heart. She knew very well that what happened to Zhou Lianhu last night was purely an accident, and she would never allow such an accident to happen again. As long as she was there, no bullets could get close to her body. What's more, Mu Yuan and Xin Qingxi already had 3rd-level superpowers, and ordinary bullets were no threat to them. The soldier led everyone to a military vehicle, then turned around and instructed concisely, "Please get in the car." Jiang Jinli glanced at the dirty and dilapidated military vehicle and felt disgusted. If she hadn't planned to deal with this group of people together with Mao Heng, she would have lost her patience and dealt with them on the spot. Jiang Jinli was too lazy to say any more nonsense, and quickly took out the RV from the space, put it aside, and then sat directly in it. Seeing this, Mu Yuan and others also got into their own car. Seeing her such a method, the guards around couldn't help but let out a burst of surprised gasps. The soldier was stunned by this sudden scene. Although he was nervous, he still tried to stay calm, got into the car, and drove to the gate of the base. The RV was driving in the middle of the team, followed by 5 or 6 cars, obviously escorting them to prevent Jiang Jinli and others from escaping. At the same time, on another road, several military trucks were lined up and ready to go. After seeing the vehicles leaving the base one after another, Qin Yong reported to Qin Yizhong in the co-pilot seat, "Captain, they have all left." Qin Yizhong calmly gave an order, "Follow them immediately." "Yes." After Qin Yong responded, he immediately started the car and rushed forward. Behind them followed a truck full of soldiers with live ammunition. Although the soldiers looked solemn, their eyes flashed with excitement. Today, their captain was finally going to face Mao Heng head-on. The long-standing frustration and unwillingness will be resolved today. No matter win or lose, no matter life or death, they vowed to fight to the death. The scorching sun scorched the earth mercilessly, and the air was filled with rolling heat waves, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Around this ruin, the buildings were crumbling, and the rubble and weeds were intertwined, a silent and remote scene. Here, far away from the noise of the base, quietly became an excellent place to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. On the open ground, people and various vehicles gathered closely. They were standing or sitting, holding weapons in their hands, with stern expressions, ready for battle. Among these people, there were soldiers in uniforms and superpowers in short sleeves, with a total of about 400 to 500 people. While wiping the sweat from their foreheads, they stared at the road in the distance through the ruins. Mao Heng sat in the middle of the crowd, his face filled with unconcealable pride. He secretly calculated that the next battle must be fought quickly. Because he had almost mobilized all his men, he would never allow the slightest possibility of failure. Mao Heng did not care about the lives of others, but he vowed to capture Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi alive. In addition, Mao Heng thought, once Jiang Jinli died, perhaps he would not need to go through any more trouble, and Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi would naturally submit to him. After all, in this doomsday, loyalty is just a joke, and only interests and force are the real rules of survival. Zhang Yi was standing in the team of superpowers at this moment, looking around uneasily, frowning and looking anxious. He and Sun Ba were warmly received by Mao Heng as soon as they entered the base. From Mao Heng's few words, the two sensed his hidden ambition. Faced with Mao Heng's veiled recruitment invitation, Zhang Yi had no choice. Since he had come to the base, in order to seek a glimmer of hope in the base, he had to rely on Mao Heng. After all, with his weak superpowers, the word rejection seemed pale and powerless in front of Mao Heng. Unexpectedly, after just one day, there was a mission. Last night, Mao Heng spoke frankly at the meeting, showing his covetousness for the water-based ability user, and his greed and malice were not concealed. His so-called help to deal with Jiang Jinli's team was actually an unquestionable mandatory order, and no one dared to disobey. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to associate with evil and become an accomplice of evil. He despised Mao Heng's behavior of forcing others to join the base by despicable means. If he had known that the leader of the Jinqing base was a bandit-like figure, Zhang Yi would never have set foot on this land. All Zhang Yi wanted was to find a piece of pure land in the end of the world and live a peaceful life, rather than let himself become a beast-like existence without humanity. What's more, the target of Mao Heng's intention may not be a lamb to be slaughtered, but an equally powerful butcher. The danger today may not be others, but oneself. As the uneasy mood spread in his heart, Zhang Yi's body began to sweat uncontrollably, and the muscles on his cheeks trembled. TSK, now you are under the command of the base commander, but you are still so cowardly, you are really a coward, hopeless. A sudden mocking voice came from the side. Hearing this, Zhang Yi glanced at Sun Ba and angrily retorted, I am cowardly and afraid of death, but so what? Is it the way to survive to act recklessly like you? He lowered his voice and continued, Can you be sure that it will be the other party who dies later, not us? Zhang Yi knew very well that if the other party was really strong, they would most likely be used as cannon fodder by Mao Heng. Sun Ba glanced at Zhang Yi contemptuously, snorted coldly, and responded confidently, Is there any need to say this? Victory will naturally belong to us. You and I have seen the power of the base commander. Besides, he is a water ability user, and his preciousness is self-evident. He must be caught. After hearing this, Zhang Yi was too lazy to argue with him. Their values were completely different, and they had no common topics at all. This doomsday world has made most people lose their moral bottom line and sense of shame. Just as the two were talking, there was a commotion in front of them. Zhang Yi looked up and saw several cars speeding from a distance, among which a familiar RV was particularly eye-catching. Sun Ba was stunned at first, then laughed grimly. I didn't expect it to be that group of people. This is really a narrow road for enemies. Then we can't let them go. I want them all to die, especially that woman. I will slowly torture her to repay my humiliation the day before. Sun Ba's eyes were full of vicious light. Zhang Yi saw that the people in the RV got off the car without fear, and his heart sank. He realized that they might really be more powerful than Mao Heng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to retreat. Several trucks slowly stopped at the edge of the ruins, and then all the soldiers with guns got off and quickly surrounded the RV. Jiang Jinli stepped out of the car and swept her eyes over the hundreds of people in front of her, revealing disdain and strong murderous intent in her eyes. Since everyone is here, don't think of leaving. This ruin will become the burial place of this group of people. Su Mingxing carried a gun and walked at the end of the team. Seeing the many people gathered in front, he immediately started to tease. TSK, Mao Heng is really nice. He thinks highly of us. He has a lot of people and weapons. All are ready. Indeed, maybe he moved all his assets here. Zhou Lian who responded while checking the bullets, with a bit of teasing in his tone. Jiang Jinli had already prepared firearms in the car. She thought firearms were more efficient. However, Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi chose to get off the car with cold weapons. Compared to firearms, they prefer the direct experience brought by cold weapons, and they all feel that using cold weapons to kill people is more satisfying. Seeing her finally appear, Mao Heng immediately led people to meet her. Facing Jiang Jinli's calmness, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, Captain Jiang, even at this moment you are still so calm. I really admire your courage. The laughter stopped suddenly. Mao Heng's face turned cold, and his eyes revealed fierceness. He directly put forward the conditions. I won't say much nonsense. I will give you a choice. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your lives. He looked around at Jiang Jinli and others who were surrounded by soldiers, and then said, as for the unfortunate death of the black and strong man in your team. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly fell on Zhou Lianhu at the end of the team, and he was shocked and said, how could it be? Wang Daping was standing aside, his eyes revealed contempt, his nose turned up. But Mao Heng's exclamation made him curiously turn his head, and look directly at Jiang Jinli and others. When Wang Daping clearly saw Zhou Lianhu's lively appearance, his pupils shrank instantly, his face turned gray, and he stepped back repeatedly, as if he saw a ghost. He shouted in horror, how are you still alive? No, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Then, he hurriedly reported to Mao Heng, Base Commander, I clearly saw him fall down with my own eyes. He was shot twice. How could he recover overnight? This is too wrong. Mao Heng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He did not think that Wang Daping had seen it wrong. This matter was indeed beyond common sense and incredible. Even if he had a precious healing ability, it would be difficult to save the life of a dying person so quickly. The only reasonable explanation is that Jiang Jinli may have some extraordinary special abilities. She is not just an ordinary space ability user. Her strength may be far beyond the imagination of all of them, deep and unfathomable. Seeing Jiang Jinli's calmness at this moment, Mao Heng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that Jiang Jinli didn't take them seriously at all. This thought flashed through his mind. Mao Heng immediately stepped back, and at the same time shouted to the soldiers around Jiang Jinli, everyone disperse. Stay away from her. She is extremely dangerous. Chapter 91. The soldiers were shocked by Mao Heng's shout. Although they were confused, they quickly evacuated from Jiang Jinli. After a while, the surrounding area was empty, and only Jiang Jinli and his group were left. Mao Heng's forehead was bulging with veins, and his face was distorted. He shouted at the soldiers around him, prepare to shoot. Kill them! His voice was like a bomb that suddenly exploded around. Although everyone didn't understand why, seeing Mao Heng's terrified expression, everyone became nervous. Hundreds of soldiers responded quickly and surrounded Jiang Jinli and the other 5 people, and the black muzzles of their guns were pointed at them. Faced with this scene, Jiang Jinli looked calm and didn't show any panic. She was not in a hurry to take anyone's life now, but just wanted to know Chunizhang's attitude. At this moment, Chunizhang's stern shout came from a distance. Stop immediately. As soon as the voice fell, Chunizhang led an armed team of hundreds of people, and jumped out of the vehicle swiftly. They quickly dispersed to find shelter, and successfully occupied several advantageous positions. Then, they all drew their guns and pointed them directly at Mao Hung and his accomplices. Damn it, put your guns down. Don't move, or I shoot. Back off. Qin Yong and others had murderous looks on their faces, and shouted threats to Mao Heng's men. Mao Heng's men saw this, and immediately turned their guns, and pointed them at Qin Yong and his party. The two sides confronted each other, and the scene instantly fell into chaos. Mao Heng's team of superpowers also mixed in the crowd, holding guns and roaring. After all, low-level superpowers are too weak to resist the power of a bullet. Zhang Yi was so frightened by this scene that he broke out in a cold sweat. He squinted his eyes, looked around cautiously, and retreated quietly when no one was paying attention. When Mao Hung saw Chunizhang, anger instantly surged on his face, and his face was ferocious. Roaring loudly, Chunizhang, you are so bold that you dare to collude with outsiders to deal with me. Do you think they can win? It's just a daydream. Since you are so ignorant, I will kill you too. Chunizhang's face was as gloomy as water, and he retorted sternly, Mao Hung, why bother pretending to be kind and righteous? With your brutal behavior, if I continue to tolerate it, it won't be long before my brothers and I will lose our lives. Let's end it today, either you die or I die. After hearing this, Mao Hung laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Good, great. Just wait and see how I make you want to live or die. Mao Hung stood behind the crowd with a gloomy face, just about to give orders to shoot. But the scene that happened next almost made him tremble with fear. Jiang Jinli recognized Chunizhang's performance, but at this moment, the chaos and noisy voices around her made her feel irritated. A strong pressure burst out from her eyes, and her mental power instantly swept every corner of the ruins. She swept her cold eyes over the soldiers with hairy hair and shouted coldly, Shut up! Put down your weapons! Although her voice was not prominent in the clamor, it miraculously penetrated everyone's eardrums and hit the depths of their brains. The soldiers with guns felt a trance in their heads for a moment, and then their eyes went black. They obeyed her orders involuntarily, and the guns in their hands were loosened and fell to the ground. Instantly, the whole place was silent. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, their faces dull, like a body without a soul. The air around them solidified, filled with a strange and palpitating atmosphere. Chunizhang's team witnessed this bizarre scene, and their legs trembled in shock. They looked at Jiang Jinli with awe and fear. Why? Why is this? Mao Hung stared at his soldiers, his rough face full of horror. Base Commander, what is going on? Is she a human or a ghost? We are finished. Finished? Wang Dapeng was so frightened by this scene that he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He caught a trace of mockery in Jiang Jinli's eyes. Wang Dapeng realized that the reason he was not manipulated was because Jiang Jinli had other plans and intended to leave him to Zhou Lianhu. Mao Hung thought for a moment, and suddenly realized, and finally understood the truth. He stared at Jiang Jinli with wide eyes in horror, and shouted hoarsely, Control? You are a psychic? How is this possible? If Mao Hung had known that Jiang Jinli had such a strange and powerful mental control ability, he would never easily provoke her. What made him even more unbelievable was that Jiang Jinli could actually have two powers at the same time. This is really too weird. The more Mao Hung thought about it, the more frightened he became. Jiang Jinli ignored him, drew out her long knife, and walked straight towards Mao Hung. She didn't control Mao Hung because she planned to end his life herself. Facing the resolute killing intent in Jiang Jinli's eyes, Mao Hung panicked instantly. But soon, he seemed to understand something, and suddenly laughed wildly. Why, do you think this is all I have? After saying that, he quickly took out a giant rocket launcher from the back of the car, skillfully placed it on his shoulder, and squeezed the trigger with his finger. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? You can't defeat my cannon after all. I want all of you to go to hell. His face was distorted and his smile was rampant. Mao Hung had completely given up his fantasy about Shinqingxi. Now his only thought was to annihilate them all. He raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, quickly locked onto Jiang Jinli and others, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The rocket launcher flickered with fire and filled with smoke. The shells, at an astonishing speed, carried the power of destruction, cut through the sky, and rushed straight towards Jiang Jinli and others. Boss! Su Mingxing shouted in panic. Facing the approaching shells, Xinxingxi and Mu Yuan did not show any panic, but their eyes were cast on Jiang Jinli instead. Jiang Jinli had a faint smile on his lips, his eyes were firm, and he whispered to the others, "Don't worry." Qin Zhong was shocked when he saw this, and they all turned around and ran away immediately. Seeing Jiang Jinli and others standing still, Qin Zhong was extremely anxious and shouted, "Captain Jiang, get out of the way!" Before he finished speaking, a shocking explosion suddenly broke out around Jiang Jinli. The flames quickly devoured the surrounding air and turned into a huge burning fireball. The shock wave of the explosion surged around like a tide, destroying the nearby obstacles one by one without leaving any trace. The ground shook violently. It seemed as if nature was also shaking, as if it had experienced a small earthquake. The flames and thick smoke intertwined and entangled, forming a terrifying picture that made people's hearts palpitate. As the explosion subsided, the flames gradually dimmed, replaced by thick smoke that filled the surroundings. The explosion site was in a mess. The soldiers close to Jiang Jinli were unfortunately blown away. The scene was horrible and bloody. Although those standing farther away survived, they were also knocked to the ground by the shock wave. Their eyes looked empty, and their lifeless eyes were wide open. Qin Zhong sat on the ground, staring at Jiang Jinli and others who were in the smoke and life or death, his face as pale as paper. "Ha ha ha! How about it? This is the end of going against me. I want you all to die." Mao Heng grinned, extremely arrogant. Wang Daping gradually came back to his senses. He sat on the ground, looking at the smoke in front of him, with a crazy smile on his lips. That laugh was equally heart-pounding. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhong's eyes were red, and he struggled to stand up, roaring at Mao Heng angrily. This kind of weapon should not be used to deal with zombies, but to harm compatriots. You are simply crazy and unworthy of being a human being. He turned around suddenly and ordered Qin Yong behind him decisively. Shoot, get rid of this beast. Qin Yong and others responded quickly, with anger in their eyes, and rushed forward to surround Mao Heng tightly. Then the sound of gunfire rang out, and it continued. Bang bang bang. Mao Heng had been prepared for a long time. He immediately activated the gold power, and his body instantly became smooth and dazzling, as if he was wearing a metallic coat. As the power gradually increased, his skin gradually hardened, and finally became as hard as a rock, comparable to refined steel. In the sun, Mao Heng's body reflected a piercing cold light, exuding an unshakable momentum. The bullet hit his body, but only a series of weak sparks. Like a breeze blowing across the water, it leaves no scratches on it. Mao Heng laughed wildly, his face full of disdain. "Captain, what should we do?" Qin Yong shouted anxiously while firing. Mao Heng's gold-based defense was too strong, and they really felt helpless about it. Seeing this, Qin Zhong felt a chill in his heart, and his mood became extremely heavy. Mao Heng glanced at Qin Zhong's desperate face and smiled coldly. "You know that my body is invulnerable, so why do you do useless work? Now you are ready to die." Just as Mao Heng was about to kill, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. "It's so noisy." The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Hearing Jiang Jinli's voice, Qin Zhong looked back excitedly, and this look almost made his heart jump out of his chest. Qin Yong was terrified and collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Oh my God!" Other soldiers also screamed, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. "Oh my God! What is that? It's so scary. How can it be so huge? Monster?" When they were fighting fiercely with Mao Heng, they didn't notice the changes behind them at all, because they mistakenly thought that Jiang Jinli and others had met with an accident. "Oh my God! Base Commander, what the hell is that?" Wang Daping was hiding on the side, and when he saw the surroundings suddenly fell into silence, his curiosity forced him to quietly stick his head out and want to find out. However, the scene in front of him was extremely horrifying, which made him terrified and almost scared to death. Mao Heng's face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He stared at the front with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of fear. His lips trembled, and there was a clattering sound between his teeth, but he couldn't utter a word. Driven by fear, his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 92. As the smoke in front gradually dissipated, the figures of Jiang Jinli and his companions gradually became clear. Not only were they unharmed, but they also had a disdainful smile on their lips, and their eyes swept across the crowd around them. Between them, a strange plant grew out of thin air, which looked like a vine, but was unusually thick and upright. The vine was deep red all over, looking both weird and evil. Its surface was densely covered with countless tiny thorns, which flashed a cold silver luster under the sunlight, like fine needles carved by ice, sharp and dangerous. The shape of the vine was winding and tortuous, like a huge python, which was daunting. What was even more shocking was, at the top of the vine, a huge flower was proudly blooming. The petals were as deep as blood, and the edges were dotted with sharp fawn-like protrusions, like a beast opening its terrifying bloody mouth. This plant is about 10 meters tall, with a wide trunk and 2 huge leaves extending from both sides, like its arms, majestic and imposing. The leaves are strange in shape, resembling bat wings, with sharp serrations on the edges, adding a bit of mystery and danger. At this moment, Jiang Jinli was lazily leaning on one of the wide leaves, with her feet hanging in the air, her posture elegant. She sat there, like a queen high above, looking down at the people below, showing her dignity and majesty. Her eyes were cold and murderous. The fierce image of the blood-red vines below complemented each other, adding a bit of horror. The vine seemed to have self-awareness, and the branches trembled slightly in the air, as if waiting for a certain moment to come. The vine was filled with a frightening aura, like a giant beast that had just woken up from a deep sleep, revealing a power that should not be underestimated. Its spikes flashed with cold light, ready to attack, as if they could launch a fatal attack on any enemy who dared to invade Jiang Jinli at any time. Mao Heng and Wang Daping stared at this creepy high-level mutant plant. Their faces became distorted in fear, and their breathing became rapid. Obviously, the scene in front of them made them terrified, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped the two of them. Su Mingxing was so excited that he couldn't speak. He had never expected that Jiang Jinli could control such a powerful mutant plant, and his heart was extremely shocked. He looked up at Jiang Jinli from time to time, his eyes full of awe for her. Shen Qingzi and Mu Yuan were also shocked. Although the two had known Jiang Jinli for a long time, they had never realized that she actually hid such a terrifying vine power. The power and mystery displayed by Jiang Jinli were beyond everyone's imagination. Jiang Jinli sat on the leaf, looking down at the terrified Mao Heng below, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. When the shells whistled, Jiang Jinli responded quickly and activated the space barrier and mental shield in an instant. She took this opportunity to test the solidity of these two lines of defense. However, at this critical moment, the vine on her wrist suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and it broke away on its own, and instantly expanded into a thick vine. At the same time, the wide leaf also quickly deformed and turned into a round solid shield, tightly surrounding everyone and protecting them inside. Jiang Jinli was very surprised by this. Because since the last communication, this little vine has been silent, and it is obviously evolving in secret. It seems that it has been silently guarding itself, and once it senses the danger from the outside world, it will wake up immediately. This appearance just marks that it has completed the final stage of evolution. Jiang Jinli carefully looked at the vine, and was secretly surprised. The appearance of this vine is unexpectedly ugly. In any case, it is also nourished and grown with its own blood. Why is it so crooked? Although its appearance is not outstanding, its strength seems to be quite good. The vine seems to be able to keenly capture Jiang Jinli's subtle disappointment in his appearance. Then it gently shook its branches and leaves, as if silently expressing its dissatisfaction and protest. It seems to be saying that beauty and ugliness are not something it can decide on its own. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli smiled and patted the leaves, and said jokingly, "It doesn't matter if you are ugly, I won't dislike you for it." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly became sharp, like a cold arrow shooting directly at Mao Heng. Her face was as cold as ice in an instant, and a sharp murderous intent flashed in her eyes. In full view of everyone, Jiang Jinli's figure flashed, as if swept away by a gust of wind, and suddenly disappeared from the leaves. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Mao Heng like a ghost. Mao Heng was frightened by the sudden appearance of Jiang Jinli, and tried to escape. But he found that his body was like being tied by invisible chains, and could not move at all. Jiang Jinli's movements were swift, as fast as lightning, and unpredictable. She raised her hand suddenly, and pinched Mao Heng's neck accurately. Jiang Jinli's palm was as hard as iron, and her strength was extraordinary. Instantly depriving Mao Heng of the ability to resist, the feeling of suffocation quickly enveloped his whole body. "Ah! Base Commander!" Wang Daping was extremely horrified when he saw this scene, and he screamed repeatedly, almost insane. He stared in disbelief, amazed that Jiang Jinli could teleport. Jiang Jinli was merciless, pinching Mao Heng's neck and pushing him back quickly. It seemed that in her hands, this strong man, with a body as hard as steel, was as light as a feather. Bang! Until Mao Heng's back hit the cold wall heavily, making a dull impact. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli suddenly increased the strength with one hand, and tightly grasped Mao Heng's throat. The strength gradually increased, and finally lifted his whole body, with his feet hanging in the air. Mao Heng's face quickly turned red due to suffocation, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. He tried to struggle, but his whole body was bound tightly, and his hands and feet could not move, like a helpless fish on a chopping board. Mao Heng knew that Jiang Jinli's spiritual ability level was far beyond his reach. He couldn't resist at all. In front of Jiang Jinli, his gold ability seemed extremely fragile, as weak as a child, and could not withstand a single blow. Jiang Jinli's eyes were cold and murderous, like a ghost from hell, and her eyes pierced deeply into Mao Heng's soul. Her cold voice sounded, like the cold north wind in the cold winter, piercing and ruthless. "This is the price you pay for provoking me." Mao Heng heard the words, and his regret surged like a flood, and tears couldn't help but burst out. He had never expected that Jiang Jinli would be so cold and powerful. If he had known the situation today, he would never dare to offend her easily. The haze of death wrapped him tightly. Mao Heng knew that he was about to bid farewell to this world in the most humiliating way. Jiang Jinli remained calm and resolutely moved, adding strength with one hand. With a crisp sound of click, Mao Heng's neck was broken. His eyes were wide open, and the look of fear was forever frozen on his face, and the vitality was quickly withdrawn from his body. Then, Jiang Jinli let go of his hand, and Mao Heng's body slid to the ground weakly. At this point, Mao Heng's short and arrogant life came to an unsatisfactory end. The scene fell into a dead silence. Chen Yizhong and others witnessed this scene. All of them were stunned, and their bodies trembled violently. Mao Heng, who they once regarded as a strong enemy, was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli's strength made everyone feel indescribable fear. "No!" Base Commander Wang Daping witnessed Mao Heng's death, as if struck by lightning, with a face full of shock and disbelief. His faith collapsed in an instant. The strongest man of the Doomsday that Wang Daping had believed in was easily killed by a woman. This completely overturned his cognition and concept. He couldn't accept this fact. Wang Daping's face was distorted, his eyes were empty, and he kept muttering, "How is it possible? Why? Why is it like this? Isn't he the strongest man? How could it be? It shouldn't be." Jiang Jinli's sharp eyes swept around, and instantly lifted the mental control of Mao Heng's guards present. After everyone regained consciousness, they looked around, and screams of fear were instantly intertwined. What happened? "Oh my god! Mutated plants? No, the base commander is dead. Everyone run. It's over." Mao Heng's death shocked everyone. At this moment, they finally realized how terrible they had provoked a being. However, they desperately discovered that there seemed to be an invisible barrier around them, trapping them firmly in place. They looked terrified, desperately slapping the invisible air, but it was in vain. Jiang Jinli watched coldly, witnessing the struggle of these people, and a cold smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of her mouth. A fierce murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and then, that cold and cruel voice echoed in the ruins. "Kill them all, don't leave any alive." Chapter 93. As soon as Jiang Jinli gave the order, he released Xiaohua from the space, letting it enjoy this bloody feast. When Xiaohua appeared, its scarlet eyes flashed with murderous light, and its huge body instantly pounced on Mao Heng's personal guards. Its claws and fangs waved mercilessly, tearing flesh and blood with its thick fangs from time to time, and the sound of chewing was horrifying. Its bloodthirsty and terrifying appearance made everyone terrified. At the same time, Mu Yuan and the other four also moved upon hearing the order, as fast as a tiger, and rushed into the crowd. Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi had grim faces, and their superpowers were fully activated. Wherever they passed, only cold corpses were scattered. Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing became extremely cruel and ruthless at this moment, and the submachine guns in their hands fired wildly at the crowd. The four of them were indifferent to the calls for mercy from all around, and coldly carried out this indiscriminate killing. "Captain, shall we start?" Qin Yong and others were soaked in cold sweat, their eyes full of fear, staring at the four figures like killing gods. Chen Yizhong's hands were trembling slightly. He was about to say something, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of Jiang Jinli's cold eyes, which were locked on him. His heart suddenly tightened, and a chill rushed straight to his spine. Then he shouted to everyone, "Why are you still standing there? Come on!" Before he finished speaking, Chen Yizhong was the first to rush out without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Qin Yong and others also roared, raised their weapons, and threw themselves into this cruel massacre. On the battlefield, hundreds of people instantly fell into a fierce melee. Screams, roars, and wails intertwined and resounded through the sky. At Jiang Jinli's signal, the mutant vines also moved quickly. Its body shrank to about 2 meters long, and it flexibly shuttled among the crowd. The tentacles of the vines wrapped around the limbs of Mao Heng's followers at an astonishing speed, binding them tightly. These tentacles were not only covered with sharp thorns, but also concealed tiny and hard-to-see suction cups. Once these suction cups accurately locate the blood vessels of the prey, they will suddenly pierce the skin and then suck the blood frantically. People entangled by the vines can clearly feel that as the blood flows, their vitality is also disappearing bit by bit. Their skin gradually loses its blood color and becomes pale and weak. Their physical strength drops sharply, as if all their strength has been drained. Soon after, the eyeballs of these unfortunates began to protrude abnormally, and their bodies gradually dried up, eventually turning into creepy mummies. These scenes of death all reveal extreme horror and desolation. As the blood was absorbed, the color of the mutant blood-sucking vine became brighter, and the dark red on the leaves became deeper. The thick body of the vine seemed to become smoother, obviously because it absorbed nutrients. Its tentacles swayed gently in the air, as if it was intoxicated by the nourishment. Everyone who witnessed this cruel scene was terrified and fearful. Wang Daping sat on the ground, his ears filled with desperate voices, his whole body was cold, and his eyes were full of fear. However, what was puzzling was that the people passing by him did not attack him, which made Wang Daping secretly happy. Just as he was about to hide quietly, a tall black shadow suddenly enveloped him. Wang Daping felt something in his heart, and suddenly looked up. His pupils shrank instantly. He slowly retreated, his teeth chattering, and finally broke down and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me." Zhou Lianhu stared at him coldly, and his dark face revealed a cold murderous intent. He swung the mace without hesitation and hit Wang Daping's head hard. No! In the huge crash, Wang Daping's head was severely injured, blood and broken meat splashed out, and he died on the spot. Zhou Lianhu glanced coldly at the bloody and rotten meat on the ground, stepped over the corpse expressionlessly, and walked forward. At this moment, Sun Ba also felt the despair deeply in the crowd. He had never expected that Jiang Jinli's team members had risen to the third level of supernatural power. In comparison, the strongest of their group was only at the peak of the second level. Facing Mu Yuan and Shen Qingxi, he was completely powerless. Especially Mu Yuan, whose lightning ability could be released externally, turning into a deadly electric current. Anyone who was hit would die immediately, and its power was terrifying. Sun Ba was full of regret. If he had known that this group of people was so powerful and ruthless, he would never have easily gotten involved in this dispute. He felt that he was deeply harmed by Mao Heng, and even Mao Heng was not the opponent of the other captain, and he could not see any hope of escape. Fear and despair intertwined. Sun Ba seemed to be trapped in an endless swamp, tightly bound by an invisible force, almost suffocated, and unable to extricate himself. He hunched his body and hid in the ruins, trying to survive for a while longer. However, a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded, instantly shattering the only fluke in Sun Ba's heart. "It turned out to be you. It seems that you are destined to die in my hands." Sun Ba raised his head with difficulty. His sight passed through the ruins, and saw a woman standing on the top of the collapsed building, holding a bow and arrow. Her eyes were as cold as frost, staring at him coldly. Sun Ba's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, begging desperately, "Please spare my life. I didn't mean to do it. Everything was forced by Mao Heng, really I." Before he finished speaking, the sharp whistle of the arrow tearing through the air was heard. Bang! With a crisp sound, the sharp arrow pierced Sun Ba's skull without bias. Sun Ba's eyes were wide open, full of horror, and then he fell straight to the ground. Shen Qingxi glanced at the corpses on the ground indifferently, without any ripples in her heart. For her, anyone who dared to threaten them would only have one way to go. As the last person's wailing fell, the ruins gradually quieted down. All around, wherever you look, there are piles of corpses. A mountain of blood and flesh was formed. On the ground, blood flowed like water, dyeing the earth a shocking red. The surrounding scene was like hell on earth, which was frightening. The soldiers under Chen Yizhong carefully patrolled the ruins with guns in hand. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles. Once they found any fish that slipped through the net, they would shoot and kill without hesitation. These people were Mao Heng's confidants. In order to prevent future changes, they must be thoroughly cleaned up. Jiang Jinli crossed his arms, and stood quietly beside the car, watching everything in front of him with cold eyes. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were calm. Only after confirming that everyone was dead, Jiang Jinli called softly to the mutant plant that had eaten enough. Following her call, the vines quickly transformed into a red light, flew straight to Jiang Jinli's wrist, and then turned into an exquisite bracelet, tightly wrapped around it. Seeing this, Xiaohua was unwilling to fall behind. She ran to Jiang Jinli's feet, squatted obediently, and wagged her tail non-stop, trying her best to attract her attention, fearing that she would be ignored. Qin Yong and others were shocked to see that the originally terrifying blood-sucking vines turned into bracelets in an instant. And the huge mutant black dog, like a loyal guard, squatted quietly beside Jiang Jinli, exuding a sense of presence that could not be ignored. Under the protection of the two terrifying mutant creatures, Jiang Jinli was like a killing god walking out of the darkness, with a strong aura and unattainable. Her majesty and coldness intertwined, making people feel fearful and full of respect. As soon as Qin Yizhong, Xin Qingxi, and the other four walked up to Jiang Jinli, they heard her suddenly give a cold order, "Get out now." Everyone was startled and looked around, but no one was found. While they were wondering, a slight sound came from the bottom of a nearby car. Then, a man with a dusty face crawled out from under the car. Facing the corpses and soldiers with guns everywhere, his face was as pale as paper. He staggered to Jiang Jinli and knelt down. He raised his head tremblingly, tears bursting down, and he hoarsely defended, "I am definitely not a member of Mao Heng's gang, and I have never fired a shot at you. I was really forced to come here. Please spare my life." Seeing that Jiang Jinli still had no expression on his face, Zhang Yi pleaded desperately again, "I really don't want to die. Please have mercy and let me live." He kept kowtowed, his body trembling, despair and panic intertwined in his heart. Zhang Yi knew very well that when Jiang Jinli showed her ability to control others, all of them were doomed to die. He tried to escape, but found that he was trapped by an invisible force field, and there was nowhere to escape. As the indiscriminate gunshots came one after another, Mao Heng's men fell one after another. Zhang Yi hid under the car with a little luck and agility, and could only listen to the screams from the outside world, with endless coldness and despair in his heart. He came to this base really to survive, not to die. Now, his only chance of survival is to seek Jiang Jinli's forgiveness. Although this hope is slim. Jiang Jinli stared at the man who kept kowtowing on the ground with indifference. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable, making it difficult to understand. Suddenly, she turned to Qin Yizhong and asked directly, "Captain Chen, do you think this person should be killed?" After hearing this, Zhang Ye's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he looked at Qin Yizhong nervously, with a look of help in his eyes. Although Qin Yizhong was slightly surprised to be named, he quickly calmed down and began to look at Zhang Yi carefully. Considering that Zhang Yi was not Mao Heng's accomplice, and did not participate in the chaos, he might really be forced to do so. So, he tentatively proposed to Jiang Jinli, "He doesn't seem to have participated in the attack. Maybe we should consider giving him a way out." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Jinli interrupted him, and responded calmly, "Okay, then don't kill him." Qin Yizhong was puzzled by this. He observed Jiang Jinli's expression, and found that there was no murderous intent in her eyes. Since they didn't intend to kill Zhang Yi, why did they let him speak? Soon, Zhang Ye's actions solved the mystery for him. Zhang Yi was stunned at first when he learned that he was able to save his life, but then he felt an irrepressible ecstasy in his heart. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Jinli, then turned to Qin Yizhong, knelt on the ground, and tears burst out of his eyes. "Thank you very much, Captain Chen, for pleading for me. Zhang Yi will remember your kindness and never forget it. From now on, Zhang Yi will follow Captain Chen until death to repay this life-saving grace. If there is any betrayal, I am willing to bear the punishment of God." Zhang Yi was glad to survive the disaster, and his heart was full of joy and deep gratitude to Qin Yizhong. Since he stepped into the base yesterday, he knew that the person who sincerely devoted his efforts to the construction of the base was none other than Qin Yizhong. Qin Yizhong wholeheartedly explored the way to survival for the survivors, and his behavior was respectful. Zhang Yi was also deeply touched and determined to follow Qin Yizhong sincerely. Seeing this scene, Qin Yizhong was filled with infinite emotion. He helped Zhang Yi up, and patted his shoulder to show his recognition and appreciation. Turning to look at Jiang Jinli, Qin Yizhong's eyes were full of gratitude, because she undoubtedly provided him with an important opportunity to win people's hearts. Now, all the superpowers in the base have been slaughtered, and he is about to take on the responsibility of managing the base. However, there are only a few people around him who can take on the task. At this time, Jiang Jinli recommended Zhang Yi to him, which was undoubtedly an extremely precious gift, given Jiang Jinli's strange and powerful spiritual superpower perception. Her doing this must mean that Zhang Yi is trustworthy, and has no second thoughts in her heart. Jiang Jinli's silent help filled Qin Yizhong's heart with gratitude and high respect. Then, Jiang Jinli looked around, and keenly noticed that the zombies were slowly gathering. She decisively ordered everyone, "You can go." After that, She took the lead and walked forward, followed by others. Qin Yong and others had also completed the battlefield cleanup, collected all available guns and supplies, and then evacuated with everyone. While walking, Jiang Jinli looked at Chen Yizhong and asked, "Captain Chen, when do you think you can fully control the situation inside the base?" Chen Yizhong quickly made a promise. "Please go back to your room and rest first. The remaining remnants in the base are no longer a threat. I will deal with it before tonight." If he can't even control the base without Mao Heng, Chen Yizhong feels that he is not worthy of being a man, and even he will despise himself. Therefore, he will take decisive action and show no mercy. "Okay." Jiang Jinli responded briefly. Then, hundreds of people drove away from this ruined land filled with the breath of death. Soon after, zombies swarmed into the area, and when they saw the fresh corpse on the ground, they could not wait to gather around. Their breathing became heavy and rapid, and a low roar came from the depths of their throats, obviously very excited about the food in front of them. These zombies cruelly tore the warm corpses that had just passed away, greedily putting pieces of flesh and blood into their mouths, and chewing them non-stop. Their roars echoed in the ruins, full of excitement and enthusiasm. Chapter 94. As soon as Jiang Jinli returned to the base, she went straight back to the building. She planned to prepare a simple lunch by herself. As for the complicated trivial matters in the base, she didn't want to care about them. At the same time, Chen Yizhong quickly took action. He took the lead and led the team to attack the weapons depot controlled by Mao Heng. He successfully controlled this strategic location firmly in his hands. With sufficient weapons resources, he believed that no one would dare to act rashly. Then, Chen Yizhong set about clearing out the remaining forces of Mao Heng. Mao Heng's confidants and loyal soldiers all died in the ruins. As for the remaining people in the base, they were no longer a concern for Chen Yizhong. Chen Yizhong would never be soft-hearted to those who were ignorant of the times. He knew that for the long-term development of the base, tough measures must be taken when necessary. In order to rectify the order, Chen Yizhong suspended the daily work of the base. Instead, he conducted a rescreening of the population and carried out large-scale cleanup work. Because Mao Heng neglected to examine the survivor's character when recruiting people. As a result, many people with bad character have mixed into the base now. This series of actions has plunged the base into a brief chaos. Gunshots and screams came one after another. The survivors were panic-stricken and closed their doors, not daring to go out. Anyone with insight can foresee that the base is about to usher in major changes. In the early morning, many survivors witnessed the scene of Mao Heng and Chen Yi's two teams leaving the base fully armed. Their faces were grim, obviously to deal with the upcoming conflict. Now, only Chen Yi's team has returned, which clearly shows that Mao Heng has suffered a setback and may even die. Chen Yizhong's current public actions are undoubtedly a sign that the leadership change of the base is imminent. Tong Qiushui and the woman stood side by side in front of the window, staring at the soldiers marching hurriedly below. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of anxiety. Tong Qiushui finally couldn't hold back her grief and confided to the woman in a sad voice, "Mom, Mao Heng is dead, what should I do? I betrayed Dahu and sacrificed myself. What's the point of all this?" The news of Mao Heng's death was like a sudden thunderclap in a clear sky for Tong Qiushui, shocking her. She was confused. Mao Heng had such a powerful ability. How could he be easily defeated by an ordinary person, Chen Yizhong? This reality was hard for her to accept. The reason why Tong Qiushui was willing to fall was entirely due to Mao Heng's strength. Now, Mao Heng's death has plunged her into endless confusion and despair. The woman's past acrimony and high-handedness have now disappeared. Thinking of the uncertainty of the future, her face was also shrouded in anxiety and fear. She looked out the window with empty eyes and whispered to herself, "It's over, it's over, how can I live in the future?" Then she was full of resentment and kept complaining. Mao Heng boasted that his superpowers were invincible. Bah! He was so vulnerable, he deserved to die, a complete waste. Tong Qiushui felt ashamed to hear her mother's sarcastic words. Because Tong Qiushui was born in a single-parent family, she respected her mother very much. From childhood to adulthood, she obeyed her mother's arrangements in everything. This made Tong Qiushui accustomed to obedience, dared not resist, and became cowardly. In this life, the only thing she fought hard for was marrying Zhou Lianhu, and for this, the mother and daughter had experienced a cold war for several months. Because the woman was dissatisfied with Zhou Lianhu, she was unwilling to live with them after marriage, and even often summoned Tong Qiushui back to her mother's home on the grounds of illness. And this time, Tong Qiushui was to blame for the betrayal of Zhou Lianhu, but her mother also used extreme means and threatened to die. Now, facing this crisis, Her mother still has no sense of proportion and refuses to repent. Tong Qiushui felt exhausted and her heart was like a dead tree, with no interest in life. In this cannibalistic world, how could she, a woman with no power, live with her mother? This became a burden she could not bear. Just when Tong Qiushui fell into the abyss of despair, the woman said lightly, "If Mao Heng died, then he died." This shows that Qin Zhang is more powerful than Mao Heng, and it is natural for him to take over the base. However, the woman's next words made Tong Qiushui shudder. Her body suddenly turned cold, and her heart was intertwined with disbelief and deep pain. "Qin Zhang is also a man, Qiushui. For the sake of us mother and daughter, how about you?" Before she finished speaking, Tong Qiushui interrupted her, her voice with tearing pain. "How can you have such a disgusting idea? I am your daughter. What do you think of me?" Tong Qiushui was deeply insulted. Her body slid to the ground weakly. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, and she cried. She couldn't believe what she heard, and the pain in her heart was beyond words. The woman was shocked by Tong Qiushui's roar, a little stunned, but she didn't feel that she was wrong. She only knew that in today's world, only by relying on the strong can one survive. But as she thought about it, Qin Zhang's rigid and majestic face appeared in her mind. The woman suddenly realized that it would be in vain even if she sent Tong Qiushui away. Qin Zhang, he was not interested in women at all. Then, the woman's face gradually twisted and became crazy. She paced around the room and whispered repeatedly, "What should I do? What should I do?" Just then, a rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded, instantly interrupting the chaotic thoughts in the room. The room immediately fell silent, and the mother and daughter looked at each other with panic on their faces. The knock on the door became more and more urgent, and finally turned into a rough kick on the door, and the wooden door broke with a sound, raising a cloud of dust. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fear at the sudden sound. Then, a group of soldiers with serious faces and guns quickly rushed into the room. The leading soldier announced in a cold and emotionless tone, "Relatives of Mao Heng, please come with us and accept the necessary questioning and inspection. If there is no suspicion, we will let you go." After he finished speaking, he added with an irrefutable determination, "Also, please pack your personal belongings as soon as possible. This room will be taken back by the base, and resources will be redistributed." These words stunned the woman, and she immediately retorted loudly, "No! We have nothing to do with Mao Heng. This room also belongs to me. You can't be so arrogant and rude." The soldier seemed quite impatient with her protest and warned sternly, "Please cooperate and follow us immediately." The woman became increasingly anxious. She mistakenly believed that she would be shot because of her relationship with Mao Heng. Fear made the woman lose her mind. She quickly rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and waved it wildly, screaming hoarsely, "Don't come over here, get out! Mom, what are you doing? Put it down!" Tong Qiushui had already walked to the door. She didn't care about life or death. Maybe death was a relief for her. But when she turned around, she was frightened to death by the horrifying scene of her mother waving a kitchen knife. Tong Qiushui knew that resisting with weapons would only put herself in a more dangerous situation. Even if she was killed, there would be no place to seek justice. The soldier's patience with the woman had completely run out. He ordered without hesitation, "Tie her up and take her away." Several soldiers acted quickly, snatched the kitchen knife with lightning speed, pressed the woman to the ground, and tied her tightly with a thick rope. The woman's dignity was completely trampled on, and she began to curse without restraint. The voice was full of anger and unwillingness. "You bandits, robbers, soldiers, you are simply uneducated beasts." Tong Qiushui was extremely anxious, knowing that her mother's abuse would only add fuel to the fire, completely angering the soldiers and causing more serious consequences. She pleaded desperately, "Mom, please stop talking, shut up." But the woman had lost her mind. Her abuse became more and more intense, as if only in this way could she vent her anger. The soldier's anger was completely aroused, and one of them raised his arm and slapped the woman hard several times. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the air. Then, they dragged the woman out roughly like dragging a dead dog. Her body left a striking scratch on the rough, dusty ground. Tong Qiushui followed closely behind, watching the figure twisting on the ground. All the way, she could only cry helplessly. Jiang Jinli had just finished her meal, and was about to take a break when Qin Zhang came to the door. Although his face showed fatigue, he seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden and looked much more relaxed. He greeted the people in the room cordially, and then sat down in the seat opposite Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli asked, "Captain Qin, how are things going?" Qin Zhang smiled and replied, Basically, the situation has been controlled. The remaining trivial matters can be handled by Xiaoyong and others. I don't need to do everything myself. Then, his smile suddenly withered, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Captain Jiang, the news about your sister, the results of yesterday's investigation have been fed back to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked solemn and focused their eyes on Qinizhong. Su Mingxing couldn't wait to ask, there is a result so soon? Have you found someone? The boss's sister is in the base, right? Everyone's heart was full of expectations. Jiang Jinli had been staring at Qinizhong's expression, and seeing that he seemed a little embarrassed, he immediately had a premonition in his heart. Sure enough, Qinizhong sighed and continued, No, we have carefully checked all the lists of field and base personnel, and did not find a woman named Jiang Shuman. He turned to Jiang Jinli, with a hint of regret in his tone. In addition, the other two are also not in the base. This shows that your sister has not been to Jinqing. She may have gone to other shelters. Qinizhong's heart was also heavy, because this was not only the purpose of Jiang Jinli's trip, but also the only assistance he could do, but he failed to do so. Then he turned to Su Mingxing and shook his head slightly. Su Mingxing's heart sank, and he smiled bitterly and thought to himself, My parents are gone. Why should I still have hope? Jiang Jinli lowered his eyes and remained silent when he heard this, and the air around him seemed to freeze instantly. Chapter 95. Xin Qingxi sat beside her, caught the flash of disappointment and anxiety in Jiang Jinli's eyes, and patted her back gently, silently conveying comfort. Jiang Jinli quickly adjusted her mood and regained her usual calmness. She first smiled at Xin Qingxi, then turned to Qinizhong and said, It doesn't matter. Since she is not here, I will continue to look for her elsewhere. After that, she stood up and continued, In this case, we can't stay for long, it's time to leave. Seeing this, Xin Qingxi and others also stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that they were leaving, Qinizhong hurriedly stood up, his tone full of anxiety and reluctance. Are you leaving so soon? So many things have happened, and I haven't had time to treat you well. At least stay one more night, so that everyone can have a good rest. Jiang Jinli declined. No need, Captain Qin is busy, we can't disturb you. Seeing that she insisted on leaving, Qinizhong's face was full of disappointment. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and hurriedly said, By the way, there is a secret laboratory under Mao Heng's building, where a genetics professor named Lu Qian is imprisoned, and has been conducting experiments for Mao Heng for a long time. He added, Now that I have released him, I wonder if Captain Jiang is interested in meeting him? Qinizhong's words aroused Jiang Jinli's curiosity. She raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking to herself, Mao Heng's rapid upgrade may be closely related to the research of Professor Lu. So, she decided to meet the professor, and then nodded and agreed, Okay, then please lead the way. Everyone, please follow me. After Qinizhong said that, he turned and walked out the door. Jiang Jinli moved quickly, and instantly put all the furniture and items in the house into the space, and then followed Qinizhong. Mu Yuan and others also followed closely. As the group walked on the road, Su Mingxing joked with a playful face, Hey, it's a professor. What do you think Professor Lu looks like? I guess he must be a gentleman scholar wearing glasses. Mu Yuan glanced at him and asked disapprovingly, Where did you get the bases from? Su Mingxing answered confidently, Isn't there a saying that a person lives up to his name? His name makes him look very gentle. Also, I have seen many professors wearing white coats in the laboratory. Most of them are very elegant and handsome. However, when the group finally saw Professor Lu Qian, Su Mingxing's imagination was instantly shattered, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Su Mingxing widened his eyes, and looked at Professor Lu in front of him in disbelief. His cheeks twitched slightly, and he was embarrassed and speechless for a moment. The Professor Lu Qian in front of him was not only very different from the handsome guy he imagined, but also much older than he expected. Mu Yuan and the other three people couldn't help but laugh at Su Mingxing's face being slapped in the face by reality. Qinizhong led a few people into the room, and saw an old man, with a strange and ugly appearance standing in front of him. The old man was wearing a simple and slightly casual lab coat, which was covered with all kinds of strange stains and wear marks. It looked shabby. Despite his advanced age, his mental state was unusually vigorous. Although he was short and slightly hunched, his inner vitality was still hard to conceal. Two thick and messy eyebrows, like wild grass, spread wantonly on his forehead, appearing unconventional. On his chin, there was a small tuft of black beard, which he was twisting with his hands at the moment. His deep-set eyes stared at Jiang Jinli, and an elusive smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh my. The little kid is really amazing. Although I know that Mao Hung, the arrogant kid, will not live long, I didn't expect that he would die in your hands so soon. This is simply incredible. Lu Qian stared at Jiang Jinli, his eyes flashing with fanatical light, and his dry face quickly flushed with excitement. He took a step forward and asked eagerly, I wonder what kind of supernatural power the little kid has. Can you let me see it? Jiang Jinli took a step back calmly, frowning slightly. Seeing this, Shen Qingxi quickly stood beside her, stretched out her hand to block him, and stared at Lu Qian with an unhappy face. Lu Qian finally realized his loss of composure, and quickly stepped back, smiling and apologizing to the two. Oh, I'm so sorry, I was too excited. You killed Mao Hung, which is equivalent to saving my life. Otherwise, with his arrogant character, he would never let me go. He stroked his beard, and his eyes revealed a bit of madness. It's really a bargain for him to let him die so easily. His body is an excellent material for studying superpowers. After all, I have never had the opportunity to dissect it. Seeing this, Su Mingxing and others looked at each other in silence. They secretly sighed in their hearts that the professor's mental state was obviously a bit abnormal. Jiang Jinli asked directly, the reason why Mao Heng's ability can be upgraded quickly is your work, right? When Lu Qian heard this, he was so excited that he nodded quickly. Of course, only I can do it. It's a pity that the laboratory conditions are limited, and I can't give full play to my strength. His thin body trembled with excitement, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked directly at Jiang Jinli and asked expectantly, Why? Little baby, do you also want me to help you? Then he laughed, Of course. You are much more pleasing to the eye than Mao Hung. As long as I can have perfect experimental equipment, I promise that in the near future, I will make you the top powerhouse in the Doomsday world. He came forward, locked his eyes with Jiang Jinli's eyes, and said seductively, I have absolute confidence in my ability. Little baby, do you want to consider cooperating with me? Chen Yizhong couldn't help but hold his forehead on the side. She thought to herself, why is this old man talking nonsense? With Jiang Jinli's powerful strength, how could she possibly pay attention to him? As expected, Jiang Jinli simply uttered two words. No need. She came here to learn about the specific situation of Mao Heng's upgrade. But after discovering that this behavior was done by this strange old man in front of her, she lost interest in continuing to explore. Then she decided not to stay any longer. It is undeniable that Lu Qian is indeed a bit capable, but Jiang Jinli has no interest in this. However, she still has a question to ask. How much do you know about the specific situation of this disaster? Lu Qian felt a little disappointed because of Jiang Jinli's rejection. After all, a powerful experimental subject like her is rare. But her question instantly ignited Lu Qian's pride. Of course, I have conducted in-depth research on this. There was a hint of imperceptible pride in his words. The source of all this comes from the red fog that swept the world. The fog hides deadly viruses that can invade human cells, arbitrarily tamper with gene sequences, and then cause a series of horrifying mutations. Only those with special physiques or natural immunity can survive this catastrophe. Speaking of this, Lu Qian's emotions became extremely excited, and the black beard under his mouth trembled slightly with the ups and downs of his words. He began to pace in the house. With a frenzy in his eyes, the future world will surely undergo earth-shaking changes. A brand new world is about to be born. How exciting it is! Lu Qian believes that this boring old world should have ushered in changes long ago, and the food chain on the earth also needs to be reconstructed urgently. Humans, once the top predators in the food chain, will eventually fall into the dust. The more Lu Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. He firmly believed that only in this Doomsday era could his talent be brought into full play, and his value not be buried. Jiang Jinli ignored his madness and calmly asked the key question, Doomsday, is there a solution? This question touched everyone's heartstrings, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lu Qian. Chen Yi's heartbeat accelerated. How he wished the world could return to its former appearance. Lu Qian stopped. A sly smile appeared on his face, and his answer was concise and cruel. No solution. This sentence seemed to pronounce the fate of mankind, and his eyes were intertwined with enthusiasm for Doomsday and indifference to reality. Lu Qian proudly added, there is no need to question my judgment. I have been deeply involved in the field of human genes for decades, so my authority is self-evident. Among the existing researchers, if I, Lu Qian, claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. The virus, this invader from a foreign land, has left human technology helpless with its complexity and high infectiousness. It may be difficult to find a solution within 100 years. The evolution speed of mutants is amazing, leaving humans with very little breathing space. When survival becomes the primary issue, survivors have no time to take care of other matters. All survivors should be aware that this natural disaster is only a prelude. The real crisis is still to come. The high temperature is only a precursor, and a greater crisis is quietly approaching. Lu Qian squinted his eyes and spoke again. This doomsday is a catastrophe that humans cannot escape. According to my guess, the current proportion of survivors in the world is less than 20%, and this number is shrinking day by day. He turned to Jiang Jinli, with a fanatical fire burning in his eyes. The future will belong to you superpowers. Lu Qian walked to the window, stared into the distance, and suddenly burst into a crazy laugh. This is God's will. No one can save this world on the verge of collapse, and no one can stop the advent of a new world. The fittest survive, and most humans can only survive. His laughter lingered in the air for a long time, revealing a hint of paranoia and a deep desire for the arrival of a new world. Qin Zhang heard this, and his heart was as heavy as lead, as if he was weighed down by a huge rock. Although Lu Qian's words seemed crazy, the cruel reality contained in them could not be ignored. The era of global evolution has arrived, and the old chapter of human civilization has been turned over. This is an indisputable fact. Although Qin Zhang was unwilling, he knew very well that the world they once knew had become a thing of the past forever. Chapter 96. Compared with Qin Zhang's heavy mood, Xin Qingxi and the other four seemed particularly calm. For them, no matter how the world changes, as long as they follow Jiang Jinli, they can find a way to survive. Jiang Jinli's calmness, mystery and strength provide them with endless sense of security. With her by their side, it seems that all difficulties can be easily overcome, and there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. After hearing what Lu Qian said, Jiang Jinli's expression did not change, and she was calm. She had already seen through all this. This conversation was just to confirm her cognition again. She has her own different dimension space. Even if the world collapses and annihilates, she can stand in it. Jiang Jinli glanced at the increasingly fanatical Lu Qian indifferently, without saying anything more, without stopping, turned around and left. Qin Zhang saw that the few people had gone far away, and he immediately followed them. Although Lu Qian's behavior was somewhat crazy, Qin Zhang was not worried that he would cause trouble in the base. Because Lu Qian had made it clear that he would leave the Jinqing base early tomorrow morning, and go to a large research institute. That was the goal he had set before he was trapped in the laboratory. Originally, Lu Qian had a large research team. However, due to various changes, when he arrived in Jinqing, the team members had been greatly reduced. Some died, some scattered, and in the end only Lu Qian was left alone. What's worse is that he himself unfortunately fell into the hands of Mao Heng. Now that he has regained his freedom, Lu Qian is naturally eager to set off. Jiang Jinli thought that all the questions that should be asked had been asked, and there was nothing left to wait for in the base, so he decided to leave immediately. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Qin Zhang, a soldier came running over, bloodstained and terrified. He rushed to Qin Zhang and shouted in panic, "Captain, it's bad." Seeing this, Jiang Jinli and others stopped and listened. Qin Zhang supported the soldier, and after seeing his face clearly, he asked anxiously, "Aren't you responsible for searching for supplies outside? Why are you the only one back? Where are the others?" A few days ago, Qin Zhang's two teams followed Mao Heng's team to go out to find supplies. The soldier's appearance at this moment gave Qin Zhang an ominous premonition. The soldier's voice trembled, and he could not hide his fear. He choked and reported, "Dead, all Mao Heng's men are dead, and there are not many of our brothers left." He looked at Qin Zhang anxiously, and said anxiously, "Captain, there are still several comrades trapped in the granary. I was able to escape under their cover. I am afraid they can't hold on for much longer. We have to rescue them quickly, otherwise it will be too late." Tears kept pouring out of the soldier's eyes, and his eyes were full of worry and fear. Qin Zhang was upset by the soldier's crying. He sternly ordered, "Calm down and tell me the whole story." The soldier was startled by this shout, and was stunned for a moment. But then, he did not dare to delay any longer, and quickly repeated the story briefly. After leaving Jinqing, several teams headed towards the neighboring towns. On the way, when passing an inconspicuous town, everyone unexpectedly discovered a large granary. This sudden discovery made them instantly immersed in joy. Just as they were preparing to load the truck, a group of zombies suddenly appeared, breaking the tranquility. Although ordinary zombies can be easily dealt with bullets, there are unprecedented powerful mutant zombies among them. They are amazingly fast, armed with weapons, and can climb and jump freely between walls. They show amazing flexibility and strategy, and they know how to cooperate with each other. There are a large number of such mutant zombies, more than 8, and the situation is quite serious. In just a few minutes, the fierce offensive of the zombies took the lives of most people. The remaining few people could only hide in the granary in a hurry to protect themselves. However, the mutant zombies did not give up. They surrounded the granary and launched a crazy attack. At the same time, the ordinary zombies on the periphery were not to be outdone. They swarmed in with roars and joined the siege to cheer for the mutant zombies. Although the granary is solid, its defense capability is gradually weakening under the continuous and fierce impact of the zombies. It may not be able to hold out for long. Realizing that continuing to hold on would only lead to death, several people decided to use the remaining bullets to open up an escape route for a soldier and let him go for help. However, this round trip will take at least more than 2 hours, and at this moment, the life and death of several trapped people is still unclear. At this point, the soldier's eyes can't help but bloodshot. After hearing this, Chini-Zhong was anxious and shocked, and blurted out, "Can it move and jump on the wall? What kind of monster is this? It should be a 4th level mutant zombie." Jiang Jinli's voice was calm and clear. Level 4. Chini-Zhong's heart trembled, and his face suddenly changed. He knew that ordinary people could not match zombies above level 3. These zombies have strong defense, bullets are difficult to penetrate, and they are amazingly fast and have extraordinary intelligence. This kind of high-level mutant zombies is extremely rare, but at this moment, many of them gathered in the granary. The purpose of the mutant zombies is a mystery, but they met them unexpectedly. But time waits for no one. Chini-Zhong had no time to think about it. It was his brothers who were trapped, and rescue was urgent. At the same time, he also vowed to seize the food that was related to survival. So, he quickly gave orders to the soldiers, "Gather 50 people immediately, fully armed, and wait for me in the car." The soldiers heard this and said anxiously, "Captain, there are a large number of zombies, so few people may not be enough." Chini-Zhong did not say much, but repeated in a deep voice, "Go." "Yes." Although the soldiers were puzzled, they did not dare to delay at all. Chini-Zhong naturally understood the soldiers' concerns, but in the face of the threat of the 4th level zombies, sending more people would be futile, and would only increase unnecessary sacrifices. Now, the only way to survive is to shamelessly ask Jiang Jinli for help again. Only she could easily kill the 4th level zombies. Thinking of this, Chini-Zhong turned and looked at Jiang Jinli, with hesitation and helplessness in his eyes. He felt it was difficult to speak, but there was really no other way. He frowned and said with a slightly difficult voice, "Captain Jiang, to be honest, we need your help. Can you come with us and lend us a hand? The base can no longer lose manpower, and we are really powerless in the face of the 4th level zombies." Chini-Zhong then added, "Of course, we won't let your efforts go in vain. We will split the grain in the granary 50 to 50. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. "Captain Jiang, I beg you to lend a hand again. I will be grateful." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Jinli nervously, his face full of uneasiness and apology. Chini-Zhong felt ashamed. He had not yet repaid Jiang Jinli for saving his life, but now, he was going to add to her troubles when she was about to leave. Shin Qingxi and others were not surprised to hear this. They knew that no one except Jiang Jinli could resolve the current dilemma. They thought to themselves that this trip to help was worthwhile. After all, the more food, the better, and no one would complain about it. So, they all looked at Jiang Jinli, waiting for her decision. Jiang Jinli looked at Chini-Zhong's uneasy face, and after a little hesitation, she calmly agreed, "Okay." Jiang Jinli agreed not out of goodwill. She was not that kind. She speculated that there might be some special items nearby that attracted the 4th level zombies. These zombies not only upgraded quickly, but also regarded the area near the granary as their own territory, which clearly showed that there were precious things there. If her guess was correct, it must be the energy fruit. Even if the fruit was not found, Jiang Jinli felt that it was worth the trip for the food. In short, this action was only good for her. Seeing her agree so readily, Chini-Zhong was overjoyed. With a grateful smile on his face, "Thank you, Captain Jiang, thank you very much. Then I will go and prepare first, and wait for you at the gate of the base later." After Chini-Zhong finished speaking, he hurried away. Jiang Jinli turned around and said to several people, "Not everyone needs to participate in this operation. Qingxi and Mingxing can follow me." She then instructed Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu, "You stay and pack your things, and leave immediately after we return. The 4th level zombies are a big challenge for several people, and she is more than enough to solve them alone. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to go." The reason why she brought Su Mingxing was to let him participate in more actual combat and hone his fire ability. Several people nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Jinli had her reasons for every arrangement, and they just had to obey. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli took out the vehicle from the space, and after the three got in the car, they drove to the gate of the base. Chunizhang was already waiting at the gate of the base. Seeing that Jiang Jinli only brought 2 people, Chunizhang immediately arranged the guards at the gate to receive Miyuan and Zhou Lianhu. Then he quickly got in the car and personally lead the convoy to the destination. The granary is located in a small town near Jinqing. The convoy moved at full speed and finally arrived after more than an hour of galloping. As the convoy gradually approached the granary, the number of zombies around it increased sharply, and their roars rose and fell, becoming more and more deafening. The convoy stopped not far from the granary. Chunizhang and others quickly picked up their weapons, jumped out of the car, and prepared to fight. The scene in front of them was shocking. A large number of zombies gathered densely around the granary, slapping the wall frantically. Particularly eye-catching were the slender 4th-level zombies, which stood out among the zombies like a crane among chickens. These zombies were wielding sharp weapons and violently attacking a weak point of the granary. Faced with this scene, Chunizhang nervously asked Jiang Jinli, "Captain Jiang, how should we fight next?" In this situation, he secretly thanked the arrival of Jiang Jinli and others. Without them, the chances of winning with his own team alone were almost zero. Jiang Jinli quickly examined the situation ahead and showed no concern for the threat in front of her. She decisively deployed, "I will be responsible for restraining the 4th-level zombies, and you will clean up these ordinary zombies." Then, she turned her head to look at Xinqingxi. "With Qingxi and Mingxing here, Captain Shen can rest assured." Xinqingxi nodded in response, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then, she whispered to Jiang Jinli, "You should also be more careful." "Okay." Jiang Jinli responded. Jiang Jinli had no doubt about Xinqingxi's ability, knowing that with her, it would be easy to seize the granary. Su Mingxing held a spear in his hand, looking majestic. After hearing Jiang Jinli's words, he confidently assured, "The boss is right, Captain Chen, don't worry, with Qingxi and I here, these zombies are nothing to worry about." Chunizhang nodded quickly, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. In addition to Xinqingxi and Su Mingxing, the 2 superpowers, Zhang Yi also came with them. The addition of the 3 superpowers greatly increased Chunizhang's and his team's confidence in the upcoming battle. Jiang Jinli immediately ordered, "Action now." Chapter 97. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Jinli quickly drew her sword out of its sheath, and her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, she had appeared at the door of the granary in the distance. The soldiers who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were full of admiration for Jiang Jinli's magical ability. Realizing that there was such a strong man fighting side by side, their worries disappeared. Their fighting spirit was quickly ignited, and they swarmed forward without waiting for Chunizhang to give orders. Seeing this, Chunizhang felt a little helpless, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and resolutely joined the battle. Xinqingxi and Su Mingxing also did not hesitate at all, strode forward, and fought together. Jiang Jinli suddenly flashed behind the 4th-level zombie, and took advantage of its unpreparedness to chop it down with a sharp knife. Before the zombie had time to react, its head had fallen to the ground, and its body fell to the ground. After the attack, Jiang Jinli did not stop at all and rushed to the periphery of the zombie group. She knew in her heart that the other mutant zombies would chase her closely. The zombie group here was too dense and not suitable for fighting. It would be better to lead them to an open place and deal with them one by one. As expected, the other 4th-level zombies saw their companions being killed by humans in a sneak attack, and immediately screamed heartbreakingly, with cruel murderous intent in their blood-red eyes. They then grabbed their weapons, and chased in the direction where Jiang Jinli fled. Jiang Jinli continued to run. She stopped until she reached a street in the center of the town. Then she turned around. She looked at the 4th-level zombies rushing towards her with a calm face. Seeing Jiang Jinli stop, several zombies also stopped not far away, and then let out a harsh roar, with vigilance in their eyes. In this street, the 2 sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere was tense. However, 2 of the zombies were desperate, and their goal was clear and unique. Kill the human in front of them. So, they took the lead in attacking, climbing up the wall like a giant spider, trying to surround Jiang Jinli. Their bodies seemed to be composed of countless tiny reptiles, showing a strange ability to absorb. Facing these strange zombies, Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, muttering in her heart, "This look is really eye-catching. It is hard to look directly." She remained calm and waited for the best time until the two zombies jumped up and pounced on her at the same time, and then she attacked decisively. In an instant, Jiang Jinli's figure flashed and landed steadily on the back of the zombie on the left, and the sharp blade swung down. The zombie did not expect her to suddenly flash, and after being chopped, it let out a painful howl and fell straight to the ground. At the same time, as soon as the zombie on the right touched the ground, it was shocked to find that its prey had disappeared without a trace. Just as it was full of doubts, it saw its companion's head rolling down to its feet. Jiang Jinli was stepping on the back of the headless zombie, with a sneer on his lips, and his eyes locked on it coldly. The zombie felt unbelievable. How could this human be faster than them? Before it could figure it out, Jiang Jinli swung his knife again, and cut off its head in an instant with lightning speed. Seeing their two companions being killed so easily, the remaining zombies in the distance looked at each other, with shock, confusion, and deep hatred intertwined in their eyes. They collectively roared, then dispersed, each running in different directions, rushing straight to Jiang Jinli standing in the center. As they ran, several sharp tentacles suddenly grew on the backs and heads of these zombies. These tentacles were as hard as iron and extremely sharp. They shone with dazzling cold light in the sun, turning into sharp weapons for close combat. Then, a scene that made Jiang Jinli extremely disgusted occurred. The closer the zombies got to Jiang Jinli, the wider their mouths opened. In an instant, their tongues suddenly stretched out like snake tongues, mutated into deadly attacking weapons, and shot towards Jiang Jinli from all directions, like sharp arrows piercing the air. Facing this overwhelming, blood-red tongue attack, Jiang Jinli frowned, pursed her lips, and showed disgust. She was extremely disgusted with this rogue and disgusting way of attack. Jiang Jinli didn't want to delay any longer, and her figure flashed in an instant, nimbly avoiding all attacks and moving freely among the zombies. His figure was erratic, leaving only a vague shadow, which made the zombies dazzled and at a loss. This scene caused many zombies' tongues to tangle with each other, which was both creepy and weird. At the same time, Jiang Jinli swung the knife in her hand quickly and accurately, easily cutting off those disgusting heads with long tongues. The action was clean and neat. Just as a zombie quietly circled behind her, proudly stretched out its tongue to try to sneak attack, Jiang Jinli had already seen the opportunity. She turned sideways lightly, and turned around in an instant. The knife in her hand chopped the zombie's head at an astonishing speed, splitting it into two accurately. After a while, most of the zombies had been dealt with by her one by one. Seeing this, the last zombie roared in fear and turned to run away. How could Jiang Jinli let it go so easily? She moved behind him instantly, and swung a knife at the back of the zombie without hesitation. The blade cut through the hard tentacles on the back of the zombie, accompanied by a harsh metal friction sound. As the last painful howl of the zombie gradually dissipated, the surroundings returned to peace. Jiang Jinli collected the crystal cores scattered everywhere calmly, and then she looked around and carefully sensed. Her eyes finally fixed on a certain direction, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Obviously, her luck was very good. There was indeed a supernatural fruit waiting for her there. So, Jiang Jinli walked lightly towards the direction of the supernatural tree. Under the leadership of Xinqingxi and Su Mingxing, these ordinary zombies did not pose any threat at all. They easily cleared all the zombies without losing a single soldier. The soldiers cheered. Their laughter echoed in the environment full of corpses, adding a bit of strange atmosphere. Qin Zhang was very pleased, not only because of the successful acquisition of food, but also because all the participants were safe and sound. He walked toward Xinqingxi and Su Mingxing, and said with sincere gratitude, "Thanks to you too, thank you very much." He knew that without their help, the mission would never have been completed so smoothly. Especially Xinqingxi, her precise archery and powerful water-based attack power are really admirable. Xinqingxi responded calmly, "Captain Qin, you're welcome." Su Mingxing also smiled and took over the conversation. "This is just a small matter. Captain Qin, let's quickly arrange for people to move the food. When the boss comes back, we can set off." "Okay." Qin Zhang readily agreed, and then commanded the soldiers to enter the granary and start moving the food. There were originally 4 people trapped in the granary. When they heard the sudden gunshot outside the door, they immediately realized that the rescue had arrived. At the critical moment, when the zombies were about to break through the door of the granary, the 4 people rushed out without hesitation and joined the battle. At this moment, the 4 people were following Qin Zhang's command, entering the granary first, and began to actively move the food. Qin Zhang did not forget to remind everyone, "Remember, we only take half of the food, and leave the other half to Captain Jiang and others." The soldiers responded in unison, "Understood." Qin Yi's decision did not cause any objections, and no one thought it was inappropriate. After all, without the assistance of Jiang Jinli and others, it would be impossible to obtain these foods with their own firepower. This granary has not been emptied by other survivors for a long time, obviously because there is a threat of 4th-level zombies nearby. In addition, they witnessed the extraordinary strength of Jiang Jinli's team with their own eyes, and they were full of respect in their hearts. Moreover, half of the food was enough to support them for several months, and they were quite satisfied with it. The soldiers were happily carrying the food, while Qin Zhang carefully observed every corner of the granary. This granary was large in scale, and the total amount of food stored was estimated to be more than 1,000 tons. Even if only half was taken away, there would still be more than 500 tons. However, a truck has limited loading capacity, and can only carry more than 10 tons of cargo at most, which means that they need to go back and forth many times. Whether such a round trip is safe makes Qin Zhang worried. Just as Qin Zhang frowned in thought, Su Mingxing's excited shout broke the silence. "Boss!" Qin looked up when he heard the voice, and saw Jiang Jinli walking towards them leisurely, with a relaxed look. He hurried forward and greeted Jiang Jinli with a smile. Xingxi followed closely behind, and asked with concern, "Have you dealt with all the 4th-level zombies? Are you injured?" Although she knew that Jiang Jinli was extraordinary, and the possibility of injury was very small, she still couldn't help asking. Jiang Jinli gently patted Xingxi's shoulder, and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. "It's all solved, don't worry, I'm fine." She was in a good mood at the moment, because she had just found a yellowish-brown fruit. This is most likely the Earth-type supernatural fruit that Jiang Jinli has been looking for, which means that Zhou Lianhu is expected to awaken supernatural powers. Then, she turned her gaze to the granary and asked Qin Zhang, "Captain Qin, how do you plan to transport so much food? Do you plan to complete it in multiple batches?" Qin Zhang was thinking about this question. When he heard Jiang Jinli's question, he responded helplessly, "Yes, it is indeed a bit tricky. It seems that we can only transport it in batches like this." Jiang Jinli raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Since you are here, I will help Captain Qin again." After that, she walked straight to the granary. Qin Zhang looked at her back, raised his thick eyebrows, and was puzzled. At this time, a soldier hurriedly ran to report, "Captain, the vehicle is full and can't be loaded. What should we do?" Before he finished speaking, the soldier's eyes inadvertently swept across the granary and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Qin Zhang also looked at the empty granary in astonishment, and was shocked. He quickly turned to Jiang Jinli, his eyes full of disbelief. Thousands of tons of food disappeared without a trace in a flash, which made Qin Zhang deeply realize that Jiang Jinli's spatial ability was far beyond his imagination. Qin Zhang was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He just felt that it was a great blessing to meet Jiang Jinli. After Jiang Jinli confirmed that there was no grain left in the granary, he walked out of the granary with satisfaction. Xingxi and Su Mingxing had long been accustomed to this. After all, Jiang Jinli's space was like a large treasure chest. Seeing Jiang Jinli coming out, the two of them went forward. Su Mingxing smiled and asked, "Boss, can we go?" Jiang Jinli nodded, then walked towards the direction of the vehicle, and said to Qin Zhang, "Captain Qin, let's go. After returning to the base, I will hand over the food to you." Hey! Okay." Qin Zhang suddenly came back to his senses, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly organized everyone to get on the car. Then, the convoy set off and rushed towards the Jincheng base. Chapter 98. At this time, in a clearing in the base, soldiers with guns were busy shuttling between them. Several soldiers with serious faces were busy cleaning up two bloody bodies on the ground. Qin Yong stood quietly aside, his eyes focused on the two people in front of him. His eyes were full of gratitude. He smiled and thanked them. "Thank you so much, brothers. If you hadn't taken action, the base might have fallen into chaos." He was still frightened, thinking that if he hadn't subdued the two lurkers in time, the consequences would be unpredictable. Originally, he and Qin Zhang thought that Mao Heng's men had been completely eliminated. Unexpectedly, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. The two survivors were Mao Heng's loyal followers, with supernatural powers, and cleverly hid during the reorganization of the base. They had a crazy desire for revenge, and tried to destroy the entire base with bombs. Fortunately, Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu happened to pass by and stabilized the situation in time. Especially the speed-type supernatural person. His speed was so fast that even Chen Yang's shooting skills could not match it. If it were not for the heroic actions of Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu, the base would have suffered heavy losses. Qin Yong had deep admiration and respect for every member of Jiang Jinli's team. Mu Yuan responded calmly, "You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake." He looked around and then said, "You continue to be busy, we take our leave first." After that, Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu turned and left. Qin Yong watched them go farther and farther, staring at their tall and handsome backs, with a yearning for their style in his eyes. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu strolled on the road of the base. At this time, the base had not yet started construction, and there were few pedestrians on the road, all of whom were in a hurry. Zhou Lianhu turned to Mu Yuan and asked, after leaving Jincheng, where should we go to look for her next? The fact that Jiang Shuman was not found not only disappointed Jiang Jinli, but also made everyone in the team feel heavy-hearted. They all hoped to find Jiang Shuman as soon as possible and let her return to the team. Mu Yuan frowned, pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "We don't have a clear target location yet. Nowadays, information is blocked, and we have no way of knowing which city has a base, so we can only ask along the way. However, we will pass through Anqing at the next stop and pick up Qilu on the way." Compared with the others, Mu Yuan was more worried about Jiang Shuman. The two were sent to an orphanage since childhood, and met and accompanied each other when they were 1 or 2 years old, growing up together, so it goes without saying that their friendship is deep. Zhou Lianhu noticed the worry between Mu Yuan's brows, and quickly comforted him, "Don't worry, we will find her slowly." He smiled and continued, "A woman who can cultivate such an outstanding person as the captain must be as extraordinary as the captain. She can definitely protect herself, and wait for us to find her." Mu Yuan's brows gradually relaxed after hearing this. Zhou Lianhu was right. Jiang Shuman was not someone who would give in easily. Just as the two were talking, a woman's voice came from the side, with surprise and disbelief mixed in it. "De who?" Although the voice was light, it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhou Lianhu's heart. Zhou Lianhu's footsteps suddenly stopped. Before he could turn around, the smile on his face was instantly restrained, and his face became gloomy. Mu Yuan glanced to his side, and saw a haggard woman with tears in her eyes. He immediately understood the current situation. He patted Zhou Lianhu's shoulder and whispered, "I wait for you in front." After that, Mu Yuan went ahead and left the two of them alone. Tong Qiushui ran up quickly, stood in front of Zhou Lianhu, and looked up at him. Seeing Zhou Lianhu's energetic and rosy face, Tong Qiushui felt an indescribable sense of relief. Tears quietly slid down her cheeks. That day, when Tong Qiushui was taken away by the soldiers, she desperately thought that her life was about to come to an end. However, the investigation the soldier said was indeed just an investigation. After finding that she was not involved in any of Mao Heng's plans, they released her directly. In contrast, her mother was imprisoned in a cell because of her madness and throwing a tantrum, and had to suffer 2 months of confinement. What's more difficult is that no one provides food during the confinement, and relatives have to deliver meals every day, which undoubtedly adds a heavy burden to Tong Qiushui. Mao Heng was gone, and Tong Qiushui lost all her support. Even though she was unwilling, she had to work under the scorching sun to earn food for the mother and daughter. Otherwise, they would face a desperate situation of survival. At this moment, Tong Qiushui, who was alone, was under unprecedented pressure of survival. She had just received a notice that the manager had arranged a 6-person room for Tong Qiushui as a new home, and she was about to go and check it out. Unexpectedly, she met Zhou Lianhu here by chance. Tong Qiushui was very excited, her voice trembling. "You are okay, it's great. My mother also said that you met with an accident." Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Zhou Lianhu's cold voice. "She is right, Zhou Lianhu, he is indeed dead." He added coldly, "Now my life belongs to the captain." Tong Qiushui was shocked after hearing this, and she didn't understand what this sentence meant at all. She eagerly pulled Zhou Lianhu's sleeve. "What are you talking about?" Before she could finish her words, Zhou Lianhu suddenly stepped back. His next words were like a sharp blade, deeply hurting Tong Qiushui's heart. "Madam San, please respect yourself." Tong Qiushui was stunned, biting her lower lip, her face full of pain, tears rolling in her eyes. She kept shaking her head. "How can you call me that?" Facing Tong Qiushui's tears, Zhou Lianhu not only had no pity, but sneered and said sarcastically, "We have nothing to do with each other for a long time. Isn't this title what you asked for? How about it, now that Mao Heng, who you rely on, is dead, do you feel very painful? Why do you insult me like this?" Tong Qiushui looked at him in disbelief. She didn't understand why the once honest man had become so sharp-tongued now. Every word made Tong Qiushui feel ashamed. Zhou Lianhu shouted, "No one insulted you. This is all your own choice. Then, a look of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he continued to ask, "Do you know how Mao Hung died?" Tong Qiushui raised her tearful eyes and stared at him, and she was really confused. Because she was sure that Qin Zhong could never kill Mao Hung. Although Zhou Lianhu had no expression on his face, his words revealed an unconcealable pride. "It was my captain who did it herself. She didn't even use a single move to easily end Mao Heng's life." Tong Qiushui was surprised and unbelievable when she heard this. Zhou Lianhu further cruelly revealed, "That's the strongest person you think. He is as fragile as an ant in front of my captain, and can be easily crushed to death. How about it? Do you think it's ironic?" Tong Qiushui's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. She burst into tears, and felt that this was the most ironic thing in the world. The real strongman had been brought to her by Zhou Lianhu, but she flatly refused because of her hypocrisy. Seeing Tong Qiushui like this, Zhou Lianhu felt bitter in his heart, but he had no intention of staying any longer, so he turned around silently and prepared to leave. Tong Qiushui saw Zhou Lianhu was about to leave. An endless panic surged in her heart. She hurried forward, hugged him tightly from behind, and pleaded sadly, "Dahu, don't abandon me. Please take me with you. I know I was wrong. Now I have nothing. In this doomsday, I can't survive at all." Her voice was full of sadness and helplessness, and every word was heavy. Tong Qiushui knew that if Zhou Lianhu left at this moment, they might be separated forever. Tong Qiushui's attachment to Zhou Lianhu and her deep fear of the future were intertwined, making her feel very complicated. She was in tears and begged again, "Dahu, can you give me another chance? Let's start over, okay?" Tong Qiushui's thin body trembled violently, and she cried. She was really afraid of loneliness and being abandoned. Zhou Lianhu's face was gloomy. He turned around suddenly and pushed her away. When Zhou Lianhu was about to make another sarcastic remark, his eyes met Tong Qiushui's appearance, and a soft feeling surged in his heart. Her face was covered with tear stains, her eyes were red and swollen, and her long eyelashes were tightly glued together because of the tears. A low sob came from her throat, suppressed and desperate. Tong Qiushui looked so fragile that people couldn't help but feel pity for her, and couldn't help but want to step forward and give her gentle care. However, Zhou Lianhu was not moved. What he said before was also true. The former Zhou Lianhu was indeed dead, and the fate between them should end. Finally, Zhou Lianhu sighed. He took out a small machete from his back, and then carefully took out the well-preserved photo. After that, he took Tong Qiushui's hand and placed the two things in her palm. Zhou Lianhu looked directly into Tong Qiushui's eyes and said goodbye solemnly. "Don't rely on others anymore. Learn to be independent. Work hard to survive. Please take care of yourself. Goodbye." After that, Zhou Lianhu left resolutely regardless of her pulling. Tong Qiushui tightly grasped the photo, her heart aching. She stared at the figure that was gradually receding, crying, "Dahu! Dahu, don't leave me." Her voice gradually weakened, and finally she collapsed on the ground powerlessly, and the sad cry echoed in the air. Zhou Lianhu did not stop, nor did he look back. As Tong Qiushui's cry gradually faded away, his nose suddenly felt sour. The forced indifference collapsed in an instant, and tears silently slid down Zhou Lianhu's cheeks. But he quickly sniffed and wiped away the tears. His eyes became firm again, his steps became more steady, and he continued to move forward. He had completely said goodbye to the past. Now, he is moving towards a future where he will fight for the captain and swear allegiance to him until his death. Fearless. Chapter 99. The convoy returned to the base in the shortest time possible. The survivors witnessed the return of vehicles loaded with food, and their joy was hard to conceal. The entire base was instantly immersed in laughter. Several military vehicles drove into the warehouse in an orderly manner, and the soldiers quickly got off the vehicles and immediately devoted themselves to the work of transporting food. Chen Yong couldn't wait to join the transport operation. He was smiling, and his big white teeth shone in the sun. Jiang Jinli got off the car immediately after arriving with the convoy, and nodded to Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu who were walking towards them. Then, she took out Qin Zhong's portion of food from the space, and put it steadily into the warehouse. Jiang Jinli ignored the surprised looks from the people around her, walked straight to Qin Zhong, and told him in a calm tone, "Captain Qin, we should set off." Qin Zhong withdrew from the joy brought by the full warehouse of food, and a trace of reluctance flashed across his eyes. He sincerely tried to persuade them to stay. "It's almost dark, won't you stay one more night?" Jiang Jinli shook her head, and refused without hesitation. No need. Qin Zhong was a little depressed, but he quickly adjusted himself and tried to stay calm. "In that case, please allow me to take you to the door." Jiang Jinli nodded, which was considered as an agreement. Chen Yizhong quickly summoned all the soldiers, and they lined up neatly at the entrance of the base. The soldiers were dressed in neat military uniforms, standing still like sculptures, and bid farewell to Jiang Jinli with the most solemn etiquette. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the survivors around, and they gathered together, with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. They didn't know why this team chose to leave quietly at night. I was even more puzzled by the grand farewell scene when they left. In the crowd, Tong Qiushui's eyes looked particularly complicated. She stared at the team that was about to leave, and an unspeakable bitterness surged in her heart. She originally had the opportunity to sit in the RV and become one of them. But now, all this has become out of reach because of her hypocrisy. Thinking of the powerful Jiang Jinli, Tong Qiushui knew that after this separation, even if she had the opportunity to meet Zhou Lianhu again in the future, she might never have the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with him again. With a lot of thoughts, Tong Qiushui's mood became heavier, and her eyes could not help but turn red. At the same time, Chen Yizhong faced Jiang Jinli and others. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he still managed to squeeze out a smile. "Captain Jiang, as long as the Jinqing base exists, we welcome you at any time." He sighed and then said, "Then I won't see you off. I wish you a safe journey." Although he said so, Chen Yizhong knew in his heart that this farewell might be a farewell forever. He had no idea about the future of the base. It might not even last a year, and it would soon be destroyed by mutants. Not to mention, his own life and death was also unknown. The uncertainty of fate and the burden of the base weighed on Chen Yizhong's shoulders like a boulder, making him feel exhausted and heavy in his heart. Su Mingxing smiled and said sincerely, "I also hope that under the leadership of Captain Chen, the base will become stronger and stronger." Chen Yizhong smiled and nodded in response. "I will." Zhou Lianhu smiled honestly and took over the conversation. "I have caused a lot of trouble to Captain Chen these 2 days. If we are destined to meet again in the future." When his eyes inadvertently passed through the crowd and touched her eyes, he paused slightly. Looking at her eyes full of expectation and pleading, Zhou Lianhu's heart did not ripple at all, and he resolutely moved his eyes away. "Brother Dahu, you are too polite. Then we will meet again if we are destined to." Chen Yizhong responded gently. Jiang Jinli looked at Chen Yizhong's upright face, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Captain Chen, take care." After that, the group did not delay any more and quickly got on the car, and the car drove away. Chen Yizhong watched the RV gradually going away in the sunset, with a complicated mood, and his eyes could not help but blush. He quickly stood at attention, with a solemn expression, and loudly issued an order, "Salute everyone." The soldiers immediately stood at attention in unison, facing the direction of the vehicle going away, and offered a solemn and serious military salute. Then, they shouted in unison, "Farewell Captain Jiang! Farewell Captain Jiang! Farewell Captain Jiang!" The voice was loud and firm, shocking every survivor present. Some alert people immediately realized that Mao Heng's death was probably caused by these superpowers. The soldiers were full of respect and gratitude for Jiang Jinli. They knew that if it weren't for her, they would have fallen into Mao Heng's clutches. Jiang Jinli was not only the captain's lifesaver, but also the common benefactor of all of them. They will remember this kindness in their hearts and never forget it. Until the RV completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the soldiers slowly put down their saluting arms. Qin Yong lowered his head and said with a little disappointment, "Captain, I really don't want them to leave." Just as Chen Yizhong was about to speak, Jiang Jinli's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. 3 years later, if the base is still there, you can come to Liqing to find me." Chen Yizhong was shocked, and his pupils shrank instantly. He subconsciously looked around, but did not find Jiang Jinli's figure. He was once again deeply shocked by Jiang Jinli's ability to transmit sound through the air. Jiang Jinli's words made Chen Yizhong's eyes red. He choked and shouted to the distance, "Chen is sincerely grateful to Captain Jiang. I will never forget your great kindness." Chen Yizhong's face was extremely firm, revealing an unshakable determination. He secretly vowed that no matter what difficulties he encountered, he must stick to it for 3 years. The confusion that originally shrouded his heart disappeared in Jiang Jinli's words. This sentence was like a beacon, giving Chen Yizhong infinite strength and hope. Qin Yong stared at Chen Yizhong with a confused look on his face, thinking to himself, why is the captain so slow to react? The car has already driven away, why is he still shouting there? Is it because he has been too busy recently and has entered menopause early? Thinking of this, Qin Yong couldn't help but feel a little pity for Chen Yizhong. His expression became gentle, and he continued to look at Chen Yizhong with a motherly care. Chen Yizhong adjusted his mood, turned around, and happened to catch Chen Yang's complicated eyes, and couldn't help but feel angry and funny. He looked around the base, and then solemnly issued an order. From tomorrow, the work will resume, and the wall must be further raised and reinforced. Yes, the soldiers said in unison, loud and clear. The RV slowly drove away from Jincheng in the afterglow of the sunset, and sped towards Anqing. Su Mingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to Jiang Jinli to confirm. Boss, are we going to Anqing next? Jiang Jinli looked forward and answered briefly, yes, go to Anqing. After all, there is another Qilua waiting for them in Anqing. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli took out an exquisite box from her bag, handed it to Zhou Lianhu in the front seat, and said, this is the Earth-type supernatural fruit. Find a time to awaken it when you rest at night. Everyone in the car witnessed this scene. All of them were surprised, and they wondered in their hearts, when did Jiang Jinli find this fruit? They didn't even notice it. Zhou Lianhu took the precious box, his fingers trembling slightly. This sudden surprise made him feel excited and his eyes red. His voice was full of excitement and gratitude. Captain, I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Jiang Jinli's actions made Zhou Lianhu feel unprecedented warmth and touching. He really couldn't describe his feelings for Jiang Jinli in words, and a thank you seemed too pale and powerless. Jiang Jinli smiled at Zhou Lianhu, and said nothing more. Su Mingxing smiled, and patted Zhou Lianhu's shoulder to comfort him. He could understand Zhou Lianhu's mood at the moment. Then, he looked at Jiang Jinli with a hint of doubt, and asked directly, Boss, where did you find this fruit? Xinqingxi guessed, is it from the granary? That's right. Jiang Jinli looked at her, and gave a positive answer. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli briefly recounted the experience of fighting with the 4th-level zombies, and the whole process of discovering the fruit. After hearing this, Su Mingxing's eyes lit up. Wow! Boss, you are so awesome! We have both food and fruits. This time we will definitely have a bumper harvest. Mu Yuan held the steering wheel, frowning, and spoke in a heavy tone. The higher the evolution of the zombies, the more disgusting their attack methods are. Su Mingxing's face also showed disgust, and he echoed, yes, especially the long-tongue attack. It is really hard to imagine how they can come up with such a disgusting trick. Thinking of being entangled by the tongue of a 4th-level zombie, Su Mingxing couldn't help but tremble all over, and goosebumps appeared all over. Then, he secretly decided in his heart that he must improve his superpowers as soon as possible. After all, the zombies have now advanced to the 4th level. If you accidentally encounter them alone, you may end up being abused. Suddenly, Su Mingxing's eyes turned smartly, as if he thought of something, and turned to Jiang Jinli with a playful smile. Boss, is there any sign of life in the vine bracelet on your hand now? He was full of curiosity. After all, that seemingly ordinary bracelet was actually transformed from a mutant plant with amazing lethality. This is really incredible. Before the voice fell, a red light suddenly jumped out from Jiang Jinli's hand. The vine bracelet immediately broke away from her wrist, transformed into a slender branch, and shot towards Su Mingxing rapidly. Snap! Before Su Mingxing could react, the branch had already hit his arm fiercely, making a crisp sound. Then, the vine returned to its position flexibly, and landed lightly on the small table in front of Jiang Jinli. Then, the red light flashed again. The vine instantly transformed into a delicate and exquisite little man. Chapter 100. Its body is woven from slender and bright red vines, which are cleverly forked at the bottom, turning into 2 vivid short legs. The 2 leaves are like human hands, cleverly placed at the waist, showing a playful posture with arms akimbo, which is both smart and individual. Above its head, a small red flower blooms proudly, just at the position of its mouth. At this moment, the small vine is grinning proudly at Su Mingxing. Under the sunlight, rows of sharp little teeth flash dazzling light. Not to mention, after this vine becomes smaller, this anthropomorphic appearance is ugly and cute. Everyone was stunned by the sudden action of the small vine. After a while, they gradually came back to their senses, and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Su Mingxing widened his eyes, gently stroking his red arm, his eyes locked on the tiny vine, his face showing a helpless expression. Jiang Jinli also looked at the little guy with a smile. She had never expected it to suddenly attack. Apparently, because the blood and flesh nutrients it took in the morning had almost been completely digested, it looked particularly energetic at this moment. Jiang Jinli gently touched the flower on the vine's head, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Well, he just said one thing to you. Do you have to slap him? Su Mingxing then complained with a smile. That's it. After hearing this, the little vine deliberately ignored Su Mingxing, bared its little fangs at him, and rolled its eyes mischievously. Although it had no eyes, Su Mingxing clearly felt the provocation. Su Mingxing was amused by its behavior and laughed out loud. Then, the little vine took its short legs and ran quickly towards Jiang Jinli. It jumped lightly, cleverly hooked Jiang Jinli's arm, then climbed up flexibly, and finally sat steadily on her shoulder. The little vine's short legs swayed restlessly, and the small flower on its head turned around and looked around curiously. Xinqingxi observed the vine's every move with full concentration, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This little thing is really magical, it's so humane." Zhou Lianhu smiled and agreed. Yes, it looks small and cute now. Who could have expected that it would become such a terrifying mutant plant when it grows up? The people in the car nodded one after another, full of curiosity about this mysterious little life. Mu Yuan asked in confusion, "What kind of plant is this? It doesn't look like an ordinary vine at all." Jiang Jinli shook her head. "I don't know either." She gently touched the vine on her shoulder and squinted her eyes to try to sense its level. To her surprise, the vine had already been promoted to the 5th level, and its growth rate was beyond imagination. It is conceivable that when the vine shows its true form and becomes huge, its destructive power will become extremely powerful and terrifying, which will undoubtedly become Jiang Jinli's most powerful helper. Jiang Jinli speculated that the reason why the vine is so powerful should be due to its own extraordinary properties, coupled with her blood nourishment, which together created this power. Su Mingxing's eyes focused on the bright red vine on Jiang Jinli's shoulder, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, suggesting, "Boss, give this little guy a name too." Jiang Jinli gently stroked the vine swaying happily on her shoulder, and nodded slightly. Indeed, it should have a name. After that, she frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The little vine seemed to understand their conversation and straightened its back instantly. The little head stared straight at Jiang Jinli, full of expectation, as if waiting for the name that belonged to it. Everyone smiled and their eyes focused on Jiang Jinli. He secretly thought in his heart that such an extraordinary mutant vine must need a majestic name to match it. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jinli's brows relaxed, his eyes leisurely swept over everyone, slightly opened his red lips, and slowly said 2 words, "Big flower." After she finished speaking, she looked around at the people present, quietly waiting for their reactions. After hearing this, the little vine was the first to get excited, and it jumped on Jiang Jinli's shoulder. The leaf-like little hands kept flapping, and the little mouth pouted, making a constant ha-ha sound. When the other people heard this, the expressions on their faces froze instantly. They exchanged glances, and then their eyes turned to the little vine that was dancing with excitement. Then, their cheeks began to turn red, and finally, the 3 men couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Ha ha! They secretly sighed in their hearts that Jiang Jinli's naming talent was really unique. There was already a Xiaohua, and now there was a Dahua. This name was really hilarious. Although Xinqingxi didn't laugh as loudly as they did, she also covered her mouth with her hands and laughed softly. Her eyes were slightly curved, her eyes flickered, and when she stared at Jiang Jinli, her eyes were full of smiles. Xinqingxi felt that Jiang Jinli was so cute sometimes. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli raised his eyebrows helplessly and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Mingxing tried hard to restrain his smile, and was the first to speak. His cheeks flushed because of his laughter. He answered half-jokingly and half-seriously, "No, boss, this name is too appropriate. It is tailor-made for it. It really looks like a large man-eating plant." Xinqingxi smiled and agreed. Simple and easy to remember. Zhou Lianhu followed closely and said, "The name is very good, and it complements Xiaohua." Mu Yuan looked at everyone with a smile on his lips, obviously enjoying the scene. Jiang Jinli also smiled, then called it Dahua. "Okay, Dahua." Laughter and laughter echoed in the RV, and the atmosphere instantly became warm and cheerful. The vehicle drove on the deserted road and continued to move forward towards Anqing. On the way, they encountered many mutant creatures, including zombies, mutant plants and animals, among which the strongest was only at the 3rd level. It was difficult to find a base along the way. The small teams that could be seen occasionally only occupied hospitals, schools, or hotels as temporary shelters. Some people who were ignorant of the current situation tried to provoke Jiang Jinli, but they all became nutrients for the big flowers. There were also some shameless people who tried to join them, but they were all decisively rejected by Jiang Jinli. In this way, after several days of long journey, they were getting closer and closer to Anqing. Jiang Jinli estimated that they would arrive in 2 or 3 days, so he decided to take a rest in a nearby small town to recover his strength. Everyone chose a relatively intact hotel in the city, and planned to stay overnight to have a good rest. Since it was still early, Mu Yuan and others could not wait and suggested to go into the city to search for crystal cores and necessary living supplies. Jiang Jinli agreed, but suggested that they split into 2 teams to support each other. Zhou Lian, who has been lacking opportunities to exercise since his earth-related supernatural power awakened. This time he could practice in actual combat, so he was arranged to follow Mu Yuan. Shen Qingxi was responsible for taking Su Mingxing. Mu Yuan and Shen Qingxi's supernatural powers have both reached the peak of the 3rd level, and they are steady and reliable, which has won Jiang Jinli's trust. Seeing this, Xiaohua also volunteered to join the exploration team. At the same time, Jiang Jinli headed to the center of the town alone. Zombies are the best experimental subjects for her to exercise supernatural powers and spatial abilities. Jiang Jinli's control ability is improving day by day. She can not only control people's minds, but also completely control their bodies and turn them into unconscious zombies. Facing opponents with lower power levels than her, it is almost impossible for them to break free from the mental shackles set by Jiang Jinli. In addition, the isolation circle formed by her spatial energy is an indestructible barrier that is enough to resist any attack. Now, Jiang Jinli is full of confidence in herself and firmly believes that she can defeat any human or monster who dares to challenge her. When Jiang Jinli slowly walked to the edge of the central square of the city, the roar of zombies suddenly came from the front. She continued to move forward, and the scene in front of her couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. I saw that more than 100 zombies gathered in the center of the square. They wandered aimlessly, causing the entire square to be blocked. Jiang Jinli raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, then drew out his long knife and stepped into the encirclement of zombies without hesitation. Just at this moment, an ethereal and crisp female voice sounded leisurely from the core of the zombie group. Although the voice was swallowed by the zombies' roar in an instant, Jiang Jinli still heard it clearly. "Sister down there, hurry up and take a detour. There are too many zombies in this square. It's very dangerous." The voice was full of anxiety. Jiang Jinli looked up at the sound, and her eyes were instantly locked on the shaky large billboard in the center of the square. Surprisingly, there was a petite girl lying on the top of the billboard. At this moment, she was desperately waving at Jiang Jinli, looking very anxious. Chapter 101. Obviously, the girl was tightly surrounded by a group of zombies, and the billboard she was standing on was shaky and in danger of collapsing at any time. What was worse was that her shouting unexpectedly attracted the attention of the zombies. These zombies immediately noticed the prey above their heads and rushed towards the billboard. Su Ranju stared at the zombies approaching below side and forced a bitter smile. She knew that even if she remained silent, this shaky billboard would not be able to support her weight for a long time. In any case, she would eventually die. Su Ranju originally came out to search for supplies, but when she arrived at the square, zombies swarmed in from all directions. Faced with the huge number of zombies, forcibly breaking through was tantamount to seeking death. Out of the instinct for survival, she resolutely climbed up the billboard. I thought the zombies would disperse quickly, but they lingered around the square. They showed no sign of retreating. So, she was trapped in this small space for about an hour. Just as Su Ranju was lying on the billboard thinking hard about how to get out, she noticed that a tall woman was approaching here. In a hurry, she couldn't help but remind her. After the reminder, Su Ranju looked at the ground again, hoping that the woman could take a detour. However, to her surprise, the woman walked straight towards the zombies without hesitation. Su Ranju mistakenly thought that the other party didn't hear her shouting, and was about to remind her again, but was shocked by the next scene and couldn't speak. The woman calmly drew out the long knife flashing with cold light. First, she calmly examined the zombie group, and then rushed into it at an astonishing speed. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and every move was like shuttling through a crack in space. Her figure was erratic in the zombie group, which was dazzling. The long knife flew flexibly in her hand, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind, and the blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistle. In just a few breaths, when she put the long knife back into the sheath, the entire zombie group suddenly fell into silence. Then, the zombies fell down one after another powerlessly. Their bodies were twisted, heads were scattered all over the ground, and blood was splattered, dyeing the surrounding ruins into a shocking black and red. The surroundings were completely shrouded in deathly silence, and the air was filled with a suffocating stench. Su Ranju witnessed all this, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, and his face was full of incredible shock. Suddenly, the billboard began to shake violently. Su Ranju was startled, and before she could react, she felt herself falling rapidly. The feeling of weightlessness instantly hit her, and she screamed subconsciously, Her mind went blank. Falling from such a height, even if she survived by chance, she would be seriously injured. And in this Doomsday, being injured often means not far from death. Just as Su Runju closed her eyes tightly, preparing to face the coming severe pain, a strong and powerful arm suddenly grabbed her. She gently bumped into a warm embrace, and a long-lost fresh fragrance came to her nose, making Su Runju feel dazed. In this Doomsday world full of despair and decay, the survivors are often filled with strong sour and sweaty odors. But this sister was like a spring of sweet water, bringing an unusual freshness. However, before Su Runju could savor the fragrance, Jiang Jinli quickly let go of her hand. After standing firm, Su Runju looked around at the corpses scattered around, her heart beating violently with excitement. She first picked up the weapon that fell on the ground, held it tightly in her hand, then walked towards Jiang Jinli, and looked up at her face. Su Runju said with admiration, "Wow, sister, you are so amazing, so cool." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of a silver bell. Su Runju's little face was flushed, and her gratitude was beyond words. Also, "Thank you, sister, for catching me just now." After that, she gave Jiang Jinli a sweet smile, which was as bright and warm as the warm sunshine in spring. The smile at the corner of her eyes rose slightly, revealing pure joy, and her neat teeth were even whiter and more dazzling in the smile. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but start to carefully examine the little girl in front of him. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and sweatpants. Although plain and unadorned, it could not hide her beautiful face. She kept her body clean, which was very different from the sloppy image of most people in the Doomsday. She never looked unkempt. Her naturally curly hair was lightly tied into a ponytail, which made her look cute and well-behaved. Her skin was even whiter and more delicate, like the first snow. Her face was slightly childish. Under the high temperature, her cheeks gradually turned a light red. Although her lips were a little chapped, her eyes were clear and bright, very smart, and flashed with curiosity and innocence. Whenever she blinked, her long eyelashes trembled slightly like a light fan, adding a bit of playfulness and agility to her. This little girl is so beautiful. However, in sharp contrast to her cute appearance, she is holding a giant axe that is almost as tall as her body. This axe is bulky and huge, and the axe blade is extremely sharp. It flashes with a cold light. Despite this, she holds the axe handle with extraordinary skill and confidence. This strong contrast is quite surprising. Unexpectedly, this little girl looks petite, but she has a power that cannot be underestimated. Jiang Jinli retracted her gaze and responded calmly, "It's just a small favor, no thanks." Then, she looked around and found several supermarkets in front of her, so she walked straight over. Seeing this, Su Runju quickly followed Jiang Jinli's pace, with a grateful smile on her face. "But you still saved me, sister, I really admire you." As she walked, she looked at Jiang Jinli carefully with respectful eyes. Jiang Jinli's figure was neat and flawless, her posture was elegant and upright, and her height was estimated to be more than 1.7 meters, which made Su Runju standing next to her look particularly petite and delicate. Jiang Jinli's delicate and beautiful face made people like her at first sight. Su Runju had never met such a mysterious and powerful woman in her life, which made her heart full of surprise and excitement. As she looked at her, she couldn't help but feel shy, and her face turned red. It was as if a little mouse was screaming in her heart, and she was so excited that she secretly exclaimed, "Oh my! It's so terrible, I can't stand it, this sister is so handsome." Jiang Jinli noticed the undisguised admiration and worship beside her, and a trace of helplessness appeared in her expression. Suddenly Jiang Jinli paused and focused her eyes on the front. At the same time, Su Runju also noticed something strange. She saw that the supermarket entrance was surrounded by several zombies. She immediately put away her smile, tightly grasped the axe in her hand, and her eyes flashed with eagerness. She turned to Jiang Jinli and said, "Sister, please wait a moment, let me deal with them this time." Before she finished speaking, Su Runju had already swung the long axe without hesitation and rushed towards the zombies. Although she was slender and her arm seemed weak, she showed amazing explosive power in the battle. Her arm muscles were tight, and her lines were smooth. Every time the axe fell, it hit the zombie's head accurately, and skillfully avoided the splattered filth. In the zombie group, Su Runju was agile and flexibly shuttled among them. Soon, the zombies fell one by one under her fierce attack. Jiang Jinli watched quietly on the side. Su Runju was seen swinging the huge axe with her petite body. Her movements were vigorous. The strong contrast between strength and size made people laugh, which was both cute and interesting. A smile flashed quietly in her eyes. Su Runju has both the gentleness of a girl and the fortitude of a warrior. This woman has unlimited potential. Although she is still an ordinary person, she has shown extraordinary skills and strength. If she has the opportunity to awaken her superpowers in the future, she will surely shine in the Doomsday world and become a powerful person. After cleaning up the zombies, Su Ranju ran to Jiang Jinli, looked up at her, with a smart light flashing in her eyes, and asked crisply, "Sister, am I doing okay?" She pursed her lips slightly. A trace of helplessness flashed across her face, and continued, "However, with my current strength, I am not enough to deal with those mutant zombies. Once I encounter them, I can only run away first." Jiang Jinli lowered his head, his eyes fell on her, and praised sincerely, "You have done very well." Jiang Jinli keenly noticed that Su Ruinju's fighting skills were gradually formed after countless actual combat training. She learned it completely by self-exploration. This strong girl is particularly valuable in the end times. After all, many adult men today may not be able to match her courage. What's more, she is just a girl. Su Ranju was very happy to receive the praise of this powerful sister, and her eyes narrowed into slits. Sister is still the best, just like the heroine in the martial arts drama, so handsome. Su Ranju was full of admiration. Jiang Jinli did not look much older than herself, but she was so outstanding. Su Ranju firmly believed that Jiang Jinli's ability was not inferior to those pretentious men. Some people think they have awakened their special powers, so they look down on others, but they don't realize that there are always people better than you. Su Ranju secretly yearned in his heart how great it would be if he could walk side by side with this sister. But when he thought of his own situation, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Jinli smiled at the corner of his mouth, and walked straight into the supermarket without saying anything more. The light in the supermarket was dim, and the air was humid. Most of the goods on the shelves had been taken away, and only a small amount of food was left alone. The ground was scattered with collapsed shelves and messy garbage, a mess. Jiang Jinli's footsteps paused slightly, turned around and said softly to Su Ranju, who was standing at the door, "Come here." Chapter 102. Su Ranju was standing at the door, looking a little helpless. This street could almost be said to be built by Jiang Jinli, so naturally all the supplies on the street belonged to her. No one was qualified to take these foods without permission, and Su Ranju was no exception. But Su Ranju was not in a hurry to leave, and she was still eager to spend more time with Jiang Jinli. As soon as Jiang Jinli called, Su Ranju immediately walked forward obediently and asked with a smile, "Sister, what's wrong?" Jiang Jinli's eyes swept across the shelf, then turned to Su Ranju, and said calmly, "Go and get it, fill up the backpack." Su Ranju was stunned for a moment when she heard it, wondering if she had heard it wrong. She widened her eyes, and looked at Jiang Jinli with surprise. "Can I take it?" "These are all for you, sister." Jiang Jinli gently pushed her, then leaned on the shelf, and said lazily, "Yes." Su Ranju felt unbelievable. In this doomsday when food is like a treasure, Jiang Jinli is so generous that she is willing to share food with a stranger she just met today. A warm current surged in Su Ruinju's heart, and she sincerely thanked Jiang Jinli. "Thank you, sister." Then, she walked to the shelf, slowly put down the bag behind her, and began to carefully take food from the shelf. Jiang Jinli witnessed her well-behaved and cautious behavior, and a complex feeling surged in her heart. The doomsday has lasted for so long, and I can still meet such an innocent little girl. It's rare. She is like a clear spring, making Jiang Jinli, who is used to seeing the ugliness of human nature, feel unprecedented comfort. Jiang Jinli subconsciously asked, "How old are you?" Su Ruinju's movements were slightly slow, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She had never thought that Jiang Jinli, a seemingly indifferent person, would take the initiative to bring up such a topic, which made her heart surge with joy. She turned to Jiang Jinli and replied with a smile, "Sister, I'm about to turn 18 years old." Then, she couldn't wait to add, "My name is Su Ranju, what about you, sister?" As soon as she said this, Su Ranju felt a little regretful. Was it too abrupt to ask for her name directly? After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Jinli nervously, and all her emotions were clearly reflected in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and she answered simply, "Jiang Jinli." Hearing the response, Su Ranju was full of joy, and a sweet smile immediately bloomed on her face. Then, she softly asked, "Then I can call you sisterly, can I?" Jiang Jinli looked at her bright and expectant eyes, paused for a moment, and finally did not refuse. "Okay." This was the first time that Jiang Jinli was called sister, and she found this feeling quite novel. Especially Su Ruinju's voice was crisp and pleasant, and her thoughts were innocent, so Jiang Jinli did not feel disgusted at all. Seeing Jiang Jinli agreed, Su Ruinju's smile became warmer and brighter, and she turned back to continue putting food into her bag. Realizing that Jiang Jinli was not as cold as she looked, Su Ruinju started talking. Sisterly, are you alone now? What are your plans? Where are you going? Without waiting for Jiang Jinli to respond, she started talking to herself. I am now with my uncle's family, and planning to go to the north to try my luck. I heard there are several large bases there. Her backpack had limited capacity, and was soon filled with items. Su Ruinju zipped up, stood up, put on her backpack, and then walked to Jiang Jinli and said sincerely, Sisterly, if you are also alone and don't know where to go, maybe you can consider going north with us. After that, she looked up at Jiang Jinli with expectation in her eyes. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli shook her head slightly. I won't go. I have my own team and destination. Su Ruinju's mood instantly dropped when she heard this. But in a flash, she smiled again and asked curiously, So sister has her own team. They must be outstanding people, right? If I hadn't followed my uncle and couldn't leave easily, I would also like to join sister's team. Her eyes flickered, staring at Jiang Jinli closely, with a hint of subtle nervousness in her smile. If I really want to follow sisterly, will you accept me? Jiang Jinli turned to look at her, but did not answer directly, but asked, How does your uncle treat you? Su Ruinju's smile froze instantly, and then he sighed and replied, It can't be said to be good or bad, at least he has never abused me. I followed him, because he is my only relative in this world. My parents passed away when I was young. Speaking of this, her mood obviously dropped, but she quickly recovered and changed the subject with a smile. Sisterly, the apocalypse has been so long, but I have met very few awakened people, let alone the supernatural fruit. Sister's performance in the square before was really amazing, so what kind of supernatural power is it? As she spoke, she carefully pulled Jiang Jinli's skirt, her tone revealing a bit of tenderness. Sister, can I take up a little of your time? I want to hear about the supernatural fruit. I'm really curious. Tell me about it, okay? After speaking, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Jinli frankly and nervously, with anxiety and expectation intertwined in her eyes. Jiang Jinli stared into her clear eyes, and did not refuse, okay. Jiang Jinli liked this clean little girl very much. Originally, I thought that if Su Ruinju didn't have a team, even if she didn't ask, I would invite her to join. Now it seems that the step of asking can be omitted. From Su Ruinju's words and deeds, it is not difficult to detect her emphasis on family affection. After all, Su Ruinju lost her parents since childhood. Now, her uncle is her only relative, and she is naturally unwilling to give him up easily. On the contrary, she cherishes him even more. Jiang Jinli had never expected that Su Ruinju's fate would be so rough. She could completely empathize with the girl and understand her feelings and choices. In this case, I wish Su Ruinju can live strong, have a safe journey, and arrive in the north smoothly. Thank you, sisterly. Su Ruinju was full of joy. She immediately ran to the door and sat down. Then she turned around and patted the empty seat beside her, saying softly, Sisterly, come and sit here. Jiang Jinli's mind moved, and she instantly put all the remaining edible items in the supermarket into the space. Then, she walked slowly towards Su Ruinju and sat down next to him. Jiang Jinli did not answer the question directly, but asked first, Didn't you encounter even a supernatural fruit along the way? Su Ruinju shook his head and replied, No, we have been traveling along the main road and dare not set foot in those remote places, so we have no chance to encounter those fruits. Su Ruinju's heart is as clear as a mirror. Even if he is lucky enough to pick the fruit, he will never be able to eat it. In my uncle's team, the good things are always enjoyed by my uncle's family first. This is the helplessness that often happens when you are in a group. Jiang Jinli was not surprised when he heard it. Fruits are all based on personal chance. Even if you encounter them by chance, it is difficult to pick them without sufficient strength. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli told Su Ruinju in detail about the supernatural fruit. Su Ruinju listened with great interest, his eyes lit up, and he laughed knowingly from time to time. Time passed quietly, and half an hour passed unknowingly. Su Ruinju has basically understood the matter of supernatural powers. Infinite longing surged in her heart, longing to awaken this power herself. Although this hope was like the stars in the sky, far away and out of reach. Noticing Su Ruinju's chapped lips, Jiang Jinli took out a bottle of mineral water without hesitation and handed it to her. You must be thirsty, drink some water. She found that all the water in the supermarket had been taken away, and Su Ruinju looked extremely thirsty at the moment. What caught Jiang Jinli's attention was that Su Ranju did not touch the food in her bag at all, obviously intending to leave it for her uncle's family. In the current environment, this selfless behavior is not a good thing. I hope her uncle can cherish Su Ranju's contribution. Don't be eroded by the cruelty of the end of the world and become another soul swallowed by darkness. Jiang Jinli didn't want to see this little girl suffer misfortune, and didn't want her to bear the dark side from the heart of her only relative. I hope so. Su Ranju's originally flying thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the water in front of her, and she was stunned for a moment. She took the water handed by Jiang Jinli, her eyes gradually turned red, and she secretly sighed in her heart. In this hot and unbearable doomsday, water is more precious than food. Jiang Jinli was not only willing to spend time, and patiently explain the supernatural powers to her. He also gave her water so generously, which made Su Ranju feel warm. Since the doomsday came, she has never felt such deep kindness. Su Ranju stared at Jiang Jinli, her voice slightly choked. Thank you, sisterly, thank you so much. After that, she carefully unscrewed the bottle cap and slowly put the water into her mouth. Due to the extreme scarcity of water resources, she has not drunk water for more than a day. When the clear water slid down her throat, it brought endless moisture and coolness. Su Ranju's drinking action became more urgent, one mouthful after another, and soon she finished a bottle. Until her stomach was full of water, the satisfaction made her almost sigh. Su Ranju squinted her eyes, feeling that every cell in her body was happily absorbing water, as if she was reborn. But soon, she realized that her drinking posture might seem a little wild. Su Ranju couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She stood up nervously, clasped her hands in front of her, and although she seemed a little at a loss, she still smiled happily and expressed her gratitude again. Thank you very much, sisterly. No one has ever been as good to me as you are so kind. Jiang Jinli also stood up, patted Su Ranju's shoulder gently, looked into the distance, and did not respond directly to her gratitude, but said in a calm tone, I should go, it's not safe outside, you should go back earlier. Su Ranju's smile froze instantly. She stepped forward quickly and asked anxiously, Sisterly, are you leaving so soon? Jiang Jinli turned her head and stared at her seriously, then solemnly instructed, You have great potential, enough to gain a foothold in this doomsday. Remember, the most vigilant thing in the doomsday is not those monsters, but the complex and changeable human heart. She looked deeply into Su Ranju's eyes, and slowly uttered the last words. If you want to survive, you must learn to protect yourself, which means that you must be selfish. After that, Jiang Jinli turned around and walked forward resolutely. Sisterly. Su Ranju looked at her figure, his voice trembling slightly, full of attachment and reluctance. Jiang Jinli paused and turned back to cast a last look at Su Ranju. Try to survive. After saying that, she strode forward without looking back. Su Ranju's eyes followed Jiang Jinli's back closely, and her eyes were slightly moist. She felt mixed emotions. Although the two had just met today, Jiang Jinli had already made Su Ranju deeply feel the care and warmth that were extremely rare in this doomsday world. In the past years, Su Ranju had never had the honor of experiencing such pure care. Su Ranju turned around slowly until Jiang Jinli's figure completely disappeared from her sight. She wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she walked towards the temporary resettlement site where her uncle Wu Daong was. She knew that Jiang Jinli had already seen through her attitude towards food, but she had her own tasks to complete. She had to return to the team as soon as possible, submit the supplies to her uncle, and report the situation in detail, in order to avoid being endlessly accused by her aunt and cousin again. Chapter 103. Before the doomsday, Wu Daong was an influential boss with certain leadership skills. Therefore, he naturally gathered a group of loyal followers around him. When the doomsday suddenly broke out, he took quick action, not only stockpiling sufficient supplies, but also forming a team. He also carefully planned a journey to lead his family to flee to the north for refuge. As an orphan who had lived in Wu Daong's house for a long time, Su Ranju became a member of this refuge plan without any suspense. When Su Ranju was 13 years old, she unfortunately suffered a family change. Her parents died in a car accident, leaving her alone to face the world. She had few relatives and was estranged from her parents. After the tragedy, most relatives only gave a few brief words of comfort and then dispersed. They believed that the country would intervene in this matter. They even felt that the orphanage was another feasible destination, so they were unwilling to intervene in this little trouble. Just when Su Ranju was in despair and in urgent need of help, Wu Daong appeared. He not only helped to deal with the funeral of Su Ranju's parents, but also took her back to his home. Although Su Runju was young, she knew in her heart that Wu Daong had no responsibility to raise her. But Wu Daong patiently explained to Su Runju that the property and compensation left by her parents were enough to guarantee her life. When Su Runju came of age, Wu Daong promised to return all the remaining money to her. These words made Su Runju feel at ease to live in Wu Daong's house. But living under someone else's roof was not easy. Wu Daong was quite nice to her, but her aunt often mocked her. Her attitude was not friendly. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Su Runju chose to live in the school at the age of 15 and tried to reduce the number of times she went back to her uncle's house. When her aunt was in charge of housework, she often forgot to give her living expenses, and Su Runju never took the initiative to ask for money. She relied on part-time jobs and scholarships to maintain her living expenses. She kept every expense in mind and planned to repay Wu Daong double when she came of age. However, when Su Runju was about to turn 18 and finally had the ability to live independently, Wu Daong told her with an apologetic look that her parents' compensation had been exhausted by his investment. Wu Daong comforted Su Runju to wait patiently and promised to gradually repay her the funds. Hearing this, Su Runju was stunned on the spot. Not long after, she learned from an elder that her parents' compensation was actually as high as 1 million. Wu Daong took the money as a guardian, claiming that he was keeping it for her. This news made Su Runju suddenly realize why Wu Daong could become the boss of many companies in a short period of time. The reason was obviously here. Her mood suddenly became extremely complicated. But Su Runju didn't have time to investigate whether Wu Daong really took her home just for money. Because the Doomsday suddenly broke out. At that moment, everything was reduced to ruins, social order collapsed, and money became worthless waste paper. From then on, she embarked on the road to the north. Along the way, Su Runju experienced hardships, not only facing the threat of mutants, but also overcoming the test of high temperature. But she did not choose to give up, because her instinct for survival made her unwilling to die. In order to survive in this Doomsday, she knew that she had to quickly adapt to its cruel survival rules. Su Runju did not disappoint her expectations, and her growth rate was amazing. Now she can easily deal with the attacks of ordinary zombies. In addition, since the Doomsday, Wu Daong's attitude has changed significantly. He no longer treats Su Runju kindly, but as a leader, he decisively assigns tasks and gives orders to her. Despite this, Wu Daong did not do anything excessive to her, which made Su Runju barely able to tolerate it. The reason why she did not leave Wu Daong was because he was Su Runju's only blood relative in this world. Her other few relatives had all died when the Doomsday broke out. Because her parents died early, she cherished this family relationship. Whenever Su Runju went out alone and witnessed the Doomsday-like scene around her, she would always be deeply shrouded in endless loneliness and fear. This feeling of loneliness was like drowning, suffocating her and making her feel unbearable. Su Runju was also confused about where to go after leaving Wu Daong. Because in this vast world, she seemed to have no place to belong to. She was like a rootless duckweed, drifting helplessly in this turbulent world. Su Runju knew that as a girl, she would encounter many dangers if she went on the road alone. Whether it was encountering unruly people or accidentally joining a hierarchical team, the consequences could be extremely terrifying. In comparison, following Wu Daong seemed much safer. At least she could avoid those disgusting encounters. However, when she returns to Wu Daong's team, the remaining fantasy in her heart will be ruthlessly shattered. Wu Daong and his team temporarily occupied a small villa in a high and remote area in the city. The reason why they chose to stop in this city was mainly to find necessary supplies for life. Food, water, energy, and any possible useful survival supplies are urgently needed by their team. Wu Daong not only sent Su Runju, but also sent several other team members into the city to search for supplies. Su Runju felt disgusted and uncomfortable with the lustful eyes and dirty words cast by those male team members, so she chose to act alone. Unexpectedly, when she went to the central square to search for supplies, she was accidentally surrounded by a group of zombies, which led to the thrilling scene of being trapped in the billboard. When Su Runju returned to the villa with her bag on her back, she found that the person patrolling at the door looked nervous, pale, and lost. As soon as they saw Su Runju, their eyes lit up instantly. One of them immediately came forward and said overly enthusiastically, "Oh Runju, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for a long time." "You?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the elbow of the person next to him. Su Runju noticed the little movements of the two people, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Why are you waiting for me? Does my uncle have something to tell you?" Another person quickly responded, "I don't know the specific reason, But Captain Wu has been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly. Their expressions seemed particularly anxious, as if they were eager for her to enter the house as soon as possible. Su Runju was full of doubts and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out the problem. He secretly speculated, could it be that something happened to his uncle? But she did not retreat. Instead, she held the weapon tightly, pushed the door open decisively, and strode in. The moment she stepped into the threshold, she greeted him with a smile as usual, and shouted loudly, "Uncle, I brought all the supplies back. I hope nothing happened to you." I saw two people at the door. However, before the voice completely fell, Su Ruinju's smile froze at the corner of her mouth, and her face turned pale in an instant. The scene in front of her shocked her. "Run, Hu! Run away!" A woman's shrill cry suddenly rang out in the living room, echoing endlessly. That was her only friend, Yang Lily's voice. Su Runju suddenly realized the extreme danger, and subconsciously turned around to escape. But it was too late. The door slammed shut behind her. Two burly men holding big knives, with fierce faces, blocked her way, forming an insurmountable barrier. Su Runju stopped, tightly grasped the axe in his hand, resolutely turned to face the crowd in the hall, and took a defensive posture. In the hall, 3 male teammates in Wu Dayong's team lay helplessly on the ground. They were being trampled under the feet of those villains, and they dared not resist at all. A dozen corpses were scattered around, and the death was horrible and shocking. 5 or 6 female members of the team, including Yang Lily, were tied up tightly with ropes and abandoned in a corner. Their eyes were full of helplessness and despair. There were 4 people sitting on the sofa. A bald strong man, and Wu Dayong with his wife and daughter. The bald strong man was burly, with a rough face and knotted muscles. What was particularly eye-catching was the lifelike tiger head tattoo on his arm. Not only that, Su Runju noticed that the arms of other strong men around him also had the same tiger head tattoo. Obviously, they belonged to a well-organized evil group. Wu Dayong's wife hugged her daughter Wu Qian tightly, and was sobbing softly at the moment. Her face was full of fear. Wu Dayong himself was also pale, and had a deep sense of guilt in his eyes. He glanced at Su Runju from time to time. Witnessing the situation of Wu Dayong's family, and Wu Dayong's complicated eyes, Su Runju was suddenly shrouded in panic and anxiety. A desperate thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Then, the words of the bald strong man were like a bolt from the blue, which confirmed Su Runju's guess and made her fall into an endless abyss in an instant, followed by a feeling of suffocation. "Oh, this is your niece? Not bad, really good, exactly the same as you described before. Looking at her beautiful appearance, it is really heartwarming, haha." The bald man sat in the middle of the sofa, smiling evilly at Su Runju, his eyes revealing undisguised desire. Then, he glanced at Wu Dayong and said contemptuously, "I keep my word, you go." The bald man's men heard the words, and quickly loosened the restraints of the 3 men under their feet. The 3 people quickly got up from the ground and quickly ran to stand behind Wu Dayong. All of them looked relieved for surviving the disaster. Wu Qian and her daughter stopped crying and thanked the bald man with gratitude. At this time, Su Runju noticed that Wu Qian had deep knife wounds on both sides of her cheeks, blood and flesh were blurred, and she was obviously disfigured. Wu Dayong also stood up hurriedly, bowed his head, and thanked the bald man. "Thank you, brother, thank you very much." The bald man waved his hand impatiently. "You are lucky to meet me. If it were my other brothers, they would not have any credibility, and would have wiped you out long ago. The principle of their team has always been to cut the grass and root out, leaving no room for others. But this bald man, when he is in a good mood, still has some credibility." Wu Dayong quickly flattered. "Yes, big brother is so righteous, you are really a hero. Thank you for letting me go." The bald man's tone became heavier, and he shouted, "Enough, get out of here quickly. If you make me angry, I will not spare any of you." Wu Dayong was so scared that he trembled all over, and quickly responded, "Yes, yes, don't be angry, we will leave now right away." At this time, Su Runju's choked voice came, "Uncle, why is this?" Wu Dayong's body was shocked, and his eyes turned to Su Runju, only to see that her face was as pale as paper, and her petite body was shaking with fear. Wu Dayong recalled this usually obedient and well-behaved niece, but now she is deeply afraid because of his ruthless betrayal. Guilt and shame surged in his heart, making his eyes red. Wu Dayong spoke helplessly, "Runju, I am sorry for you, but I really have no choice. Only you can save our family." Chapter 104. Wu Dayong recalled the scene at that time. Originally, they were all staying well in the villa. Unexpectedly, the bandits quickly and easily broke through the villa's defenses. Then they broke into the house violently. When the bald man and his companions saw the woman, they pounced on her without any hesitation, just like hungry wolves seeing fat meat. Although Wu Daong and his companions had fought hard, the power gap was too great, and they could not compete with this group of sturdy villains at all. What's more, the other party also had 2 superpowers, and their strength was greatly increased. However, in a moment, most of the companions were unfortunately killed, and the remaining few were captured one after another. At the critical moment, Wu Daong made a heartbreaking decision. He took advantage of the brief moment when the bald man was distracted, hardened his heart, and regardless of his daughter's heartbreaking cry, he still reluctantly cut several knife wounds on her cheek. Wu Daong knew that if his daughter fell into the hands of these men, she would suffer a torture worse than death. When the bald man reacted, it was too late. He looked at Wu Qian's bloody face, and the fire of desire in his heart suddenly extinguished. Anger filled the bald man's heart, instantly arousing his strong killing intent. He was eager to kill Wu Daong and his team. Seeing this, Wu Daong was extremely frightened and did not want to die. Driven by this strong desire to survive, he immediately thought of Su Runju. Wu Daong firmly believed that no one could resist Su Runju's beautiful face. So Wu Daong hurriedly appeased the bald man, and then he pushed Su Runju into a dangerous situation without hesitation. He proposed a deal to the bald man, in exchange for all the information about Su Runju, to save the lives of their family. If the bald man is not satisfied with Su Runju, all of them will let him do whatever he wants. Seeing him praise Su Runju to the sky, the bald man couldn't help but feel curious, so he agreed to the deal. In the bald man's view, women are far more valuable than these seemingly weak and incompetent men. Therefore, the scene of everyone looking forward to Su Runju's return was staged. Thinking back to reality, Wu Daong stared at Su Runju and spoke again. Runju, don't blame your uncle. For my family, I have to be cruel. Su Runju's face was full of grief and confusion. She asked, is this the reason why you betrayed me? Your life is life, but mine is not? Why should I be the one to sacrifice? Su Runju's heart was deeply swallowed by shock and despair. The family affection that she once cherished so much seemed so fragile on the scale of survival. Unable to withstand a single blow. This scene is full of irony. Wu Daong avoided Su Runju's gaze, his lips moved slightly, but he didn't say a word, just remained silent. The bald man's eyes, like sticky and disgusting tentacles, wandered over Su Runju's body. His eyes were greedy and hot, as if they could leave marks on her fair skin. The bald man had never met such a delicate girl, and his inner desire spread like wildfire, making him dry mouth and tongue. But the bald man knew that the rules could not be broken. Such a beautiful little beauty must be enjoyed by Brother Long first, and only when he is tired of it can it be their turn. At present, the bald man could only temporarily endure the impulse in his heart. He tried to cover up his desire with a hoarse laugh, and said to Su Runju, little sister, you have to understand that this is the end of the world, the law of the jungle is the norm, and your uncle's choice is understandable. Accept your fate and obey us obediently, maybe you can alleviate some of the pain. Su Runju was so angry that her face turned red, and her lips trembled slightly. She was obviously extremely angry. She stared at the bald man and shouted angrily, you evil people, why don't you do it, but do the beasts? However, Su Runju's voice was as clear as a spring and a mountain stream. In addition, her smart eyes made her rebuke sound unthreatening. The bald man and his accomplices saw her angry look. Not only did they not restrain their behavior, but they were amused by her appearance, laughed loudly, and kept spitting out obscene words. Little sister, your voice is really nice, but I don't know if you can still be so ecstatic in bed, ha ha ha. This voice makes my bones soft. Come on, call brother and listen. This little look is really touching. Su Runju was so angry that her whole body was shaking. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Cold sweat slid down her back. Seeing that Wu Daong and his group were about to leave, Su Runju's heart tightened. She quickly reached out and grabbed Wu Daong's sleeve. Uncle! Uncle, don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Her voice was mixed with tears, and fear made it difficult for her to control herself. However, before Wu Daong could respond, he was rudely pushed away by his aunt. The aunt's face was cold and her words were sharp. How do you expect him to save you? Saving you will harm all of us. We have raised you for all these years. Now it's time for you to sacrifice for us. People must learn to be grateful. Su Runju was shocked by the shameless words of her aunt and was speechless. Just as he was about to refute, Wu Qian in his aunt's arms also added in a sarcastic tone, that's right, if you really can't stand it, you can commit suicide, anyway, no one will stop you. Su Runju was shocked by the resentment that flashed in Wu Qian's eyes. She has always had a bad relationship with this cousin, and has never offended her. Why does she have such a deep hatred for herself? The complexity of human hearts is really chilling. Wu Qian's words inadvertently reminded the bald man, making him worry. What if this girl has a strong personality and wants to end her life before enjoying it? As soon as he thought about it, he immediately shouted an order. Quick! Tie up this little girl. Following the order, the strong men quickly approached Su Runju. Seeing this, Su Runju immediately turned around to face everyone. Although she was afraid in her heart, her hands holding the axe were extremely firm. Seeing the men preparing to tie her up, Su Runju shouted, rushed forward, and swung the axe at them. The bald man was surprised that this little girl could use the axe as a weapon. He couldn't help but watch with relish, and became more interested in her. Although Su Runju's axe was heavy, she was extremely flexible, and had endless fighting skills, making it difficult for the strong men to get close. As time went by, Su Runju became more and more brave, and her attacks became more and more fierce. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light, while the strong men gradually showed signs of retreating. At the critical moment, Su Runju seized the opportunity, and took advantage of the moment, when the two strong men were distracted to approach them suddenly, and the axe chopped down with thunderous force. The strong men were caught off guard. One of them was hit in the thigh by the axe, and the other's arm was cut off, and then he fell to the ground in pain, and screams suddenly rang out in the living room, which was heart-pounding. Witnessing this scene, the other strong men all showed fear on their faces, shocked by the girl's ruthless and resolute behavior. They called the bald man's name one after another, eagerly asking him for help. Wu Daong and his group looked at this horrifying scene, huddled at the door and trembled. Although they knew that Su Runju was extremely powerful, and could kill zombies without hesitation. But they never thought that she could still show such fearless courage in the face of such a vicious and evil person. Wu Daong's heart was intertwined with tension and anxiety. He was deeply afraid that she would bear a grudge for betraying Su Runju, and then take revenge on him. However, in a flash, he thought of the bald man as a strong man with supernatural powers. Su Runju was definitely not his opponent. What's more, once he fell into the hands of these villains, Su Runju's hope of survival was slim. Thinking of this, Wu Daong's mood was slightly calmed down. At the same time, seeing the miserable state of his men, the bald man quickly put away his smile, and his face became gloomy. He had never expected that this seemingly small and cute girl was actually a little hot pepper that should not be underestimated. It was really interesting. Seeing that his men were about to retreat, the bald man no longer hesitated and quickly rushed towards Su Runju. Su Runju had just repelled a strong man, and before she had time to breathe, the bald man had already rushed towards her. She was about to resist, but she was suddenly grabbed by the bald man. In an instant, a tingling sensation like an electric current quickly spread throughout her body. The power dissipated in an instant, and the weapon could not help but fall out of her hand. Then, Su Runju's body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Seeing this, the strong men cheered excitedly, and then swarmed up, pressed Su Runju firmly to the ground, and tied him up with a rough rope. Su Runju's eyes were red, and she stared at the bald man angrily, gritting her teeth and saying, "Despicable." The bald man laughed out loud, with disdain on his face. "Despicable? Little girl, wake up. This is the power of the superpowers, a gap that you ordinary people can never reach. Only we superpowers can conquer this doomsday, including you women. Ha ha ha. I have to admire you. It's rare to have such skills at such a young age. But unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are just an ordinary person after all." Su Runju has never felt so powerless. At this moment, she deeply realized the gap between ordinary people and superpowers. She was unwilling. Around her, the strong men kept laughing and pulling the rope on Su Runju, and their words were full of insults. Su Runju's face was pale, and her big eyes were filled with tears. But she gritted her teeth, trying hard not to let her tears fall, and struggled hard. "You beasts, don't touch me. If you have the guts, let me go, and we fight again." Hearing this, the strong men burst into crazy laughter. Witnessing his niece being humiliated like this, Wu Daong did not show any sympathy. He glanced at Su Runju coldly at last, and then led everyone out of the door. Su Runju was pressed heavily to the ground, staring at Wu Daong's gradually receding back. She clearly realized in her heart that she was about to face endless suffering. Fear surged like a tide, and she finally collapsed, tears gushing out, unable to be restrained. In despair, Su Runju instinctively called out the closest title, "Uncle." But the only response she got was the back figure that left resolutely, and the door they gradually closed. As the door slammed shut, Su Ruinju's heart seemed to fall into the abyss. There was no way back. When the last ray of light disappeared, greed flashed in the eyes of the men around, foreshadowing that they would have a wanton carnival next. They shouted excitedly, heavy breathing came one after another, and like wild beasts, they rushed to the woman curled up in the corner. After a while, the woman's scream of fear and the man's lewd laughter intertwined, presenting a suffocating hell scene. Su Runju witnessed all this, and shook her head repeatedly. Then she heard Yang Lily's shrill scream, and she couldn't help crying. She was extremely anxious, and wanted to stop these beasts. However, her weak body, and the tight restraint of the rope made her struggle, and twist helplessly on the floor. Suddenly, Su Runju saw the bald man walking towards her. Fear instantly surged into her eyes, and she cried out helplessly in her heart, "No! No! Don't!" Her eyes, which once sparkled with a lively light, became dim at this moment, and only despair filled them. Su Runju's face was pale, her lips were tightly pursed, and she was trembling constantly, as if she had thousands of words to say, but she couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, the bald man not only had no pity, but laughed wantonly. "TSK, TSK, TSK, little sister is so pitiful, seeing your brother's heart aches, and I can't bear to bully you, ha ha ha." He squatted down, patted Su Ruinju's cheek, and a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Your face is a treasure, don't worry, no one dares to touch you now. I will first offer you to Brother Long to enjoy." After that, he stood up and joined the disgusting carnival around him. Su Runju was in extreme pain. Her ears were filled with the excited panting of men, and the shrill screams of women, forming a disgusting clamor. She closed her eyes tightly, turned over and lay on her side powerlessly, trying to escape the scene. Her body curled up tightly, her fingertips turned white due to excessive force, and tears and sobs intertwined, unable to help herself. At this moment, she seemed to be strangled by an invisible giant hand. It became difficult to breathe. She tried to isolate the outside world. She longed for someone to break this suffocating scene, and save her from this nightmare scene. Su Runju felt abandoned by the whole world, and extreme loneliness and helplessness followed her like a shadow. But at this moment, a strong and calm figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Su Runju kept whispering, "Sisterly. Sisterly, I'm scared. Sister, please save me. Sister." At this moment, Jiang Jinli became her only spiritual support and motivation to live. It was the only life-saving straw she could grasp when she was about to drown. Chapter 105. After saying goodbye to Su Runju, Jiang Jinli collected some second-level crystal cores on the streets around the central square. Then she prepared to return to the hotel. The speed of the fifth-level supernatural power is no longer as fast as before. Her spiritual sea of consciousness seemed to have turned into a deep bottomless pit. No matter how much energy she poured into it, it was difficult to stir up the slightest ripple. Obviously, the road to upgrading in the future will become longer and slower. When Jiang Jinli arrived at the door of the hotel, her steps suddenly stopped, her brows furrowed, and her face showed displeasure. In just a moment of outing, someone actually broke into her territory without permission. In common sense, this place has been occupied by someone, and any wise person should notice and avoid it. However, there are still people who ran into this area regardless of everything. In the spacious lobby of the hotel, 5 or 6 fully armed burly men are wantonly bullying and insulting a man and a woman. Among them, 2 big men worked together to pin the man and woman to the ground. A bald man who seemed to be the leader sat leisurely on the side, with a cold smile on his lips, and said sarcastically, "What's the use of escaping here? You still fall into our hands?" The young man who was pressed to the ground, his face flushed red, veins protruding on his forehead, he cursed angrily, "You beasts! If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one." The bald man was disdainful of these words, and responded contemptuously, "What a joke, we are not gentlemen who value fairness. Since we have caught you, you have to accept the reality calmly." After that, he stood up, walked towards the bound woman, picked her up roughly, and then threw her heavily on the sofa. The woman struggled hard, but the other 2 men quickly stepped forward, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and firmly fixed her on the sofa. Their eyes flashed with savagery and desire. The young woman was pale, her eyes were full of tears, and she shouted in fear, "No! You are worse than pigs and dogs, let me go, brother!" The man on the ground was instantly enraged when he saw this, his eyes were red, and he roared, "You bastards! Let her go! Let her go!" He was extremely angry, and the corners of his dry mouth cracked due to the force, and blood slowly dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his face looked extremely hideous. He struggled desperately, but was helplessly suppressed by the two strong men and seemed powerless. The bald man looked at his desperate look, laughed cruelly, and said in a fierce voice, "No matter how much you resist, it's useless. Open your eyes and watch how I play with your sister, ha ha ha." After speaking, the bald man strode to the sofa, his eyes full of lust, and began to untie his belt impatiently. The man saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot, tears burst out, and he cried out in grief, "No! You are a bunch of unscrupulous thugs. Shioshin, it's my brother who is useless, I'm sorry." Just at this moment of despair, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in the hall, and then a cold light flashed in an instant. Before everyone reacted, a boning knife and the bald man's head had fallen heavily to the ground at the same time. Immediately, the headless body fell straight down, and his hands were still stiffly on the untied belt. Instantly, the hall fell into a dead silence. The other strong men were shocked and angry, and immediately let go of the man, rushed to the body, and cried out sadly, "Brother!" Then, they held their weapons tightly, looked around, and were extremely alert. Seeing Jiang Jinli slowly walk in, the strong men were stunned, and they couldn't believe that the murderer was a young and beautiful woman. However, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, and their intuition told them that this woman was very dangerous. Jiang Jinli's eyes were full of disgust, and she glanced at the men in the hall indifferently. They had dark skin, strong muscles, and messy scars on their faces. Their clothes were tattered and mottled with blood and stains. The hair looked messy and greasy, and their eyes revealed indifference to life and deep hatred for the world. Jiang Jinli keenly noticed that these people were surrounded by a strong sense of violence and blood. What was particularly eye-catching was the tiger pattern tattooed on their arms. These signs undoubtedly indicate that this is an evil gang with clear class boundaries, and is definitely not a good gang. The faces of several strong men on the opposite side began to show anxiety, but they still pretended to be calm and tried to threaten Jiang Jinli. "You know we are." Bang bang bang. However, a sharp gunshot suddenly sounded, interrupting their arrogance. The bullets cut through the air, making a heart-pounding whistling sound. Then, bullets poured down like raindrops, accompanied by waves of men's screams. But in a moment, all the men fell to the ground, no longer making a sound. The floor of the hall was instantly stained with blood, a shocking red, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and gunpowder. The brother and sister were shocked when they saw this scene. They stared at Jiang Jinli with wide eyes and expressionless face. Jiang Jinli put away the gun indifferently, and glanced at the corpse on the ground with disdain in her eyes. She was too lazy to kill these rubbish. Using a gun was undoubtedly the most labor-saving way to kill people. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded at the door, followed by Xinxing's anxious question, "Jinli, what happened?" Su Mingxing's lazy voice also sounded, "Boss, why did you suddenly shoot?" The four people stepped into the hall, and saw the corpse, and the brother and sister on the ground. They understood the situation instantly. Mu Yuan glanced at the corpse, and said coldly, "You really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is." Zhou Lianhu also echoed, "Just a few rubbish, it really dirty this place." Yu Feng and Yu Shi finally recovered from their shock. They realized that they had met a noble person. These people have a unique temperament, and are obviously not ordinary people. Yu Feng stepped forward nervously, his voice was unstable, but he still spoke firmly. "Hello, if it is convenient, can you allow me to deal with these bodies?" Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu exchanged glances, and had no objection. Then sat down on the sofa, and began to sort out the materials they collected. Yu Feng took a deep breath, walked towards Jiang Jinli, and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving us brothers and sisters." Yu Shi followed closely, his eyes were red, and his voice was slightly choked. "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have encountered." The two brothers and sisters have been wandering outside for a long time, and refused to join any unfamiliar team, just because they were wary of the complexity of human nature. I originally thought that I could at least protect myself in a world full of zombies with my own strength, but I never expected that humans are more cruel than zombies. Yu Shi added eagerly, "My name is Yu Shi, and this is my brother Yu Feng." "Your kindness." Jiang Jinli interrupted her calmly, "No need to thank me. I didn't do it to help you. They dared to do such a dirty thing on my territory, so they must pay the price of their lives." After that, she ignored the two people, turned a blind eye to the blood on the ground, walked straight to the sofa, and sat down leisurely. Su Mingxing smiled, and took over the conversation. "This is just a small matter for our boss." He looked at the two curiously and asked again, "Why are you here?" "Because this place is remote, and the town is small, it is difficult for ordinary survivors to find this place unless they look for it deliberately. Yu Feng was struggling to drag the body of the strong man on the ground. When he heard Su Mingxing's question, he immediately stopped and looked up to answer, "We have nowhere to go. We have been living a wandering life without a fixed place to live. At present, we are trying our best to find a safe base to survive." He paused and continued, "I originally planned to go to the Anqing base with my sister, so I chose to spend the night in this nearby town tonight. Unexpectedly, I encountered this gang of villains. I ran into this hotel in a panic." After hearing the words Anqing base, Mu Yuan and others stopped what they were doing and stared at Yu Feng with sharp eyes. Jiang Jinli leaned back on the sofa, frowned slightly when he heard the words, and asked directly, "Is there a base in Anqing?" Seeing her asking questions, Yu Feng subconsciously stood up straight and answered seriously, "We don't know the specific situation, but we heard some survivors mention it, so we plan to go and find out." Mu Yuan stared at Jiang Jinli and said slowly, "Since there is such news, it must not be groundless." Originally, their plan was to meet up with Qilua, bypass Anqing, and continue to move forward. But now it seems necessary to stop and investigate the situation in Anqing in depth. Jiang Jinli nodded. She naturally didn't want to miss any clues about the base. She stood up and announced to everyone, "Then we will set off early tomorrow and try to reach Anqing as soon as possible." After that, Jiang Jinli turned and walked upstairs. The rest of the people quickly packed their backpacks and followed. Because it was time for dinner. Originally, Yu Feng was secretly happy when he learned that they were going to Anqing together. He wanted to ask if they could go together. But thinking about their strength, and the fact that they didn't seem to like having someone following them, they couldn't muster up the courage to ask. At this moment, seeing them all going upstairs, the two siblings looked at each other, their expressions slightly flustered. They were nervous, not knowing whether they could stay here tonight. After all, this was the only hotel in the area that was still intact. Sensing Yu Feng and Yushi's hesitation, Shin Qingxi, who was walking at the end, reminded them, "If you don't mind, you can stay overnight in the lobby." The brother and sister looked surprised, but also a little uneasy. "Is this really okay? Did your captain agree?" The two were in awe of Jiang Jinli. Hearing Yu Feng mention Jiang Jinli, Shin Qingxi's expression softened. This is what she agreed to. After she finished speaking, without waiting for the two to respond, she turned around and stepped onto the stairs. The two siblings smiled at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude and joy. They knew that these people were all powerful people, and there was no safer place than this hotel in the surrounding area. Then, the two worked together to move the body out and close the door. Then, they simply cleaned the hall, then sat down side by side, and began to eat the dry food they brought with them. Due to lack of water, the two people's throats were dry and thirsty, and it was extremely difficult to swallow food, but hunger forced them to continue eating. Yushi swallowed a mouthful of food with difficulty, then looked at Yu Feng expectantly and asked, "Brother, is there really a base in Anqing?" Yu Feng sighed lightly, but smiled. "There will be, even if there is no base in Anqing, we can definitely find it somewhere else." He then encouraged, "We will definitely find a safe place and live well." "Yeah." Yushi smiled and nodded in response. Yu Feng stared at his sister, and a pang of pain rose in his heart. Along the way, Yushi followed him through hardships, and he longed to find a peaceful place where they could settle down. Hopefully, Anqing could really give them the peace they were looking forward to. Chapter 106. In the morning, when Jiang Jinli and his party went downstairs, they found that the hall was empty. They thought that Yu Feng and his sister had left first. They did not stay for too long, and quickly got in the car and drove towards Anqing. The RV was driving alone on the desolate road. The surrounding environment was distorted by the high temperature, as if it had traveled through time and space and entered another strange dimension. Jiang Jinli and his party had been driving on the road for 2 days, and it was expected that it would take another day to reach Anqing. Jiang Jinli looked outside the car and noticed that there were many strange mutant plants growing on both sides of the road. Their leaves showed a strange orange-red hue, as if licked by flames. These mutant plants grew abnormally vigorously, and the jagged leaves twisted and entangled, as if they were intentionally extending to the road surface. Occasionally, some mutant animals could be seen in the bushes and on both sides of the road, jumping or crawling. The RV sped through the mutant plants, and the wheels crushed the dry branches and leaves, making a crisp sound. Su Mingxing stuck his head out, looked around, and said to everyone with a hint of doubt, "These mutant plants look so weird, giving people an uncomfortable feeling." He moved his nose, frowned, and added, "Also, there is a fragrance in the air. Do you smell it?" Zhou Lian who was driving the car, and he responded, "Yes, and the fragrance is getting more and more pungent, making people feel chest tightness. Jiang Jinli had already keenly captured this fragrance. It was both tempting and disturbing, obviously coming from some mutant plants on the side of the road. Suddenly, Zhou Lian stepped on the brakes, and then the car stopped steadily. He quickly turned around and shouted to Jiang Jinli, "Captain, look ahead." Mu Yuan asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't that Yushi whom we met the day before yesterday? What is she doing standing there alone? Where is her brother?" Jiang Jinli raised his eyelids and quickly glanced at the scene in front of the car. His eyes froze instantly. On the winding road ahead, a car was parked alone in the middle of the road. It was particularly eye-catching. Yushi's lonely figure next to the car was particularly abrupt. Her steps were mechanical and slow, as if she was being pulled by an invisible force, and she walked step by step towards the dense bushes on the side of the road. Her movements were very stiff. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost her soul. In a flash, Yushi's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, as if she was ruthlessly swallowed by the bushes. Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, and curiosity drove her to find out what was going on. "Let's go down and take a look." She got out of the car first, and walked towards the direction where Yushi disappeared. The others followed vigilantly, holding their weapons tightly. As they went deeper and deeper, the surrounding bushes became denser and denser, blocking the sky. The branches and leaves were entangled with each other, forming a natural barrier, blocking their way forward. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lian quickly stepped forward, slashing the obstacles on both sides with their knives, opening up a narrow passage for the team. Not long after, they caught Yushi's back again, and the terrifying scene in front of them. "Fuck! Boss, what the hell is this?" Su Mingxing shouted in astonishment. Jiang Jinli replied calmly, "A third-level mutant carnivorous plant." After hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim, and they quickly entered a fighting state. In front of them, huge flowers bloomed quietly in the bushes. There were many of them, densely packed. The petals of these flowers were deep red, with serrated edges, like dripping blood. The petals were thick and fleshy, with uneven surfaces and covered with fine scaly patterns. In the center of the flower, a huge stamen was eye-catching and bright in color, like a strange giant eye, emitting a faint light. Around, sharp thorns were densely covered, shaped like circles of sharp fangs, ready to capture any creature that approached. This was a group of large mutant carnivorous plants. The tempting fragrance they released was like an invisible chain, quietly pulling Yushi closer to the dangerous abyss. Yushi seemed to be unaware of the impending danger. She was deeply attracted by the fragrance and involuntarily walked towards those carnivorous plants that looked gorgeous, but were secretly hideous. Shen Qingzi quickly assessed Yushi's condition and calmly pointed out, "This fragrance can make people lose consciousness." Jiang Jinli nodded and agreed. "Yes, they are induced mutant plants, and their fragrance is their weapon of attack, but that's all, it's nothing to worry about." After that, she walked forward and gently patted Yushi's shoulder. Yushi's body trembled suddenly, and then her consciousness suddenly woke up, and her eyes became clear and bright again. Yushi regained consciousness, her face was pale. She turned her head, and saw Jiang Jinli and his group. Tears instantly burst out of her eyes. She immediately thought of Yufeng, her body trembled constantly, her hands clenched into fists, and she pleaded with Jiang Jinli in a crying voice, "Brother, and my brother. Please, save my brother, please." Jiang Jinli stared at Yushi quietly for a few seconds without saying a word, then turned around and looked around, as if looking for something. Then, she took a step to the side, and everyone hurried to follow. Not long after walking, they found Yufeng. He was standing next to a huge man-eating plant, which had opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, ready to go, as if it was ready to devour everything that approached. Yushi was so scared when she saw this scene that she shouted in horror, "Brother, it's dangerous. Don't go any further." She was eager to rush forward, but was stopped by Jiang Jinli in time. Jiang Jinli stared at Yufeng's back and suddenly called out loudly, "Wake up!" Yufeng stopped abruptly when he heard this. After waking up, he caught a glimpse of the terrifying bloody mouth in front of him. Suddenly, Yufeng couldn't help screaming, and then turned around and ran wildly. Just after running a few steps, he was shocked to find that his sister was in tears not far away, standing side by side with Jiang Jinli and others, quietly looking at him. This scene made Yufeng stun for a moment, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Realizing that it was Jiang Jinli's timely cry that saved him, he didn't care about the image he had just lost, and hurried forward to express his sincere gratitude to Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli just glanced at them lightly, and said briefly and forcefully, "Get out of here quickly." Then, Her eyes turned to those third-level mutant carnivorous plants, which were the targets she would never let go. Yu Feng knew that he couldn't help here, and after expressing his gratitude again, he pulled Yushi away quickly. Seeing that the prey that was about to be caught escaped like this, the carnivorous plant suddenly became agitated, and the fragrance it exuded became more intense. Su Mingxing was so dizzy from the strong aroma that he could not bear it. He immediately used his supernatural power to throw a blazing fireball, which hit the piranha plant. The flower was hit by the fireball and trembled violently, as if wailing silently. Then it quickly withered in the flames and finally disappeared. Su Mingxing examined his achievements, smiled proudly, and said to several people, "What do you think? My flame is powerful, and it can easily deal with a third-level mutant." Shen Qingxi responded jokingly, "Don't be complacent, you might as well look around first." Su Mingxing's smile froze instantly, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He looked around and saw that the piranha plants around him stood up one after another because of the unfortunate death of their companions, revealing their sharp fangs. This scene made Su Mingxing's scalp numb. Then, these flowers collectively exuded a strong fragrance, which quickly spread and tightly wrapped several people in it. The fragrance was so strong that it almost suffocated them. Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing started coughing one after another, their faces flushed due to the suffocation. Especially Zhou Lianhu, he first felt a sharp pain in his head, then felt dizzy, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Zhou Lianhu's ability had just awakened not long ago, and was still at a low level. In the current severe environment, he seemed a little overwhelmed. Just as he was about to ask Jiang Jinli for help, a mask suddenly covered his face. This sudden change made his mind suddenly become extremely clear. Zhou Lianhu took a deep breath and then thanked Jiang Jinli. "Thank you, Captain." At this moment, Su Mingxing was staggering and also showed a dizzy state. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli immediately handed him a gas mask. Su Mingxing quickly took it and put it on his face, and sincerely praised, "Boss, you are so awesome." Chapter 107. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli distributed the gas masks to Shen Qingxi and Mu Yuan one by one. Then, without waiting for the others to react, she took out several heavy flame guns from the space and threw them at everyone, and gave the order, "Burn them all." These mutant carnivorous plants mainly rely on fragrance as a means of attack. In fact, they do not have much combat power. Facing the densely distributed targets in front of them, using fire attack is obviously the most labor-saving method. After the four people put on their masks securely, they dispersed and pulled the trigger of the flame gun at the same time. The muzzle ejected a long tongue of fire, and the high-temperature flame instantly heated the air, making a deafening roar. The flames hit the carnivorous plant group fiercely, and quickly wrapped it tightly. Under the scorching flames, the carnivorous plant quickly became charred, and the flames quickly spread along its stems to the whole body. The plants engulfed by the flames twisted violently, as if they were experiencing a painful struggle. Under the continuous flame spray, in just a moment, the entire group of carnivorous plants was completely engulfed by the sea of fire. Seeing that the fire was strong enough, Jiang Jinli led everyone to retreat to the road and looked at the blazing sea of fire. Although these flames can burn the mutant carnivorous plants that have no ability to move, but for those mutant creatures with high intelligence and aggressiveness, the effect is limited. Because they are not afraid of fire, the flames cannot cause harm to them. Once these fires touch other mutant plants around, they will extinguish themselves. As the fire spreads, the entire road becomes a fire dragon. The flames illuminate the sky, and the surrounding temperature soars, adding to the feeling of heat. The heat released by the burning plants distorted the air, and the flames jumped in the smoke, forming strange light and shadows. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was not wearing a mask, Su Mingxing mistakenly thought that the disgusting stench had been eliminated as the carnivorous plant burned, so he took off his mask out of curiosity. But in less than 2 seconds, his face became as ugly as vegetables. The smoke was mixed with the smell of sulfur and coke, which was spicy and pungent, making people suffocate. Su Mingxing couldn't help coughing. A breeze blew, and the heat wave of the flames came with thick smoke, stimulating him to tears and a dull pain in his throat. Cough, cough, vomit. "Boss, how are you okay?" Seeing Su Mingxing's miserable appearance, everyone couldn't help laughing. They all laughed out loud. Zhou Lianhu laughed and teased, "You are asking for trouble." Mu Yuan also said, "That's right, let's see if you dare to do it again." Jiang Jinli and Shen Qingxi also couldn't suppress their laughter and laughed. Su Mingxing's eyes were full of tears. He put on the mask again and said in a muffled voice, "Boss, how do we get these crystal cores?" The others also looked at Jiang Jinli. Because of the fierce fire, They were also at a loss as to how to collect the crystal cores. Jiang Jinli heard this, and took out a few bags from her pocket to collect the third-level crystal cores that were about to be obtained. She narrowed her eyes slightly, concentrated her mind, and instantly activated the spiritual connection with this piece of carnivorous plant. As her mind guided, countless crystal cores flashing with light in the flames in front of her rose into the air. As if attracted by a magnet, they flew towards Jiang Jinli quickly and accurately. Jiang Jinli opened the bag calmly, and the crystal cores flew into the bag one by one, as if they were conscious. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at this incredible scene. In a moment, the crystal cores had been collected, and Jiang Jinli then packed them into 5 small bags. Then, she turned around and handed the bags to the 4 people who were still in a daze. Her eyes swept across their dull faces under the masks, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Okay, it's time for us to set off. After that, she walked straight towards the RV. The few people suddenly came back to their senses, smiled knowingly at each other, and each of them put away the crystal core properly, and followed closely. After a while, the RV drove away from this dusty land. The vehicle quickly passed through the dangerous area full of mutant animals and plants, and drove smoothly into the city boundary. As they moved forward, the outline of the city gradually became clear in their vision. However, several forked roads appeared in front of them. Each road seemed to lead to the direction of Anqing, providing them with multiple choices. Since the people in the car were not familiar with the roads in Anqing, they randomly picked a road that looked more pleasing to the eye. After that, the vehicle drove into the city streets where zombies were rampant. At this moment, the sun was like a fireball hanging high in the sky, scorching the earth mercilessly. The heat waves generated by the high temperature distorted the surrounding air, and wisps of water vapor rose on the streets, creating a strange scene as if they were in a burning desert. Jiang Jinli did not plan to stay in this city. Her plan was to pass through the city in one breath, and choose to spend the night in the suburbs, so that she could reach Anqing the next day. The RV struggled forward among the corpses scattered all over the ground. The wreckage of abandoned vehicles and buildings was scattered around, almost blocking all the roads. The journey was difficult and slow. Zombies wandered on the street, trying to find the breath of the living. Their groans and roars echoed for a long time in the empty streets, and the air was filled with heat and the stench of rotting corpses. As soon as they heard the sound of the vehicle, these zombies immediately became excited. They dragged their rotten bodies and followed the car slowly from a distance. At this time, not far ahead, a haggard girl was running stumbling on the hot street. Her head seemed to be placed in a sultry oven, her heartbeat was as rapid as a drumbeat, and her lungs felt like they were burned by a fire. Sweat slid from her forehead to her cheeks, and then evaporated by the high temperature, leaving only a trace of light marks. As her physical strength gradually consumed, her steps became heavier. Her throat seemed to be rubbed repeatedly by rough sandpaper, and every breath was accompanied by rolling heat waves and unbearable burning pain. Her vision began to blur, and black spots kept shaking in front of her eyes. Her mind was filled with something like cotton wool, chaotic and dizzy. She knew that this was a sign of severe dehydration, but she couldn't stop. She had finally escaped and must not be caught up. Otherwise, what awaited her would be a cruel punishment worse than death. Suddenly, a collapsed obstacle tripped her feet, and her body instantly lost balance and fell forward. She instinctively stretched out her hands, looking for a support point in the air to stabilize her body, but she only touched the scorching heat waves. In the end, her body fell heavily on the hot road, stirring up a cloud of dust. The girl struggled hard and tried to stand up, but her body seemed to be pressed down by an invisible weight, and could not move. The feeling of dizziness became stronger and stronger, and life was as fragile as a candle in the wind. It could go out at any time. Just as Su Ranju was about to sink into darkness, the sound of a car engine suddenly sounded behind her, coming from far away, and suddenly waking her up. Despair instantly surged into her heart. The car stopped, and then 4 burly men with tiger heads tattooed on their arms jumped out. They walked in front of Su Ranju, looking down at her condescendingly, their eyes full of disdain and mockery, and said coldly, "Why, aren't you very powerful? Why can't you run now?" Then, their tone became more fierce. "You damn girl, you dared to kill my brother. This time, I will catch you and make you wish you were dead." Chapter 108. Su Ranju looked up at the 4 people, hatred surged in her eyes, and she said coldly, "Even if I kill you, you are just a group of beasts. Today, even if I die, I will never let you succeed." Although her voice was hoarse and weak, it was extremely firm, and every word contained a desperate determination. At this moment, Su Runju knew in her heart that she was afraid that she would disappoint Sister Lee's high hopes. To her, living has become an unattainable luxury. In order to avoid being insulted, she had no choice but to take this desperate road. In an instant, Su Runju suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger from her pocket and stabbed her neck without hesitation. The strongmen were terrified when they saw this. Immediately rushed forward and snatched the dagger from her hand with lightning speed. Then, they pressed her heavily to the ground. One of them angrily kicked Su Runju on the back and shouted, "You want to end it so easily? Don't even think about it. If you want to die, you have to die under our brothers." Su Runju was completely unable to resist. She fell to the ground weakly, her head buzzing and her eyes were dizzy. The heavy pressure of the rough big hand on her back made her stomach churn. It was so nauseating. Despite this, Su Runju completely lost the last bit of strength to struggle. She didn't cry or shout. Her eyes were empty and dead silent, as if all life had disappeared. The day before yesterday, this group of livestock ravaged the villa all night. Until the dawn, they stopped their cruel atrocities and temporarily spared the dying women. The next day, at noon, the men took them all into the car, obviously intending to return to their lair. Su Runju knew that once she was taken there, she would become a toy of these beasts and her life would be worse than death. She was unwilling to give in easily, and she was not going to give up any hope of resistance. Su Runju had always been looking for an opportunity to escape in secret, and today, she finally waited for this crucial opportunity. She took advantage of the fact that the bald man and others were scattered to search for supplies, and when there was only one guard left in the car, she took decisive action. She approached quietly, and quickly cut the rope with a personal knife. Then, Su Runju gathered the last bit of strength and suddenly pierced the guard's head, ending his life without hesitation. Fortunately, they did not search Su Runju in the past 2 days, otherwise her only weapon for self-defense would be taken away. This was the first time Su Runju had truly killed someone in her life, but she was not afraid. Looking at the guard falling, she felt only relief and joy in her heart. Then, Su Runju immediately untied the other women, and calmly told them that running away separately would greatly increase the chances of survival. The other women also agreed. They believed that even if they risked being bitten to death by zombies, it was better than falling into the hands of those evil people again. So, they quickly dispersed and ran away. However, fate did not seem to favor them. Before they ran far, the group of strong men came back looking for supplies. Witnessing this scene, the bald man was furious and immediately deployed people to chase them separately. Driven by a strong instinct for survival, Su Runju had no time to look back to check the situation of other women. She could only run forward regardless of everything. She felt at a loss, not knowing which city she was in or where she was going to be taken. But Su Runju knew that only by running could she escape from the clutches of the men. She wanted to find a car to escape, but all she saw were scrapped vehicles, and it was hard to find a usable vehicle. What was worse was that 4 of the men were already chasing her, leaving Su Runju no chance to breathe, because she hadn't drunk water or eaten any food for 2 days. Coupled with the torture of the high temperature, Su Runju finally collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. "Tie her up quickly and get her in the car." The man's fierce voice brought Su Runju's thoughts back to reality. She closed her eyes tightly and let them tie her up helplessly. At this moment, a sudden roar of a car broke the tranquility of the road, sweeping away the silence around her. But Su Runju had long since given up on strangers. Even if someone passed by here, what could change? In this world, everyone is struggling for survival. Who dares to easily get involved in other people's disputes and risk their lives to meddle in other people's affairs? After all, cold-bloodedness and self-protection are the survival rules in this apocalypse. It's a pity that when Su Runju realized this, it was too late. Otherwise, how could she end up being betrayed by Wu Daong? The 4 strong men turned a blind eye to the vehicle and didn't care at all. They were full of confidence and believed that no one dared to mess with them. If they were not really busy, they would not even let go of this car. They continued their actions without even turning their heads. In the RV in the distance, 5 pairs of eyes quietly witnessed all this. Although they were indignant and disgusted by the brutal behavior of the 4 villains bullying a woman, under the influence of Jiang Jinli, they had long learned not to easily show any sympathy. In this Doomsday, such tragedies are common, and everyone's life and death are destined, and they can't control it. Therefore, the RV did not slow down at all and quickly passed by the 4 strong men. Jiang Jinli leaned lazily on the seat, and her eyes swept over the strong men indifferently, revealing undisguised disgust in her eyes. However, just as she was about to retract her gaze, Her eyes inadvertently fell on the oppressed girl on the ground. After seeing the girl's face clearly, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Her face instantly became cold. She quickly straightened her body and ordered in a deep voice, "Stop!" Before the vehicle completely stopped, Jiang Jinli rushed out of the door like an arrow from a string. Mu Yuan and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. But they did not hesitate, and quickly got off the car and followed closely. Jiang Jinli's figure was like lightning, and she was in front of the 4 strong men in an instant. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. The sharp blade in her hand, like the sickle of the god of death, mercilessly cut through the throats of the 4 men. The speed and precision of her movements were astonishing. Before the 4 strong men could make a painful cry, their heads had been separated from their bodies, and fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Jinli glanced at the tiger head tattoos on their arms, and a deep thought flashed in her eyes. Then, she turned around and squatted down, untied the rope on Su Ruinju's body, and gently helped her sit up, letting her half lean on her arms. Mu Yuan and the other 4 walked aside, and silently observed Jiang Jinli's every move. Soon they understood each other tacitly. Obviously, this girl was not a stranger to Jiang Jinli. The world in front of Su Ruinju was blurry, and her head was dizzy. She felt as if she was in a dream. Otherwise, why could she clearly smell the familiar fragrance of sisterly in this haze? After Jiang Jinli helped her steady, he gently patted her cheek and called, "Wake up." Then, Jiang Jinli took out a bottle of water and slowly tilted it, letting the cool water slowly flow into Su Ruinju's mouth. Su Ruinju swallowed instinctively, and the water instantly moistened her thirsty throat, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. It was as if every dead cell in the body was rejuvenated. She was eager to drink more, but Jiang Jinli took back the water bottle in time. For people who are severely dehydrated, you cannot drink too much water. Su Ruinju gradually regained consciousness, and slowly opened her eyes. When her eyes fell on Jiang Jinli, she was filled with disbelief. She whispered softly, "Sisterly, is it really you? Am I dreaming again?" When Su Ruinju was most desperate, Jiang Jinli's powerful figure always became the source of her strength and the beacon of her courage. At this moment, even if it was an illusion, it was enough to warm her heart and bring comfort. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli gently supported Su Ruinju and let her sit steadily, and then responded calmly, "It's me." Su Ruinju was stunned, her eyes swept across the 4 headless corpses on the side, tears instantly burst out, and she burst into tears. She suddenly stretched out her hands, hugged Jiang Jinli tightly, buried her head in her shoulder, and cried heartbreakingly, "Woo-woo, sisterly, it's really you, so good. Sisterly." Jiang Jinli was slightly startled by this sudden hug, but she did not push Su Ruinju away, but patted her back gently. Jiang Jinli's tone was rare and gentle, and she comforted her softly, "Okay, don't cry, it's okay now." However, Jiang Jinli's comfort did not work. Su Ruinju's crying did not stop, but became more heartbroken. At this moment, Su Ruinju felt an indescribable grievance and pain in her heart, and she urgently wanted to tell Jiang Jinli all her grievances. So, she sobbed and said, "Sisterly, my uncle sold me cruelly. From now on, I have no relatives. My parents left me early. Why did everyone abandon me? Why is this?" Sadness made her tremble all over, and tears fell like pearls with a broken string, as if she wanted to vent out the grievances that had been accumulated for many years. "Why does everyone not want me, sisterly? Am I really unlovable? I have nothing now. Sister, I feel so bad, woo-woo. Sisterly, I was so scared these 2 days that I almost thought I would not survive. Thank you for saving me again, sister, thank you." Shin Qingxi and others stood aside and listened to her words, and they couldn't help but be moved. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli paused slightly, and didn't know what he was thinking about. His expression was a little cold, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. But seeing Su Ruinju shaking violently, Jiang Jinli's expression softened immediately, and he slowly patted her back to calm her down. The thing Jiang Jinli least wanted to see finally happened. Her uncle finally chose to abandon her. Jiang Jinli could fully empathize with Su Ruinju's mood at this time. The complexity of human nature is hard to describe in one word. It is lucky to meet here today. Otherwise, if Su Ruinju was captured again, it is not difficult to imagine his fate, which would be to fall into endless darkness and pain. Such a pure and clean soul, Jiang Jinli really didn't want it to be annihilated in the abyss of human ugliness. She sincerely hoped that Su Ruinju could always keep the warm smile when they first met. Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli made a firm promise, "If they don't want you, I want you. In this Doomsday, I will let you live freely and happily. She added softly, come with me, I will make you stronger, and give you a home, are you willing? Su Ranju was deeply touched by these caring words. Tears rolled in her eyes. She opened her eyes wide, and was stunned for a moment. Jiang Jinli's words were like honey, sweet to her heart, making her happy. A warm current surged from Su Ranju's heart, and quickly spread to every cell in her body, bringing an unprecedented comfortable feeling. Su Ranju burst into tears and laughed. Her eyes were full of warmth and joy. She nodded repeatedly, choked and responded, yes, yes, very willing. Sister Li, you are so nice, I am so happy, thank you. Really thank you. Due to the drastic fluctuations in emotions, Su Ranju's body finally couldn't bear the burden, lost consciousness on Jiang Jinli's shoulder, and fainted. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli sighed. Then he picked up Su Ranju without hesitation, ignored the dust and sweat on her body, and strode towards the RV. Xin Qingxi and the other four followed closely, their eyes fixed on Jiang Jinli's back. They felt an inexplicable emotion in their hearts, and felt that Jiang Jinli's complex and contradictory personality charm was particularly attractive. She was not a good person, but she had a kind heart. She was both a cold-blooded killer and a ruthless lunatic. She was a fierce executor and a resolute and courageous executioner. But at the same time, she was also a beacon of hope and a warm and caring little cotton jacket. She was also a leader they were willing to give everything and follow for life. Chapter 109. Jiang Jinli gently carried Su Ranju into the RV and settled her on the small bed in the back. Looking at Su Ranju's pale and haggard face, it is not difficult to guess the hardships she has experienced in the past 2 days. Despite this, her vitality showed amazing tenacity. Jiang Jinli simply wiped Su Ranju's hands and face with clean water, then stood up and walked to the seat in front of the RV and sat down. The other 4 people quickly got in the car without any delay, and the vehicle started immediately. Xin Qingxi sat next to Jiang Jinli, looked at her, and said solemnly, the 4 men just now are probably the same group of people we met in the hotel the day before yesterday. Hearing this, Su Mingxin quickly turned to face the 2 people in the back seat and echoed, indeed, boss, their tattoos are exactly the same, so they must be related. Mu Yuan crossed his arms, looked straight ahead, and nodded in agreement. It seems that this group of people's base is likely to be around Anqing. After all, they encountered these people twice in towns near Anqing. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Jinli raised his eyes, and said in a heavy tone, not only that, they are very likely members of the Anqing base. What? The 4 people exclaimed in unison. Zhou Lianhu frowned slightly. If this is true, then Anqing is not very dangerous. For those uninformed survivors, if they find that Anqing is not the land of hope they expected, but a hell, it will be a desperate thing. Mu Yuan analyzed, seeing that they have a certain degree of organization and rules, their leader must be a person with special abilities. After all, only a powerful leader can control this group of inhumane thugs. Su Mingxing smiled and flattered. So what? With the boss here, nothing is a problem. Jiang Jinli immediately decided, after arriving in Anqing, the first task is to find out the scale of the base, and then make plans. No matter what the Anqing base looks like, as long as her sister is not here, she will naturally not meddle in other people's business. However, if the base trapped the people she cherished, then no matter how large the population of the base was, she would slaughter them all without mercy. After hearing this, the 4 people nodded solemnly to show their agreement. The vehicle continued to drive on the road until dusk fell. Zhou Lianhu carefully selected an open area as the camping site for the night. After the vehicle stopped steadily, everyone got off and quickly entered the working state. They each used their supernatural powers, or waved their weapons to clear the twisted and mutated plants around them one by one, and opened up a safe open space as quickly as possible. The movements were both skilled and efficient. Obviously, such tasks were already commonplace for them. Soon, the camp was built. Jiang Jinli took out the necessary living utensils from her space as usual. Because Su Ranju was weak, Jiang Jinli decided to cook a sumptuous dinner for everyone. She took out fresh fish, chicken, tofu, and other fresh ingredients. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Jinli's cooking skills were extraordinary, and no one could resist the temptation of delicious food. Then, everyone gathered around and enthusiastically devoted themselves to the preparations. Some were busy moving the table, while others carefully washed the vegetables, each busy and orderly. In the camp, laughter and joy filled the air, and the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Inside the RV, Su Ranju slowly opened her eyes after sleeping for an afternoon. She slept very comfortably. Looking around, The unfamiliar environment made her eyes flash with confusion, and she realized that she was in the RV. But soon, she regained consciousness, sat up quickly, and subconsciously called out, "Sisterly." She found that there was no one in the car, which made her heart tighten in panic. She immediately left the bed and rushed to the door. The moment she stepped out of the RV, the scene in front of her stunned her instantly. I saw that the open space in front was full of all kinds of kitchen utensils, and even a sofa was placed. In the center of the site stood several large awnings, under which was a large dining table, and the table was covered with all kinds of delicacies. Jiang Jinli and the other 5 people sat around the table, eating and chatting, holding sweet watermelons in their hands. Not far away, a big black dog shuttled happily among them, adding a bit of vitality. Su Runju felt a trance in her heart. The leisure and joy in front of her made her feel as if she had returned to the peaceful world before the disaster. Jiang Jinli glanced at the RV and found that Su Runju had woken up, and then she stood up and walked towards her. As soon as Su Runju saw Jiang Jinli, a happy smile immediately bloomed on her face. Her eyes were slightly wet, and she called softly, "Sisterly." Jiang Jinli smiled back, "Everyone is waiting for you. Go take a shower first, and then we have dinner." After that, she handed over a set of clean clothes and pointed to the bathroom next to the RV. Su Runju took the clothes in a daze, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. Turn on the faucet, and the warm water slowly slides over the skin, bringing an unprecedented comfort. Su Runju can't help but wonder if this is just a dream on the verge of death. She scrubbed her body vigorously, as if to completely remove those unhappy memories and traces. After the bath, Su Runju finally felt that she was alive again. Putting on the clothes prepared by Jiang Jinli, she felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. Su Runju walked out of the bathroom and slowly walked to the table. Her eyes fell on Jiang Jinli, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She called out obediently, "Sisterly." However, when she turned her eyes to Shinqingxi and the other 4 people, a trace of nervousness quietly climbed into her heart. Su Runju opened her red lips lightly, and for a moment she didn't know how to address everyone. After the bath, Su Runju's face was as pink as a sculpture, and she looked particularly moving. Her obedience and innocence made the 4 people present feel good about her. Mu Yuan was the first to break the silence. "Don't be nervous, come and sit down." Zhou Lianhu showed a simple smile on his dark face and added, "Yes, you must be hungry, come and eat together." Shinqingxi and Su Mingxing also looked at her with a smile. Feeling the kindness from the 4 people, Su Runju's nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. Jiang Jinli stood in front of Su Runju, stretched out his hand to brush her wet hair, and the hair quickly became dry where his fingertips touched. After confirming that her hair was dry, Jiang Jinli put down his hand, pulled Su Runju to sit down at the dining table, and said simply, "It's time to eat." Seeing this, Su Mingxing quickly stood up and enthusiastically distributed food to everyone. While busy, he greeted enthusiastically, "Come, come, everyone, let's eat." He skillfully served everyone a bowl of hot rice. Then, he carefully scooped out a full bowl of soup from the soup pot in the middle and placed it in front of Su Runju. Su Mingxing said with a smile, "Try this soup. Our boss cooked it for you personally. It must taste great." Then, he carefully served everyone a bowl of chicken soup, and then he sat down leisurely and began to enjoy it. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes: stir-fried vegetables, steamed fish, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, and the nourishing ginseng chicken soup in the middle pot. All of them made people salivate. Jiang Jinli's cooking skills were indeed extraordinary, and every dish was delicious and praised. Everyone buried their heads and enjoyed this rare feast. Su Runju picked up the chopsticks and fixed his eyes on the soup in the bowl. The soup was golden in color, clear and bright, with red dates, wolfberries, and finely chopped ginseng slices and ginger floating on the surface, which was very beautiful. She scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth, and the delicious taste instantly jumped on the tip of her tongue. Then, she tasted the glutinous rice at the bottom of the bowl, which had a dense and mellow taste. It was intoxicating. The chicken was tender and juicy, the glutinous rice was soft and delicious, and the soup was rich and sweet, as if a warm current was flowing through the body. This delicacy was beyond Su Runju's imagination. She thought she would never have the chance to taste such delicious food in her life. Jiang Jinli was not only extremely capable, but also had such superb cooking skills, which made Su Runju admire and respect him sincerely. Thinking that this bowl of soup was specially stewed for her to recuperate, Su Runju felt very warm in her heart, and her eyes gradually turned red. At this moment, A few more green vegetables suddenly appeared in the bowl. Su Runju turned to look at Jiang Jinli, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Jiang Jinli glanced at her and whispered, "Eat, you haven't eaten for a long time, try something light first, and drink more soup." Su Runju's emotions finally couldn't be restrained, and tears quietly slid down her cheeks. But she tried her best to restrain herself and didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing everyone's interest. She bit her lower lip tightly, holding back sobs, her cheeks flushed because of the suffocation, looking at Jiang Jinli, and tremblingly called, "Sisterly." Su Runju didn't know how to express her gratitude. She only knew that if Jiang Jinli needed it now, she was willing to give everything without hesitation, including her own life. Seeing her well-behaved appearance of trying hard to hold back tears, Jiang Jinli's heart softened, and he handed her a tissue and comforted her softly. "Don't cry, be obedient." Seeing this, the others also put down their dishes and turned to comfort Su Runju. They deeply understood her feelings. After all, everyone had similar experiences. Su Mingxing rarely showed a serious expression and advised gently, "Don't cry from now on, we will never let you suffer again." He continued, "None of us have a home, but here at the boss, we are each other's family." Zhou Lianhu smiled and agreed, "That's right, from now on, the three of us men will be your big brothers and will protect you. If there is any grievance, just tell us." Shin Qingxi added, "Once we join, we will be a whole and will never abandon anyone." After that, the three of them looked at Mu Yuan in unison, thinking, "Don't always put on a face, what if you scare people?" Seeing this, Mu Yuan smiled helplessly. He looked at Su Runju, his eyes showing a rare gentleness. "People who are recognized by Jinli are naturally my family." After hearing this, the three nodded with satisfaction. Then they all looked at Su Runju with kind eyes. Su Runju was deeply moved by everyone's warm words, and her heart was filled with warmth, and her limbs seemed to be filled with an invisible force. She pursed her lips, tears in her eyes, stared at everyone with gratitude, and said with a slightly choked voice, "Thank you." Then, Su Runju tried to calm down, wiped away her tears, and smiled warmly. Then, "Please take care of me in the future." Seeing this, everyone responded with gentle smiles, and said in unison, "Welcome to join us." Jiang Jinli looked at this scene with a smile on his lips, and said at the right time, "Okay, the dishes are getting cold, let's eat quickly." Hearing this, everyone picked up chopsticks, and the table was filled with laughter again. The atmosphere became particularly lively. As the scorching sun slowly sank, the tables on the open ground and the people sitting around them had their shadows lengthened by the golden afterglow. Against the backdrop of the end of the world, this scene seemed particularly warm and precious. "What are you doing? Don't snatch the fish from me. It's delicious. Sisterly is such a great cook. Eat more. Of course, our boss is omnipotent. Stop bragging. Eat quickly. Hee hee." Chapter 110. At night, inside the RV, Su Runju sat cross-legged on the small bed, with a soft quilt draped over her shoulders. She looked at Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi opposite her tenderly, with a satisfied and happy smile on her face. "You two sisters are really amazing." Su Runju's eyes flashed with admiration, and her voice was full of admiration. "You actually killed a fourth-order mutant zombie. Until now, I haven't had the opportunity to see a third-order zombie with my own eyes." After dinner, the night gradually deepened, and the three of them moved into the car to rest. Since Su Runju was full of curiosity about their adventures. So, Jiang Jinli briefly shared what she saw and heard along the way. Jiang Jinli half leaned on the small bed, with his hands leisurely placed behind his head, quietly listening to Su Runju's words, and then slowly said, "Following me, you will face a lot of dangers." Su Runju clenched his fists and nodded firmly, with a tone full of determination. "No matter how dangerous it is, I am not afraid. I will work hard to improve myself and strive to become my sister's right-hand man." Jiang Jinli's mind appeared the heroic figure of Su Runju wielding an axe, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, outlining a smile. Su Runju pulled the quilt on her body, tilted her head, and asked curiously, "By the way, sisterly, why is it so cool here?" She was quite surprised, because the temperature in the RV was maintained at a pleasant 20 degrees, which was in sharp contrast to the scorching 50 or 60 degrees outside. Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi exchanged a knowing smile, and then Jiang Jinli explained, "This is naturally due to Qingxi's excellent water ability. She can skillfully adjust the temperature of the surrounding environment." In order to save space inside the RV, the two small beds were combined into one, and Shin Qingxi lay next to Jiang Jinli. Shin Qingxi's body is naturally cool, which makes Jiang Jinli, who is next to her, feel particularly comfortable. Therefore, they often sleep together on this journey. Jiang Jinli never sleeps with anyone except her sister. But if it is Shin Qingxi, she can completely accept it. Su Ruinju's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she couldn't wait to ask, "Sister Qingxi, can you let me see it? I'm very curious." Shin Qingxi nodded, of course. Then, she raised her hand, and a hazy white mist instantly filled her palm. The mist spread from her hand, and slowly floated into the air. After a while, this layer of white mist quietly attached to the surroundings of the car, and condensed into a thin layer of white frost. Shin Qingxi controlled the water element, and used the heat absorption of water to create ice mist, thereby effectively lowering the surrounding temperature. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Jinli's spatial ability also has the effect of cooling down. It can cleverly absorb the surrounding heat, and convert it into energy inside the space, thereby achieving a decrease in the ambient temperature. Su Ranju, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Wow! Sister Qingxi, you are so amazing." Shin Qingxi responded to her with a faint smile. Jiang Jinli looked at Shin Qingxi and took over the conversation. If the water system is properly controlled, it should eventually condense into ice. This undoubtedly requires extremely high affinity for water elements and strict requirements for water controllability, but she firmly believes that Shin Qingxi can do it. Shin Qingxi turned her head, looked back at her, and replied softly, "I have this idea too, and I am currently trying hard." While the two were talking, Su Mingxing suddenly shouted outside the car, "Qingxi, Qingxi, you forgot to cool down our RV. Come and help us, the three of us are going to be as hot dogs." Although Shin Qingxi was speechless about his exaggerated words, she still got up from the bed, opened the door, and walked out. Jinli turned to look at Su Ranju and reminded her, "Be prepared, you will awaken your superpowers tomorrow morning." Su Ranju was stunned when she heard this, and asked in disbelief, "Can I do it too?" "But sisterly, I heard that you need to find a specific fruit to awaken." Jiang Jinli answered simply, "I have it." Su Ranju was so excited that she couldn't help herself, and her eyes were full of smiles. She looked at Jiang Jinli with gratitude. "Thank you, sisterly, I will not let you down and will work hard to become stronger." Jiang Jinli encouraged, "Okay, then go for it. Go to sleep quickly and get enough rest. The awakening process will be painful." Su Ranju nodded obediently. "Yeah." She lay down immediately, feeling the suitable temperature around her, and her body was gently covered by a thin blanket. The comfort was indescribable. She felt deeply that it was a blessing from her previous life to meet Jiang Jinli. Su Ranju quietly poked his head out and whispered to Jiang Jinli, "Sisterly, good night." After seeing Jiang Jinli nod in response, Su Ranju closed his eyes contentedly and fell asleep soon after. With Jiang Jinli by his side, Su Ranju felt a sense of security and happiness. He completely forgot that he was in the suburbs of the Doomsday world. In the early morning, the atmosphere around the camp was a little tense. Su Ranju held the axe, moved swiftly and powerfully, and split the skull of the last zombie accurately with one axe. As the zombies fell, the surrounding threats were finally eliminated. Su Mingxing looked at Su Ranju holding the giant axe, his face full of disbelief. "I didn't expect that you could use this powerful axe so skillfully, your strength is really too great." The other people were also surprised, and it was hard to believe that the petite Su Ranju could complement such a powerful axe. The axe in her hand was carefully made of an unknown alloy, which was both heavy and hard. The axe blade was extremely sharp. The axe handle was made of rare wood, with fine texture and comfortable feel. There was also a mysterious red stone inlaid in the middle, adding a touch of mystery. This axe is cleverly designed, which can not only burst out huge power when swinging, but also effectively cut and destroy the target. Su Ranju held the axe easily and smiled at everyone. "As long as you master the skills, it will be very easy to use." Then, she looked at Jiang Jinli with sparkling eyes. "Thank you, sisterly, I like this axe very much." Her original axe was left in the villa, but this one in front of her is undoubtedly better. Jiang Jinli patted her shoulder. "I like it." Then, she asked again, "What about your superpowers? Still can't feel anything?" In the early morning, when the sky just turned white, everyone got up early. But they were not in a hurry to leave, because Su Ranju was awakening in the car. When she finished awakening and everything was packed up, several staggering zombies suddenly wandered around. This just happened to provide Su Ranju with a great opportunity to test her newly awakened superpowers and strength. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli directly took out a sharp axe from the space and handed it to her. Su Ranju took the axe and rushed towards the zombies without hesitation, while activating the newly awakened superpowers. However, although Su Ruinju's power has increased significantly, what exactly her awakened superpowers are is still a mystery. In response to Jiang Jinli's inquiry, the others also cast curious eyes. Shin Qingxi also asked, "You awakened a special ability, right? Do you feel anything strange in your body?" Su Ruinju answered with a confused look, "I can't feel what kind of special ability it is, I just feel that my strength, speed, and hearing have been significantly enhanced." Mu Yuan pondered for a moment and made a guess. "Is it just an ordinary enhanced fruit?" Jiang Jinli shook his head and denied. "No, if it is really an enhanced fruit, she should have noticed it long ago. She must have awakened some special ability." She turned to Su Ruinju and said to her, "It's not certain yet, maybe because the level of the special ability is too low. Let's study it carefully after it is improved for a while." Su Ruinju smiled and nodded. "Okay." Then, Jiang Jinli looked around, confirmed that everything was ready, and announced to everyone, "Everyone hurry up and get in the car, we should set off." Hearing this, the group walked towards the RV. After getting in the car, Su Mingxing looked at Mu Yuan in the driver's seat and asked, "Brother Mu Yuan, can we reach Anqing in the afternoon?" Mu Yuan started the car and replied briefly yes. The car then drove away from the camp and headed straight for Anqing. Jiang Jinli's eyes occasionally swept out the window, looking at the thick mutant plants, with a trace of worry on her face. If Anqing is really a dangerous place, in addition to worrying about her sister, there is another person she has to care about. Qilua. Chapter 111. If Qilua was alone, Jiang Jinli would not be too worried. But considering that Qilua had to take care of Wang Xiaoxiao and others, this would undoubtedly greatly restrict her freedom of movement. Jiang Jinli sincerely prayed that Qilua would be safe and sound, because once Qilua encountered an unexpected event, she could not predict what crazy actions she would take. Even if it was to destroy the entire Anqing, it was only the tip of the iceberg of her emotional out of control. Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli sighed softly. Suddenly, a delicate and slender hand gently held her hand. Jiang Jinli was slightly startled, and then turned to look at Shin Qingxi. Shin Qingxi held her hand tightly, looked at her softly, and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, Qilua will be safe and sound, waiting for you to go find her." Hearing this, Jiang Jinli smiled, held Shin Qingxi's hand with his backhand, and nodded slightly. Yes. Shin Qingxi was right. How could the person she favored easily encounter an accident? In the afterglow of dusk, the convoy finally arrived in Anqing. The group got off the car quickly, and stepped into an abandoned high-rise building with steady steps. At this moment, Jiang Jinli and the other 6 people stood solemnly on the top of the building with weapons in hand. The golden light of the setting sun fell, outlining the figures of the 6 people as both upright and fearless. They looked down and saw that the town below had become a ruin where mutants were rampant. It was devastated. The streets of the city are now just a collection of broken walls and ruins, with rubble and collapsed building fragments scattered everywhere. In this wasteland, mutant plants grow wildly, occupying every crevice in the city. Rotten zombies wander blindly among the ruins, hungry roars rise and fall, and the air is filled with a suffocating smell of death. Compared with the neatness of Jinqing, Anqing looks messy, like a large garbage dump full of waste. Its scene is more like a burial ground forgotten by the world, desolate and bleak. Mu Yuan was the first to break the silence. "This doesn't look like a city with a base. It's too desolate." Su Mingxing weighed the red tasseled spear in his hand and echoed, "That's right, boss, there doesn't seem to be a living person here." Shin Qingxi had a different opinion, not necessarily. Sometimes it's too quiet and suspicious. Zhou Lian who guessed, maybe it's because Anqing is so large that the base is not in the area we can see. Su Ruinju smiled and didn't express his opinion. He felt that their respective views made sense. After that, several people turned their eyes to Jiang Jinli, waiting for her next instruction. Jiang Jinli looked around with a cold look, and then announced to everyone seriously, "The current situation is unclear, and our first task is to grasp the detailed situation of this city." She turned to Mu Yuan and gave an order, "You take Mingxing and Dahu to find out the situation of the base. Remember, don't disperse the action." Mu Yuan nodded solemnly, "Don't worry." Su Mingxing smiled and said, "Understood, boss. We will definitely complete the task." Zhou Lian who asked, "Captain, how can we keep in touch with you? By radio?" Jiang Jinli thought for a while and replied, "Wireless communication can be used, but for safety, I will establish a spiritual link with you, and you can pass it directly to me when there is a situation." Last time, the words she conveyed to Qinny Zhang through telepathy were a one-way communication method, and only she could take the initiative to initiate it. In contrast, the spiritual connection allows both parties to achieve basic communication and interaction. With our current spiritual power, there is no obstacle to establishing connections with people in this city. Su Mingxing's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. Is it so powerful? Come on, boss. How can we establish it? Mu Yuan and Zhou Lian, who also looked at Jiang Jinli with curiosity. Before they finished speaking, they suddenly felt a slight tremor in their minds. They were surprised to find that they had actually established a subtle connection with Jiang Jinli. The three of them turned their eyes to Jiang Jinli at the same time, and admired her ability even more. Jiang Jinli immediately ordered, "It's time to act." After hearing this, the three of them looked solemn, and quickly checked the weapons, food and other necessary supplies in their backpacks, and then walked downstairs. Jiang Jinli watched them leave, then turned to Shin Qingxi and Su Ranju. "Let's go find Qiluo." The two nodded in agreement, and then they also walked downstairs together. When Jiang Jinli parted with Qiluo, she told her to find a safe place at a prominent location at the entrance of the city to wait for everyone. She also asked her to hang an easily recognizable sign on the wall of a nearby building. So Jiang Jinli drove and began to shuttle through every corner of Anqing. Whenever she came across an intact building, she would stop the car and search carefully, while using her spiritual power to perceive the surrounding situation. However, apart from clearing some mutant zombies along the way, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet, and no valuable clues were found. Time passed quietly, and an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Jinli's face gradually became gloomy. Qiluo would never miss the appointment for no reason. It was obvious that the thing she was most worried about had happened. Anqing was indeed a den of wolves. Qiluo must have been deeply trapped in it. The key was that Jiang Jinli didn't know where the villains were hiding. If they were not in a conspicuous place, then the basement or a hidden cave was very likely their hiding place, which would undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of the search. Thinking of this, she stopped the car decisively. Shin Qingxi noticed that Jiang Jinli looked solemn and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiang Jinli immediately turned around and told the two of them her speculation. After hearing this, Su Ranju felt uneasy and asked hurriedly, "Sisterly, what should we do next?" Jiang Jinli pondered for a while, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and then said slowly, "Take the initiative to enter the den of wolves." Given the tight time, she could not find out the size of the group's organization one by one, and the most urgent task was to quickly locate their hiding place. Taking the initiative is undoubtedly the most efficient and direct method. No matter what kind of superpowers the leader of the group of villains has, or what level he is at, Jiang Jinli doesn't care. She is full of confidence and firmly believes that she can easily capture and eliminate him. Shin Qingxi immediately understood his meaning. "You mean, the three of us are bait to lure them out?" Jiang Jinli nodded and confirmed. "That's right. There must be their eyes and ears nearby. Let's get off the car." After getting off the car, she quickly put the car away and placed Xiaohua in the space. To be on the safe side, they also put away the conspicuous large weapons. Only carry a short knife just in case. Then, the three of them walked blatantly on the deserted streets. Jiang Jinli walked and observed carefully. The shops on both sides of the street had been completely emptied, and there were no supplies inside. Although the mutant plants grew very lushly on the ruins, the center of the road was often crushed by vehicles and had not been completely covered by plants. The occasional groups of zombies were also easily dealt with by the three of them and resolved one by one. However, after walking for more than 10 minutes, the surroundings were still silent and there was no abnormality. Su Ranju quietly approached Jiang Jinli and whispered to her, "Sisterly, why is there no movement? Aren't those bad guys on this street?" Jiang Jinli was looking around with sharp eyes and replied, "Someone has been watching us from a distance with a telescope for a long time." She sneered and then analyzed. "They seem to be evaluating our strength, and they are probably going to call for help. It seems that they are acting very cautiously, and I think they will take action soon. Obviously, their skills and courage in killing zombies have been seen by the other party, so they have aroused their vigilance." Su Ranju covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, her big eyes rolling around, with curiosity and tension intertwined in her eyes. Shin Qingxi glanced back calmly and continued, "There is no trace of the convoy nearby. Obviously they will not attack us here. However, what means they will use to lure us into the trap is still unknown." Chapter 112. Su Ranju listened to the analysis of the two, and could not help but admire the sharp insight of the two sisters. Her eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Jinli heard Shin Qingxi's words, thought for a while, then turned his eyes to Su Ranju, and said in a calm tone, "If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to use you as a breakthrough." After all, according to the speed of the bald man's group, they should have arrived in Anqing long ago. Given their cruel character, once they find Su Ranju on the street, they will definitely try every means to capture her. Su Ranju was stunned for a moment when he heard it. Me? But there is nothing around me that can be used? Just as Su Ranju frowned and thought about the strategy they might take, a faint and familiar female voice sounded from behind her, calling her name softly. Ranju, is it you? She stopped abruptly, secretly speculating in her heart. Is this their plan? Su Ranju's face was full of disbelief. The three turned around together. A haggard, thin woman was standing behind them. Lily. Su Ranju whispered. Yang Lily came forward quickly, first glanced at Jiang Jinli and Shinqingxi, then held Su Ranju's hand tightly, and said excitedly, Ranju, it's really you. Thank God, you are also safe and sound. Su Ranju stared at his friend's familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face, with mixed feelings in his heart. The two have known each other for 3 or 4 years. During these years, Su Ranju was able to persevere, inseparable from Yang Lily's constant encouragement. In the desperate moment of being trapped in the villa, she was the only one who dared to speak out and remind. Now, after not seeing each other for only a few days, Su Ranju found it difficult to connect the close friend in front of him with those cruel men. But Yang Lily's next words, like cold water, extinguished the remaining hope in Su Ranju's heart. She continued, Ranju, there are several sisters who escaped with me, but one of them was injured. She is in a building not far away. Can you go with me to see it? Su Ranju's nose was a little sour, and she squeezed out 2 words with difficulty. Really? Yang Lily's eyes flickered, and her tone became more and more anxious. Of course, I came out to look for medicine, but I didn't expect to meet you here. She glanced at Jiang Jinli and Shinqingxi with a complicated look, and then asked Su Ranju, Did they save you? When mentioning Jiang Jinli, Su Ranju's eyes flashed with tenderness. Yes, I'm lucky. I met 2 sisters, who helped me on the way. Yang Lily suddenly smiled, but there was an elusive meaning in her tone, which was a little weird. Really? Uh-huh. Indeed, your luck is always so good. She lowered her eyes, lowered her voice, and urged, Let's go quickly, there are still wounded waiting. Ranju, you won't have the heart to abandon us, right? Su Ranju's eyes were slightly wet, her lips were tightly pursed, her throat was hoarse, and she didn't know how to respond for a while. Just at this moment, Jiang Jinli's hand rested on her shoulder and patted her twice, conveying comfort silently. Su Ranju came back to his senses, quickly adjusted his mood, and forced a smile. How can I ignore you? You are my only friend, please lead the way. Hearing this, Yang Lily's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and then turned to Jiang Jinli. Girls, I wonder if you are willing to come with us and lend a hand? After all, there is strength in numbers. Jiang Jinli raised her lips, and agreed readily. No problem. Yang Lily looked excited, and said hurriedly, Thank you very much, please follow me, it's not far ahead. After that, she hurriedly walked in front to lead the way, and the 3 followed closely. Su Ranju stared at Yang Lily's thin back, sighed softly, and her heart was mixed with emotions. It's hard to describe. She knew that Yang Lily had completely changed, just like her uncle's family, who ruthlessly abandoned her. But Su Ranju's heart no longer had any anger or pain, because she was lucky to meet the warm Jiang Jinli, a sister who was willing to give her a home. If she had to go through these darkness in people's hearts to meet Jiang Jinli, she was willing. Yang Lily led them through the deep alleys and arrived at a weed-covered, empty, and deserted area, and then stopped. She turned her back to the 3 people, silent, her face hidden in the shadows. It's hard to see the emotions. At this moment, the roar of car engines and the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded all around. In less than a minute, Jiang Jinli and the other 2 were surrounded by a dense crowd and many vehicles. These men were armed with weapons, strong and fierce, with eye-catching tiger head tattoos on their arms. They looked at the 3 people with malicious eyes. The bald man walked out of the crowd, and after glancing at the faces of the 3 people, a greedy look flashed in his eyes, and then he laughed out loud. Ha ha, I'm so lucky these 2 days, I ran into 2 little beauties again. After so long in the Doomsday, I can still meet such a beautiful and elegant woman. It's worth mobilizing so many brothers here. The other strong men responded to the words, and their words were full of vulgarity and unbearable. The bald man turned to Su Ranju and said in a bad tone, Little girl, you were rescued by them, right? If you fall into my hands again this time, I will make you regret it. Su Ranju was not afraid of the bald man's threat at all, and she was indifferent. Her eyes always stayed on Yang Lily's back. Now, Su Ranju only had one question in her mind. Why? If she met Yang Lily alone, she would definitely not be on guard. If she unfortunately fell into the hands of the bald man again, it is conceivable that the consequences waiting for Su Ranju would be unimaginable. Yang Lily's body shook and turned around suddenly. The gentleness was no longer there. Her face was distorted, and she shouted hysterically, "Why? Tell me why? Why should I bear all this, while you can be rescued safely?" The men around him hugged their hands in front of their chests, and exchanged teasing looks with each other. With crooked eyebrows and squinting eyes, whistling, they were full of interest, as if they were watching a good show. Yang Lily was almost crazy. She screamed, "I am dirty now. How can you still stay clean? This is unfair. I want you to feel my pain, experience the taste of despair, and make you as dirty as me." Su Ranju stared at Yang Lily's distorted face, his eyes red, and shook his head repeatedly, with a look of confusion and puzzlement. "How could you become like this? Why don't you hate the real culprit, but drag me into the quagmire? Only my death can make you satisfied?" Su Ranju's voice choked, anger intertwined with sadness. "But I have no grudges against you. You could have told us the truth earlier, or chose to run away. Why don't you seize the opportunity to save yourself, but instead collude with this group of villains?" Yang Lily trembled when she heard this. The greedy eyes of the men around her made her feel fear and despair. She whispered, you can't escape in this life. Only by obedience can you survive." She stared at Su Ranju with resentment, gritting her teeth and saying, "I am living a life worse than death, and you can't live well either. I envy your good luck and resent your purity. Didn't you keep saying that you treat me as a good friend? Then come and taste the suffering I have endured." Ha ha ha. Su Ranju looked at the nearly crazy Yang Lily, his eyes full of disbelief and deep sorrow. Perhaps, the once innocent and kind Yang Lily had already died in that villa. Su Ranju gently wiped away the slight redness from the corners of his eyes, trying his best to calm down. At this point, it was useless to ask more questions. Yang Lily's laughter stopped abruptly. She staggered towards the bald man, knelt on the ground, and begged in panic, "I have done what you said and led them all here. You promised to let me go. Then can I leave now?" But seeing the bald man's mouth curled up with an evil smile, Yang Lily's heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. Despair quickly enveloped her like a dark cloud, tears burst out, and she cried again and again, "No! Don't! Please let me go! Liar, you liar!" Yang Lily may not have realized that her face, like a pear blossom in the rain, not only failed to arouse sympathy in the eyes of these villains, but instead added fuel to the fire, further awakening their hidden beasts. Sure enough, before the bald man opened his mouth, a strong man beside him could no longer hold back his impulse, rushed forward, and effortlessly carried Yang Lily on his shoulders. Chapter 113. Yang Lily's face turned pale instantly. She screamed in fear, and struggled hard. She begged for mercy. "No, no! Please let me go! Let me go!" The man ignored her struggle, held her body tightly, strode towards the carriage, and laughed cruelly. "Let you go? It's just a foolish dream. Women who fall into the hands of our brothers will never be released unless they die, ha ha ha." Another strong man followed closely behind. Both of them flashed naked malice and lust in their eyes. This group of people used to be prisoners waiting for execution in prison. Now the advent of the end of the world is no different from a carnival in heaven for them. Those women who were once out of reach have now become their prey at their will. They plan to enjoy this trophy to the fullest in this doomsday. The two men threw Yang Lily into the carriage mercilessly, and then pounced on her. "You beasts!" Yang Lily's scream was heartbreaking, and then the door slammed shut. All despair and fear were imprisoned in that small space. Su Ranju retracted her gaze towards the carriage, and the sympathy in her eyes was replaced by indifference. From this moment on, she decided not to show any kindness to those insignificant people. The past is the past, and she has nothing to do with anyone now. The rest of her life will be dedicated to Jiang Jinli. Sisterly will become everything, and the end of her life. Jiang Jinli chose to watch coldly, turning a deaf ear to Yang Lily's cry for help. This is not just because Yang Lily had tried to harm them. More importantly, her goal was to sneak into the stronghold of those men, so it was not appropriate to alert them too early. The bald man kept squinting his eyes, and stared at Jiang Jinli, puzzled by her calm expression. This woman did not look like she was scared silly, nor did she look ignorant of the affairs between men and women. Seeing what happened to Yang Lily, why could she still be so calm and self-controlled? It was really puzzling. The bald man knew that this woman had the ability to kill his 4 brothers, and speculated that she should be an agile superpower. But even so, what could he do? There were at least a dozen superpowers in their group, so would they be afraid of a woman? It was a joke. What's more, with Brother Long here, the ability of any superpower seemed insignificant. Since the Doomsday, their gang had captured countless women. But it was the first time he had met these 3 women with both temperament and appearance. No matter what, no matter how much it costs, the bald man will not let them go. Thinking of this, the bald man showed a ferocious face and threatened the 3 people. I advise you not to make any unnecessary resistance. Just follow us, and you can suffer less. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Jinli interrupted him calmly. Okay, let's go. The bald man's laughter stopped abruptly, and he stared at Jiang Jinli in astonishment, his expression frozen there, as if he had seen a ghost. What? He asked back in disbelief. Why did this woman act out of the ordinary? He originally thought that if they resisted, several of his brothers would probably die. Jiang Jinli seemed a little impatient. If you want to leave, hurry up, why are you dithering? Can't we give up resistance and know the situation? You have to let us struggle, and shout a few times before you are satisfied? What's wrong with you? Jiang Jinli was not worried that they would notice anything. How could this group of arrogant people who were blinded by desire take the prey in their hands seriously? The only way to deal with this group of simple-minded and evil thugs is to cut the Gordian knot. When Shinxingxi heard this, she immediately turned her head to one side, with a smile in her eyes, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Su Ranju also suppressed a smile and continued, That's right, we know that we will fall into your hands in the end. What's the point of resisting? It's better to be obedient and suffer less. When the bald man heard this, although he felt that what they said made some sense, he also felt that things were too smooth and quite weird. But he racked his brains, and couldn't think of any chance for them to turn the tables. Besides, the bald man would never let go of such a beauty. Once these women stepped into their territory, they would face endless darkness and despair. The bald man concluded that they had no hope of escaping. Then, the bald man came back to his senses and smiled with satisfaction. That's right, you are sensible and can suffer less physical pain. After that, the bald man strode towards Jiang Jinli, and wanted to reach out to pull her into the car, but Jiang Jinli dodged quickly. She glanced at the bald man and said coldly, I can walk by myself. Jiang Jinli looked around and his eyes fell on other women who were also abducted, speculating in his heart where they came from. Without hesitation, Jiang Jinli walked directly to an empty truck. Seeing this, Shinxingxi and Su Ranju immediately followed behind him. The bald man looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving, and was stunned for a moment. It was rare for him to be so obedient and never resist. He felt quite uncomfortable. He gently touched his bald head, and thought to himself that these women with distinct personalities were also unique. Just like the scarred woman they captured with great difficulty, it was unknown whether Brother Long had tamed her now. Jiang Jinli boarded the truck, ignored the malicious eyes of the 5 men around her, and sat down in the corner of the car. Shinxingxi and Su Ranju followed closely, and sat down next to her. Although the men in the car were itching, they did not dare to act rashly now. Such a beauty must be left to Brother Long to decide how to distribute. After everyone got on the car sped away, and drove in the designated direction. Jiang Jinli crossed her arms in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and leaned lightly on Shinxingxi's shoulder. Suddenly, Su Mingxing's voice rang in her mind. Boss, we ran into Yufeng, and he is being hunted. After learning that Yushi was arrested, we have locked the hiding place of the gang and are preparing to go there to check the situation. Jiang Jinli frowned slightly, and then replied in a deep voice. After you arrive, ambush outside. I am in their car at the moment. After the 3 of us sneak into the nest, your task is to quickly break through the gate and hold on there. Su Mingxing's voice was full of excitement. Got it, boss. At the same time, on another street in Anqing, another car was speeding towards the same destination. Mu Yuan noticed Su Mingxing's bright smile and excitement, and couldn't help asking, what instructions does Jinli have? Su Mingxing immediately conveyed Jiang Jinli's words to the others in the car. Zhou Lian who heard this and said with admiration, Captain, you are going deep into the tiger's den. Mu Yuan seemed a little worried. They didn't know what kind of superpower the other party's leader was, and how high his level was. He turned to look at Yufeng, who looked anxious, and comforted him. Don't worry, Jinli will soon enter their lair, and your sister will be safe. After hearing this, Yufeng's expression finally eased a little. He looked at the 3 people and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart again. Thank you for your help again. If not, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. At this moment, Yufeng's face was pale, his body was covered with shocking knife wounds, and blood had stained his clothes red. As soon as they entered Anqing, He and Yushi eagerly explored the base. But surprisingly, they searched the entire city, but found nothing. Anqing seemed to be an empty dead city, lifeless. The brother and sister suddenly felt ominous. Just when they were about to leave, the gang of villains suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, they rushed up like hungry wolves when they saw Yushi. Noticing the tattoo on the villain's arm, Yufeng finally realized that they had walked into a den of thieves. Obviously, the rumor about the base hidden in Anqing must have been deliberately spread by the gang of villains as bait. Facing this group of fierce and evil spirits, the two had no power to resist, but in the blink of an eye, Yushi was tied up and taken to the car. What was more serious was that the villains intended to kill Yufeng. Yufeng knew that there was a huge gap in strength, so he could only flee desperately to find a glimmer of hope. But the villains chased him relentlessly. At the critical moment of life and death, Mu Yuan and others took action in time. Finally, the danger was averted. In order to obtain key information, they carried out a cruel interrogation on one of the villains, and finally forced the other party to reveal the approximate location of their lair. The location is in a remote and hidden underground parking lot. Chapter 114. In the most remote corner of Anqing, a magnificent underground parking lot looks unusually abrupt under the scorching sun. This former garage has been occupied by the villains in the prison, and has become their refuge for survival. The entrance to the parking lot is closed by a heavy iron door. The mottled rust on the iron door bears witness to the traces of Doomsday, and is slightly dilapidated. Abandoned cars, broken concrete blocks and other obstacles are piled up to form a rough defense line at the door and around, obviously to resist the invasion of mutant zombies. These vehicles are covered with thick dust and parasitic plants, and the body and wheels are rusty, as if they have been sleeping for countless years. A group of strong men with hideous faces set up a simple sentry post at the entrance, responsible for monitoring and defense. The sentry post is simply furnished, with only necessary furniture and various cold weapons. There is even a lack of guns. They guard closely, trying to completely isolate this dark underground world from the outside world. Passing through the big iron gate of the parking lot, and going down the dark passage, the first thing that comes into view is darkness. In the distance, only a few lights flickered sporadically, and the broken bulbs creaked in the wind. The air was humid and hot, as if you were in a huge steamer. The stench and the smell of rotten garbage were intertwined and suffocating. On the wall, black water dripped from time to time, and the mottled advertising slogans were blurred. The ground was muddy and dusty. Whenever the men walked by, they would leave sticky footsteps. The parking lot was clearly divided into two different areas. One was the residence of the leader Deng Yanlong and his core subordinates. Although there was not enough light there, it was neat and orderly compared to other places. In the largest room, dim lights shine through the gaps in the heavy curtains, reflecting on the luxurious furniture and decorations, reflecting a gloomy and strange luster. The bed is comfortable, the furniture is complete, and a large desk occupies a corner. The most eye-catching thing is the huge tiger skin chair, standing in front of the desk, showing the owner's majesty and status. Going around this area, it is a completely different scene. The space originally used for parking vehicles has now been transformed into rows of small cells. Each cell imprisoned a woman, and the environment was as oppressive as a cage. It made people feel suffocated. These cells were simple and dirty, closed on all sides, without windows for ventilation, and only a dilapidated wooden door as the only entrance and exit. The room was messy and full of miscellaneous items. The old furniture and damp mattresses were their only shelter. The walls were covered with graffiti, and the original colors and patterns were blurred and difficult to distinguish. Instead, there are faintly visible bloodstains and scratches, which silently tell of the brutality and pain here. The weak light swayed in the cell, barely illuminating those inconspicuous corners. In these corners, the women's eyes revealed deep fear and helplessness. Some were tightly bound and unable to move, while others were naked and lying numbly on the wet mattress. The air was filled with a disgusting stench. This smell was the smell of decay, the odor of human sweat from not taking a bath for a long time, and mixed with the smell of dampness and mold. These women were forced to live in such a harsh environment. Without cleaning facilities and sanitary conditions, diseases and discomfort spread among them. Once someone died of the disease, they were quickly disposed of by the villains like discarded garbage. Occasionally, low cries and men's groans echoed in the oppressive parking lot. Hundreds of men, shirtless, kept shuttling back and forth in the narrow passages, taking turns to enter the cages. Their skin was rough and covered with dirt, and their hair was greasy and messy. Their bodies were covered with dust and sweat, and their eyes were full of greed and desire. These men established their own independent kingdoms here, imprisoning innocent women as playthings. They showed violence and cruelty unscrupulously. The clamor, ridicule and roars intertwined, making the already oppressive atmosphere even heavier. In this oppressive and rotten environment, the men who lost their humanity lived a decadent and degenerate life. They were cruel predators, who made a living by violence, and took pleasure in the suffering of others. Morality and conscience had long since disappeared, driven only by interests and desires. They are the real demons in the Doomsday. The entire parking lot is filled with the breath of gray and death, as if it is a huge tomb that has swallowed up countless women's lives. In this hellish environment, women have completely lost their freedom and dignity, and have become tools for venting. They are even deprived of the right to die, and can only endure endless pain and torture. Time has lost its meaning here, only depression and despair are spreading. This is not only a terrifying dark abyss, but also a purgatory on earth. At this moment, a man with muscles as strong as a hill walked out of the dim hut with heavy steps. Deng Yanlong's appearance instantly quieted the noisy underground world. A group of strong men bent down and shouted respectfully in unison, "Brother Long." Deng Yanlong's face was deeply carved by the years, with wrinkles all over it, like ravines. His eyebrows were thick and messy, and his eyes flashed with wolf-like evil and cruelty. Wet sweat and grease mixed on Deng Yanlong's body, emitting waves of disgusting stench. But this did not weaken the majestic image he established in everyone's mind. Deng Yanlong's entire appearance gave others a sense of ferocity and danger. It was as if he was born a vicious criminal, accustomed to violence and cruelty. Deng Yanlong was brutal and inhumane. Before the end of the world, he was notorious for smuggling, gang involvement, trafficking in human organs, and cruel killing of many people. He was eventually arrested and faced execution. With his ruthless methods, Deng Yanlong quickly established his dominance in the prison. He had many younger brothers, all of whom were cruel and bloodthirsty. The sudden arrival of the end of the world was like heaven to Deng Yanlong. He took the opportunity to escape from the prison, quickly formed his own forces, bloodbath Anqing, killed all the survivors, and occupied the place. He set up a cell, arbitrarily ordered his men to kidnap the surrounding women, immersed in his personal carnival, without any scruples. Deng Yanlong glanced at the strong men, nodded, and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly stopped, his eyes, like a sharp blade cast at the younger brother beside him, and asked in a low and rough voice, "Did that woman surrender?" The younger brother trembled, his eyes wandered, and sweat slid down his forehead. He stammered, "Not yet. Not yet." She was beaten half to death, but she still refused to give in. Deng Yanlong's mouth curled up a cold smile, and his yellow teeth looked even more ferocious in the dim light. What a tough guy. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then he asked, "What about the women with her?" The younger brother answered tremblingly, "Several couldn't bear it, and chose to commit suicide. There is only one left, and she is almost dead." Deng Yanlong smiled cruelly, whispered a few words in the younger brother's ear, and continued to move forward. After hearing this, the younger brother shuddered involuntarily, but he didn't dare to delay at all, and immediately ran towards the prison in the distance. Deng Yanlong left this place full of sin, but did not stop. Instead, he went around to a more spacious and hidden hut. He pushed open the door, and the room was pitch black, with only a few rays of light coming through the cracks in the wall, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Deng Yanlong walked to the corner of the room without hesitation, where a woman was tied up by heavy iron chains. The woman lowered her head weakly, her body was covered with shocking whip marks, and blood dripped slowly, making a clear dripping sound. Deng Yanlong stared at her with a face full of hostility, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect that you could still hold on. It's really impressive." Chapter 115. Before he finished speaking, Deng Yanlong's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he continued, "Why, do you want to die? It's not that easy. There is no woman in this world that I, Deng Yanlong, cannot tame. I will destroy your pride bit by bit, break your bones, until you willingly submit to me." After saying that, Deng Yanlong saw that the woman still bowed her head and remained silent, without any reaction, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes again. This woman is the most difficult opponent Deng Yanlong has encountered since the end of the world. She actually killed more than a dozen of his brothers to protect those useless women. The woman's tenacity and pride completely aroused Deng Yanlong's strong desire to conquer. Compared to those women who have no power to resist, this arrogant, tough and indifferent woman is undoubtedly more worth wasting his time. Although the beauty of the woman's face was destroyed by scars, it did not reduce her charm at all. Deng Yanlong originally intended to use force, but soon realized that this was not a wise move. Once the woman's handcuffs were removed, she was like a vicious dog out of control, with endless vicious means that made it hard to guard against. Ding Yanlong didn't want to die in bed. That's why he chose to torture the woman by imprisonment and whipping. Ding Yanlong also enjoyed this process of torture, but the woman's tenacity was beyond his expectations. No matter how Ding Yanlong tortured her, the woman remained silent, didn't cry or make a fuss. She didn't even make any sound. In this case, the only way was to break the last line of defense in her heart. Just at this moment, a younger brother shouted from outside the door, "Brother Long, the person is here." Ding Yanlong's face was grim, and he laughed, "Bring her in." After that, he cast his cold eyes on the woman again, and laughed, "I brought your friend here. What's her name? Xiao Xiao, right? It's a pity that she can't laugh now." As Ding Yanlong laughed, the zombie's roars followed. His younger brother held an iron ring tightly, stood behind a zombie, skillfully put the iron ring on the zombie's neck, and slowly pushed it forward. Ding Yanlong noticed that the woman finally raised her head, and he laughed again. "Oh, it's not easy," and she finally reacted? "Come on, take a good look." After speaking, he took the iron rod from his younger brother, and drove the zombies to approach the woman step by step. The female zombie smelled the breath of the living, and immediately let out a deafening roar, eagerly stretched her neck, and wanted to pounce forward. The empty eyes, and the salivating mouth corners all revealed an extreme desire for food. "Xiao Xiao." Qilua stared at the female zombie in front of her. A touch of surprise flashed across her face, but her heart was filled with unspeakable resentment. The zombie in front of her was skinny and pale, but from her facial features, she could vaguely tell that she was the cheerful and lively Wang Xiaoxiao in the past. Wang Xiaoxiao's hands had been unfortunately chopped off, and the wound on her neck was shocking, bloody. Obviously, this was the result of infection after being bitten by a zombie. Qilua's anger and resentment erupted like a volcano, soaring into the sky. She struggled with all her might, and the iron chain made a harsh rattling sound. Qilua's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was hoarse but full of anger. She shouted angrily, "You are a beast worse than an animal. You really deserve to be cut into pieces." Facing Qilua's curse, Ding Yanlong not only didn't care, but also seemed more excited. "Tisk, only in this way will you be willing to pay attention to me. Why do you do this?" After saying that, he suddenly drew out his knife and mercilessly cut off Wang Xiaoxiao's head from behind. The head then rolled to Qilua's feet. Qilua lowered her head, stared at the hideous expression on the head, and sighed softly, "I tried my best, I'm really sorry." At that time, when Qilua and Wang Xiaoxiao stepped into Anqing, she felt uneasy about this desolate and dilapidated city. But Wang Xiaoxiao insisted on going to her parents' house to find out what was going on. Qilua couldn't dissuade her, and had to go with them. After arriving, they failed to find Wang Xiaoxiao's parents. What was even more disturbing was that the whole city was dead silent, and obviously empty. But Wang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to give up. She still had hope, and wanted to continue looking for possible bases. Wang Xiaoxiao firmly believed that all the survivors were gathered there. Qilua had no choice but to continue to accompany her in this aimless search. Unfortunately, their luck was very bad. During the search, they witnessed a horrifying scene. A group of sturdy villains gathered around a large pit, laughing wildly. The pit was piled with corpses of the elderly, the weak, women and children. The villains kept unloading new corpses from the vehicles, ruthlessly throwing them into the corpse pit, and then set them on fire. The flame shot up into the sky, and the smoke billowed. They were sex maniacs, ruthless butchers, and even more inhumane evil spirits. The dead silence, and the scene of no survivors in this city were obviously due to the fact that they had brutally slaughtered and burned all the survivors. The ruthlessness and cruelty of this group of thugs can be seen from this. When Qilua and her group realized the danger, they had already missed the opportunity to escape. When the men saw them, they rushed over like mad dogs. With Qilua's ability, she could easily defeat the enemy, but the bad thing was that their leader Ding Yanlong led other superpowers to arrive. In the end, Qilua was exhausted and arrested. For Wang Xiaoxiao, Qilua has done her best. From now on, she will no longer bear the debt to anyone. Now, she just wants to live for herself. Qilua knew that she must not die, because someone was still looking for her, and she had made a promise to wait for Jiang Jinli. Thinking of Jiang Jinli, Qilua suddenly laughed out loud, and the hoarse laughter seemed particularly abrupt and creepy in this weird environment. Ding Yanlong looked at Qilua's smile, and a chill involuntarily climbed up his heart. He felt a little uneasy for no reason. Qilua said coldly, "After a while, you will be killed, and you will die miserably, and your body may not be complete. Do you believe it? Ding Yanlong suppressed his uneasiness and responded with disdain. How arrogant. There is no one in this world who can kill me. Qilua laughed even louder after hearing this, and her eyes were full of mockery. She firmly believed that once Jiang Jinli found out that she did not wait as agreed, he would definitely look for her everywhere in Anqing and finally find this place. It was her own incompetence that made Jiang Jinli worry about her. Thinking of her own situation, Qilua's eyes could not help but shed tears. Ding Yanlong saw Qilua's expression of both happiness and sadness, and mistakenly thought that she had fallen into madness due to excessive stimulation. Just as he was about to speak, a strong man rushed in and reported, "Brother Long, good news, traces of the supernatural fruit were found in the forest not far away." Ding Yanlong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he smiled. "Good, great. Come with me. It's a good opportunity for my babies to go out and get some fresh air." After that, he walked towards the door, glanced at Qilua, and told the younger brother beside him, "Please keep an eye on her." The younger brother replied, "Brother Long, don't worry." The two quickly left the room, and the younger brother immediately closed the door and locked it tightly. As the last ray of light from the crack in the door disappeared, the room was swallowed by darkness again. Qilua finally fainted due to exhaustion. Ding Yanlong walked out of the dark basement and met two strong men head-on. They were dragging a struggling woman towards him. The woman's face was full of fear and unwillingness. When the two strong men saw Ding Yanlong, they immediately bowed their heads and bowed respectfully. "Brother Long." Ding Yanlong's eyes fixed, and with a sneer, he stretched out his rough fingers to gently lift the woman's chin, forcing her to look up at him. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of playfulness. "She looks pretty. We met this woman by chance in the city. She has a brother, and it is estimated that he has been dealt with now." The strong man replied in a cold and hard tone. Hearing this, Yushi's originally desperate eyes instantly turned red, and she was heartbroken. She screamed, "You demons! You actually killed my brother! Do you still have any humanity?" She naively thought that her brother could escape this disaster, but she didn't expect that these people's methods would be so cruel. Even men are not spared. At this moment, Yushi's heart is completely dead. After hearing this, Ding Yanlong laughed wildly. He didn't need to understand the so-called human nature, and he never intended to be a good person. Blood, violence, conquest, these are his nature and life creed. Ding Yanlong gently patted Yushi's cheek, and then ordered the strong man beside him, "Leave her to me, arrange her in my room, and use her when I come back." The strong man nodded quickly, knowing that this is the rule and dare not violate it. "Understood, Brother Long." Ding Yanlong glanced at Yushi again, smiled and walked out, followed by a group of fully armed strong men. Ding Yanlong walked into a ruin not far away, and blew a loud whistle. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the roars of various beasts, and these sounds came one after another. A group of ferocious beasts rushed straight towards Ding Yanlong. They were huge in size, and their eyes flashed with scarlet bloodthirsty light. However, once they arrived in front of Ding Yanlong, these beasts immediately became docile. They lowered their heads and crawled at his feet like loyal subjects. Looking at this group of obedient beasts, Ding Yanlong felt proud. This was his unique ability, animal manipulation. It was with this almost unlimited fighting power that Ding Yanlong was able to quickly conquer the entire Anqing, slaughter all the survivors, keep the women in captivity, and establish his own kingdom. Ding Yanlong smiled triumphantly, walked straight to a particularly ferocious tiger, and sat on it swiftly. Seeing this, the rest of his men followed suit and rode on different beasts. With Ding Yanlong's order, all the beasts stood up in unison, with a fierce momentum, like a well-trained army. They ran wildly in the direction of the predetermined dense forest, and the ruins behind them were dusty. Chapter 116. Not long after Ding Yanlong left, Mu Yuan and his 4 companions arrived at this remote and desolate place quietly. Along the way, they encountered several waves of patrolling villains, but they were all easily dealt with by several people. At this moment, they were not far away, quietly observing the parking lot in front of them. The entrance of the parking lot was bustling with people, and the vehicles were parked in a disorderly manner, while the villains on the high tower seemed particularly vigilant. Mu Yuan and his 3 companions quickly got out of the car, hid the car, sneaked into the nearby high-rise building, and secretly monitored the gate of the parking lot below. There were many villains patrolling at the gate, at least dozens of them. Although their behavior was despicable, their vigilance could not be ignored. It was almost impossible for those captured women to escape from this dangerous place by their own strength. Mu Yuan and others waited patiently for about 20 minutes, until more than a dozen cars slowly approached from a distance and stopped in front of the gate of the parking lot. Then, a group of strong men swarmed out of the car, holding weapons, shouting excitedly, with cruel smiles on their faces. They roughly dragged a group of crying women out of the car, and unbearable curses came one after another. These women were obviously abducted by them from other places. A rough calculation showed that there were more than a dozen of them. What was particularly striking was that one of the women was carried out by two strong men. It was uncertain whether she was dead or alive, and the situation was worrying. At this time, Su Mingxing's excited voice reached Mu Yuan's ears. "Oh, brother Mu Yuan, look, the boss and his friends are walking in the front. The boss is so handsome." Mu Yuan looked up and saw that among the group of women, there were three who were particularly outstanding. Their appearance and temperament were unforgettable. In stark contrast to the women around them, who were filled with fear and despair, these three women seemed unusually calm and fearless. Not only were they not treated roughly, but they hurried their pace and even surpassed the bald man, as if this parking lot was their home after a long separation. These three people were Jiang Jinli and her friends. Seeing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He turned to Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing and said, "Get ready. Once the three of them go in, we start." Su Mingxing responded, "Be ready at any time." "Understood." Zhou Lianhu stared at the group of villains below with disgust, deeply shocked by the bottomless brutality in human nature. Then, Mu Yuan turned around and told Yu Feng, "When you start later, you must protect yourself first and don't lose your life." Yu Feng tightly grasped the machete and nodded firmly. His eyes followed Jiang Jinli's back, and his heart was filled with hope. Jiang Jinli had already walked through the gate and was stepping into the dark and smelly passage. The bald man walked in the front and turned back to Jiang Jinli and the others and shouted angrily, "Once you enter this place, you will never escape and will live a life worse than death. When the time comes, let's see if you can still be so calm." The bald man was secretly surprised. He had never seen a woman as strange as Jiang Jinli. Facing his provocation, Jiang Jinli and his group were completely indifferent. The bald man had to snort coldly and turned around to continue walking forward. As they gradually went deeper into the parking lot, the stench in the air became stronger and stronger, and Jiang Jinli's face became uglier and uglier. She had never expected that the hiding place of this group of evil people was so hidden, hiding in a remote underground parking lot. What a bunch of stinky bugs. This place can't be called a base at all, at best it's just a den of filth. The women following Jiang Jinli saw this gloomy place, as if they had stepped into the threshold of hell, and they felt suffocated and desperate. They were pale with extreme fear, and screamed incessantly. In contrast, the men around them seemed extremely excited, they laughed loudly, and their voices roared like beasts. In the narrow passage, all kinds of noisy sounds intertwined and echoed endlessly, making Jiang Jinli feel annoyed. After walking for a while, Jiang Jinli finally came to the underground kingdom of these villains. The scene in front of her made her stop in astonishment. After so long of Doomsday time, Jiang Jinli still witnessed such a cruel scene that destroyed humanity for the first time. Although Jiang Jinli had been mentally prepared, everything in front of her was still far beyond her expectations. There were many men here, and small rooms were densely packed. Heartbreaking screams were heard from the room from time to time, and these sounds clearly told her that this was the dark cage that imprisoned the female soul. Men shuttled between them, some paced outside the door, and some sat around the table, smoking and drinking, with a numb look. What was even more disgusting was that several drunkards openly forced women to do those unbearable things in public. The men's roars, vulgar insults and ridicules were intertwined, accompanied by the sound of tables and chairs overturned, the harsh noise of broken glass, and the women's shrill screams, all of which woven together into a hellish and noisy picture. This scene was dirty, messy, and poor, and it was difficult to describe it in one swoop. The scene was filled with smoke and made people feel uncomfortable. The heavy stench in the air made it almost difficult to breathe. Sisterly vomit vomit. Su Renju's face was ashen, and she kept retching. She couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Jinli. The scene in front of her made her at a loss, and she felt nauseous as never before. Not only Su Renju, but the women behind her were also terrified and collapsed to the ground. Some even vomited on the spot. Xin Qingxi frowned, and her heart was filled with strong nausea and disgust. Her hatred for this group of thugs reached its extreme. The bald man heard the movement behind him, turned around and looked at them, laughing arrogantly and triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. What's wrong? You finally know how to be afraid now. Unfortunately, it's too late." His laughter was particularly harsh amid the woman's crying. Jiang Jinli lowered her head, Her lips tightly pursed, her face was as gloomy as the sky before a rainstorm, and her heart was filled with unprecedented anger. The anger and murderous intent in her chest surged like underground magma, hot and turbulent. Jiang Jinli slowly raised her eyelids, and a cold light shot out of her eyes, like a sharp blade carefully sharpened in the ice, pointing directly at the bald man in front of her. Her low voice was full of heavy power, and every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. You are really a group of disgusting humanoid garbage. You don't deserve to live one more second in this world. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Jinli quickly took out the weapons of Shinqingxi and Su Ranju from the space and handed them to the two. Then, she drew out the long knife, and her figure shot towards the bald man like an arrow from a string. The bald man was still immersed in Jiang Jinli's words, and before he could come to his senses, a ghost-like figure had flashed in front of him. A piercing chill immediately surged into his heart. The bald man's pupils shrank suddenly, and the haze of death enveloped him in an instant. The bald man didn't even have time to activate his supernatural power, for desperate knife lights had already cut through the air, followed by the heart-wrenching pain of his body being cut by the sharp blade. Ah! The bald man's face was extremely distorted, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out of his eye sockets at any time. Before the screams fell, the blood mist had already spread, and the bald man's body was instantly cut into 4 pieces and fell heavily to the ground. This sudden horror scene shocked everyone present. The strong men were pale, and their veins were exposed. They hurriedly grabbed weapons and tried to defend themselves. In contrast, the group of women behind them, although they looked afraid, had a glimmer of relief and excitement in their eyes. They instantly understood that they had met a master, and the possibility of being rescued was right in front of them. So, they scattered around without hesitation, looking for a hidden place nearby. Shinqingxi and Su Ranju were also touched by Jiang Jinli's cruel methods, and they suddenly felt murderous. Shinqingxi's eyes were cold, and all her strength was concentrated on the bowstring. An arrow shot out like lightning, instantly smashing a strong man's head. Su Ranju's eyes were also full of bloodshot. She swung the giant axe at an astonishing speed and hit another strong man's head directly. Her petite body contained amazing courage and strength, and she was harvesting lives in an extreme and decisive way. Jiang Jinli's figure did not stop, as if he had turned into a cold death god, holding a bloodthirsty sickle, and mercilessly slaughtering the men. The scene was terrifying. The rotten and smelly parking lot was suddenly filled with a thick bloody smell, and the men screamed continuously, and their broken limbs were scattered everywhere. The noise of battle filled every corner, and the roars, fighting and painful wails intertwined into a chaos. Soon, most of the men were dead or injured. But at this moment, Jiang Jinli slowly put down the knife in her hand. She felt that these beasts did not deserve to die so easily. At least, before the end of their lives, they should be allowed to deeply experience the taste of despair. Sensing Jiang Jinli's sudden stop, the remaining men took the opportunity to move to the exit of the parking lot and try to escape. Her strength frightened the men, and they were eager to escape to report to Brother Long. But how could Jiang Jinli let these beasts take a step forward? She was determined to let these villains die in the nest they built with their own hands. This will be the grave they dug for themselves. As the murderous intent in her heart became stronger, Jiang Jinli's momentum became more and more fierce and terrifying. Her mental power swept around like a storm and spread rapidly. Her eyes were deep and dark, like a black hole that swallowed all the light, leaving only cold brutality surging in them. Jiang Jinli's voice was without any warmth, only solemnity and coldness intertwined. She looked directly at all the men present and shouted angrily, "You are worse than beasts, all of you kneel down." This deafening sound was like thunder, suddenly exploding in the crowd of men, deeply shaking everyone's heart. In an instant, the air around seemed to solidify, silence enveloped, and even the slightest breathing sound became extremely harsh. Chapter 117. Then, a scene that frightened all the men occurred. They suddenly found that they had completely lost control of their bodies. As soon as Jiang Jinli finished speaking, 100 or 200 people knelt down on the ground in unison. There was a dull sound from under their knees, as if the entire parking lot was shaking. Their faces began to twist, with fear and despair intertwined. At this moment, they were like helpless fish on a chopping board, firmly suppressed by an invisible force, and could only wait for the judgment of fate. Seeing this, Shinqingxi and Su Ranyu quickly returned to Jiang Jinli, standing on both sides, looking down at these disgusting villains with cold eyes. Although the hiding women were puzzled and frightened by the strange scene in front of them, but they still plucked up their courage and walked out of the hiding place. They stared at the murderous Jiang Jinli from a distance, with complex emotions in their eyes. Creaky. As the doors opened behind them, the women in the cages were startled and staggered out. The long-term imprisonment and torture made them thin, pale, and numb. There was a breath of death around them, as if their souls had been taken away. However, when their eyes touched the corpses lying on the ground, and the men kneeling on the ground, their pupils suddenly dilated and everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. It was as absurd as a dream. Then, their eyes were all cast on the three tall figures standing in front of the men. At this moment, their minds were blank, unable to think or speak. Jiang Jinli's eyes were as cold as ice. She looked down at the group of men on the ground, her eyes full of unconcealed contempt and disgust. Although she controlled the men's bodies, she deliberately retained their minds. The purpose was to let them experience the pain and despair firsthand. Jiang Jinli's voice, as cold as an ice blade and without any temperature, sounded again. Pick up your weapons and smash the dirty thing under you with your own hands. Do it now. Her tone was firm and sharp, and she could not be questioned. She oppressed the men like a towering mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Her heart was filled with a heavy sense of depression. As Jiang Jinli's voice fell, the men mechanically clenched their weapons, including knives, sticks, and clubs. Their hands slowly raised, and their eyes revealed endless fear and helplessness. Seeing the knife in their hands about to fall on their vitals, their expressions were distorted to the extreme, and they screamed in fear. No! No! Don't! Please don't! Oh my God! This torture is even more cruel than killing them directly. It not only deprives them of their proud physical capital, but also deprives them of their last dignity as men. In front of Jiang Jinli, they seemed to have become helpless children, being toyed with at will, unable to struggle. This woman is like the incarnation of a demon walking out of the abyss. The men's faces were hideous with anger and fear. Their facial features were dislocated, flushed, and blue veins were jumping on their foreheads. They tried to use their mental strength to resist this invisible control. But it was all in vain. That powerful control was like an insurmountable mountain. It made them completely unable to resist. The men's hands seemed to no longer belong to them, and they raised them powerlessly, ready to execute the cruel order. With strength accumulated in their arms, they pointed the weapons in their hands at their lower bodies, and stabbed them without hesitation. Puff! Bang! Schwa! In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed in the empty parking lot, and the men's painful wails made people palpitate. Ah! Ah! No! Then, a creepy horror scene began to unfold in the dark underground parking lot. Hundreds of men seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, roaring and screaming in pain, while frantically hitting their lower bodies with weapons. The man with the knife and axe castrated himself completely, while the man with the stick kept beating his crotch until the blood and flesh were blurred, and his hands would stop because of exhaustion. In just a moment, the lower bodies of all the men had turned into a pile of mincemeat, bright red and in a mess. Blood flowed from their bodies, and quickly gathered into a pool of blood. They twitched all over, groaning in pain, but could only kneel on the ground and could not move. Even if some people fainted because they could not bear the pain, they still kept kneeling. This scene was really uncomfortable. All the women present looked at this weird scene with horror, and they couldn't believe it. Su Ranju witnessed this weird and cruel scene, her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly open, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Jinli with big eyes full of admiration and worship. The awe in her heart was even greater. Jiang Jinli glanced at the half-dead men indifferently, then turned around and cast a complicated look at the group of women at the small door behind her. After a moment of silence, she said calmly, "Pick up your weapons and kill them." The women were shocked. The long-term abuse made them feel fear instinctively. They shook their heads and dared not step forward. But Jiang Jinli had no mercy. She ordered again in a cold voice, "They are now rotten meat on the chopping board. If you don't even have the courage to take revenge, you might as well die. Go!" she shouted in a cold voice. After hearing this, the women looked at each other. Although they were still timid, the hatred in their eyes gradually overwhelmed the fear. They raised their feet at the same time and slowly walked towards the villains. Although their steps were slow, they were extremely firm. At this moment, one of the women rushed forward like an angry lion. She quickly picked up the knife on the ground, aimed it at a man's neck, and chopped it down fiercely, shouting angrily, "I chop you beasts to death." The knife fell, and the man's body was instantly separated from his head and body, and blood splattered everywhere. But the woman was not satisfied. She continued to chop wildly, as if she wanted to vent all the pain on this lifeless body. She stopped her actions until the corpse no longer had a human shape. The woman wiped the blood on her face, her eyes were bloodshot, and flashed with crazy murderous intent. She didn't stop at all, and rushed towards the other men again, waving the knife in her hand. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but look at the woman a few more times. The other women were also infected by her actions, and they all picked up weapons, and rushed towards the men who were wailing and begging for mercy. Tears and anger intertwined, they had forgotten their fear, only burning hatred in their hearts. They turned into butchers, venting their pain and anger on those men who had no power to resist. The parking lot instantly turned into a slaughterhouse, full of blood and violence. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and women's roars, as if the entire space was in a frenzy. Jiang Jinli watched coldly from the side, secretly satisfied in her heart. She knew that only by letting these women kill these villains personally could they truly get rid of the shackles of fear from the bottom of their hearts, and regain the courage to survive. When she saw that the villains had almost fallen, Jiang Jinli signaled Dahua, who had been unable to hold back, to act, to absorb the blood of those men. Dahua instantly turned into a slender shadow, shot out from Jiang Jinli's hand, and quickly drilled into the male corpses on the ground. In just a moment, the corpses shrank rapidly and turned into mummies. Dahua now has an extremely strong desire for flesh and blood. Only in this way can it evolve in the fastest time. And these bloody corpses are the most nourishing meal for Dahua. Jiang Jinli did not delay for a moment. She turned around and walked in one direction without hesitation. Shen Qingxi and Su Runju followed closely behind. From the moment she stepped into the parking lot, Jiang Jinli sensed that her sister was not here, and she felt a little relieved. But at the same time, she also clearly felt that Qilua was nearby. Although Qilua was weak, at least she was still alive, and not in danger of life. Therefore, Jiang Jinli decided to deal with these villains first, and then look for Qilua. Now that the situation has stabilized, it is time to find her. When Jiang Jinli passed by a room, her steps suddenly stopped. She first glanced inside, and then walked straight in. Compared with other simple and dilapidated rooms, this room seemed particularly spacious, luxuriously decorated and full of power. Jiang Jinli guessed that this should be the residence of the leader Ding Tianlong. She walked to the bed and saw Yushi, who was tied up like a zongzi. Yushi heard the footsteps and was terrified. She thought it was Ding Tianlong who came back. She was so scared that she trembled and tears flowed involuntarily. She made up her mind that even if she died, she would never let herself be insulted. But when Yushi saw who was coming, her eyes were instantly filled with strong hope, her lips trembled, and she could hardly speak. "Yes, it's you." Jiang Jinli didn't say anything extra. She quickly untied Yushi's restraints. "Go out. Your elder brother is waiting for you outside. But he may be fighting. You have to be careful." Yushi was relieved, and she came back from despair when she learned that her brother was still alive. She couldn't express her gratitude in words. She could only repeat simply and sincerely, "I will." Thank you so much." Yushi knew that Jiang Jinli still had things to deal with, so she said no more, jumped off the bed quickly, and ran out. After that, Jiang Jinli left Ding Tianlong's residence, walked through several houses, and finally stopped in front of a hidden cottage. Jiang Jinli looked at the locked door, anger welling up in her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her leg and kicked the door hard. With a loud bang, the door fell down like a fragile piece of paper, and the scene inside was exposed in the dust. This, Shen Qingxi and Su Ranju looked at the chaotic scene inside, and they couldn't help but feel pity and indignation in their hearts. Jiang Jinli's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong murderous intent, and she vowed to cut the leader of this group of beasts into 5 pieces. Jiang Jinli walked forward quickly, and her eyes first cast on Wang Shishi's head on the ground. A hint of gloom flashed in her eyes. Then, she quickly swung her knife and neatly cut off the heavy chain that bound Qilua. Qilua, who lost her support, immediately slid down. Jiang Jinli was quick to hold her waist and gently embrace her in his arms. Then he let her sit against the wall and supported her steadily. Then, Jiang Jinli took out the spiritual spring water from the space, lifted Qilua's head, and slowly fed the water into her mouth. Qilua frowned, closed her eyes, and her face was full of pain. But when the water flowed into her mouth, her throat still swallowed subconsciously. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring, a warm current quickly spread in Qilua's body, and the burning pain caused by the whip marks was gradually subsiding. After a while, Qilua's brows gradually relaxed, and her eyelashes began to tremble slightly. Jiang Jinli put away the water, took out a wet towel and gently wiped Qilua's face. Shen Qingxi and Su Ranju looked at the scene, and their eyes could not help but show tenderness. Every subtle movement of Jiang Jinli was full of care and cherishment, which made people feel extremely warm and at ease. As the dirt on Qilua's face was wiped clean, the tough face with scars finally appeared clearly in front of several people. Jiang Jinli looked down at her, and found that Qilua was obviously much thinner than the last time they parted. She must have suffered a lot during this period. At this time, Qilua's eyes suddenly opened, her whole body tensed, and her eyes were full of vigilance and cold murderous intent at first. But when she saw that the person in front of her was Jiang Jinli, her body immediately relaxed, and the emotions in her eyes turned into joy and touching. Jiang Jinli saw her wake up and sighed softly, revealing a trace of pity in his tone. Alas, why didn't you protect yourself, but ended up like this? Qilua's nose was sour and her eyes were immediately wet when she heard these caring words. She lowered her eyes and answered in a hoarse and choked voice, I'm sorry, I'm so useless and embarrassed you. Chapter 118. After hearing this, Jiang Jinli felt helpless. Qilua didn't care about her own safety, but cared about these insignificant things. She was so stubborn. Jiang Jinli sternly retorted, Don't say that. You can save your life and wait for me to find you. In my heart, you are already good enough. Qilua looked at her, tears flashing in her eyes, and felt extremely warm and comfortable in her heart. Then, Qilua turned her gaze behind Jiang Jinli, and nodded to Shinqingxi. But when her eyes touched Su Runju, she was slightly stunned. Su Runju saw Qilua looking at her, and immediately introduced herself obediently. Sister Qilua, hello, my name is Su Runju. Qilua responded, hello. Su Runju showed a mouthful of neat white teeth, and looked at Qilua with a smile on his face. At this time, Jiang Jinli said to Qilua, Let's go out first. After we get rid of their leader, I will take good care of your wounds. She then asked with concern, Can you still walk? Qilua nodded gently. She leaned against the wall, and tried to stand up slowly. Although the wound no longer hurt, she still felt weak all over. As soon as she stood up, her steps were a little unstable, and her body swayed slightly. Jiang Jinli quickly supported her, letting Qilua's hand go around her neck and rest on her shoulders, while using the other hand to hold her waist steadily. I help you, let's go. Qilua smiled yes. After that, the four of them walked out of the parking lot together. Outside the gate of the underground parking lot, Yu Feng and Yu Shi, the brother and sister, hid aside, their faces full of anxiety and uneasiness, staring closely at the battle in the field. As soon as Jiang Jinli and the other two entered the parking lot, the four of them acted quickly, and quickly dealt with the villains at the door. After that, they stood guard at the door. But not long after, their leader Ding Yanlong came back with other men. So, another battle inevitably broke out. This was a contest between superpowers. Yu Feng knew that if he intervened rashly, he would undoubtedly seek his own death. He could only wait anxiously on the side, believing that Captain Jiang would come out soon. At this moment, Mu Yuan, Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing were fighting fiercely with Ding Yanlong's superpowers, and the battle had reached a fever pitch. Various superpower lights intertwined together, the scene was gorgeous and dangerous, and it was dazzling. Every collision of energy was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear the entire parking lot apart. Ding Yanlong himself stood on the back of a mighty mutant tiger, observing the battle on the field from a high position. There was a hint of heaviness and anger in his eyes. He had just returned from picking fruits from afar, and his heart was full of joy of celebration, but he unexpectedly discovered that his nest had been destroyed. This sudden change made Ding Yanlong furious. None of the patrol brothers at the door were spared, and all were killed, but these uninvited guests stood guard at the door. Their purpose, origin, everything was unknown, and it seemed mysterious. What made Ding Yanlong even more uneasy was that the hundreds of men in the parking lot were nowhere to be seen, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Although his heart was full of doubts and uneasiness, Ding Yanlong did not panic. He quickly organized the remaining manpower and launched a fierce attack. After Ding Yanlong placed the backpack containing precious fruits on the tiger's back, he also stood on the tiger's back and began to command the battle. As the battle intensified, waves of wailing continued to sound, pulling Ding Yanlong back to reality from his complicated thoughts. He watched his men fall one by one, and the anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption, and he could no longer contain it. Ding Yanlong no longer hesitated, and immediately blew the whistle. The beasts around received the order, and moved excitedly. They roared and charged. Ding Yanlong's eyes became cold, and there was a cruel smile on the corners of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. He firmly believed that in front of the huge herd of beasts he controlled, any powerful superpowers would become pale and powerless. The beasts rushed towards Mu Yuan and the other two like a tide, and almost in an instant, the three of them were surrounded by layers. Some of these beasts were as ferocious as lions, and some were as cunning as foxes, including tigers, wolves, mutant dogs, and other beasts of various shapes, and even vultures in the air. They hovered in the air, ready to launch a fatal attack. The beasts had bloodthirsty eyes and cruel faces. They roared at Mu Yuan and the other two, and then launched a fierce attack. Facing this group of cruel beasts, Mu Yuan and the other two did not show any fear on their faces. Although they had just experienced a fierce battle and were exhausted, the three of them were still full of fighting spirit. While taking out the crystal core to absorb and replenish energy, they activated their superpowers again and fought back in three directions. Mu Yuan's whole body was flashing with strong electricity, and he rushed into the beasts like thunder. As he swung the machete, he concentrated the electric current on the blade and rushed to the vital points of the beasts around him. Each attack was accompanied by a roar. Su Mingxing held a spear and flexibly shuttled among the beasts. His body was like a burning flame at this moment. "Come on, a group of beasts, watch me show you a spear." Su Mingxing kept stabbing with the spear in his hand, passing the flames into the bodies of each beast that was stabbed, causing them to roar and struggle in pain. Although Zhou Lian, whose ability was only level 2, it was enough to deal with this group of beasts. Sometimes he hit the beasts violently with a mace, smashing the beasts' bones. Sometimes he controlled the rocks on the ground to attack, and after hardening the rocks, let them fly towards the beasts like cannonballs, accurately hitting the target and causing huge damage. Under the fierce attack of the three people, these beasts had no upper hand at all. Gradually showing a trend of defeat, the beasts' shrill wails echoed around. Ding Yanlong watched from the side. The smile on his face had long gone, and a strong ominous premonition surged in his heart. He had to admit that the three men were too tenacious, and the fearless ruthlessness emanating from the three made him feel very difficult. Ding Yanlong couldn't help but start to wonder, these people were obviously outsiders. Why did they come to Anqing, a remote town? And they chose to cause trouble in his own territory. Ding Yanlong thought carefully, but he didn't remember that he had ever offended these people. But since they were so desperate, Ding Yanlong would never show mercy. He gritted his teeth and increased his control over the beast. The beasts under his control immediately became energetic, as if they had gained infinite power, and launched a fierce attack on the three again. Moreover, countless mutant animals joined the battle around them. Facing the endless stream of beasts, Mu Yuan and the other two also felt a headache. Their breathing gradually became disordered, and their physical strength was constantly consumed. Ding Yanlong laughed loudly, secretly happy in his heart. He thought that as long as this continued, the three people's abilities would be exhausted sooner or later, and then they would only become lambs to be slaughtered and at his mercy. But just when Ding Yanlong was complacent and thought he had won, the movements of the wild and untamable beasts suddenly became slow. Their eyes gradually lost focus, as if they were deprived of their will by an invisible force. In the end, all the beasts stopped attacking and just stood there stupidly, as if time had stopped at this moment. Ding Yanlong was shocked. What happened? He hurriedly tried to regain control of the beasts, but Ding Yanlong's orders fell on deaf ears and received no response. Just as Ding Yanlong was confused, he heard the fire-type supernatural excitedly shouting towards the parking lot gate, "Long live the boss!" Ding Yanlong's sight also turned to the gate, and when he saw the faces of the women clearly, he was stunned. But he had no time to care when these women entered the parking lot. Because Ding Yanlong's eyes were attracted by one of the women, that was Qilua, who was supported by Jiang Jinli. At this moment, Qilua was smiling at him with a mocking smile, which was full of contempt and disdain like a clown. Ding Yanlong immediately remembered what Qilua had said to him in the cell. He began to sweat coldly. Ding Yanlong instantly understood why this group of lunatics wanted to do this. It turned out that everything was for Qilua. They must have come to save her. Then, Ding Yanlong's eyes involuntarily turned to Jiang Jinli. Needless to say, she must have controlled the herd. After all, the aura emanating from this woman was too powerful and cold to be ignored. But how did she do it? Ding Yanlong deeply felt the oppression brought by Jiang Jinli, which was a kind of fear and powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Jiang Jinli's eyes were like ice, looking directly at Ding Yanlong. Her words were simple and full of deterrence. "I will chop you into pieces." Such a wicked person does not deserve to have a whole body. Ding Yanlong was shocked after hearing this, and hurriedly jumped off the tiger's back, releasing his superpowers with all his strength, and yelled at the beasts frantically, "Attack them all!" Ding Yanlong tried to use the beast to resist Jiang Jinli's next attack. But Jiang Jinli was calm, as if everything was under her control. She handed Qilua to Shinqingxi first, then stepped forward, her eyes turned cold, and her mental power shot out again, piercing the depths of the beasts controlled by Ding Yanlong. The beast's eyes were suddenly filled with confusion and pain. They began to twist and deform under the superpowers of Jiang Jinli and Ding Yanlong, as if they could not bear the extreme pull of the two forces. Finally, with a series of shrill wails, all the animals exploded at the same time. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, turning into piles of blurred blood and flesh fragments. The strong smell of blood filled the air, and the scene was so cruel that it made people's scalps numb. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden tragic scene. No! How is this possible? Ding Yanlong looked at all this in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. His face was unbelievable. His herd, his powerful strength, was easily destroyed by Jiang Jinli. Ding Yanlong turned to look at Jiang Jinli, his eyes full of fear. Her ability was too powerful and weird. Ding Yanlong realized that he had provoked an opponent he shouldn't have provoked, and his independent kingdom might end soon. His fighting method was mainly to control the herd, and now that he had lost them, he knew that his situation was precarious. Ding Yanlong immediately drew out his long sword, and his shaking hands tightly grasped the handle of the sword. When facing Jiang Jinli, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Jiang Jinli didn't say any extra nonsense, and didn't give Ding Yanlong any chance to breathe. She quickly dodged to Ding Yanlong's side, the sharp blade in her hand gleaming coldly. Her eyes were cold and murderous. Jiang Jinli moved around Ding Yanlong flexibly, cutting his flesh at an astonishing speed, blood splattering as the blade flashed. In just a moment, Ding Yanlong's whole body was soaked in blood and turned into a bloody man. Facing Jiang Jinli's fierce attack, Ding Yanlong's body gradually disintegrated in despair. He screamed in pain and struggled to resist with all his strength, but it was in vain, and all his struggles seemed so powerless. Finally, Jiang Jinli suddenly flashed in front of Ding Yanlong. Her eyes were extremely cruel, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she swung her knife and accurately cut across Ding Yanlong's crotch. Blood gushed out instantly, quickly dyeing Ding Yanlong's pants red. Ah! Ding Yanlong screamed heartbreakingly, his face twisted and deformed due to severe pain, his hands tightly covering his lower body, shouting hysterically. Before he could catch his breath, Jiang Jinli's second knife came swiftly and mercilessly split Ding Yanlong's abdomen. Blood splattered again, accompanied by a rustling sound, shocking. Ding Yanlong finally couldn't hold on, his knees bent, and he knelt on the ground, his mouth crooked, his whole body twitching violently, and blood foam overflowed from his mouth. He lowered his head and looked at his lower body, soaked in blood, and the shocking wounds on his abdomen. His pupil shrank suddenly, and he could only utter a weak groan. Oh no, don't! Ding Yanlong tried in vain to push the intestines back into his body with his trembling hands, hoping to save his dying life. But his abdomen had been completely cut open, and all his efforts were in vain. The severe pain, difficulty breathing and dizziness made Ding Yanlong clearly realize that he was near the end of his life. He looked up at the cold-blooded woman in front of him, and suddenly laughed, saying intermittently, "Ha ha! The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. I am convinced, and have nothing to say. 18 years later, I am still a hero. But it's a pity. I don't have the chance to taste a strong woman like you, which is a great regret in my life." Ha ha ha. Jiang Jinli ignored his arrogant words. His eyes were cold and resolute, and the blade swung out again like lightning, slashing towards his head at a rapid speed. Ding Yanlong's body exploded in response. Blood splattered, forming a blood mist, and the pieces of flesh scattered in the shocking pool of blood. The life of a generation of villains ended here. Chapter 119. Jiang Jinli's aura was like an invisible iron curtain, exuding a deadly sense of oppression. She held a sharp blade and stood among the fragments of corpses. She was surrounded by a sea of blood, and the scarlet liquid was glowing with a disgusting luster. However, Jiang Jinli's face was as calm as an ancient well, as if she was a messenger of hell who came to the world. This picture was enough to make any viewer's heart shudder. Dahua kept shuttling around, greedily absorbing the flesh and blood from the man's body. Until she drank enough and felt sleepy, she flew back to Jiang Jinli's wrist with satisfaction. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli lightly touched the bright red bracelet on her wrist that was transformed from vines. Then, she walked straight to the remains of the mutant tiger and bent down to pick up the backpack on the ground. Jiang Jinli opened the backpack and took out an exquisite box from it. Opening the lid of the box, I saw a black fruit lying quietly inside. Jiang Jinli's eyebrows slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, "It seems that her luck is really good." After putting the box into the space properly, Jiang Jinli took a step and walked towards the direction of Shinqingxi and others. At this time, the women in the parking lot came out one after another, supporting each other. There were many people, hundreds of them. Their clothes were stained with blood, which was a mixture of the blood of all the men, of course, including their own. Because they were trapped in the dark environment for a long time, they couldn't help but squint their eyes in the sudden strong light. After gradually adapting to the light, the bloody scene in front of them made them pale, and their legs weak, and some people even vomited uncontrollably. When they saw Jiang Jinli coming over, they all shrank back in fear. They didn't dare to look her in the eye. At the same time, Su Mingxing ran over happily and shouted excitedly, "Boss!" Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu also strode over and looked at her with a smile. Jiang Jinli nodded to the three of them. Then, she took out a motorhome from the space and placed it steadily on the street. She turned to Shinqingxi and Su Ranju and said, "You take Qilua to the car to rest first." After hearing this, the two of them supported the weak Qilua and walked towards the motorhome. Mu Yuan and the other two knew that Jiang Jinli still had something to say to the group of women, so they consciously walked aside to leave them enough private space. After everything was arranged, Jiang Jinli turned around and faced the group of women. Under Jiang Jinli's gaze, everyone felt inexplicably nervous. Although they were afraid of Jiang Jinli, they could not express their gratitude to her for saving them from the dire situation in words. It was Jiang Jinli who saved their trapped souls and gave them hope for rebirth. Everyone stammered, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. At this time, a woman bravely walked out of the crowd, her eyes bright, and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Jiang Jinli. "Thank you for saving us. You are all our great benefactors. Thank you very much." Jiang Jinli looked at her carefully and recognized that she was the first woman who rushed forward with a machete in the parking lot. She looked about 30 years old, with a dark complexion, a plump figure, and regular facial features, giving people a mature and majestic feeling. Jiang Jinli asked, "What's your name?" When the woman heard this question, she immediately smiled and answered, "My last name is Li. Because I am the second child in the family, everyone calls me Nyang." She paused. "I am just a rural person with little education, and I only have a little strength. I didn't expect that I would be caught by those beasts on the way to escape and find a base." Jiang Jinli actually felt a kind of boldness and tenacity that could not be ignored from her words, and couldn't help but praise her. "You are very strong." When Li Nyang heard the praise, her eyebrows relaxed and she laughed heartily. "Anyway, it's like this, but I don't want to die, so I can only look at it more openly. Just think of yourself as an empress. With so many men serving you for free, it's not a loss." There was a hint of bitterness in her laughter, but it also revealed a kind of relief from seeing through the world. Jiang Jinli's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of appreciation. Li Nyang is indeed a tough woman, and the open-minded mentality she possesses is difficult for many women to match. Then, Jiang Jinli glanced at the parking lot behind and said to Li Nyang, "There are a lot of supplies and water in the warehouse below. I will not take them away. They are all left for you to live." After hearing this, Li Nyang was stunned for a moment. Such precious supplies, Jiang Jinli was not moved at all. She was shocked beyond words. Li Nyang looked at Jiang Jinli, her lips were tight, and a trace of red appeared in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Jinli turned his eyes to the other women and said in a serious tone, "To survive in this world now, you must unite and rely on your own strength. The past is past, there is no need to dwell on it. I hope you can take up arms and protect yourself. There are several intact buildings in Anqing. You can build a shelter and resist the dangers from the outside world together. Considering that these women are in a weak physical condition and are not suitable for long-distance travel, and that the outside world is full of unknowns and dangers, staying in Anqing is undoubtedly their best choice. There are ready-made supplies and weapons here. If hundreds of people can unite, they are fully capable of surviving in this doomsday. Even if there are 1 or 2 escapees in Deng Yanlong's team, Jiang Jinli believes that they can deal with it." After hearing this, the women choked up and responded. Their families are gone, and every woman here is now alone. When they were worrying about how to go in the future, Jiang Jinli had already thought of a way out and arrangements for them. The group of beasts did hoard a lot of food. Even if they did not go to the outside world to find supplies, they could persist here for more than half a year. They looked at Jiang Jinli with gratitude and respect in their eyes. At this time, Jiang Jinli thought of something again, and then took out a large bag of medicine from the space, handed it to Li Nyang, and instructed, "These medicines, each of you must take them. The doomsday environment is not suitable for pregnancy." Li Nyang took the medicine, Her throat was choked, and she asked tremblingly, "Excuse me, what should we call you?" Jiang Jinli replied, "My last name is Jiang." The women said in unison, "Thank you, Captain Jiang." Although the voices were weak at first, as everyone joined in, the voices gradually became firmer, and they said again, "Captain Jiang, we will definitely be strong and live up to your kindness." "That's right, Captain Jiang." The feeling of gratitude spread among them. Jiang Jinli nodded slightly to them, and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Li Ernyang's voice sounded again, with a hint of expectation that was hard to conceal. "I don't know. Will we have a chance to see you again?" Jiang Jinli pondered for a moment, then turned his head, his eyes fell on Li Ernyang, and replied calmly, "In the future, I will come here again. If you are still alive, you can join my territory and serve me." Jiang Jinli knew in her heart that she would need more helpers in the future. If these women can show enough strength and courage, Jiang Jinli does not mind providing shelter and food and clothing. Moreover, Li Ernyang's tenacious personality also made Jiang Jinli quite admired. She believed that as long as she was properly trained, such a woman would definitely become one of her generals in future battles. Jiang Jinli thought of Yang Lily, whose life or death was unknown, so she added, "In the room below, there is a woman named Yang Lily. She is a little crazy now, so you need to be careful. If she wakes up, you can choose to take her in or let her go. It all depends on your decision." After saying this, Jiang Jinli turned around and walked towards the RV, leaving behind a resolute and upright back. She had said everything she should have said. Next, life or death depends on the luck of these women. If they can't even grasp such an opportunity, then perhaps they are really not suitable to survive in the Doomsday. Death, for them, is not a kind of relief. Li Ernyang and other women were shocked when they heard Jiang Jinli's promise. They never expected that Jiang Jinli would give them such an opportunity. Then, they cried with joy, and their hearts were surging. They would naturally remain vigilant about Yang Lily, but they would also make appropriate decisions based on Jiang Jinli's suggestions. Jiang Jinli's words brought them a glimmer of hope, and ignited new hope in this cruel doomsday. The women present knelt down one after another, their eyes blurred with tears, and their faces were filled with piety and gratitude. They bowed their heads, their eyes full of admiration, and expressed their most sincere gratitude in unison. "Thank you, Captain Jiang. We will try our best to survive, and wait for you to come back again." "Thank you very much, Captain Jiang, goodbye." As soon as Jiang Jinli came to the RV, he saw Mu Yuan, Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu standing in front of the car and talking with Yu Feng and his sister. Seeing her approaching, Yu Feng and Yushi hurried forward. Yu Feng's eyes were filled with tears, and his tone was full of gratitude. "Captain Jiang, really, we don't know how to thank you. During this journey, Jiang Jinli saved them 3 times. This deep kindness, they may not be able to repay it completely even if they work hard for their whole lives." Yushi burst into tears. "Captain Jiang, how can we repay your kindness?" For her as a woman, Jiang Jinli is not only the person who gave her a new life, but also the existence of a reborn parent. Jiang Jinli glanced at them lightly. "No need to thank you. You can now choose to stay in Anqing or go to other places." Yu Feng asked eagerly, "Captain Jiang, do we have a chance to serve you?" Jiang Jinli pondered for a moment, but did not directly refuse. "It depends on how long you can live." After speaking, she turned around and got in the car. Seeing this, Mu Yuan and the other 2 quickly followed. After a while, the RV started and slowly drove away, heading towards the unknown distance. Yushi came back to his senses, quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at the car going farther and farther away, and smiled brightly. "Brother." Captain Jiang agreed. Yu Feng heard this and smiled. "Yes, we must try our best to survive, both to repay Captain Jiang and for ourselves." The 2 smiled at each other. Jiang Jinli gave them not only a chance to live, but also a belief. For them, Jiang Jinli's existence has surpassed a simple lifesaver. It has become a symbol of hope. Chapter 120. It has been half a month since we left Anqing. The journey was peaceful, and we did not encounter any forces from the base. We did meet a lot of survivors, but due to information blockage, we did not get any valuable information from them. In this case, the difficulty of blindly searching for the base has undoubtedly increased a lot. Just today, when Jiang Jinli and his party were about to step into the territory of Ningxing, they were intercepted by a group of uninvited guests at the fork in the road. This group of people blocked the road with vehicles in all directions. 20 or 30 men, women, old and young stood in front of the RV, holding various weapons, and threatened Jiang Jinli and his party fiercely. "What, didn't you hear it? If you don't want to die, get out of the car. The leader roared loudly, with cruel and greedy light in his eyes. That's right, hurry up. Hand over the supplies. Get out of the car quickly. Others also shouted. Their hair was greasy, their skin was dry and gray, and their expressions were tired and crazy. The cracked lips kept uttering curses and threats, as if they had already put life and death aside, and their eyes were fixed on the RV, revealing greed and desire that could not be concealed. This group of people are wanderers in the end of the world. They have no fixed place to live, and they wander around. Once the resources of a city are exhausted, they will immediately move to the next city like a hungry wolf pack. They have rich experience in surviving in the wild, disdain to join any base, and are unwilling to be bound by any form of constraints and restrictions. Today, they came across Jiang Jinli's RV at a fork in the road. The cleanliness of the car body is as if it has been washed by water every day, which is particularly eye-catching in the desolation of the end of the world. The people in the car were all very neat and energetic, which was undoubtedly an extremely rare sight in the Doomsday. Obviously, they had precious water sources, or there were water-based superpowers in the team. This immediately aroused the greed and jealousy in the hearts of the wanderers. They immediately surrounded Jiang Jinli's RV, trying to use the advantage of numbers, and the power of 3 superpowers, to force them to hand over the water source. The leading man's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed madly, "Get off the car, water, water! Hand over all the water quickly!" Jiang Jinli and his group watched coldly, and their eyes revealed disdain and indifference to these greedy people. Since these people chose to seek their own death, she didn't mind sending them off. Jiang Jinli looked at Qilua and ordered calmly, "Qilua, you do it." Qilua was playing with her flying knife at the moment. Hearing this, she raised her eyes, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She responded hoarsely, "Okay." Qilua held a flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing in her hand. The blade flashed coldly in the sun, and a layer of light black mist was diffused on it. This black mist is highly corrosive, and touching it will kill you. This is her awakened ability. Corrosive ability. After leaving Anqing, Jiang Jinli quickly cured Qilua's injuries. After recovering from the injury, she asked Qilua to choose one of the several ability fruits to awaken. Qilua did not hesitate at all and decisively chose the strange black fruit that she took from Deng Tianlong's bag. After she ate the fruit, she soon awakened the creepy corrosive ability. This ability is extremely corrosive, even more than concentrated sulfuric acid, which greatly improved Qilua's strength. She was very satisfied with it. Along the way, Qilua kept practicing her flying knife skills, combining the corrosive power with the flying knife to form her own unique fighting style. Now, her flying knife skills have reached perfection, and every knife is accurate. Both the speed and strength have reached an amazing level. Qilua walked out of the RV, came outside, and coldly faced this group of Ronin in the end of the world. A flash of cold light flashed in her eyes, and before the leading man spoke again, Qilua quickly pulled out the flying knife and threw it hard. The flying knife shot out like an arrow from a string, drew an arc in the air, and instantly pierced the heart of the leading man. The speed was so fast that he could not dodge. The man immediately let out a shrill scream, and black mist emerged from his wound and spread rapidly. His body was completely wrapped in this corrosive mist in a very short time. His skin began to fester, and his muscles gradually dissolved. But in a moment, he turned into a pool of blood. Such a strange way of death is really frightening. Jiang Jinli folded his arms, leaned on the seat, and watched the scene with interest. Qilua used her superpowers just right, and her superpowers matched her personality. Jiang Jinli could already imagine that when Qilua raised her corrosive superpowers to a high level in the future, the power would be extremely terrifying. Qilua did not stop. She drew out the flying knife again, and aimed at the other men who spoke wildly. Her movements were swift and accurate, and each knife hit the target's head or heart directly. The black mist instantly eroded the human body, and with a series of shrill screams, they instantly turned into a pool of pus. Not good. Oh my god. Ghosts. Everyone run. The other wanderers finally reacted. They were horrified and screamed at the top of their lungs. Men, women, old and young were so scared that they immediately climbed into the car in a panic. They drove away while screaming, as if there were ghosts chasing them. In just a few breaths, except for a few pools of blood, the road returned to silence. Qilua glanced at the pile of corpses on the ground, and sat back in the car without changing her expression. The RV started and drove towards Mingxing again. Su Mingxing turned his head to look at Qilua and explained, "Qilua, your corrosion ability is really powerful. It is simply hard to defend against." Mu Yuan nodded in agreement, indeed. The others also echoed. Su Ruinju's big eyes sparkled with envy, and her tone was full of admiration. Yes, Sister Chilua, your special ability is so cool, unlike mine. When everyone heard Su Ruinju mention her special ability, their expressions suddenly became strange. Many people couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere in the RV instantly became relaxed and joyful. Chilua looked at Su Ruinju gently. Su Mingxing smiled and joked, Ruinju, your special ability is actually quite powerful, it's simply an all-rounder. Zhou Lian, who comforted her, his tone serious. That's right, Ruinju, your special ability will definitely be much stronger than ours in the later stage. Mu Yuan couldn't help teasing her. You have chosen this super rare special ability, it seems you are lucky. Shin Qingxi said seriously, your special ability combines speed, strength, and agility, which others can't envy. Su Ruinju's face turned red due to shyness. She lowered her eyes, and said softly, really? But if it's really that good, why are you still laughing? After hearing this, everyone laughed again. Chilua looked at her and explained, because our Ruinju is so cute, everyone couldn't help laughing. Yes! Everyone laughed and agreed. Su Ruinju's face was so red that it almost dripped blood. She immediately stood up and squeezed between Shin Qingxi and Jiang Jinli, hugged Jiang Jinli's arm, buried her face in her shoulder, and said coquettishly, Sister Li, they all laughed at me. Jiang Jinli smiled at the corner of her mouth and lowered her eyes to look at Su Ruinju. She saw that her whole neck was red. It was obvious that she was very thin-skinned. She patted Su Ruinju's back gently and comforted him. No one laughs at you, they really think your ability is cute. Su Ruinju looked up and stared at Jiang Jinli, her eyes full of expectation. Do you think so too, Sister Li? Can I really become very powerful in the future? Hearing this, Jiang Jinli's expression became serious, and she earnestly assured, of course, as long as you master your ability, no one will be your opponent. Imagine that you can switch freely between strength and speed. This unpredictable way of attack will catch anyone off guard. She then added, moreover, in the future you can fly to the sky anytime and anywhere, which is an ability that many people dream of. There is no need to be shy, you must believe in yourself and work hard to improve to a high level. Su Ruinju widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He was stunned by what he heard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Jiang Jinli's words made sense. Her ability is indeed rare and unique, which also means that she has great potential. Thinking that she can still fly in the sky in the future, Su Ruinju's heart is suddenly full of expectations, and the sense of shame also dissipates. She immediately laughed, her tone full of determination. Well, Sister Li is right, I will work hard to upgrade and practice more. Then, she leaned on Jiang Jinli's shoulder, looked at Su Mingxing and others in front of her, and became generous and frank. Laugh, laugh, laugh as much as you want, I won't be shy. The laughter of the crowd became more and more cheerful. They felt that Su Ruinju was more and more lovely, and her ability and her personality complemented each other, which made people laugh. The type of Su Ruinju's ability was known in an unexpected breakthrough a few days ago. That day, they chose to rest and reorganize in a bungalow, and absorb the crystal core energy collected during the day. Su Ruinju also sat aside, concentrating on trying to absorb the crystal core, hoping to break through the barrier of the second level. As night fell, Su Ruinju's efforts were finally rewarded. She felt an unprecedented power surging in her body. She knew that she had successfully broken through the second level. However, this joy did not last long, because Su Ruinju suddenly experienced a jaw-dropping change. Her body began to shrink, and at the same time, soft hair suddenly grew out of her skin, her ears began to grow longer and pointed, and her tail suddenly appeared. This change was rapid and drastic. So much so that Su Ruinju almost instantly changed from a living human to a cute little white rabbit. This sudden change shocked everyone. They looked at the scene in front of them in surprise, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Su Ruinju was so scared that she burst into tears. She watched her hands turn into furry little paws, and her feet turn into little rabbit feet. She felt incredible and confused about her ability. She could never have imagined that her ability was so strange, so unexpected. Jiang Jinli was also shocked by Su Ruinju's strange changes. After all, this scene was too fantasy and incredible. But she immediately calmed down and began to observe and analyze this phenomenon carefully. Soon, she suddenly realized that Su Ruinju's ability was a rare transformation system. This ability allows Su Ruinju to turn into other creatures under certain circumstances and have their unique characteristics and abilities. At that time, Jiang Jinli held the Su Ruinju brand bunny in his arms, and after carefully sensing it for a moment, he understood the reason. It should be that Su Ranju absorbed too much energy from the crystal core, causing the energy in her body to be too full, which in turn caused the disorder of her superpowers to go out of control, making her unable to control her transformation ability. After understanding the reason, Jiang Jinli immediately began to comfort the little rabbit, and used her mental power to slowly guide the chaotic energy in Su Ranju's body. After a few minutes of hard work, Su Ranju finally turned back to her human appearance. After turning back to human, Su Ranju immediately ran back to the room and hid with her head covered. She felt very shy and had no face to see anyone. Fortunately, with Jiang Jinli's kind words of comfort and the encouragement of everyone, Su Ranju slowly accepted her superpowers. Although this superpower is a bit strange and unexpected, it is Su Ranju's own choice, and she can't refuse to accept it. After a few days of hard training, Su Ranju became more and more familiar with her transformation skills, and was able to control her superpowers freely. She found that she could transform into a half-human, half-animal figure, with animal ears and tails on her body, and her body would become longer and bigger, which made her feel both novel and excited. Whenever she transformed into an animal, she could magically master the characteristics of the animal. For example, when she transformed into a cat, her body would shrink, while having the agility and flexibility of a cat, and when she transformed into a tiger, her body would grow larger, showing the ferocity and strength of a tiger. This change not only made her more changeable and unpredictable in battle, but also made Su Ranju's appearance strange and beautiful, exuding an indescribable evil charm. Because of this, the scene in the car just now happened. Amid laughter and joy, the vehicle slowly drove into Ningxing. Chapter 121. After the vehicle entered Ningxing, everyone searched the city carefully. However, nothing was found. This Ningxing has completely become a zombie nest. There is no sign that any survivors have established a base here, and even no trace of a living person has been found. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone decided to clean up a house in a remote area of Ningxing and prepare to stay there for one night. They planned to leave Ningxing early the next morning and continue on their way. As night fell, Xiaohua patrolled and played outside the gate, bringing a rare vitality to the dead environment around. After dinner, it was still early, so everyone sat together and played table games. The atmosphere was quite warm. Because of the continuous journey in the past few days, everyone was in a tense state, and Jiang Jinli often reminded everyone to relax in time. At this time, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Everyone's eyes were cast in the direction of the bathroom at the same time, and the movements in their hands stopped subconsciously. Jiang Jinli walked out of the misty bathroom. Her graceful figure astonished everyone, and they forgot to speak for a moment. She was wearing a simple bathrobe, and the loose fabric still couldn't hide her tall and graceful figure, and every step she took was elegant and calm. Her usually tightly tied black hair was now draped over her shoulders, like silk. There were still a few drops of wet water hanging on it, which made her skin look even whiter. Compared with her usual calm and strong image, she showed a softness that matched her age with her hair down. Her face was white and rosy, her eyes were full of water, her nose was high, and her lips were naturally rosy. The whole person is like an exquisite porcelain doll. There is a faint fragrance in the air, which is the breath left after her bath, fresh and pleasant. Jiang Jinli walked slowly to the middle of the crowd and sat down. When she looked up and saw that everyone was staring at her blankly, she asked lazily, "Why don't you play anymore? Why are you looking at me?" Su Mingxing couldn't help but blurt out, with a tone full of admiration, "Nothing, it's just that you are so beautiful, boss." The other people also looked at Jiang Jinli with admiration, as if she was a work of art, which made people admire her endlessly. Su Ranju expressed her love directly. She hugged Jiang Jinli's arm tightly, looked up, with surprise and joy in her eyes, and said bluntly, "Sisterly, you are so beautiful, I really like you." Hearing this, Jiang Jinli raised the corners of her mouth slightly and teased, "So you are still at face control? If I am not beautiful, will you not like me?" Su Ranju shook her head quickly and answered eagerly, "Of course not. No matter what Sisterly becomes, I will like her." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere became more relaxed and happy. Then, Jiang Jinli also joined the game, and played a few games of poker and chess together. But soon after, she went upstairs first on the pretext of wanting to rest. Several men were careless, and didn't notice anything unusual. After all, Jiang Jinli always went back to her room early to rest. However, the careful Qilua noticed the difference in Jiang Jinli. Although her emotions seemed stable, Qilua's female intuition told her that Jiang Jinli seemed absent-minded and depressed. Looking at Jiang Jinli's back, Qilua inexplicably felt a sense of loneliness, which made her heart tighten involuntarily. Qilu immediately stood up and prepared to catch up, but found that Shinqingxi had stood up before her and followed Jiang Jinli directly. Seeing this, Qilua could only slowly sit back in her original position. "Qilua, it's your turn. Why are you in a daze?" The voice next to her reminded her. "Okay." Qilua responded, retracted her sight, and continued to play cards absent-mindedly. Shinqingxi came to Jiang Jinli's room and found that the door was not locked. She pushed it lightly and it opened. She stepped into the room and saw the person sitting at the head of the bed at a glance. The moonlight shone through the half-closed curtains, spreading silvery white spots throughout the bedroom. Jiang Jinli sat quietly with her back against the head of the bed. Her figure looked particularly lonely and desolate under the moonlight. One leg was straight and resting on the soft bed sheet, while the other leg was lightly bent, showing an inadvertent elegance. Her hands were on her knees, and her fingertips were tapping unconsciously, as if she was thinking about something. Her head was slightly tilted to the window, and her expression revealed deep longing. The moonlight shone on Jiang Jinli's fair face, reflecting the melancholy flashing in her eyes. When Shinqingxi saw this scene, an indescribable softness and cherishment surged in her heart. As the spiritual pillar of the team, Jiang Jinli always showed a strong attitude. Her calmness and stability gave the team endless sense of security. She had never shown her fragility in front of anyone. Even if she was in a bad mood, she always endured it alone, just like now. Jiang Jinli's strength always makes people forget that she also had moments of confusion and fatigue. Shinqingxi's tenderness in her heart turned into action, and she closed the door. Then she quickly walked to the bedside and carefully sat next to Jiang Jinli. She reached out her hand and gently embraced Jiang Jinli in her arms, letting her head rest on her shoulder with peace of mind. Jiang Jinli's body stiffened slightly at first, but Shinqingxi's arms were warm and comfortable, and she soon relaxed, as if all her fatigue was released at this moment. Shinqingxi gently stroked Jiang Jinli's hair, full of love and care. She knew that the only concern in Jiang Jinli's heart was Jiang Shuman, the person who gave her a second life. In this period of no news and no purpose of searching, Jiang Jinli seemed calm on the surface, but how could she not be anxious in her heart? Shinqingxi couldn't find the right words to comfort her, so she could only use her arms to let Jiang Jinli feel her presence and know that she was not alone. She said gently, "I believe that we will get news about the base and your sister soon." Jiang Jinli asked, "Really?" Shinqingxi smiled and replied, "Of course." Then, Shinqingxi slowly helped Jiang Jinli lie down, then bent down and gently massaged her temples. Her tone was full of care. "You need to relax, don't always be so tense. Don't think too much, you have to believe in your sister's ability." Jiang Jinli listened to her gentle tone and suddenly smiled. "In the past, every time I came back from exercise, my sister often gave me a massage." Shinqingxi's hand paused slightly and comforted again. "We will find her soon." Jiang Jinli looked at her and replied softly, "Well." At this moment, Shinqingxi accidentally noticed that there was a red mark under Jiang Jinli's collarbone. She reached out curiously, lifted the cloth on Jiang Jinli's chest, and found a red moon-shaped birthmark under her collarbone. This birthmark was particularly eye-catching on Jiang Jinli's fair skin. It was like an artist skillfully adding a stroke on a perfect canvas. Not only did it not destroy the overall beauty, but it added a different kind of charm. Usually no one saw it because of the clothes. Shinqingxi subconsciously asked, "This birthmark?" Jiang Jinli glanced at it, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "It was born with it, and can't be removed. This birthmark is the only trace left after recovery from the illness." It seems to remind Jiang Jinli of her past experiences all the time. But Shinqingxi said seriously, "This mark looks good, and looks very special." Jiang Jinli looked at her serious look, and couldn't help but smile. Then, she moved to the side to make some space, and at the same time took Shinqingxi's hand and whispered, "Stay with me for a while, okay?" Shinqingxi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Jiang Jinli to show such a soft side in front of her. Shinqingxi felt a little nervous for some reason, but she still lay beside Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli slowly reached out his hand, hugged Shinqingxi's waist, leaned his face against her collarbone, and whispered softly, "Qingxi, I miss my sister." Chapter 122. Shinqingxi was hugged, her body stiffened, but she heard the yearning in Jiang Jinli's voice. She was also moved. But she did not say anything, just patted Jiang Jinli's back slowly, conveying warmth and comfort in her own way. Shinqingxi understood that Jiang Jinli's fragility at the moment was only temporary, and all she needed was simple companionship and understanding. Under Shinqingxi's gentle comfort, Jiang Jinli's anxiety gradually began to ease. At this time, Jiang Jinli raised his head from her arms, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled at the corners of his mouth, saying jokingly, "Why are you so tense? Why are you being so polite to me? Relax a little." Shin Qingxi looked into her eyes, his face stiffened slightly, and then he answered seriously, "Okay. It's just a little unaccustomed. After all, no one has hugged me like this in my life." Seeing her like this, Jiang Jinli's heart softened, and he inexplicably had the desire to talk to her. She spoke slowly, with a hint of nostalgia and emotion in her voice. "My sister raised me with great effort, wasted half of her life on me, and put me first in everything. As a result, the interpersonal relationships around her are very simple. It can be said that I am her everything and only support." Jiang Jinli didn't know what interesting thing she thought of, and laughed. "Qingxi, do you know? My sister is sometimes more childish than you. She will act coquettishly with me, and once she gets angry, she will not eat. Every time I will coax her and feed her." As the conversation deepened, Jiang Jinli's smile gradually subsided, a trace of moisture flashed in her eyes, and her tone could not hide the gloom and self-blame. "But now I have lost my sister. I am not by her side to protect her, and I don't know if she is doing well now. I am very worried that she will get hurt and be bullied." Shin Qingxi took over and comforted her. "How can you be blamed for this? Natural disasters are ruthless and things in the world are unpredictable. Your sister must be blaming herself more than you now. Besides, she loves you so much that she will definitely protect herself." Shin Qingxi had been observing her expression. Seeing that Jiang Jinli was getting more and more depressed, she knew that she couldn't let her immerse herself in self-blame. So she immediately tried to change the subject. "By the way, what does your sister look like? Is she very beautiful?" Jiang Jinli's mind was pulled away with this sentence, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Well, my sister has been beautiful since she was a child." She recalled and continued, "When I was a child, there were several boys who fought for being the same table with my sister. But my sister matured early, and thought they were too childish and very annoying. Most of them sat alone." Shin Qingxi smiled, and suddenly a trace of curiosity arose in her heart. She asked for some reason, "You have grown up so big, haven't you ever liked anyone?" She herself didn't know why she asked this kind of question, which seemed insignificant in the background of the end of the world today, perhaps out of pure curiosity about her past. Jiang Jinli was stunned when he heard the words, and looked up at her, with a rare look of confusion in his eyes. She asked back, "Like? Do you mean the relationship between men and women?" Shin Qingxi nodded slowly. Jiang Jinli's expression revealed disdain, and her tone became cold. "Never. I don't understand what kind of feeling that is, and I don't want to experience it. I don't want men, and I don't need someone to stand by my side." But she quickly softened her voice. "I don't need other strangers in my life, having a sister is enough." She glanced at Shin Qingxi and added, "Of course, there are you now." Shin Qingxi smiled after hearing this. "Yes, that's right, no one is worthy of you. We will all be with you." She promised again. "It is said that sincerity can make your wish come true. Maybe it won't be long before we can get news about your sister at the next stop." Jiang Jinli smiled. "I hope your words can come true. If so, you are my lucky star." "Okay, I will be your lucky star." Shin Qingxi patted Jiang Jinli's back and tried to coax her to sleep, saying softly, "It's late, go to bed, have a good sleep, and everything will be fine when you wake up." As Shin Qingxi whispered and comforted her, Jiang Jinli's mood gradually calmed down. Her eyes slowly closed, her body relaxed, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. Shin Qingxi stared at Jiang Jinli's sleeping face quietly for a moment, then stopped patting her hands, slowly got up from her arms, and carefully tucked the quilt for her. Then, she used her supernatural power to adjust the temperature of the room to a suitable and comfortable level. After completing all these arrangements, Shin Qingxi quietly moved to the door, paused for a moment, looked back at Jiang Jinli, sighed softly, then pushed the door open and left quietly. As soon as she closed the door and turned around, Shin Qingxi saw Qiluo leaning against the corner with her hands clasped in front of her chest, as if she had been waiting here for a long time. Shin Qingxi put away the gentleness on her face, her expression became serious, and she asked, "Don't play anymore?" Qiluo nodded and replied, "Yeah." She glanced across the room and asked with concern, "How is she?" Shin Qingxi responded, "I've already gone to bed, and my mood will be restored tomorrow. Let's go, it's our turn to keep watch tonight." Then, the two walked downstairs side by side. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight sprinkled on the earth, the RV roared and drove quickly outside Ningqing like an awakened beast. However, just when it was about to leave Ningqing, Jiang Jinli suddenly stopped the car. "What's wrong?" everyone asked in confusion, casting doubtful eyes. Jiang Jinli's eyes were fixed on a fork road going up, and she said to everyone, "Go up, there are supernatural fruits in the mountains." She had already felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the deep mountains in the distance. When they heard this, the eyes of several people in the car lit up instantly, and they curiously stuck their heads out and observed the surroundings. This path winds upward, located on the outskirts of Ningxing, with weeds on both sides. In the distance, an unknown mountain looked majestic and heavy under the dazzling sunlight. The rolling mountains are like a natural barrier, silently guarding Ningxing. Mu Yuan turned the car around without saying anything and drove towards the narrow dirt road. At first, the RV could barely move forward on this rugged dirt road, but as it gradually climbed, the mutant plants around it became more and more lush, gradually blocking the way for the vehicle. Faced with this scene, everyone had no choice but to get off the car and walk up the mountain instead. Due to the scorching heat, Xiaohua was unwilling to stay outside. It curled up into a ball, sticking out its tongue from time to time, looking a little weak. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli immediately put it into the space so that it could rest. The tall plants blocked the sunlight, making the road look gloomy and hot. But the crowd didn't care about these discomforts. Instead, they were relaxed as if they were on a picnic. When they reached a steeper section of the road, Jiang Jinli's expression suddenly changed. She stopped and immediately shouted to everyone, "There is something, retreat quickly." Everyone reacted quickly and immediately scattered, observing the surroundings vigilantly. At this moment, the place where they were originally standing suddenly shook violently. It seemed that a huge creature was approaching rapidly underground, with an irresistible force. Then, after a deafening roar, a huge insect suddenly broke out of the ground. The tall plants around collapsed under this impact, and were pushed to the east and west, and the surrounding environment instantly became empty. The sunlight fell from the gap between the tree branches, just shining on the huge body of the giant insect, making people feel a strong pressure. Seeing this, several people hurriedly retreated and stayed away from the monster. Su Mingxing looked up, his heartbeat quickened, and he exclaimed, "Oh my god! What is this thing? How can it be so big?" Su Ranju also opened his eyes wide, staring at the giant insect blankly, muttering, "It's so big. What a disgusting insect." In front of this underground giant insect, they seemed particularly small. The giant insect was about 10 meters long and huge, like a moving hill. Its body was dark red. The surface was covered with an extremely strong shell, rough and hard, as if no attack could penetrate this natural armor. It had dozens of legs underneath. The head had sharp mouth parts and countless slender tentacles, which kept twisting and exuded a disgusting stench. It makes people want to vomit. The giant insect's eyes flashed with a dark green light, revealing a cruel and cold breath. It looked down at Jiang Jinli and others, and suddenly, it let out a deafening roar. The voice was full of excitement and anticipation for the delicious food that was about to be in hand. Jiang Jinli observed this disgusting monster with disdain in her eyes. She thought, "I don't know what kind of stink bug mutated, it was so huge and ugly." However, it came at the right time, just in time to exercise everyone's superpowers. So Jiang Jinli quickly made arrangements. Her voice was serious and powerful. "Ranju, you attract the attention of this insect. Mu Yuan, Mingxing and Dahu, you focus on attacking its softest abdomen. Qingxi and Qilua, you focus on attacking its head from a distance. Make sure to get rid of this insect in the shortest time. Do you understand?" Everyone's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Responded in unison, "Understood." Then, they dispersed and attacked the giant insect from different directions. Seeing that the group of people were not afraid at all, but took the initiative to attack, the giant insect was extremely angry. It opened its huge mouth, showing its sharp teeth, and pounced on them. Su Ranju waved her axe. She rushed forward first. Under the influence of the supernatural power, Su Ranju's body underwent amazing changes. Her fingertips grew sharp claws, her ears became sharp, and a flexible and powerful tail suddenly grew behind her. Patterns similar to cat patterns appeared on her skin, adding a sense of mystery to her. In a blink of an eye, she turned into a half-cat person. In this state, she has extraordinary speed, agility, and perception. Su Ranju quickly approached the giant insect, swung the axe, and slashed at its feet. One of the giant insect's feet was broken, and it screamed, then turned around and used its tentacles and long feet to fiercely counterattack Su Ranju. But after Su Ranju succeeded in one blow, she dodged quickly at an astonishing speed. She flexibly used her speed and agility to carry out a series of rapid strikes and dodges, effectively distracting the giant insect's attention. At the same time, Su Mingxing, Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu continued to use their supernatural powers to attack the giant insect's most vulnerable abdomen, causing its body to tremble continuously. Shen Qingxi and Qiluo were on the periphery, attacking the giant insect from a distance. Shen Qingxi's arrows streaked through the sky like meteors, accurately hitting the giant insect's head. Qiluo's corrosive blades made the giant insect's head look like it was eroded by acid rain, bloody and blurred. Everyone moved quickly around the giant insect, constantly changing positions, making it hard for the giant insect to defend itself. They cooperated perfectly, and each attack made the giant insect weaker. In an instant, the abdomen and head of the giant insect had turned into mud, and its huge body became a fatal weakness at this moment. Obviously, this giant insect is an underground creature. It may be able to shuttle freely in the soil, but its movement speed is greatly affected on the surface. It struggled angrily, and the tall mutant plants around it were overturned one by one. But this could not stop the fierce attacks from all directions. The giant insect immediately realized that it did not check the almanac before going out today, and the food in front of it was obviously not available, and it might even die because of it. It let out an unwilling roar, and then prepared to drill into the ground to escape. Jiang Jinli had been closely observing the movements of the giant insect. When the giant insect tried to escape, she immediately ordered Zhou Lianhu, "Dahu, stop it." "Understood, Captain." Zhou Lianhu responded immediately. He then shouted at the giant insect, "You beast, don't even think about running away." Then, Zhou Lianhu pressed his palm hard on the ground, and his supernatural power was fully activated at this moment. Chapter 123. As Zhou Lianhu's ability was activated, the soft ground began to undergo amazing changes. The land became as hard as iron, as if invisible stones were surging and condensing under the ground. This change spread to the surroundings at a very fast speed, and the ground began to tremble. Every inch of the land was undergoing a transformation. The original gravel and soil were pulled and squeezed by an invisible force, gradually condensing into hard stone slabs. These stone slabs were closely connected, like a super huge iron armor, covering the originally soft land. Seeing this, the giant insect screamed continuously. It found that it could no longer drill into the ground, and suddenly felt extremely desperate. The giant insect's eyes flashed with resentful light, as if it wanted to devour all these humans. But it had no chance. Everyone increased the intensity of the attack again, and sharp arrows and flying knives shot at its eyes. At the same time, its abdomen was also smashed by Mu Yuan and the other two. A desperate and painful scream sounded, full of unwillingness and resentment. Bang! A loud noise. The giant insect's huge body finally couldn't hold up anymore, and it fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a while, its body rotted into a pool of blood, and the stench filled the air, leaving only a glowing crystal core. Everyone stood in different positions of the blood pile, looked at each other, and then laughed heartily. This moment of fighting side by side with a partner made people feel an inexplicable surge of emotion. Only when facing such a huge enemy, they had the opportunity to work as a team, showing an attack mode and tacit understanding that was rarely seen in normal days. After the surroundings returned to silence, Su Ranju ran to Jiang Jinli with a smile on her face and a little playfulness. She looked up at Jiang Jinli and asked expectantly, "Sisterly, what do you think of my performance just now?" Jiang Jinli lowered her eyes and stared at the wild kitten in front of her. Su Ranju's eyes turned into a clear blue at this moment, which was very charming. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her furry ears, giving her a positive answer, "Great." Su Ranju's tail swayed happily. She moved her ears and smiled. She found that once she got used to this transformation, it felt pretty good. The experience brought by the amplification of the whole body's senses was very unique, allowing her to feel the charm of the battle more deeply. Su Ranju slowly put away her supernatural power, and after a moment, the cat-like characteristics on her body gradually faded and returned to her original appearance. Jiang Jinli's eyes immediately turned to the pool of blood. She walked over and picked up the crystal core on the ground. Everyone took the opportunity to take a short break, drink some water, adjust their equipment and mood, and then continue to move forward on the mountain. When they reached the middle of the mountain, the originally quiet atmosphere of the mountain forest was suddenly broken. Heavy footsteps, and the sound of leaves being trampled suddenly sounded all around. Then, a group of people holding sticks rushed out from all directions, and quickly surrounded Jiang Jinli and others. Jiang Jinli and others thought that this was another group of ignorant robbers, who blocked the road and robbed. However, when they saw the appearance of this group of people clearly, everyone was stunned. The clothes of this group of people were tattered and dirty. Their skin became dry and cracked due to hunger and malnutrition, and their bodies were so thin that it seemed as if their skeletons were about to penetrate the loose skin. Their cheeks were sunken, their cheekbones were protruding, and their eyes were sunken in their eye sockets, revealing a crazy look. Mu Yuan frowned and wondered, why are these people so strange? Su Mingxing also looked disgusted and said contemptuously, they are so skinny and want to rob people, aren't they looking for death? Shen Qingxi and Qilua looked at each other, and were also puzzled. Jiang Jinli glanced around and asserted firmly, they are not here to rob. When Su Mingxing and others were about to ask again, they were interrupted by the hoarse and vicious curses suddenly uttered by this group of people. How can this group of people be so clean? They are simply sinners. You are defying God's will, and will go to the 18th level of hell. Sinners are not worthy to step into this place. People who are immersed in material desires and full of sins. You need to be blessed and purified by the Lord of Light. You are even dirtier than the devil. You are the devil himself. They pointed their bony fingers at Jiang Jinli and others, their eyes revealing fanaticism and malice, as if they wanted to devour people. Su Mingxing and others looked at each other when they heard these words, and they were all at a loss for what to do with such embarrassing and neurotic remarks. Su Runju asked Jiang Jinli with disgust in his eyes, Sisterly, what's wrong with this group of people? Are they crazy? Why are they cursing for no reason? Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said 4 words slowly, cult, brainwashing. Everyone's expression froze instantly. It turned out to be a brainwashing organization, which several people had only heard of but never seen with their own eyes. They originally thought that no one would be stupid enough to believe the brainwashing of the cult, but the appearance of this group of people in front of them made them understand. In the desperate Doomsday, it is really easy for people in this organization to control the thoughts of ordinary people. Looking at this group of people, I just feel extremely sad. Now that these people have lost their own thoughts, what is the difference between them and the dead? The scolding of the believers gradually stopped, and then they began to gather together to discuss. It seems that they are the people possessed by evil spirits as mentioned by the Venerable Guangming. That's right. The Venerable Guangming said that if you meet such neat and clean sinners, when you go down the mountain, you must take them back to purify them. They are all sinners, dirty and evil, and they are simply polluting the air. Everyone, hurry up! At this time, a man in a white robe, with a ruddy face and a radiant spirit, walked out slowly from the crowd. Everyone immediately stopped talking, bowed to the man, and respectfully called him Left Protector. Jiang Jinli could tell from his mental state that this man must be a core member of the organization, and he was also a third-level supernatural person. No wonder he could be the guardian of the cult. The white-robed man nodded arrogantly to everyone, and his eyes swept over Jiang Jinli and others calmly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems that his luck is really good this time, and he encountered several big fish before going down the mountain. Because the road closest to the bottom of the mountain is occupied by a mutant big insect, he has to take a detour every time he goes down the mountain. The original plan of the Left Protector was to go down the mountain to search for supplies today, but now it seems that even if he doesn't find supplies, if he can offer these women to the Venerable, it will be the same credit. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Jinli and Shen Qingxi and other women more greedily. Then, the Left Protector cleared his throat and pretended to be serious and said to everyone, They are the tasks assigned to you by the Venerable Guangming. If you catch them, you can wear white robes and officially become believers. Everyone heard the words, and crazy light burst out from their dry eyes. They shouted, Catch them! Catch them! As soon as the voice fell, dozens of people holding simple weapons stumbled towards Jiang Jinli and others, and rushed wildly. Jiang Jinli would not be merciful just because they were ordinary people. From the moment they started to insult in her eyes, they were already a group of dead people. Jiang Jinli raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and said in a cold voice, Kill them all. This group of people is no longer safe. Although they are alive on the outside, their hearts have long been rotten. What Jiang Jinli hates most is this kind of walking corpse without their own thoughts. She feels sick when she looks at them for a second. Following Jiang Jinli's order, the 6 people all tightly grasped their weapons. Their expressions were grim. Facing these psychopaths rushing over, they mercilessly slaughtered them. The wailing and painful voices rang out one after another, but the cult members did not flinch. Instead, they shouted, For the God of Light, for the Lord of Light, we are willing to sacrifice our dirty bodies. Even if our bodies are destroyed, our souls will go to the kingdom of God and ascend to paradise forever. Yes! Roar! Roar! Charge! The crowd became more and more excited, and once again rushed towards Jiang Jinli and others in the middle without hesitation. Their expressions were only fanatical and murderous, as if they had regarded life as something insignificant, without any fear. Mu Yuan and his companions witnessed the crazy behavior of this group of people, and their eyes showed disgust and murderous intent. So, they decided not to waste time and increased the intensity of the attack. In an instant, all the cultists were slaughtered, and the ground was bloody. At this time, Jiang Jinli saw Zhou Hufa trying to escape from the corner of her eye. She flashed and quickly appeared in front of Zhou Hufa, kicked him hard in the stomach. Zhou Hufa was full of horror, groaned, and his body was kicked out, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Su Mingxing and others immediately surrounded him, with sharp faces and cold eyes. Zhou Hufa covered his stomach, and got up with difficulty. His knees softened, and he knelt down and cried and begged, Don't kill me. Please, I joined this organization just to make a living and want to survive. He thought these people were ordinary people like those he had captured before, because he couldn't feel their supernatural fluctuations. Who would have known that the abilities of this group of people were actually higher than his own? Facing the corpses on the ground, the left protector knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. His face was full of fear. He spoke again, trembling and begging for mercy. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask me to do. The 6 people all looked at Jiang Jinli. She did not immediately order the left protector to be killed. It seemed that she should have other plans. Jiang Jinli walked to the left protector, looked down at him, and said coldly, Now, I don't have to kill you. Hearing this, the left protector quickly looked up at Jiang Jinli, with a look of joy on his face. However, when his eyes met Jiang Jinli's deep black eyes, a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over him, his thoughts became confused, and his eyes immediately lost their luster and became dull and lifeless. Jiang Jinli ordered, Stand up. Hearing this, the left protector stood up straight and quickly, like a puppet, expressionless. Everyone looked at Jiang Jinli's mental control in amazement, and couldn't help but sigh that her ability was becoming more and more bizarre. Jiang Jinli glanced at him and asked, Are there any of your people nearby? The left protector answered word by word, There are a few white-clothed messengers waiting for me in front. Jiang Jinli immediately ordered, Go and meet them, and then take us into your base. After that, Jiang Jinli performed mental control again, adjusting the left protector's expression to make it look more natural. The left protector's eyes were turbulent, and his expression was no different from that of an ordinary person. He obeyed the order, Yes, sir. Chapter 124. After saying that, the left protector resolutely turned around and strode to the left front. Jiang Jinli and his group followed closely behind. Su Mingxing looked at Jiang Jinli's back with an admiring tone, and whispered to several people, Boss, this trick is really cool. Su Ranju immediately became crazy when he heard it, and took over the conversation with shining eyes. Yeah, that's right. Sister Li is not only handsome, but also very powerful. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of admiration for Jiang Jinli, as if they had found a soulmate, and chattered excitedly. The other people looked at the two people's excited appearance, and couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. Jiang Jinli carefully observed the surrounding environment while walking, secretly calculating in his heart. There is no doubt that from this section up, it is all the territory of the cult organization, and there must be spies everywhere on the mountain. If you want to go into the mountains to pick fruits, you will be discovered by them anyway, so it is better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Besides, this is just a small matter. Since this evil organization has provoked her, it should be completely eliminated and put an end to it. The left protector led everyone up a hillside, and saw many people in white robes sitting there sparsely. Some people even had guns hanging around their waists. Seeing the left protector and his group coming, everyone stood up and shouted in unison, Left protector. The left protector nodded, and said slowly, and slightly hoarsely, Let's go back. One of them glanced at the left protector and asked curiously, Protector, aren't we going down the mountain? Why did you suddenly change your plan? They gathered here early in the morning because it was their team's turn to carry out the task of collecting supplies today. The left protector led the believers to walk behind the team, and was responsible for supervision. Who knew that everyone had been waiting here for a long time, but now only the left protector showed up, and the believers disappeared. What was even more puzzling was that the left protector seemed to have no intention of going down the mountain. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jiang Jinli's eyes flickered slightly. The left protector immediately said angrily, Stupid! Didn't you see that I have arranged for that group of people to go down the mountain? Now our main task is to escort these women up the mountain and present them to the venerable. Yes, yes. The man was frightened and shrank his neck, nodded repeatedly, and dared not say anything more. After all, the left protector was powerful enough to become a protector. He was a third-level supernatural person, and everyone dared not go against him. So, all the white-robed men immediately dispersed, surrounded Jiang Jinli and others in the middle, and escorted them up the mountain. Jiang Jinli glanced at the group of men. They were all rough men, but they were wearing white robes, which looked a bit out of place. He couldn't help but feel funny. As they walked up, they found hidden spies everywhere on the road. Some of them were lurking in the trees, and some were hiding on high rocks, always monitoring everything around them. But when these spies saw such a large group of white-robed people escorting Jiang Jinli and his party, no one checked or asked. In this way, after many twists and turns, they finally came to this place of filth in the mountains. These buildings are scattered in every corner of the mountain, blending with the surrounding steep mountains, forming a unique architectural complex, which is really ingenious. The main body of the building is a tall and majestic temple, and its outer wall is made of rough stones, which look simple and primitive. The roof of the temple is built of wood, which is simple but natural, and complements the surrounding environment. There are several smaller buildings scattered around the temple. They may be the residences of believers, or they may be places for various rituals. From a distance, there are some semi-underground structures hidden in the mountain, with only small doors exposed, adding a sense of mystery. At the entrance of the temple, a huge stone door is open, and 3 golden characters are engraved on the door, Illuminati. Seeing that the destination has been reached, Jiang Jinli once again controlled the left protector to speak. A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the left protector, and then he accepted the order and immediately said to the people around him in a rough voice, "Okay, you all go away, I will take them to see the Venerable alone." After the white-robed men responded, they dispersed one by one, not daring to stay any longer. Jiang Jinli and his party were led by the left protector and stepped directly into the hall. As soon as they entered, a dark and strange atmosphere came to their faces. The hall was vast and deep. Under the high dome, several dim oil lamps flickered with weak light, adding a touch of weirdness to this magnificent building. The walls of the hall were decorated with various strange patterns and mysterious symbols, which were closely related to the doctrines and rituals of the Illuminati. This place was once an ancient building complex or a solemn temple. Today, it has been transformed by the Illuminati into a closed and mysterious world. This is not only a place where the Illuminati promotes the end of the world and attracts believers, but also a secret place where filth and dirt are hidden. This place is located halfway up the mountain, far away from the hustle and bustle of the town, remote and steep, and there are almost no zombies. Such an important place of survival is occupied by such an inhumane evil organization, which is really a waste of natural resources. In the hall, people in white robes are busy coming and going, their figures are thin, and their faces are numb and empty. When Jiang Jinli and his party passed a room, they heard an unusual noise inside. It seemed that some kind of mysterious ritual was going on, and everyone couldn't help looking over there. After all, this kind of collective madness is not common, and everyone wants to find out. I saw that in the center of the room. A group of men in white robes gathered in a circle, their steps were weak and they staggered. These people were extremely thin, with almost no fat, and their skin was tightly attached to their bones, showing a sickly paleness. Under the white robes, their skeletons were clearly visible, and every rib was clearly countable, looking extremely fragile, as if it would shatter into pieces with a slight touch. Their cheeks were sunken, and their eye sockets were empty. This made their eyes look bigger, but they lost their original brilliance, leaving only a fanatical and empty burning. At this moment, their fingers were twisted and intertwined, making complex and strange gestures, and from time to time, they drew mysterious symbols in the air, as if they were casting some ancient spell. Then, they held hands again, lowered their heads, and muttered something in their mouths, chattering, with low and vague voices. Walla walla. Gwali jili gwala. Jili wallaji. Walla gwa. Witnessing this scene, Su Mingxing was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He whispered, "Oh my god. This is even crazier than the lunatics in the mental hospital." Jiang Jinli's eyes were indifferent and disdainful. Shen Qingxi watched calmly and commented calmly, "These soulless zombies are almost the same as dead people." Zhou Lianhu also felt the same way. This organization can brainwash people so thoroughly, and its members probably have few mental health. Qilua looked disgusted, and she said simply and directly, "A group of psychopaths." Su Runju nodded in agreement. Mu Yuan sneered contemptuously, and said in a sarcastic tone, "This is just their way of escaping the end of the world." A group of timid cowards will only choose to paralyze themselves. Everyone retracted their gaze, no longer stopped, and continued to follow the left protector. Soon, they came to a wide square, where the Illuminati held large-scale ceremonies and gatherings. There was a tall platform in the center of the square, and below it were believers in white robes, men, women, young and old, all with pious expressions. Right below the platform, there were rows of wooden racks with several people tied up on them. Under the scorching sun, they lowered their heads and said nothing, exuding a breath of despair. Is that their leader? It's incredible. I thought he would be a burly man. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Su Mingxing sighed as he looked at the platform. Everyone looked up as well. I saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard, shaved head, sitting in the center of the platform. The man looked ordinary. He even had a bit of vulgarity. His body was wrapped in a white robe that was too big, and he looked a little thin. There was a touch of red cinnabar on the center of his forehead. At this moment, he was looking at the fanatical and blind believers below with a look of compassion, as if he was really their savior. There was no doubt that this bald man was the so-called Venerable of Light. In front of him, there stood a sturdy man in a white robe, known as the Right Protector. At this moment, the Right Protector was preaching the doctrine enthusiastically through the loudspeaker. Congratulations on passing the test and officially becoming one of us. From now on, fear and pain will no longer bother you. But it is also from this moment on that everything you have will belong to the organization, including your mind, body, and soul. This is your commitment to faith. The Right Protector's voice gradually rose. You must know that in this world, you cannot survive alone. Today, the outside world is full of demons, and the world has fallen into destruction. This will become your only home in paradise. Only through our organization can you get food, water, and shelter. You must remember that on the ruins of today's world, only our organization has the ability to rebuild order and create a new world. The Right Protector continued his speech. Jiang Jinli also gradually understood why every member of the organization looked so sloppy. Because they believed that physical cleaning and tidiness were just worldly vanity. And true faith and spiritual power come from the rejection of material enjoyment. Hunger is seen as a way to restrain desires and temper the soul. They believe that by doing so, they can reach the kingdom of God after death. Jiang Jinli was impressed by the eloquence of the Right Protector. It would be a pity if he didn't become a speaker. The voice of the Right Protector sounded again, but this time it was full of cruelty. Our Venerable was chosen by the God of Light. His words represent the will of God. To disobey him is to disobey fate. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be regarded as a betrayal of our faith. And we will never tolerate betrayers. Once they betray, they will face our judgment and punishment. The Right Protector pointed to the people tied below and asked loudly, "These are the people who not only refused to join our Illuminati, but also spoke rudely and insulted our faith. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with them?" The believers in the square stared at the platform with fanatical eyes. They danced and responded wildly and loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Let them go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Yes! Yes!" After hearing this, the Right Protector smiled cruelly. He walked down the platform with a sharp knife in his hand and came to a tied man, asking sinisterly again, "Have you made up your mind? I give you another chance, if you agree to join." Before he could finish his words, the man suddenly raised his head and spat directly on the Right Protector's face. The man's face was full of disgust and resentment, and he cursed, "You bunch of cult lunatics. I'm not one of those idiots who have been brainwashed by you. I'd rather die than be exploited and enslaved by you." Chapter 125. The Right Protector wiped the spit on his face, and veins on his forehead bulged. His face was full of viciousness and anger, and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. "You ungrateful thing!" The Right Protector shouted angrily, and the sharp blade in his hand suddenly flashed with cold light. He moved as fast as lightning, and stabbed the man's heart with a knife. "Then you will die." The sharp blade instantly sank into the body, piercing the man's heart, and blood gushed out. The man's body trembled violently. The vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated, but a trace of mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the Right Protector, as thin as a gossamer. "Pathetic people. Don't think about living too long. I will wait for you beasts down there." The man's eyes passed through the revelry crowd and fell on a fanatical man. That was his biological brother, but now he has become a walking corpse without soul and mind. This disgusting human heart, this terrible human nature, this damned Doomsday, this dark world. The man's tears flowed down, and he suddenly laughed, with endless sorrow and pain in his laughter. "A bunch of poor beasts, ha ha ha. The right protector was furious, and turned the knife at his heart directly, and then pulled it out suddenly. A stream of blood spurted out. The man died instantly, his eyes widened, and his mocking expression froze. The right protector looked at the scene in front of him coldly, without any mercy in his heart. He turned to the crowd, raised the blood blade in his hand, and laughed grimly. He has gone to hell. This is the consequence of insulting our church. Good kill. Good kill. He deserves to be killed. The believers in the crowd cheered, their eyes filled with worship and fanaticism. But in this carnival atmosphere, one person's eyes were different. He looked at the corpse. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion and struggle. That was the man's biological brother. Until his brother died, he felt an indescribable grief in his heart. He tried to wake up from his confusion. But the excitement and fanaticism around him were like an invisible force, quickly pulling him back to reality. He immediately became crazy, joined the cheering crowd, and shouted again. The right guardian took a look at the other hard bones, who were tied up, and ordered, "Lock them up first, kill one a day." The tied people heard this, and immediately gathered their last breath and cursed angrily. "Kill now. A bunch of dogs. It's so unlucky, kill me if you dare. Bastards." Before they could curse a few words, the white-robed guardians around them immediately stepped forward, hit each of them with a few sticks, and then dragged them away roughly. Their curses gradually disappeared in the distance, leaving only the fanatical shouts of the believers echoing in the square. The right guardian was very satisfied with the performance of the believers. He announced loudly to the crowd, "Okay, time is up, let's adjourn, and do the evening class. New members, please send your wives to the backyard of the Venerable tonight to receive baptism and blessings together. Understood? Okay. Bless. Bless. Bless." Everyone responded frantically, as if this was a sacred and proud thing. Then the crowd slowly dispersed. Jiang Jinli and others have been watching this absurd killing with cold eyes, and they are disdainful of the cruel behavior of these thugs. Along the way, the villains they encountered had different methods of doing evil. But their common goal was derived from selfishness, twisted desires, and the thirst for power. In the real world, under the constraints of laws and morals, perverts cannot do whatever they want. Therefore, in a world where order collapses, they will strive to pursue their own sense of existence and seek recognition from others. In today's Doomsday, it is not surprising to have ambitions for power. After all, Jiang Jinli's own ambitions are also not small. But the ambitions of these villains are limited to exploiting and controlling the weak. It seems so low-level and disgusting. As the man who was killed before said, these people are indeed pathetic. Jiang Jinli has no time to waste. She needs to go up the mountain to pick the fruit as soon as possible. As for these lunatics, let's kill them all. So she gestured to the left protector. The latter immediately understood, and led everyone to the direction where the Venerable was. The Venerable had just stepped down from the high platform, and saw the left protector, and the people he brought with him. When he saw Jiang Jinli's appearance clearly, a hint of fanaticism and greed flashed in his eyes. It seems that the hexagram he had predicted for himself before finally came true today. The Venerable laughed strangely. "Left protector, well done, you have brought me new believers." The left protector had no expression on his face. He did not say a word. The Venerable's eyes wandered over the 4 women of different styles, and he was itching. He had not seen such beauties for a long time. The Venerable believed that since these women could be caught by the left protector, they should not be supernatural people. They are all in desperate situation, but they are still so arrogant. They really need to be disciplined. Thinking of this, the Venerable ordered loudly, "Lock up the 3 men first, and bring these women to my room. I will baptize them personally." After that, he turned and walked towards the room. Jiang Jinli glanced at Mu Yuan and the other 3, and transmitted the message, "All the Illuminati lunatics will be wiped out, leaving no one alive. As for those ignorant people who have been brainwashed, if they insist on seeking death, there is no need to show mercy, just kill them." Mu Yuan and the other 2 nodded slightly, and then they followed the white-robed guardian and left. Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi followed the left guardian into the Venerable's room. The room was gorgeously decorated and extremely spacious. The Venerable had taken off his wide white robe and was sitting cross-legged on a huge bed. He looked like a skinny monkey. Around him, there were more than 20 white-robed guards, among whom 4 or 5 were second-level psychics. It seems that this Venerable attaches great importance to his own safety, and does not hesitate to use so many superpowers to protect himself. But unfortunately, today will be his end, and he is doomed to die. Jiang Jinli did not immediately attack this Venerable, mainly because he was a little curious about how he used superpowers to brainwash. Jiang Jinli looked around, then unceremoniously moved a chair to the open space and sat down, with a sneer on his face, staring straight at the bald venerable. Xin Qingxi, Qilua and Su Ranju also came forward one after another, standing on both sides of Jiang Jinli, and stared at him with indifferent eyes, as if looking at a dead person. This strange scene made the atmosphere around him extremely strange. The venerable looked at Jiang Jinli, who was sitting opposite him, and sneered, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. His face was slightly stiff. But seeing the many guards around him, the venerable felt a little more at ease. He narrowed his eyes, sneered at Jiang Jinli, and mocked, "You little girl, you are more arrogant than me. You really don't know how high the sky is." Then, the venerable turned to the left protector, who was standing aside, and ordered, "Left protector, bring her to my bed. This venerable wants to adjust it personally." Puff! But before he finished speaking, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that the left protector's head suddenly turned red, his face was full of blue veins, and then blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. But in a moment, the left protector turned into a bloody corpse, and fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change frightened the venerable, and he screamed, "Oh my God! Left protector, what happened to you?" Then, he immediately understood. He instantly turned his eyes to Jiang Jinli, who looked indifferent, and his pupils contracted. He screamed and ordered the guards around him, "No! No! This woman is a superpower, hurry up, kill them!" The venerable regretted it in his heart. He realized that he had taken this woman with strange power back to the room on his own initiative. What a stupid decision! The next second, something happened that made the venerable even more desperate. Those white-robed guards picked up their guns one by one, but their target was not Jiang Jinli and the others, but their own people. "No! What are you doing?" The venerable was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately climbed down from the bed, stumbled over, and tried to stop the guards. But it was too late. A series of sharp gunshots rang in his ears. The venerable covered his ears, and collapsed on the ground. He looked at the guards, who were loyal to him, falling one by one with despair on his face. The venerable has always been immersed in the pleasure of controlling others, but he never thought that he would meet a real master of control. If I guess correctly, this woman is definitely a psychic. At this moment, the venerable was facing the corpses on the ground, and his heart was terrified. He stared at Jiang Jinli sitting there, as if he saw a devil. The venerable tried to struggle, and screamed for help outside. "Where are the people? Come! Come quickly! Come and save this venerable!" But there was only chaotic gunshots in response to him. At the same time, Mu Yuan and the other 3 were fighting fiercely with the right protector outside. Facing the bullets of the right protector, they were not afraid. Zhou Lianhu yelled, "Get up!" As he spoke, the dirt on the ground quickly condensed and formed a huge high wall, blocking the flying bullets. Su Mingxing's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he angrily said, "How dare you play with guns with us? I will shoot you to death." After that, he immediately took out the submachine gun from the bag behind him, and rushed out quickly using his superpowers, shooting while running. Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu looked at each other in silence, thinking, "Why do we need to use guns? It would be faster to condense a few superpower balls and throw them over." The 2 of them did not delay, and quickly rushed to the other 2 sides and launched a fierce attack. The 3 of them had powerful superpowers and cooperated well, and soon almost all of the right protector's men were wiped out. The right protector looked at these 3 devil-like opponents, sweating coldly and his teeth trembling. Their abilities were stronger than his own. How could he fight them? Isn't this just suicide? The right protector looked around, looked at the bewildered believers, and shouted loudly, "All believers, listen to my order, take up your weapons and fight back. These people are barbarians, evil spirits, they want to destroy our sacred mission and the church. We must unite, don't be afraid of death. Your sacrifice will gain higher spiritual liberation and satisfaction." After hearing this, the believers were immediately excited, no longer hesitated, picked up their weapons, and rushed up desperately. Seeing this, Mu Yuan glanced at the mouth cannon right protector, felt disgusted, and then rushed directly in front of him, slashing with a lightning-fast knife. The right protector screamed in horror, and was killed before he could escape. Mu Yuan stared at the crazy zombies, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He shouted to Su Mingxing and the other man, "They want to die so badly, so help them get rid of it. There's no need to hold back." After hearing this, the 2 of them showed no mercy. With murderous intent on their faces, they charged directly at this group of soulless lunatics. For a while, screams were heard one after another. Blood splashed through the door. The venerable saw the sea of blood and corpses outside, and the desperate roars kept coming into his ears. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He was going to be completely finished. The Venerable crawled to Jiang Jinli's feet like a weak dog, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and spare my life." As he spoke, the Venerable's tears and snot flowed down together, and he couldn't help crying in the end. Jiang Jinli glanced at him, frowned slightly, and looked disgusted. She had seen many leaders of organizations, but this was the first time she had seen such a spineless person. She glanced at the Venerable and asked coldly, "What is your special ability?" Chapter 126. Hearing this, the Venerable stopped kowtowing. He raised his head, looked at Jiang Jinli, wiped his nose, and sobbed as he answered, I awakened my mind-reading ability by chance. Besides, before the end of the world, I was a fortune teller, and attracted some believers with some mysterious sayings." He cried in fear, "I really don't have any fighting power. If I had known you were so powerful, I would never dare to offend you easily." The Venerable felt a little wronged. Before the end of the world, his life was not satisfactory, and he earned a meager living expenses by understanding some numerology. After the end of the world, he finally got the favor of God, and had the opportunity to eat the energy fruit, awaken the ability to read minds. Relying on the ability to see through all the thoughts in people's hearts, he pretended to be a ghost, talked nonsense, and gradually developed his own power. He accidentally discovered the ancient building complex on the hillside of Ningchen, and he quickly led the team to occupy it and develop it. The Venerable gradually began to swell. Here, he enjoyed a carefree and hegemonic life. He experienced the pleasure of power. Every day, the guards offered different women, and there was never a shortage of supplies. Those believers would work hard to provide him with everything. But before he could enjoy such a good life for long, he met Jiang Jinli. He was about to face the fate of destruction. The Venerable felt that God was unfair to him. Why did he treat him like this? Falling from heaven to hell is nothing more than this. Some time ago, he had a fortune-telling for his future, but the fortune-telling did not show how his future would be, but instead suggested that he would have a great peach blossom luck. Although the Venerable did not understand the meaning of the hexagram, he was full of expectations. But who knew that this romantic luck actually foreshadowed that he would die at the hands of several women? The Venerable finally understood the meaning of the hexagram, because he had no future at all, and he would die today, thinking of this. The Venerable could not help crying again. After Jiang Jinli heard it, she realized that there was such a supernatural power as mind reading. For people with fragile minds, it is indeed very useful. If she had not gone up the mountain, the Venerable might really develop the Illuminati into a major force in the Doomsday. However, if he met me, then he would never have another chance. The Venerable suddenly thought of an idea. He stopped crying, wiped his face, looked up at Jiang Jinli, and said eagerly, "My name is Wang Ming. I can give this Illuminati to you. I can also recognize you as my master, work for you, and continue to control those people outside, and make them your fanatical believers." There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Those idiots outside are really useful. You can use the least food to squeeze out their maximum utilization value. At that time, you can develop the Illuminati to the entire end of the world. Become a well-deserved king. After speaking, Wang Ming looked at Jiang Jinli with expectation. He firmly believed that a woman as powerful as Jiang Jinli must have ambitions. Wang Ming believed that the conditions he proposed could impress her, and let her spare his life. Jiang Jinli looked disdainful after hearing this. She stood up and glanced at Wang Ming, with a proud and awe-inspiring tone. "In the future, I will make everyone recognize me as their master convincingly, instead of using such despicable means." Wang Ming was stunned, and then his face was full of despair. After Jiang Jinli finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Shin Qingxi and others glanced at Wang Ming and followed him. When he reached the door, Jiang Jinli looked back at Wang Ming, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The time has come. Your soul should go to the kingdom of God and meet your God of light." A chill surged in Wang Ming's heart. He looked up at Jiang Jinli's back and screamed desperately, "No! Please spare my life." But before Wang Ming finished speaking, a tearing pain spread from his brain. "Ah!" Wang Ming held his head and screamed heartbreakingly. His mouth was crooked, his eyes were slanted, his face was distorted, and his head was covered with blood. Bang! Then, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Wang Ming still maintained a kneeling posture. But his head, like a flower that was blown open, blood and flesh flew everywhere. His trembling body fell straight down, and there was no life left. Jiang Jinli walked out of the room, and glanced at the bodies lying in disorder outside. His face was calm, and there was no ripple in his heart. The battle gradually subsided. Mu Yuan and the other two walked to Jiang Jinli with blood-stained weapons in their hands. They were also splattered with blood, and looked particularly fierce. Mu Yuan reported, "The core members of the organization have basically been cleared out, but some ordinary believers still escaped." He originally thought that those believers were really not afraid of death, but who knew that at the last moment, more than a dozen believers were still scared and fled down the mountain. Mu Yuan thought sarcastically in his heart. It seems that these people's brainwashing is not thorough, and their beliefs are not firm enough. Jiang Jinli nodded. Then he looked around. The Church of Light looked very luxurious, the bodies of the missionaries were ruddy, and the believers who were oppressed looked thin and weak. It can be seen that Wang Ming may have hoarded a large amount of supplies. Before Jiang Jinli left, he would naturally not let go of these things, so he said to everyone, "Let's go and find supplies." As soon as Jiang Jinli finished speaking, everyone began to search everywhere, and the guns and ammunition scattered on the ground were collected one by one. There are many small rooms in this building complex, so it is not difficult to find a large warehouse. They soon found a large warehouse full of various kinds of food. Jiang Jinli even suspected that Wang Ming had moved all the food in Ningxing. There was so much food, but those believers were starved to the point of being skin and bones. It can be seen how stingy and cruel Wang Ming's heart was. Jiang Jinli was not polite, and accepted all the supplies without hesitation. When Jiang Jinli and his group passed a remote path deep in the Vatican, they slowly stopped. On the wall next to them, they saw thick vines and moss. An iron door was faintly visible. Su Mingxing was curious and walked forward directly, first patting the iron door. Then, he put his ear to the iron door, trying to listen to the movement inside. He also asked Jiang Jinli, "Boss, do you think there will be any treasures hidden in here? For example, secret weapons or something?" Jiang Jinli originally wanted to tell him that this might be a prison cell, so there was no need to spend more effort. But Su Mingxing had already broken the iron door with great force, and Jiang Jinli was speechless for a moment. As expected, as the iron door was opened, there were wails from inside, "You bunch of cult lunatics. Hey! This is not the Illuminati. Hey! Please come and save us! Really? Hey, handsome guy, help me!" Su Mingxing complained in his heart that it was useless to call him handsome guy. He thought there was a treasure down there, but he didn't expect it to be a dungeon. There was a road diagonally downwards at the iron door. Below was a dark and damp cell, and the air was filled with a musty smell. Torches were hung on the walls of the cell, and the weak light cast mottled shadows on the wall. There were some people imprisoned in the cell, some were locked in the iron door, and some were locked on the wall. They looked haggard, and their clothes were tattered. The few people who just spoke were the prisoners hanging on the wall. They could observe the situation outside by looking up casually. Su Mingxing looked around for a few times, then turned back to Jiang Jinli and said, "Boss, there are a few people here who are from the square in front. It seems that this is the prison cell of the Illuminati." Mu Yuan and Zhou Lianhu also stepped forward and looked down at the scene below. Suddenly, the cry for help in the cell became louder. They were not stupid. These people could appear here without any hindrance. Obviously, the Illuminati had been basically destroyed. This discovery instantly ignited their hope of survival. But they were weak, and the chains were heavy. They could not escape with their weak strength, so they could only ask Jiang Jinli and others for help. Otherwise, within a few days, all of them would starve to death in this dark cell. But Mu Yuan and others did not go down to rescue them after hearing the cry for help. Under the tempering of the Doomsday, their hearts had become completely cold and hard. They all knew their position, and were not good people. There was no need to do such a good deed of helping others for free. Several people looked at Jiang Jinli in unison to see what she was going to do. Jiang Jinli's expression remained unchanged, and he walked straight forward without stopping. Several people also left the iron gate immediately and followed behind him. The people in the prison were desperate when they saw this. At this time, a man locked on the wall shouted to the outside with all his might, "Don't go. Please save me. If you save me, I can take you to a place where there is a paradise for survivors, women, intelligence, slaves, and everything else." He took a breath and continued to shout, "I am really useful. It is very hidden there, and I am the only one who knows the road conditions. Aren't you interested in it?" Just when the man's voice was about to break, a tall woman suddenly appeared at the iron door of the cell. She asked in a slow and indifferent tone, "What did you say, intelligence?" Chapter 127. The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded hurriedly, responding in a hoarse voice, Yes, you can exchange anything you need there, including all the intelligence information in the current Doomsday. Jiang Jinli looked at the man below with a scrutinizing look. He was thin, had a sly look, and his eyes revealed a cunning air. But what he just said was true, and there was no falsehood. Jiang Jinli decisively ordered, "Save them." Since she decided to help, she didn't mind saving everyone in the prison. After hearing this, Mu Yuan and the other 3 men took a step and walked straight down. The man was delighted when he saw this, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. Mu Yuan held a machete in his hand and decisively cut off the chain, while Su Mingxing and Zhou Lianhu quickly opened the other prison doors around. The prisoners in the prison were both men and women, all of whom were skinny and malnourished. They supported each other and walked out of the suffocating cage step by step. They thanked Jiang Jinli repeatedly and then left slowly. The man with sly eyes walked out of the dungeon and stood in front of Jiang Jinli. He narrowed his eyes, nodded and bowed, and said flatteringly, "Thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness." Jiang Jinli interrupted his flattery impatiently. "Don't talk nonsense, explain the situation clearly." Su Mingxing leaned aside and lazily agreed. "That's right, you tell me, what exactly is that place?" The man quickly answered with a sly smile on his face. "Oh, the place I'm talking about, I believe you know it in your heart. It's an underground black market. There are all kinds of transactions there. Basically food can be exchanged." He patted his chest and proudly introduced, "You can call me Rat. My job is mainly to run around to establish connections and expand business between the black market and various forces. Who knew that when I passed Ningxing, I was caught by this group of lunatics, and several of my brothers died?" After hearing this, everyone understood instantly. Although this man seems smooth, he can survive in the dangerous Doomsday world for so long. Obviously, he has his own unique way of survival. Su Mingxing couldn't help curling his lips and teasing, "I think if we didn't happen to come here, you might not be able to save your life. Since joining the Illuminati can save your life, why do you still resist stubbornly?" The look of Rat immediately became serious, and he said decisively, "How can that be? I am a black market person in life, and a black market ghost in death. There is no way I can join another organization. A real man should walk around everywhere. How can he be a wavering fence-sitter?" This remark surprised everyone present. They didn't expect that this seemingly slick little man would be so loyal and righteous. Su Ranju curiously asked, "Why did you choose such a strange name?" When the mouse saw that it was this well-behaved little girl asking the question, he couldn't help but explain patiently, "This is not my name, it's a nickname. In the black market, as permanent residents, we have an unwritten rule that everyone must call each other by nicknames." His thin face and narrow eyes always reveal a vigilant light, which is indeed consistent with his mouse's nickname complements each other, as if he is really a clever rat. Jiang Jinli asked seriously, "I just want to know, is the intelligence reliable?" Rat immediately straightened his back and assured in a firm tone, "Of course, it is reliable, you can definitely rest assured. The person selling the intelligence is a man called Lao Gui, who has many subordinates, and is always collecting information from all directions. Anything that happens after the Doomsday cannot escape his eyes and ears." Hearing this, Jiang Jinli weighed in his mind that it seemed that he had to go to this underground black market. If he could really get information about the base from there, it would be more efficient than blindly searching in this desolate world. She then asked, "Which city is this black market located in?" Shuzi answered without hesitation, "Under the Black City." Before he finished speaking, Mu Yuan grabbed his collar and said in a cold tone, "Nonsense. Where is the Black City? You dare to play tricks here, you are really looking for death." In the past few months, Mu Yuan has already memorized the map of the north and south. Among the cities he knows, there is no so-called Black City. Shuzi was startled by this sudden move. He hurriedly explained, "Brother, calm down, I didn't make it clear. The Black City was called Baigu City before the end of the world, and now it has been renamed Black City by the people in the underground black market." After listening to the explanation, Mu Yuan let go. Jiang Jinli glanced at Shuzi coldly and ordered, "You lead the way." Shuzi nodded and agreed. While rubbing his hands, he looked around with his little eyes, then looked at Jiang Jinli and said with a bit of pleading, "Captain, it's like this, I haven't eaten a grain of rice in the past few days, I'm really hungry and dizzy. Can you give me some food?" Jiang Jinli did not refuse, and directly threw him a bottle of water and several large bags of dry food. "Follow me." After saying that, she turned around and strode towards the exit. Mu Yuan and Shin Qingxi quickly followed. Shizai held the hard-earned food, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he followed the team while wolfing down the food. Jiang Jinli and others soon walked out of the Illuminati's building complex. They came to a protruding rock. They stood there, looking at the endless mountains in the distance. The sounds of birds and mutant animals echoed in the valley, and various animals could be seen shuttling through the woods. In the mountains, mutant plants were intertwined, like revived monsters. The branches twisted and spread, as if they would devour everything around them in the next moment. These plants abandoned their original soft green, and instead put on a strange coat of deep red and dark purple. Under the sunlight, they exuded an unsettling atmosphere. Jiang Jinli keenly sensed that the fruit they were looking for was hidden in this group of tall, deformed mutant plants. Apparently, these fruits have not been discovered by Wang Ming and others, because no one dared to venture into the dangerous dense forest. The purpose and mission of their group going up the mountain was to find the fruit. Now that the Illuminati has been destroyed, the mission must continue. However, after learning about the black market, Jiang Jinli realized that time was running out and there was no room for waste. Therefore, she decided to go up the mountain alone. While the others waited here, she turned to everyone and said, "You wait for me here. I will go up alone and will be back soon." Everyone nodded in agreement. This is indeed the most time-saving and energy-saving way. Jiang Jinli looked back, her eyes locked on the top of the mountain in the distance. With a change of mind, her figure disappeared in an instant. Everyone subconsciously looked up to search. Jiang Jinli's figure suddenly appeared on the highest tree on the top of the mountain. She was like an elegant cheetah. She jumped lightly among the branches and leaves, and every fly seemed to mock gravity. Her figure appeared and disappeared in the mottled light and shadow, perfectly blending with nature, as if she was part of the mountain. As Jiang Jinli moved, time seemed to stop, and only her figure was constantly shuttling, like a dream. This scene was beyond reality, shocking everyone present, and making them secretly marvel in their hearts. Her speed was so fast that it was like a lightning that cut through the sky. Finally, she stopped on a branch on the top of the tree and looked into the distance at the horizon. Then, her figure became hazy again, and as the breeze gently blew, she disappeared from everyone's sight. A sound of people sucking in air was heard, and Shizi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed in the direction where Jiang Jinli disappeared, and said in a trembling voice, This is simply not a human." Everyone was still immersed in Jiang Jinli's strange ability and posture. When they heard Shizi's words, they all cast displeased glances. Shizi's hair stood on end, and he quickly covered his mouth and stammered to explain, "I mean, your captain is incredibly powerful, and completely beyond the limits of human beings." Shizi's heart was beating wildly. He had been struggling in the cruel environment of the Doomsday world for a long time, and had seen countless survivors, but no one had ever shown such shocking strength. Even the founder of the black market, Ma Yi, might not be able to match this kind of power. He realized that he had really met a top-notch expert this time. Hearing what Shizi said, Su Runju immediately raised his head and said proudly, "Of course, my sister Li is the most powerful person in the world." Su Mingxing also nodded in agreement, boasting arrogantly, "Yes, this is nothing, our boss is an invincible god of war." Shizi agreed repeatedly. At this time, everyone retracted their gazes and found a place to sit down. Take a short break. However, in just 4 or 5 minutes, Jiang Jinli's figure appeared among them again like a ghost. The 6 people all showed a look of joy, and Shizi was startled. They quickly moved closer, and surrounded Jiang Jinli in the center. Xinxingzi asked, "Have you found it?" Jiang Jinli nodded, took out a box from her arms, opened the lid, and revealed a delicate fruit with a rich fragrance and milky white color. Everyone was filled with joy when they saw this. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli and his party did not delay any longer, and went down the mountain at the fastest speed and returned to the dirt road fork in Ningxing. Jiang Jinli took out another car from the space, placed it in front of the RV, and told Shizi, "Get in the car, you lead the way in front." The journey to Black City is long, and it takes at least 2 days, and Jiang Jinli does not like outsiders to ride in her car. After hearing this, Shizi nodded quickly and jumped onto the car in front nimbly. Jiang Jinli and his party got into the RV behind. The 2 cars drove away like lightning in the direction of Black City, one in front and one behind. Chapter 128. This underground black market is hidden under an abandoned subway station in Black City. After careful transformation and expansion, it has formed an intricate underground network. The founder of the underground black market is a mysterious figure. The survivors only know that he is called Ma Yi. As for his real name, no one knows. Before the Doomsday, Ma Yi was a powerful figure with extensive connections and survival resources. After the Doomsday, with a forward-looking vision and abundant resources, Ma Yi quickly built a huge underground shelter under the subway station. As time goes by, this place gradually becomes a hub for survivors to exchange resources, information, and even life. Ma Yi exchanges food and supplies from survivors by trading weapons, buying and selling slaves, and operating various entertainment venues to maintain the operation of this underground kingdom. The entrance to the subway station is cleverly hidden in the ruins. Unless it is an insider or led by an acquaintance, it is difficult for outsiders to find the way in. After 2 days of difficult journey, Jiang Jinli and his party finally arrived at Black City and stepped into this desolate ruin. There were many mutant plants here, but there were relatively few zombies. After getting off the car, everyone looked around. Shizai stood in front of them and said respectfully, "Everyone, please follow me." After that, he led everyone forward. Jiang Jinli and his party passed through several abandoned buildings and a dense bush, and finally came to a magnificent iron gate. There were many fully armed men guarding the door, holding guns and on high alert. The guards only glanced at the arrival of Jiang Jinli and others casually, without showing any surprise, and did not take any action to stop them. Continue their patrol mission. Shizai explained to several people while walking, "These guards will not prevent survivors from entering. Their existence is only to prevent the invasion of zombies. In this doomsday world ruled by the strong, this black market is open to everyone." Ma Yi has enough strength and resources to build such a huge underground market, and has also formulated a set of iron-blooded rules of his own that cannot be challenged. The rules here are straightforward and cruel. As long as it does not touch Ma Yi's own interests, then here, whether it is killing or arson, you can do it. This underground world is therefore full of violence and blood. Jiang Jinli and his group followed the tortuous path, and passed through one iron door after another. After bypassing 3 or 4 heavy doors, they finally came to the huge entrance of the abandoned subway station. A deep dark corridor appeared in front of them, leading to the depths of the underground. They walked down the stairs. The air was filled with cold and damp smell. The walls were full of cracks and stains. Only their footsteps echoed in the passage, which seemed particularly depressing. The lights in the passage were dim, and the few light bulbs barely illuminated the road ahead. As they continued to go deeper, the faint voices coming from the distance became clearer and clearer. After a few minutes of trekking, they finally arrived inside the subway station. A spacious space appeared before them. "Wow! There are so many people!" Su Mingxi exclaimed in surprise. "Wow! It's so lively!" Su Runju explained immediately after. Zhou Lianhu looked around and said with a smile, "It looks like the vegetable market in my hometown." This area in front of him really looks like a busy and chaotic market. Various stalls and shops are lined up on both sides of the platform, with a wide variety of goods. Gold, silver, jade, clothing, jewelry, guns and ammunition, cold weapons, and other items can be seen everywhere. There are even various medicines and drugs. To exchange these materials, only some food and water resources are needed. The air is filled with various sour smells, which is a unique smell in the Doomsday world. In this underground market, the survivors are busy making various transactions. Some are bargaining fiercely, some are showing their goods, shouting hard, trying to attract the attention of others. Others are secretly observing everything around them, alert to possible dangers. There was an endless stream of people, all of whom were in tattered clothes and had pale faces. The hardships of life had left deep marks on their faces. Various shouts and yells came one after another, interweaving into a noisy sound. Everyone here seemed extremely alert and indifferent, and their eyes revealed despair of the world, as if they had already gotten used to the cruelty of the end of the world. Jiang Jinli continued to follow Shizai's steps forward. She knew in her heart that this trading area was just an ordinary exchange between survivors. And the truly unknown dark transactions, those disgusting transactions that could not be seen in the light, would definitely not be carried out on the outermost layer. Shizai led a group of people around the crowded crowd and came to an iron gate. 2 shirtless men with disdainful expressions and noses in the air stood at the door. Shizai turned his head and said to Jiang Jinli cautiously, "The old ghost is in the residential street inside, but you have to pay a small entrance fee to enter, which also represents respect for Master Ma." He hurriedly added, "In addition to wild animal meat, any food will do. You don't need too much, 1 pound is enough. Do you think it's okay?" Jiang Jinli signaled Shinqingxi with his eyes. Shinqingxi nodded in understanding. She untied her backpack and took out some compressed biscuits from it. She handed them to the 2 people at the door. These biscuits were prepared in the car. They were dry and tasted bad, and no one was interested in them at ordinary times. After everyone discussed, they could be used for trading. The goalkeeper took the biscuits, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although this kind of food is simple, it can provide a strong sense of fullness. The two began to look at Jiang Jinli and his group seriously. Judging from their faces and temperament, these are obviously strong people who are not short of food. This is something that must not be offended. Realizing this, the two men immediately put on a smile, opened the door, stood aside, and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, it's our fault that we didn't recognize the real talent. Please forgive us. Please come in, I wish you all have fun." Everyone didn't say anything and continued to follow Shizi into the iron gate. As soon as I entered the door, a stuffy stench hit my nose. Compared with the outside, this place is completely another world. The space is spacious, and houses built with simple wooden boards are everywhere. The number of guards with guns has increased significantly, and they are constantly patrolling and shuttling among the crowd. The harsh noise is deafening. The survivors were bustling and coming in an endless stream. Most of them had fierce faces and were in groups. It was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. This was a magnifying glass for the dark side of human nature, a place where depravity and joy intertwined. It was also the last playground for survivors in the Doomsday. The types of transactions here were much richer than those outside, and even included very uncomfortable commodities slaves. On the most eye-catching platform in the center of the trading place, there stood a row of men and women. They had chains hanging around their necks, their bodies were thin, and their faces were haggard. Everyone looked lifeless and lifeless. They each had a small wooden sign hanging on their bodies, which indicated their prices. The cheapest ones could be taken away with just a bottle of mineral water. There were many men holding sticks standing around, guarding closely to ensure that these people had no chance of escape. One of the most sturdy men stood in front of the tied man and woman, excitedly selling to the onlookers below. His voice was so loud that it could be heard from far away. "Come, come, come! Come and have a look. Don't miss it if you pass by. They are all tamed goods. Buy them, and you can do anything with them. Absolute loyalty, absolutely cost-effective. Don't hesitate. You won't lose or be fooled. Just give them a little food, and they will be kept alive. Not only can you play with them, but you can also use them. When danger comes, they can be used as cannon fodder. Come and have a look." Cough, cough, cough. The sturdy man yelled with his duck voice until his veins popped out, his face flushed, and he coughed repeatedly. Chapter 129. The strong man's hard work in selling obviously had some effect. Not long after, a group of people came onto the stage. The leader was a bearded man. After looking around, he selected 3 men and 2 women. The transaction was completed on the spot, and both sides were cleared. No matter where it came from, or where it went. The strong man held a heavy bag of food in his hand, his face full of joy, and then he shouted loudly to the crowd below. Jiang Jinli and his group retracted their gazes, their hearts were calm, and their faces were cold. They had seen the darkness of human nature, and this kind of dark transaction was just the tip of the iceberg. Shuzi smiled and explained, "They rely on this method to make a living here, but they still need to pay a part of their trading income to Master Ma." Everyone was not interested, and no one asked any more questions. Shuzi led them to continue walking forward. Soon, they passed a more high-end trading place, the auction area. In the area, rows of benches were neatly arranged, and they were full of people. On the high platform, an auction was in full swing, and most of the items were rare things in the real world. Including rare resources, antiques, and artworks, these treasures that ordinary people could not touch in the past, now they can be owned with just a piece of bread. In the current auction, the crowd was in high spirits, bidding one after another, and at the same time, there was an undercurrent in private, and the competition was fierce. "Why do you want to tie him up?" Mu Yuan looked at the scene on the auction platform, frowning, full of doubts. The host slowly pushed out an iron bed, on which there were heavy iron chains, tightly locking a figure who was unconscious and whose life and death were uncertain. Shizi quickly replied, "This is an auction of superpowers." Jiang Jinli was quite surprised. She recognized that it was a second-level superpower. Superpowers are not easy to deal with. Even if they are imprisoned now, they may not rise up to fight and seek revenge in the future. However, someone insisted on auctioning them regardless of the risks. She couldn't help but ask, "Superpowers, what's the point of buying them?" Shuzi quickly glanced at the platform, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled at Jiang Jinli. "I heard that superpowers above the second level will naturally grow a small crystal near their hearts. There are always some crazy experimenters who are curious about this and want to dissect them for research." He further explained, "Where there is demand, there will naturally be a market." Jiang Jinli immediately exchanged a speechless look with everyone. Although she has killed many superpowers, she has never noticed the changes in their hearts. In fact, it is not surprising that crystals grow in the heart. After all, the mutants and the superpowers are essentially no different, and they are no longer pure humans. Everyone continued to move forward. When Shizi reached the entrance of an alley, he stopped, turned around and gave everyone a slightly obscene smile, and said, "Everyone, the next area may make you feel uncomfortable, but don't worry, just go through it." "Let's go!" Jiang Jinli glanced at him indifferently, and roughly guessed where the front was. After all, any dark and decayed corner will inevitably become a hotbed of desire. As she expected, they stepped into the junction of the dark alley area and the entertainment area, which is the most dangerous and chaotic area in the black market. In the dark alleys, all kinds of lawless elements and desperate people are rampant. Illegal transactions, assassinations, robberies are common. The walls of the alleys are full of wanted posters and reward advertisements, luring those who seek excitement and food and clothing to come for adventure. Simple wooden bars, casinos, and brothels are scattered among them, providing all kinds of entertainment. This is a safe haven for survivors to release pressure and comfort. But it is also a place of moral degradation. The price of a piece of bread can make people wanton, attracting countless survivors to satisfy their hidden twisted desires and hobbies. In the suffering of the end of the world, they try to use this method to escape the cruel reality and crazily enjoy the last joy of life. The environment is bad, dirty and messy, and violence, blood and dirty transactions are everywhere. The end of the world is like a mirror, reflecting the evil of human nature. How repressed real life is, how indulgent it is in the end of the world now. On both sides of the alley, in the dimly lit rooms, there were bursts of noise. Gamblers were shouting wildly. Men and women were screaming. The villains were roaring. The air was filled with various pungent smells, including unbearable body odor. Wow, 3 such clean young men, it's rare to see them. Do you want to come in and have fun with your sister? Beside the door on the left, a heavily made-up woman made a pretentious voice. Her eyes were full of teasing, she was dressed gorgeously, and she kept throwing seductive glances, staring straight at Mu Yuan and the other two. Facing this scene, Mu Yuan and the other two looked gloomy, as if their vision and hearing had been tainted, and they simply chose to ignore it. Along the way, similar scenes were common. After all, food was the basis of survival. The conspicuous outfits of Jiang Jinli and his group attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, not only women were flirting here, but even some handsome men joined in and flirted with Jiang Jinli and others. What Shizai said was true. This scene really made people feel uncomfortable and even nauseous. Jiang Jinli walked quickly through the narrow and smoky passage, and her face looked particularly gloomy because of the surrounding environment. She thought to herself that it was ridiculous for this group of people to try to escape reality in this way. She asserted that such a place of filth and dirt would eventually be invaded by natural disasters and mutant beasts, and might become a ruin within a year. Just at this moment, 2 sturdy men with red faces holding wine bottles came towards them. When they saw Jiang Jinli walking in the middle, greed flashed in their eyes, and quickly blocked her way. Seeing this, Shinqingxi, Qilua, and Su Ranju immediately stepped forward and closely guarded Jiang Jinli with unfriendly expressions. But the 2 men seemed to ignore the existence of Shinqingxi and others, just panting and staring at Jiang Jinli with red eyes. He shouted excitedly, "Such exquisite goods are hidden in this underground. Girl, follow the brothers, and take you to experience the ultimate happiness in the world, ha ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to reach out and touch Jiang Jinli's delicate face. Shizai stood aside and lit a candle for the 2 of them, and turned his head silently, not daring to look at the bloody scene that was about to happen. Sure enough, a shrill scream sounded immediately. "Ah!" A strong man trembled violently, blood gushed out of his mouth, and looked at the expressionless woman with a scar on her face next to Jiang Jinli in horror. He found it unbelievable that this woman could attack so quickly. Qilua's face was ashen, and she said in a hoarse voice, "You rubbish who is looking for death." Then she suddenly pulled out the sharp blade that had pierced the strong man's neck, and blood gushed out. The strong man covered his wound, made a ho-ho sound, widened his eyes, and fell to the ground with a bang. The other strong man suddenly woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, and he threw down the wine bottle in anger. He drew out his weapon to fight back, but in an instant, a flash of cold light flashed, and he only had time to let out a scream before he was split in half by the sharp axe. Su Ranju strode forward, stepped on the corpse, and easily pulled out the axe. Then he carried it on his shoulder, looked down with a cold look, and a trace of contempt hung on the corner of his mouth. You still want to touch Sisterly, are you worthy? Xinqingzi, Mu Yuan and others saw that Qiluo and Su Ranju had already taken action first, so they tacitly withdrew their offensive. If not, these two men would have been beaten to pieces. The survivors around saw this scene and took a deep breath, thinking to themselves, the people here are not good people. Now these two villains couldn't even resist a single move, which shows how strong the opponent is. The crowd immediately scattered and fled into the house for refuge. They hadn't enjoyed enough and were afraid that innocent people would die in this unprovoked disaster. Those beautifully dressed women didn't dare to flatter Mu Yuan and the other two. Seeing that the group of people were imposing and fiercer than the villains, they were all terrified and left this bloody place with their waists twisted. Soon, several guards hurried over with large sacks in their hands. They glanced at Jiang Jinli and others, and without saying much, they quickly put the bodies into the bags and dragged them away from the scene. Except for a shocking pool of blood, the rest of the scene was cleaned up. The guards were very efficient. Shuzi recovered and hurried forward, becoming more respectful to the few people. His words were full of flattery. The two girls are really good at fighting. There are often fights here, so the guards are always here. We will soon leave this place of trouble. Please follow me. Shuzi stepped over the pool of blood lightly and led everyone to move forward. Not long after walking, everyone left the dark and dirty alley and walked into a relatively open area. As soon as they stepped into this place, they were filled with the excited roars of men and the roars of wild beasts, which intertwined into one. A strong and pungent smell of blood filled the air. Out of curiosity, everyone's eyes were cast towards the source of the sound at the same time, and when their vision became clear, they all frowned. There is the darkest and most morally corrupt corner of the black market, the Colosseum, a place where violence and blood are rampant. Chapter 130. Shuzi hurriedly explained, that is the hottest and most dangerous Colosseum in the entire black market, where all kinds of slaves and mutant creatures are imprisoned. Among them, the third-level zombies are undoubtedly the most frightening existence. He squinted his eyes and continued, this is the most exciting gambling place, where you can bet on all kinds of materials. Then, he looked at Jiang Jinli and asked carefully, I wonder if you are interested in staying here and watching. Jiang Jinli did not say a word, and calmly examined the Colosseum hidden deep underground, which was like a steel giant. At the entrance of the Colosseum, there is a huge iron door, rusty, giving people a heavy and depressing feeling. Stepping in, a vast open space came into view, and the ground was covered with rough sand and gravel. Inside the Colosseum, a huge circular arena was revealed, with a solid stone ring standing in the center. Surrounded by towering walls and barbed wire, the mottled rust and blood on the walls seemed to record the cruelty of countless life-and-death battles. The ground of the arena was also covered with blood, and broken banners were hung around. Slogans encouraging fighting could be vaguely seen on them, but now they were in tatters. In the audience, rows of seats were filled with survivors from all directions. They were of different ages and had complicated expressions. They either excitedly waved their weapons, or nervously clenched their fists and shouted loudly. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy, but deep in their eyes they revealed indifference, cruelty, and even a desire for blood and tyranny. In the dark corners of the Colosseum, iron cages stood in rows, imprisoning beasts and gladiators who were about to participate in cruel battles, both men and women, old and young. They roared and panted, their eyes full of despair and fear. Everyone knew that once they stepped into the battlefield, they would be in close contact with the god of death. Few people could walk out of the Colosseum alive, and those who survived were definitely ruthless and crazy people who were not afraid of death. Not only did they have to fight with mutant creatures, but sometimes they even had to face the killing of their companions. Human nature was distorted here. Most of these gladiators were innocent civilians fleeing the Doomsday. Unfortunately, they fell into the hands of evil people and were sold to this dark underground world. From then on, they became slaves, no different from beasts, and lost all human rights. The entire Colosseum gave people a feeling of desolation, cruelty, and despair. Here, it was a completely miniature Doomsday scene, where the strong were respected and the weak were destined to become slaves or wait for death. Jiang Jinli retracted her gaze, and a touch of disgust flashed in her eyes. The human nature after the collapse of order was simply unbearable to look at and outrageous. She did not stop and walked forward. Seeing this, everyone followed her. Suddenly, a sharp and excited shout erupted in the Colosseum, as if the crowd had collectively swallowed in stimulant. Number 5. Number 5. Number 5. The voice pierced the air, forcing Jiang Jinli and others to stop, and their eyes were attracted again. After Su Runju saw it clearly, His eyes widened, his face full of shock and anger, and he shouted, "It's worse than a beast." The others also showed astonishment and disdain, and were deeply disgusted by the scene before them. Jiang Jinli turned around and looked at the center of the Colosseum, his face gradually gloomy. I saw a huge iron cage being slowly dragged onto the ring, and a huge mutant beast that looked like a tiger was imprisoned in the cage. Its eyes were red like fire, and its sharp fangs were exposed, showing its ferocity and brutality. On the edge of the ring, a thin child was being pushed by a group of strong men and forced to move closer to the center of the ring. They ruthlessly opened the iron cage door, untied the child's handcuffs, and pushed the child hard, causing the child to stumble into the ring. The strong men then stepped aside. The cage door slammed shut, and they crossed their arms, with a cold smile on their lips, watching the life and death contest that was about to unfold. The child was so thin that he seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind, especially his thin legs, which were as thin as bamboo poles, making people worry about his ability to bear. The child had messy hair, ragged clothes, bruises all over his body, and his face was smeared with dirt and blood. It was difficult to recognize his true appearance in the dim light. His gender was unknown. His age was also unknown. However, on that face covered with dirt and expressionless, a pair of eyes were unusually bright, revealing an unyielding spirit and a desire to survive. The child was so small that one could not help but feel pity for him. His height did not even reach the standard of an average 10-year-old child. Facing the towering mutant beast, the child looked particularly small, which made people despair. But unexpectedly, the child was not afraid at all. He tightly grasped the machete in his hand, and his eyes were alertly locked on the mutant beast, with a fighting will and fearless light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Jinli stared at her bright and determined eyes, and involuntarily stepped towards the edge of the audience. Yes, this is a little girl. Seeing this, Qilue and others exchanged glances, and gathered around Jiang Jinli, watching the shocking scene on the ring together. Shuzai was surprised to see that Jiang Jinli actually stopped for the child. You know, Jiang Jinli seemed quite impatient along the way, and it was not easy to get her to stop. Obviously, Jiang Jinli had a strong interest in this child. Noticing this, Shuzai quickly stepped forward and introduced tentatively, "This child is called number 5. Although he looks thin, he has achieved great success in the Colosseum. His victories in several battles are amazing. Now he is a popular figure here." After listening, Jiang Jinli glanced at him lightly and motioned him to continue. A glimmer flashed in Shuzai's eyes. Obviously, he guessed right. Jiang Jinli was indeed interested in this child. So, Shuzai couldn't wait to tell everything he knew. This child was sold here by human traffickers for a few bottles of water and a few pieces of bread. Although she is young, she is a ruthless character. At that time, just when the human trafficker was about to withdraw from the black market, the child unexpectedly ended his life. When Shuzai recalled that scene, he still found it unbelievable. At that time, the child had no expression on her face, but her eyes flashed with a resolute killing intent. She held a sharp knife in her hand and stabbed the trafficker in the back without hesitation. The decisiveness of the action was heart-pounding. After the trafficker fell, the child did not stop, and continued to swing the knife until the other party was bloody, and the scene was shocking. The child's face was covered with blood, but she stood up without fear. Her calmness and ruthlessness frightened many people present. But once you come here, you can't escape. Mouse turned to Jiang Jinli and continued, "As a little slave, she was too thin and weak to be sold at all. In the end, she was ruthlessly sent to the Colosseum." He sighed, revealing a rare sympathy in his expression. For her, the next few days will be hell. She has to fight both people and beasts. What's amazing is that she can survive every time. Mouse has never seen someone with such a strong vitality. After each battle, the child will be seriously injured and on the verge of death. But the conditions here are very simple, and there are no clean medical conditions. The wound can only be treated hastily, and then she will be thrown into an iron cage and left to fend for herself. After all, this is not a charity. In the dark and indifferent underworld, no one cares about the disappearance of a life. But what is shocking is, even in such a difficult environment, the child can repeatedly break through difficulties and repeat the miracle of life again and again. Every time when people thought she was going to die, she would always miraculously recover with unimaginable vitality and continue her fight. Her tenacity and perseverance are truly amazing. Chapter 131. While recalling, Shuzi said, "Also, this child has been trying to escape from this place, but every time she didn't run far, she would be caught back. After being caught, she was inevitably beaten. But despite this, she never gave up. According to my estimation, she tried at least 10 times. Everyone was shocked by this story. After experiencing countless near-death and cruel torture in this desperate place, even adults could not bear it. Even if she didn't choose to commit suicide, she almost lost the idea of escaping. But this child who was not yet an adult showed unimaginable tenacity. After hearing this, Mu Yuan, a grown man, felt bad. He asked Shuzi, "Then why is she called number 5? Shuzi explained, "In the Colosseum, everyone needs to give themselves a nickname. But this child has not said a word since the day she was sold here, and she didn't cry or make a fuss. Everyone suspected that she was dumb, and that day happened to be number 5, so she was called number 5 by everyone." After hearing this, everyone felt complicated. Some people try their best to survive, but they are trapped step by step, while some people should die, but they live more and more freely and unrestrainedly. This world is full of despair and injustice. Jiang Jinli was silent. She stared down, and her deep black eyes hid unknown emotions. Suddenly, a sharp whistle broke the silence, announcing that the horn of battle had sounded. In the Colosseum, dust covered the sun, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. As the iron cage opened with a bang, the mutant beast rushed out furiously, and ran straight towards the child. It tried to tear the child into pieces with its sharp claws and teeth. The audience was filled with exclamations and shouts. They were not afraid of this cruel and bloody scene, but were extremely excited. The mutant's eyes were red, flashing with bloodthirsty cruelty. Hunger drove it to do whatever it wanted. Even though it was a human cub in front of it, as thin as a mosquito, it was a rare delicacy in its eyes. Facing the fierce attack of the mutant, the child showed no fear. She nimbly avoided the attacks one by one. She took full advantage of her speed and ran around the mutant. At the same time, the knife in her hand kept flashing, carving scars on the mutant. The mutant roared angrily and swung at the child, but it could not do anything about the child's slippery body like a loach. With the help of her short body, the child cleverly dodged the mutant's attacks again, and shuttled around and under it flexibly. "Ha ha, good fight. Kill it! Kill it! Roar! Come on!" In the audience, shouts rose and fell. Every knife of the child was precise and ruthless. Even if he was occasionally scratched by the claws, he did not waver at all, and his movements were still coherent. As time went by, the ring was covered with blood and the atmosphere became more tense. At the critical moment, the child suddenly exerted force, climbed up the mutant's claws to its back, and stabbed its eyes with lightning speed. The mutant roared in pain and began to run wildly on the ring, trying to get rid of the burden on its back. But the child held the mutant tightly with one hand and pressed his body against its back. The other hand continued to stab its neck. Finally, the mutant beast bled like a pillar, lost its strength, staggered, and fell to the ground. The child did not stop the knife in her hand until she confirmed that the mutant beast's breath had completely dissipated, and then she slowly stood up. Number 5. Number 5. As the bloody battle between man and beast came to an end, the emotions of the people in the audience reached a fever pitch. The child stood on the ring. Although her body was covered with scars, there was no fluctuation in her eyes, as if those pains did not belong to her. She raised her head and swept her eyes coldly across the ugly faces in the audience, with endless disgust and murderous intent surging in her heart. In her eyes, these people were worse than animals. How she wished that she could kill them all, leaving no one alive. The child's heart was filled with deep hatred. However, when her sight touched Jiang Jinli and his group, she was stunned. In the carnival crowd, they seemed particularly abrupt, neither participating in cheering nor joining in shouting, and everyone's face showed a state of indifference and expressionlessness. It seemed as if everything in this underground black market was just an insignificant farce in their eyes, and they did not attract their attention at all. They were neatly dressed, with healthy and radiant faces, which was exactly what the child yearned for, and also the standard of being a person in her mind. They lived a life that the child had never experienced, which made her envious. At this moment, the child noticed that the calm and unique woman standing in the middle was looking at her. The woman's aura was too strong, her eyes were compelling, and the sense of oppression was so strong that the child could not help but stand up straight and looked at a loss. The child knew that she was in a very bad state, and was very dirty. Such an image was enough to disgust anyone, not to mention the woman with outstanding temperament. But the child inexplicably didn't want the woman to dislike her. But before the child could react, Jiang Jinli and his group had quickly turned around and left. A sense of loss instantly surged into the child's heart, and her eyes dimmed. She opened her mouth unconsciously, and her feet took a step forward involuntarily, as if this would shorten the distance between them. However, the big man who was guarding the child shouted angrily, interrupting her fantasy. Number 5. Get down quickly. Seeing that the child was still standing on the ring in a daze, the two big men immediately came on stage, took away her weapon, and forcibly pulled her down. Just as the two strong men were about to handcuff her, the child suddenly exerted force, and slammed her head into the abdomen of one of the strong men. This collision was so powerful that the strong man was caught off guard, and staggered back repeatedly. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the child quickly ran to the edge of the Colosseum. The two strong men saw her running away. Not only were they not anxious, but they smiled at each other. Their eyes were full of teasing. The child had tried this way of escape more than 10 times, and each time he cleverly used the moment of opening the handcuffs during the fight to seize any possible opportunity to escape. But what's the use? This black market has only one exit, and it is guarded by their people all around. Even if the child has wings, he can't escape. What's worse, they have been prepared for it. Before the child went on stage, the patrols around him had been strengthened. They are like hunters, waiting for the sheep to fall into the tiger's mouth. Every time he was caught, the child would be beaten half to death. They don't understand why this child just doesn't learn his lesson. Seeing the child's nimble figure had already rushed out of the Colosseum, the two of them slowly grasped the long sticks, with cruel smiles on their lips. They strode after him. After passing through the Colosseum full of violence and blood, Jiang Jinli and his party came to a relatively quiet permanent population residential area. The houses here are simple but closely connected, surrounded by tranquility. Away from the noise of the outside world. Under the dim light, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Jinli and his party stopped in front of a room with a door plate of number 12 on the door. Shuzi pointed to the door and said to Jiang Jinli, "This is where Lao Gui lives. He has not gone out these days and has been at home." He bent down again and asked with a flattering smile, "My mission is also completed. Can you give me a little reward?" Jiang Jinli glanced at him and threw a large bag of bread and a bottle of water. Shuzi took the food. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. He held the food tightly in his arms, his little eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." He secretly admired in his heart. It is rare to find a strong man like Jiang Jinli, who is both generous and principled. "Then you go ahead, I will take my leave first. If you need anything later, please come to room 65 to find me," Shuzi said respectfully, and then left. Jiang Jinli turned to stare at the half-open door, which was dark inside, unknown and spacious. Just as she was about to step in, she seemed to be thinking about something, and turned around to look at Mu Yuan and others. They stopped immediately, and Mu Yuan asked directly, "What's wrong?" Zhou Lianhu also echoed, "Yes, Captain, do you have any instructions?" Jiang Jinli shook his head, took out a few sacks from the space, and put them on the ground. She said to everyone, "Here are some mutant beast meats. You can take them to the market and exchange them for something you like." Jiang Jinli thought that it was necessary to relax occasionally. There were many kinds of transactions here, and there would always be items they liked. In addition, Jiang Jinli was not short of food now, and the meat of these mutant beasts was only worth trading. After hearing this, several people smiled at each other. I thought there was something important to tell them, but I didn't expect that they were just asked to go shopping. Chapter 132. Su Mingxing untied the sack, and was surprised to see that it was filled with chopped mutant meat. He exclaimed, "Wow! Boss, how come there is fish meat?" In addition to wolf meat, there was also a bag of mutant fish meat. You know, in today's water-scarce environment, things in the water are very precious. Jiang Jinli explained. This was caught before the high temperature. Su Mingxing immediately flattered him. "You are worthy of being the boss. You are so foresight." His eyes lit up, and then asked, "Can we buy anything, boss?" Jiang Jinli nodded, "Yes, buy anything." Su Mingxing instantly turned into a little fan, showing a bright smile to Jiang Jinli, cheering, "Yeah! Boss is awesome." After hearing this, Su Ranju was not to be outdone, looking up and staring at Jiang Jinli, his eyes full of admiration. "Yeah, that's right. Sisterly is awesome." Facing the undisguised admiration of the two, Jiang Jinli was a little helpless. And the people around couldn't help laughing. Jiang Jinli said, "Okay, let's go shopping. The place is big, don't disperse." She was not worried that someone would cause trouble. After all, there were a lot of people here, and she believed that a few people could handle it. "Don't worry, Captain." After Zhou Lianhu responded, the three men quickly carried the sacks and walked in front. Su Mingxing did not forget to turn back and call out, "Qilua, Qingxi, Ranju, follow me." Su Ranju immediately responded, "Hey, I come right up." Then, she looked at Qingxi, glanced at Chilua, and finally decided to walk towards Chilua. Su Ranju gently pulled Chilua's sleeve and asked in a soft tone, "Sister Chilua, can you accompany me to buy things?" Su Ranju knew that neither Sister Qingxi nor Sister Chilua was very interested in shopping. She thought that Sister Qingxi might be more willing to stay by Sister Li's side. Sister Chilua was different. Although she seemed to be taciturn and expressionless, she was soft-hearted and the best to talk. Sure enough, after hearing Su Ranju's gentle request, Chilua's expression softened, and she uttered a word with a little helplessness. "Let's go." Su Ranju immediately took Chilua's hand and caught up with Su Mingxing's pace, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Chilua." The two figures gradually disappeared. At this time, Jiang Jinli turned his head to look at Shinqingxi, with a playful look in his eyes, and smiled. "Why, don't you have anything you want to buy?" Shinqingxi's face was filled with warmth. "No, I don't lack anything, and I can't use up all the things you give me." Along the way, whether it was the ordinary and trivial daily life or the battle of life and death, Jiang Jinli's care for her was always meticulous. Jiang Jinli is steady, reliable and thoughtful. Her warm gestures are like sunshine. Jiang Jinli's personality charm is irresistible, as if anyone standing in front of her will become soft as cotton. It is undoubtedly a great happiness to be recognized and cared for by Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli raised her lips slightly. Let's go in and take a look." Shinqingxi nodded in agreement, yes. The two of them walked into the dark door together, and the lights in the room were dim. The air was mixed with a musty smell, and various items were piled up around. After walking for about a minute, the two arrived in the center of the room, where a large desk was placed. Behind the table, a man was busy sorting out a pile of paper documents, looking quite focused. Noticing someone coming in, the man raised his head and asked in a businesslike manner, "What news do you two want?" "Let me make it clear first. We don't accept business of finding people." When he saw the faces of the two women in front of him, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he added in a deep voice, "Finding someone in the Doomsday is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is thankless. But there is nothing else in the Doomsday that I don't know." Jiang Jinli originally thought that the old ghost was an old man, but unexpectedly, he was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. But those sharp eyes revealed his extraordinary ability. Jiang Jinli knew that people who could walk in the Doomsday must have their own strengths. She didn't expect to buy news about her sister here. After all, the hope of finding someone in the Doomsday was too slim. Jiang Jinli sat on the sofa opposite and said bluntly, "I want to know the news of all the bases in the Doomsday." Lao Gui stared into her eyes, and after a moment of silence, he frowned. "I can only provide news about the southern bases. We haven't reached the north yet, and we don't know much about the situation of the bases there." Jiang Jinli understood her difficulties, and did not force it. In addition, she didn't think her sister would run to the far north. So she nodded, "Okay." Lao Gui immediately stood up, and walked to the bookshelves on both sides, shuttled between them, selected some, and took down a stack of information. He returned to the table and sat down, put his hand on the information, and when he was about to open it, he suddenly looked at Jiang Jinli and warned in a low voice, "Think about it, the price of the base information is 2 boxes of mineral water. If you regret it, you can't even think about leaving this underground world. This is the price of the base information. Don't underestimate these 2 boxes of water. In today's high temperature, a drop of water is as valuable as gold. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Even if they have it, they will never be willing to use it to exchange for these seemingly useless information." Jiang Jinli nodded indifferently, signaling Lao Gui to hurry up. Although she can easily control Lao Gui's mind and make him take the initiative to reveal the information he wants, and even cruelly wash this disgusting underground world with blood. But for a few boxes of water, Jiang Jinli is not so cruel, and there is no need to cut off all other people's lives. Lao Gui observed Jiang Jinli. Judging from her temperament and words and deeds, she should not be a cunning person, and her words should be counted. So Lao Gui read the information attentively, writing down important information. A few minutes later, he stopped writing. The paper was already densely filled with words, which looked a bit dazzling. Lao Gui explained, "Since the bases in various cities are under construction now, there are a lot of them." Jiang Jinli quickly glanced at the paper, frowned slightly, and suddenly felt a headache. She didn't expect there would be so many small bases, which was a bit beyond Jiang Jinli's expectations. "Please help me screen them. What I need is a large base with a relatively large scale, and a relatively dense population." Given her sister's intelligence, Jiang Jinli deduced that her sister would wait in a conspicuous base for her to find. The old ghost immediately responded, It will be much easier if you screen in this way. After that, he tore off the paper and wrote down the names of the 3 bases on a new paper. Lao Gui raised his head and stated concisely, "From the perspective of a population of more than 6,000, there are currently only 3 bases in the south that meet the requirements." He pushed the paper in front of Jiang Jinli and explained, "First, there is the Jincheng base in Jincheng, which was established by 2 armies. However, there seems to have been a power change some time ago, and now it is being developed and constructed on a large scale. The second is the free base in Dongyuan City. As the name suggests, it has a high degree of freedom, but the personnel composition is complex, and it is not very peaceful. The base was founded by 2 brothers with the surname Chung." He continued, "Finally, there is the Yongzhou base in Yongzhou City. Although this base was established not long ago, it has many rules and has a strong restraining force on people. It is said that its founder was a powerful tycoon named Xie before the end of the world." After speaking, Lao Gui crossed his hands at his chin, looked directly at Jiang Jinli, and smiled at the corners of his mouth, saying confidently, "I can guarantee that the information of these bases is accurate and there is absolutely no omission." Jiang Jinli did not question it. "I was sure that my sister was probably hiding in one of these 2 bases. This time, I came to the right place." At least Jiang Jinli knew where to look next, which was much better than blindly searching. Jiang Jinli stood up neatly and put 2 boxes of mineral water on the table. Then, they turned around and left without saying anything more. The old ghost looked at the water on the table with his eyes wide open and swallowed subconsciously. This woman is really straightforward, which also proves that she is a strong person with abundant supplies. In the high-temperature Doomsday environment, water has undoubtedly become the most precious resource. Even if they are hungry, the survivors can risk hunting wild animals to solve the urgent problem, but without water, they can only wait for death. Jiang Jinli and the other person walked out of the dark room and returned along the original route. Xinqingxi looked at her sideways, and seeing her happy face, she asked softly, "Which base should we go to next?" Although Dongyuan City and Yongzhou City are located in different directions, the distance from Haiqing to the 2 cities is about the same. Jiang Jinli pondered for a moment and replied, "Choose one at random, and go to Dongyuan City first." Xinqingxi said affirmatively, "Your sister must be in one of the bases." Jiang Jinli responded, "Yes, she must be." Jiang Jinli turned to look at Xinqingxi, smiled and said, "What you said that night was really effective. It seems that you are really my lucky star." Xinqingxi once said that there must be clues at the next stop, and now it has come true. It is really good luck. Xinqingxi smiled when she heard that, "Of course, so you have to believe me, your sister will definitely wait for you safely." Jiang Jinli said in a relaxed tone, "Yes, I believe you." The 2 smiled at each other. Just as the 2 walked out of the residential area and passed by the Colosseum, a burst of curses and roars came from the entrance of a remote alley. Jiang Jinli wanted to speed up and pass through, but the subsequent words made her stop involuntarily. "You dare to run, you dead girl, you must have me chop off your legs before you will settle down, right? This kind of wolf cub deserves a lesson, beat him to death. It doesn't matter if he is beaten to death." Chapter 133. Jiang Jinli's face suddenly darkened. The image of the thin little girl immediately emerged in her mind, especially her big, determined and bright eyes. Although the child was tough and fearless, as if she was born to be suitable for this cruel doomsday. But she was still young, and Jiang Jinli had not originally planned to take on the responsibility of raising her. However, just as Jiang Jinli was about to leave the black market, fate seemed to play a joke, and she unexpectedly met the little girl again. Is this a coincidence, or is it a clever arrangement of fate? Jiang Jinli sighed lightly, no longer hesitated, turned around, and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Xinqingxi smiled faintly. She knew that from the moment Jiang Jinli stopped for the little girl's fate had quietly changed. She held her weapon tightly, and followed closely. The entrance of the alley was dark and cold. The child huddled up in a mess, holding her head with both hands, squatting in the corner, silently enduring the man's punches and kicks. Her body was shaking. Her little face was pale and twisted, and every muscle was silently telling of the pain. All around, strong men stood in a row, their faces were indifferent or cruel, and they had no mercy. In the middle of the crowd, a tall and thin man was particularly eye-catching. He had a cold look and his mouth was tightly pursed. This man was the person in charge of the Colosseum, Ma Ye's capable general, Shouho, who was notorious in the underground black market for his cunning and cruelty. Shouho looked down at the child in the corner with cold eyes, and his heart was extremely irritated. This child made him more and more impatient. She ran away again, and no matter how he beat and scolded her, he could not tame her. If the child could not attract some audience attention on the ring, he would have dealt with it long ago, saving time and energy. While the skinny monkey was thinking, the child suddenly stood up, and took advantage of the inattention of a strong man next to him to quickly pull out the knife tied to his leg. Her movements were swift and accurate, and she threw the knife at the skinny monkey without hesitation. Swoosh! The air around seemed to solidify, and the exclamations and inhalations of the crowd echoed in the alley. The skinny monkey was shocked, and seeing the tip of the knife approaching, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly dodged sideways. Despite this, the blade still left a scratch on his arm, his sleeve was cut, and the knife was finally embedded in the wall behind him. The skinny monkey touched the clothes on his arm, his face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with resentment, and his venomous eyes were locked on the child. And the little girl, with fearless eyes and murderous aura, looked at him fearlessly. This completely angered the skinny monkey. He rushed to the child furiously, raised his foot, and kicked her hard. The child's body was like a fallen leaf swept by the wind, hitting the wall heavily, making a dull sound and sliding to the ground weakly. The child struggled to cough up blood, but with amazing perseverance, she stood up again with her thin body like a bamboo pole. The child wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes were full of unyielding and rebelliousness. Her tightly pursed mouth corners revealed determination, and her eyes were like torches, staring at the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey was furious, and his laughter was mixed with resentment. Very good. Wolf cub, since you are determined to die, then I will fulfill your wish. After that, he suddenly rushed to the child, swung the long knife in his hand, and a sharp knife-like cut through the air and chopped directly at the top of the child's head. Under the blade, the child slowly closed his eyes. There was no fear on his face, but a relieved tranquility, with a slight smile on his lips. She deliberately angered the skinny monkey, because she was tired of this world, tired of the endless pain and darkness. She wanted to die. In this world, whether before or after the end of the world, darkness always followed her, and never showed her a trace of mercy. Her life was the same. There was never a ray of light. Although she was exhausted, she kept fighting against this world that made her sick. But she found that her efforts were nothing more than an absurd farce, and her struggle seemed pale and powerless in the mockery of fate. Finally, she was tired, so tired that she didn't want to continue this hopeless struggle. So she chose to give up. Rather than struggling endlessly in this coliseum, like a trained monkey for entertainment, she would rather choose complete tranquility and liberation. She hoped that when she arrived in heaven, she would have a chance to lie on a soft bed and enjoy a warm meal. She also wanted to feel what it felt like to be loved and respected as a real person. Just as the child was waiting for the blade to fall and end it all, a sharp and harsh metal friction sound suddenly exploded above her head. The child slowly opened her eyes. She looked up. Jiang Jinli was tall and steady, holding a long knife, and easily blocked the fierce attack of the skinny monkey. The child was shocked, and his eyes were wide open with disbelief. Jiang Jinli exerted a little force on his arm, and the blade turned over. The skinny monkey was hit hard, staggered back a few steps, and the big knife in his hand almost fell out of his hand. After standing firm, the skinny monkey looked at the two women, who suddenly appeared with a horrified look. This woman's strength is so amazing. He looked alert and said in a bad tone, "Girl, what do you mean? Do you want to make trouble on Ma Ye's territory?" As soon as the voice fell, all the strong men gathered around like wolves and tigers, revealing their fierce appearance, tightly surrounding Jiang Jinli and Shin Qingxi in the middle. Jiang Jinli glanced at the skinny monkey, ignored his threat, and asked calmly, "I want to take this child away. What conditions do you need to let him go?" The child trembled slightly when he heard the words. His face was full of disbelief, and the pair of eyes that had been lifeless suddenly lit up. The skinny monkey was stunned. He originally thought that this woman was a powerful person who came to make trouble. As a result, after reporting the name of Ma Yi, he still acted according to their rules obediently. Just a soft persimmon. So, the skinny monkey immediately relaxed, with a look of disdain, and laughed wildly. "That's right, you are smart, you have to follow our rules and our territory." Then the skinny monkey began to think. He knew that the child had already made up his mind to die, and now it was useless to keep him. It would be better to exchange for some food. Thinking of this, the skinny monkey tilted his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and said loudly, "This child is very valuable. If the girl really wants to take her away, she has to exchange 100 kilograms of food. Remember, no exotic animal meat." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 bags of rice suddenly appeared on the ground, and a gas sounded all around. This is too straightforward. Looking at the pile of white rice, the skinny monkey's laughter stopped abruptly. Instead, a face full of horror was replaced. This woman is actually a space ability user. Greed quickly spread in his eyes. Jiang Jinli ignored everyone's gaze, walked straight to the child, gently took her hand, and was about to leave. The skinny monkey's malicious laughter sounded again, and he said cunningly, "Girl, please stay. Don't rush to leave, I haven't finished my words yet. 100 kilograms of food can only exchange for one of her arms, so this is far from enough, and we have to add more." After hearing this, the strong men exchanged a cold smile with each other, and then approached step by step, surrounding the exit. Shinjingzi quietly took a handful of arrows from his back and held them in his hand, his eyes full of disdain for these rogues. Hearing this, Jiang Jinli's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a sneer slowly emerged on his originally expressionless face. She ignored the skinny monkey, but squatted down and looked directly into the child's eyes. Her tone was both indifferent and cruel. "Now, do you want to die or live? If you still want to live, I will take you away. If you still do stupid things like before and seek death, I will send you to hell with my own hands." The child's eyes were sore, and tears filled her eyes instantly. She ignored the blood on her hands, and eagerly grabbed Jiang Jinli's sleeves, shaking her head repeatedly, and her thin body trembled violently. Jiang Jinli looked indifferent and merciless, and ordered again, "Speak up, speak out." The child's tears poured out like a spring, and he opened his mouth with difficulty, and finally said the first words since the end of the world, "Live. Live. Please. Take me away. Please." The child's voice was hoarse, weak, and trembling, with hope and despair intertwined, which was heartbreaking. Jiang Jinli stared at her, then smiled, raised his hand, gently wiped away the tears on her face, and said softly, "Okay, I will take you away. From now on, you will stay with me." The child looked at Jiang Jinli, who suddenly became gentle, choked with sobs, and was deeply moved. Jiang Jinli patted the child's thin shoulder, restrained his smile, stood up, and walked slowly towards the direction of the thin monkey. She stood in front of him. She glanced at the thin monkey, with a hint of emotion in her tone. "What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you repeat it again?" Chapter 134. The thin monkey's throat was dry, he tightly grasped the big knife in his hand, and the supernatural power in his body began to surge, ready to burst out at any time. Although his intuition kept warning the thin monkey that the situation was not good, the greed in his heart was like a quagmire, trapping him firmly, and making it difficult to extricate himself. The thin monkey took a deep breath, and although his voice was slightly trembling, he still tried to be tough. "I said, you can't take her away like this. This amount of food is far from enough you." Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, accompanied by Jiang Jinli's cold and ruthless words, hitting the thin monkey's eardrum. "Dare to play tricks with me, you are looking for death." Suddenly, severe pain attacked the thin monkey's throat, and blood gushed out. The thin monkey's hands loosened the big knife weakly, he raised his hand, and covered his bleeding neck tightly. His eyes widened, and his face was painful. He looked at the devil in front of him with a sneer on his mouth, and he was terrified. An unprecedented regret surged in his heart. He wanted to say something, but blood foamed from his mouth. After a moment, the skinny monkey fell heavily, with unwillingness and regret in his eyes. "Brother Skinny Monkey. Everyone, come on!" The strong men around came to their senses, and picked up their weapons to fight back. But before they could take a few steps, a whistling sound of arrows shot from the side, and accurately pierced their heads. The arrows were not only dense, but also incredibly fast. They seemed to have self-awareness, and could turn flexibly in the air, making it hard to defend against. In a moment, the surroundings were full of corpses, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. "Oh my God! Brother Skinny Monkey is dead. Someone is making trouble. Go tell Master Ma." There was a terrified scream at the entrance of the alley, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Jiang Jinli and Shinjingzi looked at each other, then looked coldly at the fleeing figures without chasing them. If that Ma Yi was also a fool who wanted to kill himself, Jiang Jinli would not mind giving him a ride. She would never tolerate being provoked. Once provoked, she would ruthlessly destroy this dirty place. Jiang Jinli picked up the rice on the ground and walked out of the alley with the child. After coming outside, she took out 3 soft chairs, put them on the ground against the wall, and sat down directly, ignoring the curious eyes around her. Jiang Jinli decided to wait for the arrival of that Ma Yi. She planned to solve the problem once and for all, and did not want to leave any trouble. Turning his head, Jiang Jinli looked at the dazed child and pulled her to sit down. Wait a little longer. We leave here after the matter is resolved. Feeling the damage to the child's internal organs, Jiang Jinli took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space equipment and a bowl of porridge and handed it to the child. Take it, eat something first to fill your stomach. The child took the water and food, her eyes full of shock. She had forgotten the taste of rice, and the food she ate every day was black mincemeat made from mutant cockroaches or rat meat. The child's heart beat so fast that she felt that Jiang Jinli's appearance was like a dream, so unreal that she couldn't believe it. The child looked up and stared at Jiang Jinli. Her tightly pursed little mouth couldn't hide her inner excitement, and tears gradually blurred her vision. Jiang Jinli smiled at her, gently stroked the child's head, and urged her to eat quickly with his eyes. The child nodded, wiped her dirty face, unscrewed the bottle cap, and raised her head to drink. After drinking a whole bottle of water, she took a long breath and squinted her eyes slightly. She looked satisfied. Then, she lowered her head and ate voraciously. Jiang Jinli looked at her skinny body and sighed softly. Not long after, Su Ruinju's voice sounded cheerfully, like a spring flowing. Sisterly, Sister Qingxi, we are back. Su Mingxing also smiled and shouted, Boss! The child trembled slightly when he heard the voice, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Jinli gently patted the child's back to comfort him. She raised her eyes and saw Su Runju and the other 4 people with joy on their faces, walking towards her. They carried large bags on their backs and small bags in their hands, and it was obvious that they had a good harvest. After walking to Jiang Jinli's side, they put down the large and small packages, sat aside directly, and began to sort them out. Mu Yuan said with satisfaction while packing, this transaction was not bad. We got a lot of good things in exchange. Jiang Jinli took a glance and found that most of what they bought were weapons, energy, and some tools necessary for survival. There were also some clothes and seeds. Qilua also bought herself a lot of exquisite flying knives, each of which was as thin as a cicada's wing, and flashed with cold light. Obviously, they were all top-notch works. Su Runju came to Jiang Jinli, squatted down, put his hands on her knees, and looked at her with bright eyes. Sisterly, I also brought you a gift. Jiang Jinli smiled and said, Really? Su Runju nodded, Yes, I chose it specially for Sisterly. She took out 2 exquisite small boxes from her pocket and opened one of them. Inside was a simple yet generous bracelet. There is not much decoration on the bracelet, only a few exquisite small pendants are dotted in between. The body of the chain is composed of fine links, and the whole exudes a low-key silver-grade luster. Su Runju handed the bracelet to Jiang Jinli and asked expectantly, Sisterly, do you like it? Jiang Jinli took the bracelet, played with it carefully for a while, then looked into Su Runju's eyes, and replied with a smile, Runju gave it to me, of course I like it. I like it. Su Runju smiled happily. She took out another box and handed it to Shin Qingxi next to her. Sister Qingxi, there is another one, for you. Shin Qingxi took it, raised a smile at the corner of her mouth, and thanked Su Runju. Thank you Runju, I like it very much. Su Runju gave Shin Qingxi a bright smile, then stood up, and then noticed that the child next to him looked a little uneasy. She was stunned for a moment, then reacted, stepped forward and touched the child's head, and said softly, Don't be nervous, from now on, we are all your family. The child looked up at her and nodded. Su Mingxing packed up his things, stood up, and agreed proudly, That's right, with the boss and us here, no one can bully you. Then, he looked around calmly and asked Jiang Jinli in a low voice, Boss, many people are watching us, what happened? The other people had already noticed the prying eyes and the deliberate blocking of the intersection, but they didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until Su Mingxing raised the question that everyone became serious and turned their eyes to Jiang Jinli, waiting for her explanation. Jiang Jinli briefly explained the whole story, and then said in a cold tone, The so-called Ma Yi will be here soon. If he doesn't know the situation, then we will fight our way out. After hearing this, several people looked solemn, nodded, picked up their weapons, stood on both sides, and prepared for battle. In less than a minute, chaotic footsteps sounded all around, and dozens of strong men with guns surrounded them. The atmosphere became tense. Who dares to make trouble on my territory? A loud voice came from the crowd. The crowd parted, and a man came out. He was about 30 years old, dressed neatly and cleanly, with a dark complexion and eyes as sharp as an eagle. His hooked nose was tall and powerful, exuding a sharp and majestic aura. He was the ruler of this underground world, known as Ma Yi. Ma Yi, who was originally planning the construction of the black market in his room, was shocked when he learned that Shou Ho was killed. Shou Ho is a third-level superpower, cunning and treacherous, and his strength should not be underestimated. Who has such ability to kill him easily? Ma Yi was even more curious. So bold, dare to provoke in their own territory. Is it to rob the thieves? With these questions, Ma Yi personally brought the guards to check. I thought the troublemaker would be a rough villain or a hostile force. But when Ma Yi walked out of the crowd and saw Jiang Jinli sitting on the chair with a calm expression, he was shocked. The leader was actually a woman. Ma Yi immediately put away his contempt, his eyes became sharper, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the 7 people carefully. The 7 of them, some sitting, some standing, each exuding a different temperament. But their eyes were equally indifferent, facing the crowd around them, and dozens of strong men with guns. They were not afraid at all. In addition, the murderous aura permeated from them could almost be touched by hand, and the momentum was frightening. It seemed that as long as the woman in the middle gave an order, they could quickly transform into ruthless butchers and slaughter everything in front of them. Ma Yi was secretly surprised. Then he put away his contemptuous attitude, looked at Jiang Jinli seriously, and asked tentatively, I wonder how my brother offended you. Can you tell me the reason for killing him? Jiang Jinli glanced at him lightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Reason? There is no special reason, I just don't like him, so I want to kill him. If you want revenge, then do it quickly, don't waste each other's time. Chapter 135. Jiang Jinli knew that Master Ma knew the character of his subordinates very well. Why bother asking such questions? In her opinion, such hypocritical courtesy was meaningless. If you really want to do it, then do it. There is no need to beat around the bush. Master Ma was speechless by Jiang Jinli's direct response. In fact, as soon as he saw number 5 sitting next to Jiang Jinli, he had an 80% guess in his mind. After all, the skinny monkey was famous for his cunning and greed. The reason why Master Ma deliberately asked questions was just to test Jiang Jinli's attitude. I didn't expect her to be so tough. Master Ma looked at Jiang Jinli carefully, trying to find clues of supernatural powers from her aura to evaluate her strength. But before Master Ma began to explore, Jiang Jinli's eyes suddenly became sharp. The deep eyes seemed to be able to swallow everything, which made Master Ma's heart tighten. An invisible force suddenly shot out from Jiang Jinli's eyes and hit Ma Yi's mind. He felt a sharp pain first, followed by a sudden dizziness. His heart seemed to be tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. Ma Yi's steps were unsteady, and his body staggered back 2 steps, his head lowered, cold sweat dripping from his cheeks, quickly soaking his clothes. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and his pupils were dilated. He never expected that this seemingly young woman would have such a powerful ability. As a 4th-level psychic, he seemed so fragile in front of her. If Jiang Jinli had not warned him, but attacked him just now, he would have died of brain rupture. This woman was actually a spiritual powerhouse above the 5th level. How dare you challenge our Master Ma? I think you are looking for death. A sturdy man next to Master Ma spoke in an angry voice. Before the sturdy man finished speaking, Master Ma had already reacted. He walked up quickly, raised his hand without saying a word, and slapped the sturdy man hard. The sturdy man covered his face, looking confused. Before he could react, Master Ma kicked him again. The sturdy man fell to the ground immediately. The people around were surprised to see this scene. They didn't understand why Master Ma suddenly attacked his men. Master Ma has no time to care about these stupid subordinates. Every time they encounter something, they only know how to speak without thinking and say harsh words. Do they really think they are so powerful? Are they the first in the Doomsday? A bunch of brainless guys. Master Ma took a deep breath, quickly calmed down, walked quickly to Jiang Jinli, bent down, clasped his fists, and said, I never thought you would come to this underground market in person. I am sorry that I couldn't greet you in time. He paused and became more cautious. As for the skinny monkey, he didn't have good eyesight and bumped into you. He deserved to be killed by you. I dare not have any complaints. Master Ma straightened up, with a hint of respect in his tone. I wonder if you can move aside and let me show my hospitality. The eyes of the strong men around him were about to pop out. They couldn't believe that Master Ma would be so humble. In the eyes of everyone, Master Ma has always been the overlord of the underground world, tough and cold. When have they ever seen him so humble? Seeing this, Mu Yuan and others looked at each other and raised their lips slightly. This Mr. Ma is so aware of the current situation, he is quite wise. Jiang Jinli raised his eyebrows and looked up at the man again. He is flexible and generous. It seems that Master Ma is smart enough to run such a large underground market. Since others have given him a certain respect, Jiang Jinli will not give him no face. She stood up and said calmly, Thank you, but we have something important to do, so we can't stay any longer. She touched the child's head and asked, Can I take this child away? Master Ma hurriedly replied, Of course. This child, just consider it as a gift from me to you. Jiang Jinli was a little unhappy with his wording. The child was like an object in his mouth. But she was too lazy to say anything more, because this was indeed in line with the style of this underground market and the current Doomsday reality. People are not as good as things. Jiang Jinli glanced at the sturdy men around him and said to Ma Yi expressionlessly, Thank you very much. We're leaving now. Can you please make way? Ma Yi was furious when he saw those stupid subordinates still blocking the middle of the road. He immediately shouted, A bunch of unruly people, get out of my way. Although the sturdy men were confused, they did not dare to disobey the order. They immediately dispersed and made a passage for Jiang Jinli and others. Ma Yi quickly stepped forward and smiled at Jiang Jinli. Please, I will take you out. Jiang Jinli did not refuse. She picked up all the items on the ground and took the lead to walk forward. Ma Yi followed her, keeping a proper distance. Su Mingxing and others followed closely behind. Ma Ye's men also quickly followed. So, a team of dozens of people marched towards the exit in a mighty manner. When they passed the trading area, Ma Yi glanced in the direction of the slave trader and asked Jiang Jinli, I wonder if you need other slaves? I can provide some for free. Jiang Jinli refused, no need. Ma Yi did not force her, and then introduced her to this underground trading market, including the population size and management methods. Jiang Jinli did not interrupt him, just listened to the excitement. In this way, they passed several gates and finally came to the bottom of the subway station stairs. Jiang Jinli stopped, turned to Ma Yi and said, Okay, no need to send me off. Ma Yi smiled and nodded, his eyes fell on her, and suddenly introduced himself. My name is Ma Yuanqiu. There was a hint of flattery in his words, and he spoke again carefully. I don't know what should I call you. In the Doomsday, exchanging names in this way means that both parties have established a connection. This not only represents a simple mutual acquaintance, but also foreshadows the cooperation and mutual assistance that may be needed in the future. Ma Yuanqiu has a sharp eye, and his intuition tells him that the woman in front of him is not an ordinary person, but a strong person born for the Doomsday, and in the future, she may even become the ruler of the Doomsday. Therefore, Master Ma believes that now is a good time to make friends in order to increase the chances of survival in the future Doomsday world. Jiang Jinli naturally understood the deep meaning of Master Ma's words. Her eyes were as calm as ancient well water, her lips slightly raised, and she responded concisely and clearly, My last name is Jiang. Then, she did not stop, holding the child's hand, and walked straight to the stairs. Mu Yuan and others slowly followed, and the group of people gradually disappeared in the dim subway station. Ma Yuanqiu's face was full of excitement. Although he did not know the woman's full name, it was enough to satisfy him. The sturdy man next to him couldn't help but ask curiously, Master Ma, why are you so respectful to them? Ma Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, glanced at the sturdy man coldly, and said in an unhappy tone, You are so stupid. I think you only grow muscles, but not brains, and you don't understand the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Others can easily crush us into powder with just a flick of their fingers. He looked around at the sturdy men around him, and said in a heavy tone, How long do you think the shelter under this subway station can last? This is just a place where we temporarily live. It won't be long before we will be homeless. Ma Yuanqiu is not a stupid person. A natural disaster alone has made this underground world shaky, not to mention the attacks of those mutants. The future direction of survival is worrying. The sturdy men were touched by Ma Yuanqiu's words. Their faces became serious, and a mood of worry and uneasiness spread among the crowd. After all, no one wants to face death. They looked terrified and asked, Master Ma, what should we do in the future? Ma Yuanqiu remained silent, his brows furrowed. He sighed deeply, and his eyes drifted involuntarily to the direction where Jiang Jinli left. Perhaps, only a strong person like her can find a glimmer of hope in this cruel new world. Providing value, and loyally joining, may be the only way out in the future. Chapter 136. When Jiang Jinli walked up the stairs, she put on a pair of sunglasses for the child, because she had not seen the light for a long time and needed to gradually adapt. After passing through several heavy iron gates, the group finally returned to the ruins. The strong sunlight shone down, and people closed their eyes at the same time. It was difficult to adapt for a while. Everyone exhaled, and after coming outside, they felt that their breathing was also free. Although the outside world is a world full of unknown dangers, compared with the dark and depressing underground, The vastness and lightness here are like heaven, making people willing to take risks. The child stood in the sun, squinting slightly, bathing in the breath of freedom, with moist eyes and a trance in her expression. She ran away again and again, just to come under this sunshine. This is the outside world she dreamed of. It turns out that as long as she holds Jiang Jinli's hand, all this can be easily achieved. Compared with the life of being deprived of freedom and treated as livestock and slaves day after day, even if zombies are rampant outside, for her, this place is undoubtedly a paradise full of hope. She seemed to have crossed from hell to the world, from the dark and corrupt abyss to the bright and shining earth. The child's emotions were very complicated, both bitter and painful, and excited and happy. Su Mingxing stretched his waist, yawned loudly, and couldn't help complaining, to be honest, it's better outside. I feel like I'm going to mold and grow mushrooms after staying underground for a long time. He turned his head to look at Jiang Jinli and smiled easily. Boss, the weather is too hot. Let's get in the car quickly. What are your plans next? Jiang Jinli looked around, took out the car from the space, and said to everyone, we will find a place to rest in Haicheng tonight, and leave for Dongyuan early tomorrow morning. Jiang Jinli mainly needs some time to give the child a comprehensive physical examination, and give her time to adapt and buffer. Everyone stopped talking and got in the car, drove away from the ruins, and headed towards the city center. In a villa in Haicheng. Quiet and peaceful. The child has finished taking a bath, and is now lying naked on the bed. Jiang Jinli is gently applying medicine to her back to dissolve blood stasis. Since taking a bath, the child has never stopped crying. She seems to want to release all the pain and grievances through tears, until she is exhausted from crying and finally faints. Jiang Jinli has been waiting outside the door. Hearing the child crying and falling to the ground, she was soft-hearted and helpless, so she could only open the door and walk into the bathroom, wipe the child dry and carry him out. After the child took a bath, although the dirt on her body had been washed away, her appearance still revealed the suffering she had experienced. Her skin was pale and almost transparent due to long-term lack of sunlight, and the blood vessels were clearly visible under the thin skin. Her body was also extremely thin, with each rib protruding, and her arms and legs were as thin as dead branches. Her hair became sparse and dull due to malnutrition, sticking to her scalp. Jiang Jinli stared at her scarred back and felt disgusted by the cruelty of human nature. Although the child had many wounds on her body, fortunately, she had no major illness. The main problem was only malnutrition and damage to internal organs. Jiang Jinli treated her with spiritual spring water, and the wounds healed quickly, and there was no problem at all. As for her physical condition, as long as she takes in more nutritious food, she will gradually recover. Jiang Jinli didn't care about the child's psychological problems. After all, she was there. At this time, Su Ruinju's voice sounded outside, sisterly, come out for dinner. Jiang Jinli responded, okay. She bent down, gently pinched the child's cheek, and whispered, get up and eat. The child's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, her cheeks were thin, with almost no excess fat, and her facial lines were more obvious because of her thinness. But her eyes were dark and clear, and her nose was small and delicate. It is not difficult to foresee that she will be a beauty when she grows up. The child turned her head to see Jiang Jinli, and realized that everything she had experienced was not a dream, so she smiled brightly. When she realized that she was still naked, a blush appeared on her face, and she immediately buried her head in the pillow, looking a little shy. Seeing her shy look, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but teasing, are you shy now? Let's go out. Jiang Jinli picked up the child, turned her over, and put on a short-sleeved shirt and pants for her. Then he took the hand of the dull-looking child and walked out the door together. As soon as he stepped into the living room, the tempting aroma of food hit him, making him salivate. Everyone was already sitting around the dining table, chatting and laughing, waiting for the meal. When they saw Jiang Jinli and the child appear, several people greeted them enthusiastically. Jiang Jinli walked over and sat down, letting the child sit next to him. Come on, let's eat. Su Mingxing was always the most active. He quickly got up and brought the rice from the kitchen to the table. Looking at the food on the table, everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Everyone started to eat immediately, and the atmosphere at the table instantly became warm and lively. Today's meal was made by Mu Yuan and Qi Luo. Surprisingly, Qi Luo's cooking skills were not inferior to Mu Yuan at all. The taste was very delicious. The child looked at the rich food in front of her, fidgeting, and her hands were nervously twisted together. She had never eaten at the table, and lived in dire straits every day. Constantly beaten. No one cherished her like Jiang Jinli, and she had never felt the kindness of human beings. Eat. Jiang Jinli put the bowl in front of the child, loosened her tightly clenched hands, and put the chopsticks in her hands. Su Ranju picked up a piece of meat with a serving chopstick and said gently, "You are too thin, eat more meat." Shin Qingxi carefully served her a bowl of soup and handed it to her. "Drink some more soup." Vegetables. Qilua also picked up a piece of vegetables with chopsticks and put it in her bowl. Looking at the child's awkward appearance, Qilua couldn't help but think of her childhood, and a resonance surged in her heart. But she knew that she was not as lucky as this child, because she didn't have the opportunity to meet Jiang Jinli. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Su Mingxing also stood up to pick up vegetables for the child and smiled heartily. "Come on, eat quickly." Soon, the child's bowl was full of food. With tears in her eyes, she first looked at the food in the bowl, and then looked at the smiling people one by one. Thank you." Her voice was weak and choked. For the child, this is the paradise she has always dreamed of. Everything she expected was realized in just one day: a comfortable bed and warm meals. It turns out that meeting Jiang Jinli is the key to heaven. The child retracted her gaze, lowered her head, and began to eat. The way she choked and ate with big mouthfuls of food made everyone present feel soft-hearted. She was still a child, but she had experienced more suffering than many adults. After dinner, everyone sat around on the sofa, and the child was surrounded by everyone in the middle. Jiang Jinli looked at her and asked bluntly, "Tell me, what is your name?" The child looked up, her big eyes full of bitterness, and answered in a low voice, I don't have a name. Daddy and the others always called me a dead girl. After I was sold to the black market, everyone called me number 5. Jiang Jinli caught the key words. Daddy? The child lowered his eyes, and sighed softly. Yes, he was the one who sold me to the underground black market. He asked all of us to call him Daddy. If we didn't, he wouldn't give us food and would whip us. Jiang Jinli learned a lot of information from the child's words. He frowned and asked in a positive tone, You mean, you have no parents and have been living with traffickers since you were a child? The child nodded slowly, looking sad. Chapter 137. Everyone's eyes met, revealing an expression of disbelief. They originally thought that the child was taken away from her parents by human traffickers in the chaos after the apocalypse. But they did not expect that she had fallen into the hands of human traffickers since she was a child. Su Ranju, who was sitting next to the child, showed reluctance and patted her back to comfort her. After a while, the child began to tell her story to Jiang Jinli and others, with a tremor in her tone. I don't remember who my parents are. Since I can remember, I have been living with my father in a large courtyard. There are many other children there. My father sometimes takes us out to perform, and teaches us some skills of stealing and fraud. We must make money every day, otherwise we will be beaten. It is precisely this kind of training over the years that makes the child's body extremely flexible. At this point, the child suddenly stopped and tears burst out. She walked towards Jiang Jinli eagerly, grabbed her sleeve tightly, looked up at her. Her eyes were panicked and urgent. I have never stolen other people's things. I am not a bad child. Please don't abandon me. She sobbed. Her voice became weaker and weaker. I don't want to be a thief. I know it's wrong to do so. Every time I go back empty-handed, my father will whip me. I want to escape every day, but my father has many men. I can't escape. I can't escape. The child suddenly widened his eyes. His expression was cruel, and he cried loudly, I hate them. I want to kill them. So when my father sold me, I killed him. He deserves to die. I'm not a bad kid. They really deserve to die. Please don't abandon me. I can kill zombies, woo. The child was really afraid that Jiang Jinli would abandon her because of this. Her face was full of childish weakness and endless despair, which made people feel pity. Jiang Jinli took out a tissue, held up her little face, wiped her tears, and said in agreement, Don't cry, it's good to kill them, they really deserve to die. No matter what your identity was before. Since I have held your hand, I will be responsible to the end, and will not let go. Su Mingxing echoed indignantly. That's right, you did the right thing. Human traffickers are a group of things worse than beasts. Everyone looked unhappy. Even before the end of the world, human traffickers are hated by everyone. I don't know how many families have been broken because of them. This child has suffered such hardships since she was a child. Her fate is really bumpy. Jiang Jinli wiped the tears from her face and asked softly, How old are you now? Based on the child's body shape, Jiang Jinli guessed that she might be only 8 or 9 years old. But her mind was unusually mature, and she might be older than this age. The child looked at Jiang Jinli with red and swollen eyes, and shook her head weakly. I don't know. I never celebrate my birthday. She thought for a while, and then said, but I once heard Dad and other human traffickers mention that I might be 12 or 13 years old. She recalled the conversation she overheard. Dad and other human traffickers discussed that she was about to turn 13, and she was old, so it was time to find a new place for her. They planned to sell her to a remote rural area to be a wife for those old bachelors. At that time, she felt cold all over, her head was buzzing, and she felt unprecedented despair. However, before she could find a way to escape from that hell, the end of the world came. Dad reacted quickly and immediately took a large group of people on the road to escape. And these children were undoubtedly the first batch of victims. Driven by survival and food and clothing, some children were directly given as gifts by Dad to those perverts with special fetishes, and some were sold cheaply like commodities. She was the last child to be dealt with. When Dad was hungry and thirsty, he happened to come to Black City and entered the black market. So the child was sold there for the price of a few bottles of water. But now, the child feels that being brought to Black City is a blessing in disguise, because she has been redeemed. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the child was already 13 years old. But her body was so thin due to severe malnutrition. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of life she lived. Jiang Jinli stared into the child's eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, well, from now on, you are 13 years old. After a little hesitation, she asked solemnly, from now on, recognize me as your sister, take my surname, and I will give you a name, okay? The child was stunned, and the expressions of others also stagnated slightly. It seems that Jiang Jinli likes the ruthlessness of this child. With a warm and powerful person like Jiang Jinli as a sister, the child's future will undoubtedly be very happy. Shin Qingxi believes that this child reminds Jiang Jinli of her own helplessness and loneliness, and a resonance is generated. Perhaps, she reminded Jiang Jinli of Jiang Shuman. The child was in disbelief, her mouth open wide, her big eyes were filled with unusually bright light, and her little body trembled slightly with excitement. Su Ranju saw her in a daze, so he patted her head gently and said with a smile, don't be in a daze, call me sister. The child came back to her senses, her face was serious, and she immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Jinli and cowed out 3 times solemnly. Then she stood up, tears in her eyes, and choked and shouted, sister. Jiang Jinli answered softly, then helped the child up and said to her, I will give you a name. As she said that, she fell into deep thought. The people around her also looked at Jiang Jinli with smiles and expectation. She thought to herself that the name she chose this time would definitely not be a random flower or grass. After some thought, Jiang Jinli smiled and looked down at the child. From now on, your name is Jiang Zheng. She raised her hand, stroked the child's head, and asked, do you like it? Jiang Jinli felt that this name was very suitable for the child's personality. It not only meant tenacity, but also symbolized the tenacity of life. The child was like a wild flower blooming in the cracks of the stone. She hoped that the child would have a strong character. Before the child opened his mouth to respond, Su Mingxing exclaimed excitedly, this name is great, the eldest brother is really amazing. Su Ranju immediately agreed, yeah, it's really good. You can tell it's a strong-willed name as soon as you hear it. Zhou Lianhu looked at the child and smiled and said, it matches her personality very well. Others also agreed. They all thought that this name was both loud and meaningful. The child's cheeks flushed with excitement, his hands tightly grasped the hem of his clothes, nodded repeatedly, looked at Jiang Jinli eagerly, and responded impatiently, I like it very much, thank you sister for giving me the name. Then, she looked around and politely greeted everyone. Jiang Zheng meets all the big brothers and big sisters. Everyone smiled and nodded in response. Jiang Zheng was full of joy and vitality, and his crisp laughter echoed in the villa, I have a name. I have a name. She felt an unprecedented sense of happiness at this moment. Not only did she have a family, but she also had her own name. From now on, I will call you Shenger. Jiang Jinli pinched her red cheeks, then stood up, took Jiang Ning's hand and walked to the dining table, took out a small cake decorated with the number 13 from the space, and said to Jiang Zheng, forget everything in the past, treat today as your birthday, and I will celebrate for you every year in the future. Jiang Zheng looked up at Jiang Jinli, and a warm current surged in his heart, and his nose couldn't help but feel sour. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Not only was she not abandoned by this world, but she also met such a wonderful Jiang Jinli. Jiang Zheng had never seen a cake before, let alone celebrated a birthday. From having nothing to having everything, This transformation made her feel unreal. Jiang Zheng couldn't help crying like rain, hugged Jiang Jinli's waist tightly, buried her head in her arms, and cried loudly. Jiang Jinli patted her back and comforted her softly. Okay, let's eat cake. Everyone also quietly dimmed the lights, leaving only the candlelight on the cake swaying, adding a touch of warmth to this special moment. They surrounded Jiang Zheng, humming a simple birthday song, celebrating her new life and blessing her future. Jiang Zheng's little face shone in the candlelight, with a strong light flashing in her big eyes, and her heart was filled with happiness. She knew that from this moment on, she had been reborn. She closed her eyes and silently made a wish. May everything her sister thinks and wants come true, and the road she walks on be a thoroughfare, and become a legend in this ruin in the future. When she opened her eyes and took the first bite of the sweet cake, her eyes quickly became firm and full of determination. From today on, her name is Jiang Zheng. She will grow up as quickly as possible, sharpen herself into a sharp sword, and clear all obstacles for her sister. She will become her sister's most loyal supporter, fight a bloody road for her sister, and move forward bravely and fearlessly. She will kill anyone who stands in her way. Chapter 138. The next morning dawned. At the fork in the road of Black City, a heart-wrenching scream broke the silence of the separation. No! No! Boss, I can't leave you. Su Mingxing's tears were streaming, and his nose was running. His grief-stricken look made people mistakenly think that he was experiencing a life-and-death separation. Xin Qingxi, Qilua and others turned their heads away, their mouths twitching. This scene was so hot that people couldn't bear to watch it. Zhou Lianhu smiled and scolded. You guy, do you have to be so exaggerated? Mu Yuan clenched his teeth, his hands itched, and he seemed ready to punch Su Mingxing at any time. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but hold his forehead and explain helplessly. This is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. It's only 1 or 2 months apart. Su Mingxing wiped away his snot and tears, his eyes were red, and he tried to defend himself. 2 months is too long. I really can't bear to leave the boss for so long. After a night of careful consideration, Jiang Jinli thought it was most appropriate to split the team. She planned to go to Dongyuan City, while Mu Yuan led the others to Yongzhou City. In this way, no matter which base her sister was in, they could get the news quickly. The main reason was that the level of mutants and superpowers was generally improved, and with the many crises in the internal and external environment, Jiang Jinli was very worried about her sister's safety. This plan was the only way for them to find her sister as soon as possible and ensure her safety. If her sister was in Dongyuan City, Jiang Jinli would wait there for Mu Yuan's return. On the contrary, if her sister was in Yongzhou City, Mu Yuan would meet up with her sister first, and Jiang Jinli would rush there immediately. Mu Yuan was the only one who could go to Yongzhou. He was not only steady and capable, but more importantly, he knew my sister. The personnel allocation issue was the most troublesome. Everyone wanted to follow Jiang Jinli, but she was worried about Mu Yuan going alone. After a heated discussion, it was finally decided that Zhou Lianhu and Su Mingxing would accompany Mu Yuan. In this way, the team of 3 men was foolproof. Jiang Jinli had great confidence in Mu Yuan. His thunder ability was close to the 4th level. Judging from the current level of mutants, almost nothing could defeat him. In addition, Jiang Jinli also prepared a large number of hot weapons for them, ensuring that their safety was doubly guaranteed. Another reason was that Su Ranju and others were also determined not to separate from Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli thought that it was better this way. She could only feel at ease if they stayed by her side. After all, except Xin Qingxi, Qilua, and Su Ranju's abilities had just awakened not long ago, and they were not proficient in using them. But just as everyone was about to leave, Su Mingxing suddenly burst into tears and refused to leave, which made Jiang Jinli laugh. She glanced at Su Mingxing in front of her and joked, then asked them who is willing to exchange with you. Su Mingxing's eyes lit up. He immediately grinned and turned his eager eyes to Xin Qingxi and others around Jiang Jinli. Xin Qingxi and others' faces darkened, and they cursed in their hearts that this stinky boy was really a troublemaker. They did not hesitate at all and immediately showed their firm position with actions. Xin Qingxi hugged Jiang Jinli's left hand tightly, and Qilua was not willing to be left behind and firmly grasped her right hand. Jiang Zheng, like a little shadow, clung to Jiang Jinli's belly. Su Ranju saw that he was a step slower, and after looking around, he could only go around Jiang Jinli's back, hugged her slender waist from behind, buried his face in her back, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't try to separate me from Sister Li." In a blink of an eye, Jiang Jinli was tightly surrounded by them, and became a human dumpling. Jiang Jinli was a little amused. Before Su Mingxing had time to ask, he was stunned by this scene. He pointed at them with trembling hands and stammered, You. Su Mingxing's dissatisfaction broke out. You are playing tricks. You are simply. But before he finished his protest, he was interrupted by a low and magnetic male voice. It seems that you dislike me? Su Mingxing's body stiffened instantly. He mechanically turned his head and met Mu Yuan's cold eyes. His throat rolled and he forced out a smile with difficulty. How could it be, brother Mu Yuan? Before he could further explain, Mu Yuan had already coldly called out, "De who?" "Okay." Zhou Lianhu laughed in response. The two quickly walked towards Su Mingxing, and before he could react, they had already grabbed his hands and feet, lifted him up easily, and walked towards the vehicle. Su Mingxing finally came back to his senses from the panic and began to scream exaggeratedly, "No! Save me, boss!" As the car door slammed shut, Mu Yuan's gritted teeth came from the car. "What are you screaming for? You kid, I have tolerated you for a long time." Su Mingxing's begging for mercy followed. "Oh! I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't hit me in the face, brother Mu Yuan, don't hit me. Let's set off quickly." Hearing Su Mingxing's miserable voice, Jiang Jinli and others couldn't help laughing. It wasn't until Su Mingxing was taken away that Su Ranju and others let go of Jiang Jinli's hands. After fighting enough, Mu Yuan leaned out of the car window and said goodbye to Jiang Jinli. "Jinli, we leave first." Jiang Jinli nodded, "Be careful." Mu Yuan responded, "Don't worry." As soon as the voice fell, the car accelerated towards Yongzhou City, leaving a trail of dust. It wasn't until the vehicle disappeared from sight that the few people retracted their gazes. Jiang Jinli turned to the few people. "Let's go, we set off too." The few people responded immediately. They got on the RV, started the engine, and drove along the road to Dongyuan City. It has been more than half a year since the end of the world. The sun ruthlessly burned the earth, and the surface cracked into shocking cracks. The number of zombies spread rapidly like a plague, and those mutated plants grew at an alarming rate. The once fertile land has now become barren and lifeless. The breath of death permeates the air, and the signs of life seem to have completely disappeared on this land. Finding water resources has become a huge challenge for survival, and those wanderers who are used to living freely have to seek shelter in the base. Because only in the base can there be water-based ability users. If you want to survive, there is no choice. However, although the base has a large population, there are only a few water-based ability users. The scarcity of resources has led to extremely limited water allocations for each person, and even the most basic living needs are difficult to meet. In such an environment, the differences in social status and class become more and more obvious. The management of the base controls most of the resources, while ordinary people who have no power and no special abilities sometimes have difficulty even getting a sip of water. In the face of the harsh reality, the first person died of thirst. After that, the death toll snowballed rapidly. Every day, countless survivors took their last breath in the pain of lack of water. The cruelty and ruthlessness of natural disasters have brought unprecedented threats to the living space of mankind. Just when they were almost desperate, the survivors suddenly realized that the high temperature that had tortured them for a long time seemed to have begun to subside. Although the signs of cooling were not obvious, the temperature was indeed dropping bit by bit. People who had been suffering from high temperatures for a long time seemed to see the dawn of hope in this tiny change, and they began to believe that the disaster might be over soon. As long as the climate returns to normal, they can sow again and get food. Food means hope of survival. After all, as long as humans are given a chance to breathe, they can exert amazing resilience and rebuild their former homes. But the cruelty of natural disasters is far beyond people's imagination. As the high temperature gradually recedes, what awaits them may not be salvation, but a more serious disaster. Will the dream of mankind to seek stability in a broken world be ruthlessly shattered again? Will their living space be further compressed? Time flies. Jiang Jinli has been away from Black City for several days, and is getting closer to Dongyuan City. This journey should not have taken so long. However, due to the bumpy road in the ruins, the journey was repeatedly delayed due to the obstacles of mutant zombies, and mutant plants and animals from time to time. At noon, the sun was blazing in the sky, and a motorhome was quietly parked beside the path. Xinqingxi, Qiluo and others had already gotten off the car, and were fighting a group of second-level mutant zombies fiercely. Among the zombies, a huge mutant black dog was particularly conspicuous. It was extremely fast, no less than the second-level zombies, and used sharp claws and a huge mouth to attack zombies, which was extremely ferocious. When the motorhome drove to this area, it encountered this group of migrating second-level zombies. For both parties, this unexpected encounter was like a thirsty traveler finding an oasis in the desert, and both sides were very excited. Due to long-term hunger, the zombies encountered very few survivors along the way, and they had not tasted human flesh and blood for a long time. For Jiang Jinli, she was in urgent need of a large number of crystal cores to help her break through to level 6. Along the way, Jiang Jinli led them to constantly hone their combat skills and exercise their skills. Although they encountered countless dangers, they also grew a lot. Now, Qiluo and others' combat capabilities and superpowers have been significantly improved. Jiang Jinli spared no effort to collect crystal cores, and did not let go of every mutant zombie she encountered, and even took the initiative to look for large zombies. When she was lucky, she could find hundreds or even thousands of crystal cores at a time. Jiang Jinli worked so hard just for one thing, to break through the limit. As the distance between her and her sister gradually shortened, her desire for strength became more urgent. Although Jiang Jinli was confident that she could defeat any opponent, she knew deep down that she could only feel truly safe when her superpower level continued to increase. Her efforts were not in vain. She had already touched the threshold of level 6, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through. Jiang Jinli hoped to encounter more level 4 zombies, and use their crystal cores to help herself break through this level. However, zombies of this level are not common at present. At this time, Jiang Jinli was leaning against a roadside tree, her eyes fixed on the battle. "Zheng'er, pay attention to the rhythm." Her voice was calm and powerful, guiding Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng was fighting with a second-level zombie. His sword light was like a rainbow, and every sword hit the zombie's vital point. Chapter 139. Jiang Jinli emphasized again, when facing an enemy stronger than you, never go head-on, but use wisdom to win. Sense every move of the zombie, use your superpowers to constantly interfere with it, wait for it to show a flaw, and then give it a fatal blow. Jiang Zheng listened to her instructions, while moving quickly around the zombie. Her superpowers made her figure twisted in the air, elusive, and she would occasionally use her long sword to slash the thin body of the zombie. The zombie's face was distorted, his eyes were red, and he roared angrily at Jiang Zheng. Its claws waved wildly in the air, trying to catch the erratic figure. But Jiang Zheng's figure always appeared and disappeared, making the zombie's attacks repeatedly miss, and its irritability became stronger and stronger. "Very good, that's it," Jiang Jinli encouraged. "Move quickly, step lightly, and stab with the sword quickly, fiercely, and accurately." Jiang Zheng took a deep breath, and his figure became blurred again, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Just as the zombies were looking around, Jiang Zheng suddenly appeared like a ghost, and her sword light drew a silver track in the air, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. The tip of the sword collided with the zombie's claws, making a harsh metal collision sound and sparks flying. The zombie was forced to take a few steps back under this blow, and its anger reached its peak. This damn little human. Jiang Zheng did not give the zombies a chance to breathe. Her figure flexibly shuttled between the zombie's claws, and each attack was precise and fierce, with a deadly threat. Seeing the zombie's flaw, she quickly cut off the zombie's legs. When the zombie lost its balance and was about to fall, Jiang Zheng shouted softly, grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and swung the sword fiercely to cut the zombie's head. The zombie let out a shrill scream, and its head fell to the ground, and its body fell heavily, unable to move anymore. Jiang Zheng held the hilt tightly, standing there, his heart pounding. Her face was flushed, with a shy smile on the corner of her mouth. She looked up at Jiang Jinli, her eyes full of expectation, eager to be recognized. Jiang Jinli nodded to her, and praised concisely and affirmatively, "Great." Jiang Zheng was very happy to receive this praise, and she immediately picked up the sword and threw herself into the battle with Shen Qingxi and others again. Jiang Jinli's eyes followed Jiang Zheng's figure, and her thoughts drifted away. Jiang Zheng ate the colorful fruit some time ago, and the awakened ability turned out to be invisibility. This ability is extremely rare and powerful. If she can use it skillfully, she will be like a real assassin, able to kill the enemy without him noticing. It is equivalent to killing people invisibly. Moreover, when choosing a weapon, Jiang Zheng chose the long sword without hesitation. The combination of her superpowers and the long sword, plus her flexible skills, is simply born for fighting. These days, Jiang Jinli spared no effort to teach Jiang Zheng fighting skills during the day, and let her read and write before going to bed at night. Although those traffickers were not good, they also taught Jiang Zheng some basic words. In addition, Jiang Zheng himself is talented and has a strong learning ability. He can quickly master new knowledge every time. In this Doomsday, this knowledge seems useless, but following Jiang Jinli, he must not be illiterate. After all, Jiang Zheng will become Jiang Jinli's core assistant in the future. Sister, it's cleaned up. Jiang Zheng's voice interrupted Jiang Jinli's thoughts. She quickly ran to Jiang Jinli, raised her head, and looked at her with bright eyes. Jiang Jinli looked up and saw that the zombies were everywhere around her, and it was a mess. Xin Qingxi and others were concentrating on digging crystal cores. Xiaohua was running happily on the side. Jiang Jinli immediately lowered her head, her eyes fell on Jiang Zheng, raised her hand, and gently stroked her head. Her tone was indifferent, but could not hide her relief. Your performance is good, and you have improved a lot compared to some time ago. Hearing this praise, Jiang Zheng's smile became brighter, and he responded modestly, It's all because of my good teaching. After Jiang Jinli's careful care, Jiang Zheng's face has added some fleshiness, and his facial features have become more three-dimensional and distinct. Although her skin is still a little pale, it faintly reveals a healthy ruddy. Her eyes are big and bright, like two shining stars. The nose is straight and small, adding some determination and heroism to her face. Her rosy lips are slightly upturned, revealing white teeth, and her whole face looks very cute. Although Jiang Zheng is still young, her upright posture has already shown her extraordinary temperament. Under the sunshine, she is dressed in black, holding a long sword, and her small body exudes a handsome demeanor. Such Jiang Zheng makes people full of expectations. When he grows up, he will definitely become a handsome and powerful swordsman. Jiang Jinli prepares dairy products and supplements for Jiang Zheng every day, and Jiang Zheng's height has also begun to grow significantly. Jiang Jinli stared at Jiang Zheng, feeling very satisfied, and felt that raising a child was not bad. At least, Jiang Zheng's personality and performance made Jiang Jinli very fond of him. After Xin Qingxi and the others collected the crystal cores, they returned to the RV and continued their journey. The wheels rolled and drove into the distance. After a whole day of long journey, Jiang Jinli and his group finally arrived at a small town not far from Dongyuan City. Due to the destruction of the Doomsday, the appearance of this town has become blurred, and they can only rely on the map in their hands for difficult navigation. The dazzling sunlight sprinkled on the ruins, adding a bit of desolation to this barren land. Jiang Jinli and the others decided to spend the night here and planned to enter the free base in Dongyuan City the next day. If the sister is in the base, then they can reunite tomorrow. Since it is still early, they decided to split into two groups to search around the town. The main goal is to find crystal cores. Jiang Jinli has reached the peak of the 5th level and is about to break through. Xin Qingxi and Qiluo are more anxious than she is, and they are eager for her to successfully break through. Jiang Jinli naturally agreed to this plan, and she also wanted to go nearby to find high-level zombies. So, she and Jiang Zheng headed in one direction, while Xin Qingxi and the other three searched in another direction. Jiang Jinli's luck has always been good. Along the way, she found another supernatural fruit. Now she has 2 in total. Whether her sister has awakened or not, she plans to leave one for her in case of emergency. At this moment, Jiang Jinli was walking on the deserted street, while Jiang Zheng was holding a long sword, constantly slashing the zombies around. Jiang Jinli looked up at the gray sky, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Yesterday, it was still more than 50 degrees high, but today it suddenly dropped to more than 20 degrees. This drastic climate change is really shocking. The scorching sun was also covered by a thick layer of black clouds, and the whole sky gave people a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come, as if a torrential rain would fall in the next second. Jiang Jinli did not think that the disaster would end after the high temperature. Not surprisingly, the next natural disaster would most likely be a flood or extreme cold. If natural disasters recur every 6 months, then it is hard to imagine what the world will be destroyed into in a few years. But Jiang Jinli did not care about these, because she was about to find her sister. Once she found her sister, she would immediately take people back to the space, and then start to build her own power in leeching. She planned to gradually consolidate her control over the entire South, eliminate all hostile forces, and ensure that the ruling power of the South was in her hands alone. Everyone must recognize her status, and she will mercilessly kill anyone who disobeys. Finally, she will reach out to the North, and even the entire end of the world. Jiang Jinli has absolute confidence in herself, and she believes that she can bring her spiritual and spatial abilities to the extreme. Jiang Jinli withdrew her thoughts, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Her goal was firm and clear. That was to become the strongest person in the Doomsday, the first person who could not be defeated by anyone. The horizon at the edge of the town seemed to be swallowed by a thick and dark shadow. This shadow exuded a disgusting stench, like the cold wind from the dead land, piercing and cold. At first, these shadows were just vague outlines, looming in the field of vision. But as they gradually approached, the outlines began to become clear. It was no longer a single individual, but a dense, layered tide of corpses. Wherever the tide of corpses went, everything was submerged in this boundless darkness and death. They advanced towards the center of the town at an astonishing speed, and every step was accompanied by ground shaking and low roars. These roars were hoarse and terrifying, as if they were cursed from the abyss, which made people shudder. The stench and oppression in the air were suffocating, and even breathing became difficult. Under the pressure of this tide of corpses, the surrounding scenery seemed particularly fragile. The buildings were shaky under their impact, as if they would collapse at any time. The wind seemed to have stopped flowing, leaving only the rustling sound of the rotten, maggot-infested corpses dragging on the ground. In a tall house next to the surging corpses, dozens of people were hiding with terrified faces, both men and women, and in different shapes. Some of them were lying on the ground, some were huddled in the corners, and all of them covered their mouths tightly, their bodies trembling violently, sweat dripping from their cheeks, and even their breathing was suppressed to a very low level. Chapter 140. Listening to the heavy footsteps outside, the crashing and roaring of zombies, fear and helplessness intertwined on their faces. Their hearts were beating wildly in their ears, as if they were about to burst out of their chests at any time. They were a team from the free base, and they just came to this town to collect supplies today. Although the items they harvested were not many, they did not return empty-handed. Just as they were about to return, they encountered this terrifying zombie tide head-on. At the beginning, they could still resist one or two with their numerical advantage and sophisticated weapons. But there were actually a large number of first-level zombies mixed in the zombie tide. In a short period of time, their vehicles were paralyzed by the zombies' crazy attack. At the critical moment, when they decided to abandon the car and escape, a larger group of zombies rushed towards them like a tsunami, and fear instantly enveloped everyone's heart. They hid in this building at the fastest speed in their lives, holding the door with all their strength, and dared not make a sound. They knew very well that once they were discovered by the zombies, they would be crushed to pieces. Every second was suffocating. Fortunately, the zombies did not find them, and crawled straight forward. Time passed in silence. After an unknown amount of time, the footsteps outside finally faded away until they disappeared. Everyone collapsed to the ground as if they had escaped from the fingertips of the King of Hell. They gasped for breath, as if they wanted to take back the air that was taken away by fear. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck to their skin. Their faces were pale and almost transparent, as if the last trace of blood had been drained. They all sat there in a daze, and no one spoke for a while. In this deadly atmosphere, a trembling and frightened female voice broke the silence. "Have you contacted the base?" Someone immediately responded, "We contacted before the zombie tide, and people should be sent here soon." Although these words tried to comfort people, they did not feel much comfort, because they all understood that although it was only a few hours' drive from this town to the base, but in the current unknown and dangerous environment, these few hours of journey seemed to be infinitely stretched, becoming extremely long and tormenting. After a while, the woman's voice sounded again. This time it became sharp and mean. "I think someone is a natural jinx, usually fine, but as soon as she joined the team, we encountered a zombie tide." After saying that, she pointed her eyes directly at the woman in the corner, who was sitting silently with her hands on her knees, her eyes full of ridicule and disdain. When the woman in the corner heard this, her eyes dimmed and her face was pale. A man with a shaved head couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Qi Ming! You don't have to say such an extreme thing." Qi Ming didn't show any weakness, but turned his sharp spearhead to the man, with a sarcastic smile on his face. "Yin Heng, what qualifications do you have to interrupt? Who do you think you are? Could it be that you like her and want to stand up for her? Don't forget, she is a married woman." Yin Heng's face turned red, and his neck became thick. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time, and finally uttered, "You are simply unreasonable." Qi Ming sneered contemptuously, and cast his eyes on the woman in the corner again. "In my opinion, she is a disaster star. Can't she stay in the base quietly? She has to come out to die." "TSK, I brought her out, are you blaming me by saying that?" A magnetic and pleasant female voice interrupted Qi Ming's chattering. Then, the hot woman in combat uniform in the corner stood up. The woman walked up to Qi Ming, looked down at her, and said in a cold tone, "Speak, why don't you continue? If you dare to say nonsense again, believe it or not, I will break your neck." Qi Ming was frightened by her momentum, stood up suddenly, her face flushed, pointed at the woman with trembling fingers, and shouted angrily, "You dare!" A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes, and she said sharply and sarcastically, "Bah, you are just a vixen who serves men with your beauty. What else can you do besides climbing into the bed of the deputy base commander?" Everyone present was shocked by Qi Ming's outspokenness, thinking to herself that she was really bold. Even if such a thing was true, it should not be said so blatantly. But the woman did not get angry after hearing this. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body trembled. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape, and her voice was beautiful and pleasant. "Oh, are you jealous? The deputy base commander doesn't like scheming women like you. You can't climb into his bed, so you are jealous?" Before she finished speaking, the woman's smile suddenly disappeared, her face darkened, and she raised her hand and slapped Qi Ming's face hard. "Pa!" The force was so strong that Qi Ming lost his balance and turned his body in place. Finally, he fell to the ground under the heavy burden. Qi Ming covered his burning cheek with his hands and his eyes widened. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief, with resentment and fear intertwined in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the people around stood up nervously and stepped back carefully. No one dared to step forward to stop it, fearing that this sudden conflict would affect themselves. The woman looked down at Qi Ming on the ground coldly, with a contemptuous arc on her lips. "Since you know the relationship between me and the deputy base commander, you still dare to openly provoke me like this. Don't you really want to live?" Qi Ming's body shook, and finally woke up from the shock, and her face turned pale instantly. Since the end of the world, Qi Ming has been trying to seduce Su Tianlu with her beauty. But the man always pretended to be serious and ignored her. After arriving at the free base, Qi Ming turned to maintain an unclear relationship with several other powerful psychics, so no one in the base dared to offend her easily. But Qi Ming still knew herself. If she really had a grudge with the deputy base commander's woman, she knew that no one would stand up for her. If that really happened, being pushed out of the base by this vixen would be a small matter, but I'm afraid that no one would collect the body if I was killed. Thinking of this, Qi Ming had to suppress the resentment and unwillingness in her heart, bowed her head, and admitted her mistake. "Miss Luo, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for my careless words." A trace of disgust flashed in the woman's eyes, and she said coldly again, "Don't forget, there is another person. You have to apologize to her too." The woman in the corner had already walked to Luo Zimei's side. Hearing this, she felt a warm current in her heart, gently pulled Luo Zimei's sleeve, and whispered, "Zimei, forget it, I'm fine." She didn't want to let Luo Zimei provoke this vicious woman because of her. After all, a dog will jump over the wall when it is pushed to the edge. Luo Zimei looked at Gu Xiaowei's haggard and tough face with a complicated expression. "She insulted you like that. She must apologize." Her eyes slanted towards Qi Ming. Hurry up." "You?" Qi Ming's face turned pale and blue, and she glared at Luo Zimei fiercely, but in the end, she had to compromise. Qi Ming turned to Gu Xiaowei and said almost with gritted teeth, "Sorry. Sorry. How about it? Is this okay?" Qi Ming struggled to get up, brushed off the dust on her body, and swept Luo Zimei and Gu Xiaowei with a cold look, and then stood aside silently. Seeing this, the others also dispersed and got busy. Some checked their weapons, while others were recovering their strength. Others carefully observed the situation outside through the crack in the door, and remained highly alert. Luo Zimei didn't care about Qi Ming's resentment and hostility, because she firmly believed that she could easily kill her when necessary. Gu Xiaowei looked at Luo Zimei, her eyes showing sincere gratitude. She raised her lips and said in a relaxed tone, "Zimei, thank you." Gu Xiaowei knew it in her heart. This time, she was able to escape from the base thanks to Luo Zimei and Su Tianlu's dealings. Gu Xiaowei didn't want to be a useless waste, and she didn't want to be manipulated by those hypocritical people and lose herself. Therefore, she must always maintain a high sense of crisis, so she thought about going out to search for supplies to hone herself. Although Su Tianlu acted generous on the surface and agreed to let Gu Xiaowei leave. But in fact, he secretly sent spies to follow her and monitor her every move to prevent her from escaping. But these worries are unnecessary. Now there are zombies and mutants everywhere outside. Where can she, an ordinary woman, escape? Gu Xiaowei once thought desperately that being eaten by zombies might be another kind of relief for her. However, when those disgusting zombies really appeared in front of her, she backed off. Gu Xiaowei didn't want to die. If she was really destined to die, she would definitely drag that hypocrite into hell with her. As Gu Xiaowei expected, since she came to the base, she has been struggling to survive in Su Tianliu's violence and abuse every day. In front of outsiders, Su Tianliu always maintains a gentle and elegant gentleman image, and everyone is confused by his appearance. And his dirty beastly nature will only be exposed in front of Gu Xiaowei. Gu Xiaowei now has little chance to resist. Because of the injustice of fate, Su Tianliu, the beast, has awakened his superpowers and has reached the 3rd level. What's worse is that he has won a group of loyal followers in the base. The overall strength should not be underestimated. He now hangs around the 2 base leaders every day, ambitiously coveting the 3rd position in the base. Su Tianliu entangled Gu Xiaowei like a shadow, and bound her life like a blood-sucking worm, making her feel desperate and suffocated. Even in a desperate situation, Gu Xiaowei still insisted and did not choose to commit suicide. This is not only because Gu Xiaowei has a firm belief, but also because there is someone around her who often gives her encouragement and support. That person is Luo Zime in front of her. Luo Zime is the 2nd person who sees through the true face of the hypocrite Su Tianliu at a glance. She is also indignant about Su Tianliu's domestic violence, but Luo Zime is not a superpower, and does not have enough power to compete with him. She can only watch the hypocrite do evil helplessly. Luo Zime often invites Gu Xiaowei to spend the night at her home as a friend. Let Gu Xiaowei temporarily escape from the abyss like hell, and take a breath. After hearing her thanks, Luo Zime turned around, stared at Gu Xiaowei, and sighed softly, "You don't have to thank me, I can't help you at all." Since she found those small scars on Gu Xiaowei's body, Luo Zime was extremely disgusted with Su Tianliu's abnormal behavior. But now she can't even protect herself, let alone fight against Su Tianliu. Gu Xiaowei shook her head, with a smile on her thin and pale face. "No, you have helped me a lot. With you here, I have the courage to persevere." Luo Zime frowned, changed the subject, and asked curiously, "Do you really think you will meet her again?"